You've awakened the worst E-rank novice staff in history, and the whole school is laughing at you. But when you look at your weapon panel, you smile. Your consciousness sinks into your body, and a panel resembling a watery veil unfolds before your eyes. Name, E-rank. E-rank. The laughter still echoes in your ears, but your gaze is fixed firmly on the two lines at the very bottom. Trait free cast trait LV1. Choose a tier 1 skill to use with no mana cost and no cooldown. Trait skill enhancement trait LV1. Every 100 hits, the skill enhancement trait activates once. The world fell silent in an instant, and you could hear your own frantic heartbeat. This wasn't just a staff, it was clearly a divine mandate bestowed by God. On the day of his class change, just when you thought the novice staff he'd awakened to was the lamest weapon imaginable. But when he saw the traits, his whole body went numb. Weapon, novice staff, trait free cast trait LV1. Choose one tier 1 skill, you can use it with no mana cost and no cooldown. Trait skill enhancement trait LV1. For every 100 hits with a skill, that skill gains 1 enhancement. No mana cost, no cooldown. And unlimited growth? With that, the strongest mage in history was born. If one fireball skill doesn't kill a monster, then I'll use 100, 1,000, 10,000. Great Xia faction. Lan City Academy. Before the vast and majestic dungeon gate, over 1,000 young boys and girls, their eyes brimming with anticipation, seemed to be waiting for something. These were all students of Lan City Academy, currently awaiting the arrival of the awakening ceremony. I wonder what kind of weapon I'll be able to manifest. I hope it's a ranged weapon. Preferably a staff. Give it a rest. Everyone knows that among all weapon masters, spellcasters are the rarest. It'd already be great to awaken a ranged weapon like a bow or crossbow. Exactly. If you're unlucky enough to awaken a weapon like a pair of gauntlets, you'll have to go toe-to-toe with monsters in close combat. So what if it's close combat? If you don't even have the courage to face a monster, you're not fit to be a weapon master. The crowd was bustling with activity, everyone whispering to one another. Just then, high above, a man with snow-white hair stepped out of thin air and hovered in midair before the crowd. He was Xia, the principal of Lan City Academy. The moment they saw Xia, everyone fell silent instantly. Clearly, this principal held immense weight in the hearts of all the students. Students! Xia opened his mouth slightly, though his voice wasn't loud. It reached the ears of everyone present with perfect clarity. Today is the day of your awakening ceremony. There is no need for further idle chatter. Here, I hope each of you will manifest the soul weapon of your choice. With that, he opened his right hand. A jade pendant radiating a crimson glow slowly floated into the air. Everyone turned their gaze to the pendant, their eyes brimming with longing. Yi was no exception. So this is the awakening ceremony? After 3 years of traveling through time, I've finally witnessed this wondrous ceremony. He was not a native of this realm 3 years ago. Due to an accident, he had arrived in this world that felt strangely familiar. However, 300 years ago, the dungeon gate descended upon Blue Star, instantly transforming it. Since then, all humans on Blue Star, upon reaching adulthood, have been able to use the awakening ceremony spirit jade to manifest their own soul weapon and become weapon masters. Although soul weapons bestowed extraordinary strength upon humanity, they also dragged humanity into a vast war spanning the starless star domain. All human weapon masters who have forged a soul weapon must spend half of each year entering the dungeon gate to battle endless monsters and weapon masters from other star domains. Furthermore, the dungeon gate hosts a star domain tournament at regular intervals. The victorious planet receives generous rewards. As for the defeated, they are wiped out entirely. Grimness and cruelty have been the defining themes of human weapon masters' lives for hundreds of years. Perhaps only children who have not yet reached adulthood can enjoy a moment of peace. I wonder what kind of soul weapon I'll awaken. As someone who has traveled through time, it shouldn't be too outlandish, right? You watched the red light gradually drift down, feeling a bit nervous. The next moment, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Xia stood in midair with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over every student. These were the future of humanity, there could be no room for error. Every student had their eyes tightly closed, and above each of their heads, an ethereal light was slowly coalescing. Soon, one person opened their eyes, looked around, and realized they were the first to awaken. They were instantly bewildered, standing frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Xia glanced at him and said, "Zhang, your sole weapon is the long blade, rated D rank." "I've actually only awakened a D rank weapon?" A look of disappointment crossed Zhang's face. But no one could reverse the outcome of the awakening ceremony. Xia offered no words of comfort at that moment. Several more students awoke. "Tang Wu, your sole weapon is machete, rated D rank." "Shenji, your sole weapon is the wooden stick, rated D rank." One after another, dozens of students received D rank evaluations. A look of disappointment flashed across Xia's face. D rank could be considered the lowest tier of soul weapons. Such weapons had very limited potential for growth for humans. They were little more than cannon fodder. Generally speaking, the longer the awakening ceremony lasts, the higher the quality of the awakened soul weapon. Soon, students who had manifested C rank and B rank weapons began to appear among the crowd. Nearly half an hour later, there were even more than a dozen students with A rank weapons. This greatly improved Xia's previously grim expression. "Feng, your sole weapon is Crimson Flame Blade, rated A+. At that moment, only 2 students remained on the vast plaza, continuing the ceremony. A smile had already spread across Xia's face. Half an hour had passed. According to records, for ceremonies lasting over half an hour, magical aptitude never fell below S rank. Could Lan City Academy produce 2 S rank prospects this time? Xia was overjoyed inside. He looked toward the 2 of them. Sherry, Yi. As the principal of Lan City Academy, Xia knew every student's information inside and out. Just as expected, they truly live up to their reputation as the 2 top-performing students. He nodded to himself with quiet satisfaction. Below, among the crowd, all the students who had already condensed their soul weapons turned their gaze toward the pair. No wonder it's Cherry and Yi with such outstanding academic records. They managed to condense such incredible soul weapons. It's not fair. Why are they able to sustain the ritual for so long? Feng, who had just manifested the Crimson Flame Blade, showed no sign of joy on his face. His gaze toward Yi was filled with envy. Why can't I even match this freak in academics, and now my soul weapon has to be inferior to his too? Just then, the ethereal image above Cherry's head began to gradually solidify. It was a dainty dagger, dark purple in color and dotted with starlight, clearly no ordinary object. Xia glanced at Cherry, his pupils contracting slightly. "Cherry, your soul weapon is the Divine Knight Dagger, rated S rank." Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. "What? It's actually a divine weapon." Even among S rank weapons, a divine weapon is absolutely one of the very best. Its appearance is extremely rare. Only SS rank weapons can reliably produce a chosen one. Wait a minute. Yi hasn't finished the ceremony yet. His time is even longer than Cherry S. Goodness gracious, is Lan City Academy about to produce a weapon master with an SS rank weapon? Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze toward Yi, whose eyes remained tightly closed. Even Cherry shared the same feeling. At that very moment, a staff-like soul weapon was slowly taking shape above Yi's head. A moment later, Yi opened his eyes. Xia looked at the soul weapon floating above Yi's head, a strange expression crossing his face. "Yi, the soul weapon you've awakened is Novice Staff. Provided by the great author Diingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely." In front of the dungeon gate, everyone looked up at Yi's head and froze in stunned silence. Even Xia, suspended in midair, nearly had her heart shattered and fell to the ground upon witnessing this scene. Yi, the soul weapon you forged is Novice Staff. Rank, E rank. Though she was reluctant to believe it, Xia still stated the facts exactly as they were. E rank. It was even 1 rank lower than the long blades and machetes forged by those students who had awakened from the very beginning. After Xia spoke those words, time and space seemed to stand still for a few seconds. The next moment, the crowd erupted once more. Damn! What is going on? Yi, who has been at this the longest, actually manifested an E-rank weapon. What the hell? I must be seeing things. E-rank? There is such a thing as an E-rank weapon? I thought I was unlucky enough just to have manifested a D-rank one. Novice staff. Can this thing even damage a monster? Yes, really screwed this time. Humph. I knew he couldn't possibly have all the luck. Now that he has awakened an E-rank weapon, even grinding monsters will be a huge problem. I never expected this outcome, it's so dramatic. In an instant, Yi became the center of everyone's discussion. Meanwhile, Yi, who had just opened his eyes, was a bit dazed. E-rank? Novice staff? What the hell? His head was buzzing. What is going on? As the staff above his head slowly fused into his body, a panel resembling a water curtain began to slowly take shape before his eyes. Name, Yi. Name, Yi. Level, LV00100. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Unlimited Growth Limited Edition. Rank, E rank. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, choose one Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with a skill grants that skill 1 enhancement. Health, 150. Mana, 60. Stamina 9, Strength 9, Agility 9, Spirit 9. Skills, none. Ha! Yi noticed that something seemed different about his stats panel. Limited edition with infinite growth? What on earth is this? Scrolling down further, he was stunned by those two simple lines of stats. I can cast a Tier 1 skill an infinite number of times? And casting the skill actually grants a boost? Yi's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed he had forged a truly extraordinary soul weapon. In front of the dungeon gate, Yi slowly opened his eyes and, in an instant, felt countless gazes fixed upon him. Ha! Everyone's looking at me? So, it seems everyone knows I've forged an E-rank soul weapon? He noticed that these gazes were filled with all sorts of inexplicable emotions. Sympathy, pity, mockery, indifference. However, Yi didn't care. Too bad you have no idea what kind of game-changing weapon I've awakened. His eyes were brimming with confidence. Not seeing the reaction they expected, many of them looked disappointed. What the hell? I thought I'd get to see this genius look dejected. Humph. He doesn't even know what an E-rank soul weapon really means yet. Exactly. Once he enters the dungeon world, he'll learn just how brutal it is. Damn it, why does this guy always look so smug? Once we're in the dungeon world, I'm definitely going to give him a hard time. Many people watched Yi's expression with obvious displeasure. However, Xia, high above, felt secretly satisfied upon seeing Yi's expression. Even though he has manifested an E-rank weapon, his mindset hasn't been thrown off balance. It's just a shame. He shook his head. After all, there was nothing he could do about an E-rank weapon. After Yi awoke, every student present had already forged their own soul weapon. Since everyone has now forged their soul weapons, the dungeon gate will open for you at this very moment. High above, Xia extended a finger, pointing toward the dungeon gate in the distance. The dungeon gate, towering over the land, was aglow with a rainbow of light. The dungeon world vast and boundless. On your first entry into the dungeon world, you will likely find yourselves in the beginner's zone, still on Blue Star. Even so, you must remain extremely cautious. In the dungeon world, the strong prey on the weak. Once you enter the dungeon world, your days of peace and tranquility will be a thing of the past. Remember, even among weapon masters from Blue Star, instances of mutual slaughter are far from uncommon. Xia looked down at the students below and, with a few gentle words, laid bare the cruel reality. Although the arrival of the dungeon world has granted humanity extraordinary strength, the price of that extraordinary power is incredibly bloody and ruthless. In the past, these students in the prime of their youth should have been living carefree lives. On your first entry, you'll have the opportunity to choose your starting reward. It might be a skill, or it might be equipment. I trust you've already made your decision while forging your soul weapon. Finally, I hope you all return safely from your first journey into Dungeon World. Xia's figure rose high into the air, and just before disappearing, he cast one last glance at Yi. I hope this child returns safely from Dungeon World. Soon, his figure vanished from everyone's sight. At the same time, a countdown suddenly appeared on the interface screens of everyone below. 10 o'clock. 10 minutes. Everyone had at most 10 more minutes to stay on Blue Star. They had to enter Dungeon World within 10 minutes. Otherwise, they would be wiped out. Watching Xia disappear, everyone present began to whisper among themselves. Hey, I heard the location of your first arrival is related to the dungeon gate. If we enter through the same dungeon gate, our arrival points should be pretty close to each other. Let us form a party. Let us form a party. Let us form a party. I've forged a B rank weapon, the Blood Bow. I need a few tanks and healers. Sign up fast. I can help you level up. Count me in. Count me in. C rank weapon, the steel sword. Anyone want me? However, not a single one of these people even glanced at Yi. An E rank novice staff was probably no better than a blank item. No one wanted to drag this dead weight alone. Just then, Sherry, who had manifested the S rank weapon Divine Knight Dagger, politely declined a few students who wanted to team up with her and walked over to Yi. Yi, shall we team up? Provided by the Master Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Yi, shall we team up? Sherry looked at Yi with a smile. For a split second, the entire space seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze turned to the space between Sherry and Yi. Holy crap! What's going on? Sherry actually asked to team up with Yi? I've heard for ages that Sherry has a thing for Yi. I never thought it was true. That's ancient history. Sherry has forged an S-rank divine weapon. Her future is limitless. How could Yi, with his worthless soul weapon, possibly be good enough for her? Looks like Sherry's planning to carry Yi along. Just as countless people were buzzing with speculation, someone in the crowd exploded with anger. Sherry, what are you doing? Feng walked over, a scowl on his face. This guy's a lost cause. Teaming up with him will only hold you back. Team up with me instead. My weapon is the Crimson Flame Blade. I can create space for you to deal damage. If we join forces, we can take down even a boss with ease. With that, he turned to look at Yi. Yi, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. An E-rank player needs to accept their place. We're in completely different leagues now. Yi shot Feng a sidelong glance. He hadn't even said a word, yet this idiot was acting like someone in his family had died. Originally, he hadn't planned on teaming up with anyone. But now, he changed his mind. Sure. Yi looked at Cherry and nodded. As far as I know, on our first descent, we'll appear in the same general area. But it's an incredibly vast region. If we run into each other, let us team up. With that, he turned and walked toward the dungeon gate. From start to finish, he didn't spare Feng a single glance. You. Feng, seeing himself ignored, was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. Streams of crimson flame surged from his body. This was a manifestation of his Crimson Flame Blade. However, both the school and the Blue Star Alliance strictly prohibited the use of soul weapons on Blue Star. Doing so would result in a global manhunt. Therefore, Feng held back. Yi, you good for nothing. Feng pointed at Yi's receding back and shouted, is that all you can do, cower under a woman's skirt? Don't let me see you in the dungeon world. When that time comes, I'll see if anyone can protect you. Clack. Suddenly, Yi stopped in his tracks and turned around. He gave Feng a piercing look. Sure enough, a barking stray dog needed a little lesson. Feng. Yi spoke softly, next time we meet, you can buy your life for 300 gold coins. Gold coins are the currency used in Dungeon World. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins. The next moment, Yi turned around and stepped through the dungeon gate. Accompanied by a ripple, his figure vanished completely. Watching Yi disappear, Feng froze for a moment, his face alternating between cold and hot. Countless amused glances were fixed on his back, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi! Feng clenched his jaw so tightly his teeth nearly shattered. You're asking for it. Don't blame me for not sparing you out of classmate-s loyalty. He too took a step forward, heading toward the dungeon gate. Dungeon world. Deep within a mountain forest. Yi stepped out of the ethereal spatial gate. So this is the dungeon world. As far as the eye could see, there were strange flowers and exotic plants unheard of on Blue Star. At the edge of the sky, hundreds of floating continents were faintly visible. Even though they were hundreds of millions of li away, they were still immense. Yi knew that those were worlds only high-tier weapon masters could enter. Welcome to your first visit to the dungeon world. Please select your starting reward. 2 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterward, 3 images floated into view. Yi looked up at them. Fireball skill. Tier 1. Description: unleash a fireball, dealing 20 base fire damage to a single target. Cost: 5 mana. Attribute bonus: Spirit 1. Cooldown: 5s. Weapon restriction: magic. Fireball skill. The damage dealt by a weapon master's skills is divided into 2 parts: base damage and bonus damage. Base damage is the damage inherent to the skill, while bonus damage is the damage gained from attribute bonuses. For high-tier skills, attribute bonuses can often be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. This results in incredibly devastating damage. Yi turned his head to look at the other 2. Ice Wall skill, Flame Armor skill. These are all defensive skills and equipment. He shook his head. Having just arrived, he definitely needed to choose an offensive skill to improve his survivability. Not to mention. Yi didn't hesitate and tapped the Fireball skill slot. You have learned the Fireball skill. Fireball skill is a Tier 1 skill. Do you want to bind it to the novice staff? Confirm. Yi nodded immediately. He then opened his stats panel. Name: Yi. Level: LV00100. Soul Weapon: Novice Staff Limited Edition with unlimited growth. Health: 150. Mana: 60. Stamina 9, Strength 9, Agility 9, Spirit 9. Skill: Fireball skill. Tier 1. Description: releases a fireball, dealing 20 base fire damage to a single target. Cost: 0 mana. Attribute bonus: Spirit 1. Cooldown: 0s. A fireball skill with no mana cost and no cooldown. Yi muttered under his breath. Just then, a dark shadow darted out of the dense forest and lunged toward Yi. Ha! Yi furrowed his brow slightly, and his staff instantly appeared in his hand. Boom! A fireball blasted out, colliding with the dark shadow. 30. A red number flashed above the shadow. Only then did Yi get a clear look at the shadow's form. Grass Wolf. Level: LV0. Health: 9120. The Grass Wolf, its momentum halted by the Fireball skill, landed with a light tap on the ground and lunged forward once more. Boom! 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 Without even blinking, Yi fired 3 fireballs in rapid succession. 30. 30. 30. In the blink of an eye, the Grass Wolf's health bar was wiped out. You have defeated the Grass Wolf and gained 10 experience points. The poor Grass Wolf hadn't even had time to process what was happening before it let out a mournful cry and plummeted to the ground. Its body dissolved into a stream of light, leaving only a soft glow where it had stood. Yi stepped forward and extended his right hand. The soft light merged into his body. You obtained Grass Wolf Pelt 1. My novice staff really is unbeatable. He was thrilled, but just then, the mountains and forests began to tremble. At the foot of the mountain, it seemed as though thousands of figures were charging toward him. And through the dense forest, Yi saw it. It was a sizable pack of grass wolves. Yi raised his staff. You're right on time. Provided by the Great Master Mysterious Shadow for everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Dungeon World. Yi held his staff, quietly watching ahead. Soon, the swarming figures of the grass wolves had raced up to the middle of the mountain. Wherever they passed, they left a trail of destruction. Here they come. Cast. With a slight flicker of his mind, Yi cast the spell. A fireball instantly took shape and shot forward. It streaked hundreds of meters, striking the body of a grass wolf. 30. However, a mere 30 points of damage was nowhere near enough to stop the grass wolf's advance. Yet Yi showed not a trace of nervousness. Let me show you what a spell gatling is all about. He pointed his staff forward, and a fireball shot out. Immediately after, another one followed. In the next instant, fireballs materialized one after another in front of Yi, then flew forward. Before long, the unending stream of fireballs actually formed a straight line in front of Yi. Yi gently adjusted the direction of his spell, and the countless fireballs transformed into a barrage, sweeping forward like a sky-obscuring wall. Boom! 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 30. 30. 30. The fireball skill, forming a nearly impenetrable wall, crashed down upon the horde of grass wolves. In the next instant, flames shot in all directions, and dirt flew everywhere. A dense swarm of red numbers surged upward, overlapping one another and nearly turning the entire space red. One by one, the grass wolves dissolved into streaks of light beneath the barrage of fireballs. You killed a grass wolf and gained 10 experience points. You killed a grass wolf and gained 10 experience points. You killed a grass wolf and gained 10 experience points. In Yi's field of vision, notifications of experience points gained kept popping up one after another. Suddenly, a golden light rose from beneath his feet. I've leveled up. Feeling the changes within his body, Yi exclaimed joyfully. But it wasn't over yet. At the same time, another line of text appeared before him. Your fireball skill has hit 100 times, gaining +1 enhancement. I've already hit 100 times? He hadn't expected that in just a single encounter, he'd managed to unleash 100 fireball skills. Let us see what has been enhanced. He immediately opened his stats panel. Name, Yi. Level, LV1 5500. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Unlimited Growth Limited Edition. Rank, E rank. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, select a Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful skill hits grants 1 enhancement to that skill. Health, 180. Mana, 72. Stamina 12, Strength 12, Agility 12, Spirit 12. Skill, Fireball Skill +1. Tier 1. Description, unleash a fireball, dealing 20 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit, your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier ranging from 2x to 10x. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 1. Cooldown, zeros. Fireball skill +1? Spell critical? Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the enhanced fireball skill to undergo such a change. He had originally thought it would merely be an increase in base damage. He was overjoyed. Although the fireball skill had no cooldown, it did have a certain casting animation. Even at maximum speed, Yi could only cast 2 or 3 fireball skills per second at most. If he were facing a large group of enemies, he might not be able to keep up. Just then, Yi looked ahead. After the upgrade, the fireball skill's damage had increased slightly. 33. 33. 99. Suddenly, a critical hit damage number popped up. A grass wolf's health bar immediately dropped to 0. The next moment, another fireball skill finished it off. 330. Another 10 times critical hit number appeared, and the grass wolf instantly vanished in a streak of light. The grass wolves, which had been closing in, were now held back and stopped in their tracks. You killed a grass wolf and gained 5 experience points. You killed a grass wolf and gained 5 experience points. After leveling up, the experience points provided by grass wolves were instantly cut in half. However, thanks to Ye's efficient monster clearing speed, the rate at which his experience points bar rose didn't slow down in the slightest. Your fireball skill has hit 100 times, gaining +1 enhancement. Soon, Yi received another notification. Enhanced again? Yi immediately looked at his interface. Skill, Fireball skill +1. Tier 1. Description, releases a fireball, dealing 40 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit, your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier ranging from 2x to 10x. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 1. Cooldown, 0s. Fireball skill +1? Spell critical? Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the enhanced fireball skill to undergo such a change. He had originally thought it would merely be an increase in base damage. He was overjoyed. Although the fireball skill had no cooldown, it did have a certain casting animation. Even at maximum speed, Yi could only cast 2 or 3 fireball skills per second at most. If he were facing a large group of enemies, he might not be able to keep up. Just then, Yi looked ahead. After the upgrade, the fireball skill's damage had increased slightly. 33. 99. Suddenly, a critical hit damage number popped up. A grass wolf's health bar immediately dropped to 0. The next moment, another fireball skill finished it off. 330. Another 10 times critical hit number appeared, and the grass wolf instantly vanished in a streak of light. The grass wolves, which had been closing in, were now held back and stopped in their tracks. You killed a grass wolf and gained 5 experience points. You killed a grass wolf and gained 5 experience points. After leveling up, the experience points provided by grass wolves were instantly cut in half. However, thanks to Ye's efficient monster clearing speed, the rate at which his experience points bar rose didn't slow down in the slightest. Your fireball skill has hit 100 times, gaining +1 enhancement. Soon, Yi received another notification. Enhanced again? Yi immediately looked at his interface. Skill, Fireball skill +1. Tier 1. Description, releases a fireball, dealing 40 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit, your fireball skill has a 10% chance. Attribute bonus, Spirit 1. Cooldown, 0s. That's an extra 20 points of base damage. Yi nodded. It seems this enhancement is random. He looked up ahead again. Let's go. The damage from the fireball skill skyrocketed. 52. 104. 260. One terrifying number after another appeared above the heads of the swarming grass wolves. Your fireball skill hit 100 times, gaining +1 enhancement. Ding! Your level has increased to level 2. You defeated a grass wolf, gaining 1 experience point. After reaching level 2, a level 0 grass wolf could only provide 1 experience point. Yi needed a whopping 2,000 experience points to reach level 3. But at that moment, the massive horde of grass wolves began to thin out. Under Yi's barrage, over 1,000 grass wolves didn't even last 10 minutes. Your fireball skill has hit 100 times. You've gained +1 enhancement. Your fireball skill has hit 100 times. You've gained +1 enhancement. Notifications kept popping up in his field of vision. Soon, the very last grass wolf met its end under Yi's fireball skill. The dense mountain forest, subjected to Yi's indiscriminate bombardment, lay in ruins, a wasteland of scorched earth. The only things remaining on the ground were over 1,000 glowing orbs. These were the items dropped by the grass wolves. Let us see what level my fireball skill has reached. Yi opened his stats panel. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow in everyone's game, my weapons can grow infinitely. Fireball skill +8. Tier 1. Description, releases a fireball, dealing 120 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit. Your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier ranging from 2x to 10x. Cost, 0 mana. Stat bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, zeros. Looking at the stats of the fireball skill, Yi fell silent. His fireball skill seemed a bit overpowered. 120 base damage, plus a 2x spirit bonus. Even at just level 2, he could deal 148 damage. Just think, a level 0 Grass Wolf's health bar is only 120 points. Not to mention that the fireball skill can crit. A 10-fold critical hit would mean 1,480 points of damage. A level 2 fireball skill can deal over 1,000 points of damage? If this had happened yesterday, Yi would never have believed it. I'll collect the loot first. Yi walked forward and held out his hand. As if summoned, the orbs surged into Yi's body one after another. You have obtained 300 grass wolf skins. You have obtained 230 grass wolf fangs. You have obtained 15 grass wolf hearts. What a bountiful harvest! My luck really is amazing. I stumbled upon a monster horde right after arriving. Yi looked completely satisfied. However, while this grass wolf pack was a stroke of luck for him, for others, it could spell certain doom. Just then, in the distance, a deafening wolf howl pierced the sky. At the same time, the ground beneath Yi's feet began to tremble. Looking in the direction the grass wolf pack had come from, Yi could faintly make out a giant wolf appearing at the foot of the mountain. It was roaring furiously toward the mountain. Feeling this astonishing aura, Yi's heart raced with excitement. Judging by the way it looks, it's actually a lord. The rewards for slaying a lord monster aren't half bad. I've heard that if you take it down solo, the rewards are even more generous. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, hidden among a thicket of towering shrubs, a newly arrived weapon master lay in wait, not daring to move a muscle. Not far ahead of them, a jade-green giant wolf, 7 or 8 meters tall, stood majestically upon the earth. Lord Grass Wolf King. Level, LV 6. Health, 4,000. Flanking the Grass Wolf King were over a dozen slightly smaller wolf-like monsters. Elite Grassland Giant Wolf. Level, LV 5. Health, 1,200. Damn it! I've just arrived and already run into a pack of monsters? My luck is really terrible. Xiaoming lay flat on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. No sooner had he arrived than he realized he'd stumbled right into the middle of a pack of grass wolves. Fortunately, not long after he arrived, the grass wolves were lured away by something and ran up the mountain together. What puzzled Xiaoming was that, after just over 10 minutes, the massive horde of grass wolves had completely vanished. It was as if they had never existed at all. Just as he was about to take advantage of this opportunity to leave, the scene that appeared before his eyes caused him to drop flat on the ground in shock. A lord, plus over a dozen elites. What on earth is up there that even a lord has shown up? Xiaoming inwardly groaned in despair. Facing this combination, a level 0 weapon master like himself would be as good as dead no matter how many times he tried. Fortunately, those grass wolves weren't paying any attention to him. At that moment, they were fixed on the mountain slope. Soon, a figure came into Xiaoming's view. That's Xiaoming's eyes widened. Although they were quite far apart, he recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Yi. It's him. Xiaoming clamped his hand firmly over his mouth to stop himself from crying out in shock. Could it be that the presence that had put the pack of wolves on such high alert was actually this weapon master who had arrived alongside him? And a weapon master who had only awakened an E-rank soul weapon, at that? That can't be. Xiaoming, who had originally planned to slip away, completely abandoned that idea. He crouched even lower to hide himself. Yi made his way down the mountain path, and soon, the figures of the giant wolves became increasingly clear. Grass Wolf King? It's a lord, just as I thought. And there are over a dozen elites too. We hit the jackpot. Yi was thrilled. Unlike ordinary monsters, elite and lord level monsters offer far more generous experience points and loot. Roar! Roar! Upon seeing Yi suddenly appear, all the grass wolves roared furiously at him. Immediately afterward, 3 grass wolves charged at Yi in an instant. However, long before they could make a move, Yi unleashed his fireball skill. Boom! In the blink of an eye, each grass wolf was hit by over a dozen fireballs. 148. 296. 148. 1480. Suddenly, a 10 times critical hit landed. Over 1,000 points of damage floated above one of the grass wolves, completely wiping out its health bar. The other 2 grass wolves, under the relentless barrage, instantly turned into streaks of light and vanished. You have defeated the elite grass wolf and gained 500 experience points. You have defeated the elite prairie giant wolf and gained 500 experience points. You have defeated the elite prairie giant wolf and gained 500 experience points. The 3 prairie giant wolves granted Yi 1,500 experience points, instantly filling his experience points bar, which had previously been stagnant. He was just 1 step away from leveling up. Holy crap! What the hell kind of damage is that? Standing nearby, Xiaoming, who had witnessed everything, was completely stunned. Fireball skill? Is that really the damage from the fireball skill? You've got to be kidding me. Xiaoming looked down at his own hand. He, too, had conjured a magical weapon. A B rank weapon, blazing fireball. Coincidentally, the starting reward he'd chosen was rapid fire fireballs. An advanced version of the fireball skill, it could unleash 2 fireballs at once, though it also consumed double the mana. But compared to Yi-S, Xiaoming couldn't quite figure it out. Was his soul weapon trash, or was the starting reward he'd chosen just garbage? The gap between people was just way too big. On the battlefield, before the other grass wolves could react, Yi-S fireballs had already surged forth. Moments later, on a patch of scorched earth, only the lone grass wolf king remained, standing there blankly. Man and wolf now stood facing each other, staring each other down. Roar! A fleeting, almost human expression flashed across the grass wolf king's eyes. Then, he let out a furious roar at Yi. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust swirled through the air. The next moment, the mighty grass wolf king turned his head and took off, fleeing into the distance. You provided the game, everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely, by the master developer Diingzi. Seeing grass wolf king, who just moments ago had been so imposing, looking as if he was ready to go down with him and kill him, suddenly turn tail and flee in disarray, Yi nearly choked to death from the shock. In his daze, the earth staff in his hand instinctively swung forward. Huge fireballs, like a string of sparks, rained down one after another toward the grass wolf king. Even as he fled at full speed, the beast's keen instincts honed on the brink of life and death allowed the grass wolf king, sensing danger, to dodge to the side. If it had been any other weapon master, they might have panicked and missed the opportunity. But he was no ordinary person. He subtly adjusted the angle of the shooting fireballs. Then, the fleeing grass wolf king was engulfed by a barrage of fireballs. 148. 296. 148. 1480. 1480. A dizzying series of damage numbers floated up amid the billowing smoke. The poor grass wolf king didn't even have a chance to get back up. His total health of 4,000 was wiped out in an instant. You have defeated the grass wolf king and gained 1,500 experience points. Ignoring the notification about the experience points, Yi, overcome with excitement, reached out toward the glowing orb ahead. You have obtained a Wolf King-S bracelet. You have obtained a pair of Wolf King-S boots. You have obtained a Wolf King-S staff. You have obtained a secret realm scroll. Ha! Whoa! Even though Yi knew that defeating a lord alone would yield a bountiful reward, he still couldn't help but gasp in astonishment when he saw the loot. Wolf King-S bracelet. Tier, bronze. Stamina +3, strength +5. Wolf King-S leather boots. Tier, bronze. Stamina plus 2, agility plus 4. Wolf King's Staff. Tier, Bronze. Spirit plus 7. Secret Realm Scroll. Quality, good. Description: a pass to enter a secret realm no more than 10 levels above your own. Single-use item. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Just as they say, no one gets rich without a windfall, and no horse gets fat without night grass. The ancients certainly didn't lie to me. Seeing the loot in his hands, Yi was so excited he started rambling incoherently. In Dungeon World, experience points and materials are the mainstay of loot. Skills are a scarce resource, and equipment is a windfall you can only hope to stumble upon. This is also the fundamental reason why various skill-based professions, despite lacking combat prowess, remain in such high demand across the major planets. Because every time a large-scale war breaks out, the amount of equipment consumed is calculated in astronomical figures. Relying on Dungeon World's pitiful drop rates, not even mid to high-level leaders could likely assemble a full set of gear. Of course, while the drop rate for equipment is low, every piece that does drop is considered top tier. Take the Wolf King's bracelet, for example. If crafted by a skill artisan, a bronze tier accessory with a total attribute bonus of +5 is absolutely the absolute ceiling. However, even though the drop rate was disheartening, what really excited Yi was the final reward. Secret Realm Scroll. Yi never imagined he'd obtain one of these treasures which exist only in legend on his very first entry into Dungeon World. At that very moment, Yi even began to wonder if there was a hidden luck stat on his stats panel that he couldn't see. And if so, his luck must be at the maximum value. Wait a minute, stat panel? Yi suddenly realized that while he was taking down the Grass Wolf King and over a dozen elite monsters, he seemed to have leveled up. When he opened his stat panel, Yi was startled. Not only had he leveled up, but he actually leveled up twice in a row. Name, Yi. Level, LV4 6700 8000. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Limited Edition with Infinite Growth. Rank, E Rank Plus. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, choose one Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with a skill grants that skill 1 enhancement. Health, 260. Mana, 105. Stamina 20, Strength 20, Agility 20, Spirit 20. Skill, Fireball Skill +8. Tier, Tier 1. Description: unleash a fireball, dealing 120 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit: your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier randomly ranging from 2x to 10x. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, zeros. Less than half a day after entering Dungeon World, Yi had already reached level 4, and he was overjoyed. At this rate, he figured his classmates wouldn't even be able to catch up to him. Just as Yi was about to close the interface, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He noticed a plus symbol had suddenly appeared next to his soul weapon S grade. What was this? Yi's gaze immediately locked onto the annotation next to his soul weapon, limited edition, infinite growth. Could it be? With a flutter of excitement, he tapped the inconspicuous plus symbol. Fusion-compatible equipment detected. Do you wish to fuse? Yes, no. Fusion-eligible equipment? The Wolf King's staff? His mind was a jumble of thoughts, but that didn't affect Yi's decisiveness in the slightest. Without hesitation, he selected, yes. For any weapon master, the soul weapon is everything. This is the consensus among all weapon masters in the Dungeon World. As soon as Yi made his choice, he saw the soul weapon rank column change instantly. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Limited Edition with Infinite Growth. Rank, E Rank 110. Opening his inventory, the Wolf King's staff he had previously obtained had, as expected, vanished. Yes. Yes. Waving the staff vigorously toward the sky, Yi, overcome with excitement, even let out a loud roar from his tone-deaf voice. Today is a good day, all my dreams can come true. Today is a good day. Although he knew his soul weapon was an absolutely unique existence. As long as he hadn't found a way to upgrade it, he couldn't rest easy. Now, the clouds had finally parted. Having calmed down, he felt that today was simply a day when his luck was through the roof. Without hesitation, he tore open the secret realm scroll he'd just obtained. If he didn't cash in on his good fortune now, would he have to wait until bad luck struck before weeping bitterly? As a flash of white light streaked by, Yi's figure vanished. After waiting for several minutes, Yi still hadn't reappeared. Xiao Ming, who had been crouching in the grass, finally crept out on tiptoe. Good heavens, is that really the E-rank weapon master who was looked down upon by the entire school? Is this the confidence of a top student? Even if he is forging an E-rank soul weapon, can he still thrive in the dungeon world? His mind filled with countless questions, Xiao Ming felt that everything he'd witnessed today had completely shattered his established worldview. Suddenly, he recalled how long it had taken Yi to manifest his soul weapon, even longer than it had taken Cherry, the S-rank chosen one, to manifest hers. With such a long manifestation time, could it really be just a simple E-rank novice staff? Xiao Ming suddenly felt as if he'd realized something. My goodness, could it be, you provided the masterwork Guiyingzi's everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. The surrounding scene shifted instantly. Before Yi could even react, he found himself in a small courtyard within a massive complex of buildings. He hadn't expected the method of entering this secret realm to be completely different from the dungeon gate. Out of caution, Yi didn't rush off in all directions right away. Instead, he equipped the bracelet and boots he had obtained earlier. His base stats immediately changed as a result. Stamina 27, Strength 27, Agility 26, Spirit 22. Feeling a little more secure, he finally began to carefully observe his surroundings. It seemed to be a palace brimming with exotic charm. The lintels and columns were carved with strange patterns and characters Yi had never seen before. The occasional monsters that appeared all had hideous, ferocious faces, exuding a menacing aura that gave off an ominous feeling. Just as Yi was about to explore the grand hall in the center of the courtyard, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from a corner not far away. Ha ha ha. The figure that suddenly emerged startled Yi so much that he nearly threw up last night's dinner. A rotting corpse, its face decayed, its eyes a grayish-white, and fragments constantly falling from its body emitted a broken, gasping sound as it staggered out from around the corner of a wall. Ghoul. Level, LV6. Health, 4000. The moment the ghoul's information appeared, Yi swung his staff. A barrage of searing fireballs instantly engulfed the newly appeared ghoul. 164. 820. 1640. 1148. A loud roar echoed through the air, and when the smoke cleared, only countless black fragments remained on the ground. You have defeated the ghoul. You gain 200 experience points. Seeing this number, Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. As his level had risen, the level 6 monster which used to drop 500 experience points had suddenly dropped to just 200. He figured that once he reached level 5, getting 50 experience points would be considered quite good. But that was something to worry about after he reached level 5. For now. Following the earlier roar, countless low growls echoed from outside the small courtyard. Roar. Gore. Roar. Huff roar. A dense, chaotic clatter of footsteps, accompanied by waves of low growls, rapidly drew nearer. Immediately, a swarm of ghouls appeared in Yi's field of vision. Is this what the secret realm is like? You can just stand here and wait for monsters to come to you? He speculated wildly in his mind, but Yi's hands didn't pause for a moment. A barrage of fireballs rained down thick and fast onto the horde of monsters. Boom! Boom, boom. 164. 820. 164. 1148. 1640. Damage numbers, almost overlapping one another, instantly appeared above the monsters' heads. You killed a ghoul and gained 200 experience points. You killed a ghoul and gained 200 experience points. You killed a ghoul and gained 200 experience points. The Gatling gun-like barrage left you feeling refreshed and invigorated. Ha, let us show you scum just how powerful this old man is. He let out a wild scream to perk himself up. Playing Dungeon World solo always gave ye a strange, uneasy feeling. Ugh, this damn loneliness. If the other students at Lawn City Academy saw that smug, punchable expression of his, they'd definitely fight to the death just to take him down with them. Hate being alone? You could VE just given the scroll to someone else. Typical Versailles style showing off. He just asking to get punched. While he was sitting around waiting for monsters to come to him, a golden light suddenly appeared at Ye's feet. Ye had leveled up again. The experience points notification instantly changed as well. You defeated a ghoul and gained 70 experience points. You defeated a ghoul and gained 70 experience points. You defeated a ghoul and gained 70 experience points. Damn it, is it going to drop to 5 next time? He muttered under his breath, but his hands didn't pause for a moment. In the early game, when leveling up is still relatively easy, leveling speed is everyone's top priority. Not to mention, Yi had absolutely no idea when this dungeon would finally kick him out. Maybe it's a fixed time, or maybe it's a fixed level. A moment later, Yi had wiped out all the ghouls in front of him. Finally got them all. Just as Yi let out a sigh of relief, the sight before him instantly left him feeling utterly baffled. What the hell is this? Where the ghouls had been completely wiped out moments ago, there was now nothing but a solitary white orb floating in the air. He was so furious he nearly burst a blood vessel for a moment. He didn't even want this loot anymore. But his hand still raised itself, unable to resist. You have obtained the skill, Explosive Wind Blade skill. Do you wish to learn it? Yes, no. Am I God's favorite son or something? Ha, I knew it when it comes to luck, who else could it be? Skill, Explosive Wind Blade skill. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 50 base damage to all targets within a 5/5 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets hit increases as your level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, there is a 30% chance the wind blades will instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 3/3 area. Cost, 30 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, 10s. Weapon restriction, magic. Whoa. Holy cow. After reading the skill description carefully, Yi let out a gasp of amazement, then placed his hands on his hips and burst into a defiant, triumphant laugh. This is what a chosen one looks like. I ask you, who else? Who else? It was no wonder Yi lost his composure. This skill had arrived at just the right moment. First, it addressed his weakness in area of effect attacks. After all, the fireball skill dealt only single target damage, without even splash damage, and the sparks and smoke were merely visual effects. On the other hand, compared to the fireball skill, the damage output of the Explosive Wind Blade skill had literally doubled. This was especially timely, as Yi was in desperate need of powerful firepower to level up. It was safe to say this skill had come at the perfect moment. Yes. There was no need to think twice. He clicked to learn it immediately. His stats panel was updated right away. Name, Yi. Level, LV5 1720,000. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Unlimited Growth Limited Edition. Rank, E Rank 110. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, choose one Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with this skill grants 1 enhancement. Health, 320. Mana, 130. Stamina 28 plus 5, Strength 28 plus 5, Agility 28 plus 4, Spirit 28. Skill 1, Fireball skill plus 8. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 50 base damage to all targets within a 5/5 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets hit increases as your level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, there is a 30% chance the wind blades will instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 3/3 area. Cost, 30 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, 10s. Weapon restriction, magic. Whoa. Holy cow. After reading the skill description carefully, Yi let out a gasp of amazement, then placed his hands on his hips and burst into a defiant, triumphant laugh. This is what a chosen one looks like. I ask you, who else? Who else? It was no wonder Yi lost his composure. The skill had arrived at just the right moment. First, it addressed his weakness in area of effect attacks. After all, the fireball skill dealt only single target damage, without even splash damage, and the sparks and smoke were merely visual effects. On the other hand, compared to the fireball skill, the damage output of the explosive wind blade skill had literally doubled. This was especially timely, as Yi was in desperate need of powerful firepower to level up. It was safe to say this skill had come at the perfect moment. Yes. There was no need to think twice. He clicked to learn it immediately. His stats panel was updated right away. Name, Yi. Level, LV5 1720,000. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Unlimited Growth Limited Edition. Rank, E Rank 110. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, choose one Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with this skill grants 1 enhancement. Health, 320. Mana, 130. Stamina 28 plus 5, Strength 28 plus 5, Agility 28 plus 4, Spirit 28. Skill 1, Fireball Skill plus 8. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 50 base damage to all targets within a 5/5 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets attacked increases as the character's level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 3/3 area. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, 0s. Looking at his completely revamped stats, Yi felt a surge of pride. Now, it's finally time for me to go on a killing spree and sweep through the secret realm. Brought to you by the legendary player, Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Feeling completely transformed, Yi strode toward the depths of the dungeon with a ruthless determination. He didn't even know the rules regarding how long he could stay in the dungeon, so if he didn't hurry up and level up, was he just going to wait for it to spawn more monsters? If it was time-based, wouldn't he be losing out big time? At first, Yi was filled with curiosity about the surrounding dungeon halls, but after wandering around for a while and realizing that there was nothing but buildings as far as the eye could see, he lost interest. In Dungeon World, the only way to obtain anything is by defeating monsters and looting their drops. There are no exceptions. With the possibility of serendipitous encounters ruled out, Yi had no interest in exploring one empty room after another. You have defeated a ghoul. You gain 70 experience points. You have defeated a ghoul. You gain 70 experience points. You have defeated a ghoul. You gain 70 experience points. Whenever he encountered a lone ghoul along the way, Yi didn't hesitate to eliminate it immediately. Although his experience points were increasing at a visible rate, it was nowhere near the leveling speed he experienced at the beginning. Where did all these monsters go? Are we playing hide and seek now? Just as Yi was grumbling in frustration while searching back and forth for monsters, he rounded a corner and was so stunned by the scene before him that he froze in place. Holy Grandpa! What the hell is this? Elite Ghoul. Level, LV9. Health, 12,000. Dense hordes of elite ghouls were packed in circle after circle in an open plaza, resembling a massive army at a glance. There were at least 30,000 of them. Could this have once been a royal palace? Based on Yi's common sense, such a dense cluster of palaces, combined with such a massive army, would be found almost nowhere else except in the imperial palace, the very heart of the nation. Roar! Ha! Ha! Just as Yi was speculating, some ghouls at the edge of the square were the first to spot him. In an instant, nearly 100 ghouls, arranged in a military-style formation, staggered toward Yi. Faced with such a dense horde of ghouls, Yi wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. Now that he'd acquired the explosive wind blade skill, the time had finally come to put it to the test. As he swung his staff, a 5-5 area of space enveloped a portion of the ghouls. Translucent, light gray, crescent-shaped wind blades flashed within this space, their number corresponding to the number of ghouls present. There were as many wind blades as there were ghouls within that area. 106. 106. 106. 106. 106. A swarm of damage values so dense it was almost terrifying seemed to drift down from above the ghoul horde. And wherever the area was enveloped by the spell, within 10 seconds or so, it was completely cleared. You killed an elite ghoul and gained 800 experience points. You killed an elite ghoul and gained 800 experience points. You killed an elite ghoul and gained 800 experience points. What is going on? Seeing such a swift kill right before his eyes, Yi's hand holding the staff began to tremble slightly. This was his very first time using the explosive wind blade skill. It was definitely a level 0 ability. Its damage output was certainly inferior to a fireball, and it was nowhere near powerful enough to seriously injure an elite level ghoul. Somewhat baffled, Yi raised his staff and aimed it at the ghouls on the other side. Only 3 ghouls were within the attack's range. 106. 106. 6 sets of damage values appeared instantly, but the 3 ghouls hit by the attack didn't fall immediately. They continued to stagger rapidly toward Yi. He casually cast a few fireballs, eliminating those 3 ghouls. Yi then aimed his attack at a densely packed group of ghouls. Then, a scene that left Yi stunned unfolded. 106. 106. 106. 106. Damage numbers even denser and more terrifying than the first time appeared above the heads of the ghoul army. And within a few breaths, all the ghouls that had been hit were reduced to ash and vanished completely. Suspecting a possible explanation, Yi instantly opened his stats panel and focused on the description of the explosive wind blade skill. Active splash: upon hitting a target, the wind blade has a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 3-3 area. Could it be that this splash probability applies to each individual wind blade? If that is the case, let us take 10 targets as an example. For each attack, in addition to the damage from the base strike, 3 wind blades would instantly explode again, dealing a second strike? He imagined dozens of targets clustered together with such a high probability. Just how much secondary damage would be dealt? With damage increasing exponentially, it was no wonder that whenever monsters were densely packed, they were almost always instantly wiped out in a single sweep. Imagine this: you've just taken a hit and haven't even had time to recover, when you're hit again and again by secondary and tertiary damage right next to you. That terrifying barrage, even monsters wouldn't be able to withstand it, would they? If the splash damage has such an effect, what about this derivative effect? Feeling like he'd finally grasped the active effect of the explosive wind blade skill, Yi turned his attention to another passive effect. Given the terrifying damage of the splash effect, this derivative effect was sure to be just as formidable. Passive derivative: the number of targets attacked increases as the skill level rises. The number of targets attacked? Frowning, Yi pondered this for a long time but still couldn't make head or tail of it. Logically, area of effect spells should target groups and deal area-wide damage. What on earth does this number even mean? Unable to grasp it for the moment, Yi didn't dwell on the mystery but continued grinding monsters. After all, once the skill reached level 2, the pattern would become clear, and everything would make perfect sense. Before he had even finished eliminating the second wave of ghouls, Yi heard the skill upgrade notification he'd been eagerly awaiting. At the very moment the skill notification sounded, a flash of golden light appeared at Yi's feet. Leveled up? Yi immediately opened his stats panel. Name: Yi. Level: LV6 2750,000. Soul weapon: Novice Staff Limited Edition with infinite growth. Rank: E rank 110. Trait-free cast trait LV1, select a tier 1 skill to use it without cost or cooldown. Trait skill enhancement trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with a skill grants that skill 1 enhancement. Health, 385. Mana, 155. Stamina 37 plus 5, Strength 37 plus 5, Agility 37 plus 4, Spirit 37. Skill 1, Fireball skill plus 8. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 2. Tier 1. Description, releases a number of wind blades. Deals 60 base damage to all targets within a 6/6 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets hit increases as the character's level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 4/4 area. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 2. Cooldown, zeros. You provided the Great Master Diengzi version of everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. The effect range has expanded, and base damage has increased by 10 points. Aside from the increased range of the secondary damage, which surprised Yi, everything else was pretty much as he had expected. He raised his staff and swung it at the two ghouls. 134. 134. 6 sets of damage values appeared on the ghouls, and Yi instantly understood. 4 of them were caused by the 2 wind blades, while the other 2 were secondary damage from the splash effect. At this point, Yi had fully tested the effects of the explosive wind blade skill. For targets within its range, the explosive wind blade skill deals a number of hits corresponding to the skill level for each target. Then, with a 30% probability, it triggers a splash effect, dealing secondary damage within a fixed range. Simply put, this is an area of effect spell whose damage increases exponentially with higher skill levels. In terms of total damage, it has left the fireball skill in the dust. With his mind at ease, Yi immediately focused all his energy on leveling up. After all, wasn't that the whole point of entering the secret realm? 134. 134. 134. You defeated a ghoul and gained 500 experience points. You defeated a ghoul and gained 500 experience points. You defeated a ghoul and gained 500 experience points. The explosive wind blade skill has been upgraded. As time passed, the damage notifications and experience points game messages nearly overwhelmed Yi. And every so often, a flash of golden light would appear beneath Yi's feet. Either a skill had been upgraded, or Yi himself had leveled up. It was only then that Yi truly felt the sweet rewards of the secret realm. It really lives up to its reputation as a secret realm. This is the kind of enjoyment people should strive for. When Yi had cleared out the ghouls in one section of the plaza until it was nearly empty, he suddenly noticed, at the very center of the area guarded by all the ghouls, a circular tent sitting quietly there. Could it be that this is the secret realm's boss? But before Yi, the tent remained completely still, showing no signs of life. However, all the ghouls in the vicinity kept a distance of at least 10 meters from the tent. Amid the dense horde of ghouls, a 10-meter wide ring separated the tent from the rest of the horde. Glancing at the current level of his explosive wind blade skill, Yi's resolve grew even stronger. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 5. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 100 base damage to all targets within a 10/10 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets attacked increases as the skill level rises. Active splatter, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within an 8/8 area. With the benefit of area of effect damage, luring the boss out now would certainly make it easier to defeat than leaving it for last. Those remaining elite ghouls would now actually serve as Yi's allies in taking down the boss. Having made his decision, Yi aimed his staff at the tent, and a barrage of fireballs rained down on its roof. 240. 720. 2,400. Ah! Roar! A series of damage numbers flashed up as the ornate tent shattered into pieces amid a furious roar, revealing the boss's true form before Yi. Lord Ghoul. Level, LV 14. Health, 493,600 500,000. Ugh. Damn it. Seeing the Lord class ghoul clad in tattered armor and wielding a greatsword, Yi's heart began to race. Especially that staggering 500,000 health that made the hair on the back of Yi's neck stand on end. Despite his shock, Yi was well aware of one thing. This Lord class ghoul was already weakened by the dungeon gate. Dungeon scroll. Description: a pass to enter a dungeon no more than 10 levels above your own. Single-use item. Based on the dungeon scroll's description, it was easy to understand that the specific levels of the monsters within the dungeon depended on the user's own level. The Lord class ghoul before him was displayed as having reached the maximum level of 14. This was because, at Yi's current level, he could only enter secret realms capped at level 14. Otherwise, this Lord class creature might have been level 15 or perhaps even level 20. Thud, thud. With every step the Ghoul Lord took, the ground shook violently. It was obvious at a glance that this was a strength-type monster. Yi was immensely relieved that he'd taken a gamble and alerted the Ghoul Lord early on. Otherwise, once all the elite ghouls in the area had been eliminated, a one-on-one battle against the Ghoul Lord would have been a grueling ordeal. These tall, burly, and slow strength-type monsters are mostly creatures with high attack power, massive HP, and formidable defense. Even though the fireball skill is devastating, facing this creature still left him feeling powerless. After all, with 500,000 experience points on the line, even if the creature didn't T-strike, simply taking its blows would be enough to wear Yi down completely. But now, with those elite ghouls present, the situation would be entirely different. Moving quickly to one side, Yi lured the Ghoul Lord into the midst of the dense pack of elite ghouls. He didn't give the elite ghouls a chance to dodge the Lord. Layer after layer of the explosive wind blade skill instantly surrounded the Ghoul Lord. 265. 265. 265. 265. A torrent of damage values rose from above the ghoul's head like a reverse waterfall. Seeing the elite ghouls surrounding the Ghoul Lord begin to vanish one after another, Yi immediately unleashed a barrage of fireball skills, then quickly repositioned himself. He kept the Ghoul Lord constantly surrounded by the group of elite ghouls. He ignored the continuous stream of notification sounds. Right now, his eyes were fixed solely on this Lord class ghoul. 435,200 500,000. 374,200 500,000. 281,300 500,000. 151,700 500,000. If it weren't for the Ghoul Lord's visible health bar, Yi would likely have collapsed and refused to move long ago. After working himself to the bone, Yi once again marveled at his unparalleled luck. Back when he was a noob, the very first top-tier boss he'd ever faced turned out to be a melee-focused warrior type. If it had been a boss with ranged attacks, he probably would have lost his life over 10,000 times by now. Just as Yi was feeling relieved, the Ghoul Lord's health bar finally dropped below the 50,000 mark. At this point, there were barely a few dozen elite ghouls scattered around him. But just then, the Ghoul Lord whom Yi had been kiting the whole time suddenly raised his greatsword high. With a massive roar, he brought the blade crashing down onto the ground. Seeing this, a curse slipped out of Yi's mouth. Holy shit! Brought to you by the legendary author Giingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. The moment he heard the roar, Yi's heart raced, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Without hesitation, he spun around and dived toward a boulder not far away. With a forward somersault, he barely made it behind the boulder just as a massive storm howled in from all directions. Countless stinging pains shot through his body, as if he were being slashed by millions of tiny knives. Darkness engulfed his vision, and a suffocating sensation followed, as if the air pressure had instantly skyrocketed dozens of times over. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on the verge of dying young, everything slowly began to calm down. Dust swirled all around him, and debris littered the ground, leaving a scene of utter devastation as if ravaged by a massive natural disaster. He glanced at his health, which was now down to less than 10 points. Yi was overcome with a chill of fear. He had truly had a brush with death. Fighting off the waves of weakness surging through his body, he cautiously peeked out from behind the boulder only to be stunned by the scene before him. The square, which had been flat just moments ago, had vanished, replaced by a massive crater over 10 meters deep. In the center of the massive crater, the ghoul lord lay there, weakened. If not for his chest still rising and falling, you would have thought he'd self-destructed. As for the dozens of elite ghouls that had remained earlier, not even a trace of them could be found. Lord Ghoul. Level, LV 14. Health, 500,000. Although he was still completely baffled, his intuition drove him to instinctively swing the staff in his hand. A barrage of fireballs shot toward the ghoul lord. 476. You have defeated a Lord-level ghoul and gained 120,000 experience points. Before the second damage number even appeared, the system's kill notification popped up. 120,000. Seeing that massive experience points figure, a sudden sense of sudden wealth welled up inside him. Although he'd only been adventuring in Dungeon World for a day, this feeling of being a nouveau riche gave him a damn addictive thrill. He grinned widely, revealing 16 teeth, all traces of his former reserve gone. Name, Yi. Level, LV 11 250,000 300,000. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Limited Edition with Infinite Growth. Rank, E Rank 110. Trait Free Cast Trait LV1, choose one Tier 1 skill to use without cost or cooldown. Trait Skill Enhancement Trait LV1, every 100 successful hits with this skill grants 1 enhancement. Health, 117,800. Mana, 8,900. Stamina 178 plus 5, Strength 178 plus 5, Agility 178 plus 4, Spirit 178. Skill 1, Fireball Skill plus 11. Tier 1. Description, releases a fireball, dealing 200 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit, your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier ranging from 2x to 10x. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 3. Cooldown, zeros. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 15. Tier 1. Description, releases a number of wind blades. Deals 150 base damage to all targets within a 20/20 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets hit increases as your level rises. Active Splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 15/15 area. Cost, 0 mana. Attribute bonus, Spirit 5. Cooldown, zeros. I've finally turned things around. Muttering indistinctly, Yi didn't even finish his sentence before collapsing onto the edge of the huge pit and passing out. For over a full day, he'd been grinding monsters non-stop, pushing his physical limits to the absolute maximum. On top of that, the Ghoul Lord's fatal blow just before its death had drained Yi's health, which had been over 10,000 down to 0. So, the moment he let his guard down, he could hold on no longer and collapsed immediately. In any case, for now, there was no safer place in the entire dungeon world than this secret realm. Just as Yi lay on the ground fast asleep, in a valley somewhere in the beginner's zone, most of the weapon masters from Lon City Academy were gathered together. Every one of them looked dejected and listless, a far cry from the spirited enthusiasm they displayed at the awakening ceremony. Hundreds were gathered together, yet not a single voice was heard. Foam, who had been so brash earlier, now sat on a large boulder with a vacant stare and a dazed expression, looking like a bedraggled, featherless chicken. Finally, someone could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and was the first to stand up, addressing Foam. Foam, do you have a solution? We can't just leave everyone without a place to level up, can we? Turning his head to look at Xiaoming the first to confront him, a shadow of gloom flashed across Foam's eyes. Feeling the gaze of countless people around him, Foam lifted his head, his face now lit by a sunny smile. Don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely figure out a way to drive those bastards from Qinghe Middle School out of our territory. At this critical moment when Lon City Academy's very survival is at stake, we should be even more united and stand together against external threats. No room for any petty schemes. Hearing Foam still painting a pie in the sky picture while taking a snide, sarcastic jab at him. A figure suddenly flashed through Xiao Ming's mind. A man looked down upon by everyone, yet capable of chasing a boss all over the mountains with his staff in hand. A fierce man who, despite awakening the lowest level soul weapon in the entire school, could take down a lord-class monster with a single wave of his hand. Thinking back on his earlier suspicions, Xiao Ming's resolve only grew stronger. Feng, all that big talk and empty promises, no matter how much you spout, it's completely useless. The most important thing right now is to ensure everyone has a stable environment to level up. One step behind, and you'll fall behind at every turn. You're the one who wanted everyone to follow your lead, right? Well, now's your chance, just settle this matter. As he said this, Xiao Ming wore an expression of deep regret. If we can't resolve this issue, even if I'm willing to support you, the other students will still oppose it. After all, for low-level players like us, level is everything. Feng's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. Bullshit about you being willing to support me? For the past half day, he opposed my proposal, secretly sabotaged me, and mocked me with snide remarks. Is there a single despicable act you haven't been involved in? Saying such hypocritical things, could you possibly be any more shameless? But even though he wanted to grind Xiao Ming to dust and scatter his ashes, Feng still sat there in silence, his brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Running away at the critical moment. Seeing Feng's demeanor, even many weapon masters who had previously been strong supporters of Feng now felt deeply disappointed, and their resolve began to waver. You've provided the game a mysterious shadow by the top developer. My weapon can grow infinitely. Hardened by a cruel environment, today's youth possess a remarkably mature mindset. Their approach to life and social interactions has also gradually become more worldly. Seeing Feng at a loss, their admiration and support for him began to plummet. As for Feng's pretentious behavior, how many people could fail to see through his facade? Even so, no one said anything too harsh. After all, when it came to natural talent, aside from Cherry, who had never shown up, Feng's A+ rating was the highest. Although he didn't know why Xiao Ming, with whom he had almost no interaction in the past, was going out of his way to cause him trouble. Feng knew that if he let this guy continue sowing discord, the prestige he built up through the suppression of the soul weapon would likely vanish in no time. At that moment, Feng put on a look of utter helplessness and gave all his classmates a wry smile. Everyone, although we've entered the dungeon gate and begun our journey into a harsh, brutal world, our years-long friendship as classmates will certainly not fade away so quickly. If I had an easy way to resolve this issue, I would absolutely not hesitate to use my abilities. He knew full well that in a situation with no chance of a comeback, any lie would be counterproductive. So Feng very calmly admitted his helplessness. He wasn't trying to portray himself as an all-powerful god, he simply wanted to maintain his authority among his classmates. As long as he didn't diminish his prestige in everyone's eyes, whether or not the problem was solved didn't really matter. As Xiao Ming said, at the lower levels, level is everything. High schools in cities like Qinghe, northern Jiangsu, southern Jiangsu, and Snow City have joined forces against us, stealing our leveling spots and hindering our growth. Faced with this situation, the only way to resolve the problem is for us to stand united and work together with one common purpose. At this stage, it's absolutely unrealistic to rely on a single person to step forward, take control of the situation, and turn the tide. No matter what rank his soul weapon is, even if it's SS rank, it's the same. After all, we've all just begun our journey toward advancement. There is hardly any gap in our individual strengths yet. An individual's strength will never, under any circumstances, surpass that of the group. Xiao Ming was taken aback that Feng would so readily admit his own helplessness, and he immediately felt a sense of resignation. After all, everything Feng said was true. And with that remark, what had originally been his own inability to solve the problem instantly became a problem that no one could solve. To put it simply, this meant it was an inevitable trend that could not be reversed by human effort. However, unwilling to let the scheming Feng shirk responsibility like this, Xiao Ming confronted him again, his tone laced with irritation. Since even you, Hero Zhang, are incapable of solving the problem, then on what grounds are you standing here yapping on and expecting everyone to listen to you? We're all classmates, we're all equals. I've never had the audacity to expect anyone to listen to me. Hearing the trap Xiao Ming had set for him, Feng seethed with rage inside, but his face remained utterly sincere. The only reason I'm leading everyone is that I want to do my part to solve our collective difficulties, so I'm charging ahead of everyone else. Besides, this isn't about making everyone listen to me, it's just that we all share the same goal. I'm simply leading the charge, so it looks like I'm leading everyone, but in reality, we're all running together. Who would have thought that Feng, who had been so narrow-minded and arrogant back at school, would mature so much after entering Dungeon Gate? This caught Xiao Ming somewhat off guard. Seeing Xiao Ming's stunned expression, the corners of Feng's mouth curled up ever so slightly, his heart brimming with contempt. That idiot, does he really think he can still do whatever he wants like he did back at school? After all, the use of soul weapons is prohibited on Blue Star, so everyone is generally very safe there. Even if you act a bit cocky and anger a few people, there is no real danger. But where is this? This is the dungeon world, where life and death hang in the balance at every turn. If you run into someone even a single rank higher than you, and they take a dislike to you, it could easily become a matter of life and death. That is why, in the dungeon world, getting into petty squabbles is the most foolish thing you can do. Survival. No matter what, it's always the top priority. What is the point of all this talk? Leveling up is our top priority. Foam, if you don't have a particularly good plan, we might as well just wait for Cherry to show up. She is an S-rank soul weapon, after all. Those guys might give her some face and not push things too far. Otherwise, as an A+ rank, you just don't carry enough weight. As he watched his classmates turn their heads one by one and look at him expectantly, Feng knew that Xiao Ming had once again swayed their opinions. After all, as Xiao Ming had said, an A+ and an S rank might sound like they're just one tier apart. But the difference between the two is truly worlds apart. An A+ is, at best, an A rank, while an S rank is simply an S rank. They represent two completely different levels of quality. However, since he intended to gain prestige among his classmates, how could Feng possibly give up trying? After all, going it alone in Dungeon World was absolutely out of the question. Especially with the Star Domain tournament approaching, battles there routinely involve tens or even hundreds of millions of participants. Unless one's ability reached the God tier, an individual's contribution in such a setting would be virtually negligible. I agree with Xiao Ming's suggestion, but the problem is, who knows where Cherry is? Xiao Ming, do you know? Watching Xiao Ming turn his head away in silence, Feng smiled smugly. Although he was furious that Cherry had refused to team up with him, he also knew that, given Cherry's personality, she probably wouldn't be with anyone other than Yi. And in Feng's mind, Yi had long since been eliminated from the competition. Given Cherry's personality, she was most likely off leveling up in some secluded spot right now. In Feng's calculations, there was simply no one who could stop him from seizing leadership of Lan City Academy. Although he didn't know why those cities in Qinghe were treating Lan City Academy this way, Feng reasoned that in a competition of this magnitude, everyone would leave some room for maneuver. It would absolutely never escalate to a life or death struggle. Therefore, representing or leading Lan City Academy to negotiate with the weapon masters from the other cities posed absolutely no danger. But Feng, who had thought everything through so carefully, had forgotten an old saying, man's plans are no match for heaven's. You provided the game Guiying's, my weapon can grow infinitely. Who do you think you are, coming here to negotiate with us? After Feng explained his purpose, Jiang Wanru from Qinghe High School, with her pale, cold face, arrogantly tilted her chin upward, her expression brimming with disdain, as if she were looking at a clown. Do you even know your place? You're just a lowly peasant. What are you doing here, trying to play games with us? Everyone present here was an elite who had grown up in prominent families. They saw right through Feng's plan, and the others began to chuckle. Could it be that someone was actually trying to boost their reputation at their expense? Kid, do you even know who we are? Are you just fearless because you're ignorant? Zhao Monli from Snow City High School found it somewhat amusing as well, then swept her hand in a circle around her. The Jiang and Wang families from Qinghe, the Feng and Zhang families from northern Jiangsu, the Du and Li families from southern Jiangsu. Then she pointed her thumb at herself. This lady here is from the Zhao family of Snow City. The gentleman next to me is this lady's man, the eldest son of the Ma family, and that one over there is the representative of the Jin family. And you? She tapped Feng with her jade-like hand, which was fitted with a mechanical arm. Which family are you from? Although she wasn't as blunt as Jiang Wanru had been, the implication was crystal clear. A dialogue requires equal standing. Zhao Manli's words, delivered in the tone of the upper class, combined with the disdainful expressions of the young masters and ladies from these prominent families surrounding her, left Feng, who had come to prepare for negotiations, flushed crimson and breathing heavily. Yet he lacked both the confidence and the courage to argue back. Just as he had said earlier in his conversation with Xiaoming. At the lower tiers, rank means everything without overwhelming strength. No one can force others to submit through individual strength alone. Under such circumstances, family background becomes the source of confidence and support for low-tier weapon masters. And all the families Zhao Manli had mentioned earlier were renowned, powerful forces within these cities. Talan City Academy, located in a third-tier city, each of these families was a colossus that could not be provoked. Although upon first entering the dungeon gate, one was not allowed to bring in any external items including equipment and skills. However, once they exit the dungeon world, whether on Blue Star or upon their next entry into the dungeon world, these families have both the capability and the means to make him vanish from this world entirely. As fellow members of the Great Xia faction, how dare you seize our resources? Shouldn't we all be fighting together to resist the forces from beyond? While Feng chose to remain silent, Xiaoming, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up and confront them. Although he wasn't entirely without fear of danger, he was, after all, a hot-blooded young man just starting out, and he found it somewhat unacceptable to see others being bullied outright simply because of their influence. Ha ha, ha. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Hearing Xiaoming's words, the group of scions from prominent families across the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feng Wei from Su Bei, in particular, sneered with utter disdain. It is precisely because we must unite against foreign forces that we must concentrate our limited resources on the elite and devote all our efforts to nurturing outstanding individuals. Is there anything wrong with that? You all. Faced with such a blatant distortion of the argument, Xiaoming was at a loss for words. When there is an imbalance of power, it's simply impossible to reason with someone. Because what makes sense to you may not make sense to others, and what makes sense to others may not align with your values. Communication must be grounded in strength. Alright, stop wasting our time. With an impatient wave of her arm, Jiang Wanru traced a line in the air with her finger, pointing toward the valley below. From this moment on, the eastern part of Wolf Valley, including the silent plains on the other side, belongs to us. None of you from Lan City Academy are allowed to enter. Do you hear me? Upon hearing Jiang Wanru's words, the hearts of all the weapon masters from Lan City Academy sank instantly. Wolf Valley and the Silent Plains had originally been exclusive leveling grounds for Lan City Academy's beginner zone. The western side of Wolf Valley, meanwhile, bordered the Dark Mountains. It wasn't that there were no monsters there, but the entire Dark Mountains were inhabited by creatures of Tier 2 or higher. If the other side weren't afraid they'd fight to the death, they probably wouldn't have even left them this half of Wolf Valley. But half of Wolf Valley simply wasn't enough for nearly 1,000 of them to level up. If they relied solely on the dungeon gate's respawn rate, who knows how long they'd have to stay in the dungeon world. After all, unless they reached level 15, they couldn't voluntarily exit the dungeon world. Every extra day meant another day of danger. This situation was enough to drive these fresh out of school newbies to despair. Just as the students from Lan City Academy felt they'd been forced onto a thorny path by high schools from other cities, a clear, resonant voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. Is the dungeon world your personal property? Who do you think you are? Hearing that familiar voice, everyone's gaze shifted in unison toward the back of the crowd. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi, with his hands behind his back and a carefree demeanor, exuded an aura so overwhelming it was hard to look him in the eye as he slowly made his way toward the center of the crowd. Yi had collapsed face first inside the secret realm and had no idea how long he'd been asleep. But to his surprise, when he came to, he was still inside the secret realm. So it seems this secret realm isn't actually timed after all? After muttering this puzzled remark to himself, he tried to communicate with the system in his mind, exit the secret realm. Then, in a flash, he reappeared at the foot of the mountain where he had been before. Before he could even recover from this miraculous transition, a notification popped up in his mind, bringing him both surprise and delight. You received an extraordinary rating for clearing the low-tier secret realm and have earned a hidden reward. 3 pitch-black images then popped up before his eyes. Please choose one of the 3 random prizes. After the message appeared, Yi stared at the 3 pitch-black images, completely baffled. Was choosing a hidden reward really this casual? Feeling a bit put out, Yi examined the 3 images closely. Although they all had black backgrounds, this casual approach left him feeling a bit let down. Come on, this is a hidden reward, after all you can't just be this casual about it, can you? But as it turned out, after a closer look, Yi actually did spot some differences. The first image fatally revealed dark patterns of armor and weapons. The second showed the outline of a book. As for the last one, it looked like piles of gold coins. Equipment? Skills? Gold coins? Rubbing his slightly stiff cheeks, Yi felt a bit at a loss. Damn it, is this something you're supposed to guess? Provided by the great mysterious shadow in everyone's, my weapon can grow infinitely. His teacher had only briefly mentioned secret realms during class, without revealing anything at all. After all, dungeon scrolls usually only drop in high-tier dungeon world scenarios. No one could have imagined that there was someone like he, a total cheat in this world. He was already capable of unleashing mid-tier level firepower right in the beginner's zone. Determined to catch up on his studies at the school library once he left the dungeon world, he gritted his teeth and made his final decision in his heart, tapping directly on the middle image. As Yi's finger tapped the screen, a burst of multicolored light nearly blinded him. You have acquired the skill, Ode to Life. Hearing the notification, Yi hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at the reward before him. Ode to Life. Tier, Unique. Description: this is a life-saving skill bestowed by the goddess of life upon her chosen followers. Passive converts 1% of damage taken into the caster's health. Passive 30% chance to gain double experience points. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, zeros. Holy shit. The moment he read the skill description, Yi was completely blown away. No wonder she is favored by the goddess of life. Converting 1% of damage taken into health means that as long as the skill deals significant damage, you have absolutely nothing to fear from health loss. It's practically a skill tailor-made for mages. Especially for mages with area of effect skills, it's essentially a permanent health potion that automatically restores your health to full. Plus, as your level increases and the skill becomes more powerful, your survival is even more guaranteed. Not to mention, while fighting monsters, there is a 30% chance to gain double experience points. This is going to send me through the roof, right? As expected, I'm the coolest kid in the world. After getting both single target and area of effect skills, followed immediately by a life-saving one, he was so excited he could barely string a sentence together. Ha! Suddenly, Yi noticed the skill S-tier description, and his mind was instantly filled with confusion. Unique? What kind of tier is that? As far as Yi knew, skill tiers were divided into low, medium, and high, a total of tier 9 plus the ultimate divine tier. He'd never heard of anything as low as unique tier 1. Perhaps those people had suppressed the information? Or could it be that no one had ever obtained one? After pondering for a moment, Yi was still at a loss. Although the dungeon gate had descended upon Blue Star 300 years ago. 300 years might seem like a long time, but for certain races, it likely wouldn't even be enough for them to emerge from their infancy. Therefore, when it came to exploring the dungeon world and the dungeon gate, Blue Star was still in its infancy. Compared to the established races within the dungeon world, it was practically an infant trying to imitate others. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to set it aside for now. He wasn't the type to get bogged down in trivialities. Although he had worked hard in this life to carve out a new path for himself, striving to be a model student. At heart, he was still the same laid-back young man from his past life who enjoyed entertaining himself. Immediately, he began to feel a little nervous. I just wonder if this unique item can be bound to my staff? His staff was a beginner-level item at this stage, it could only bind Tier 1 skills. He had no idea if this unique tier came with any special requirements. Bind to staff. After silently chanting the command, Yi quickly opened his stats panel. Name, Yi. Level, LV 11 250,000 300,000. Soul Weapon, Novice Staff Limited Edition with Infinite Growth. Health, 17,800 17,800. Mana, 8,900. Skill 1, Fireball Skill plus 11. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 15. Skill 3, Ode to Life. Tier, Unique. Description: this is a life-saving skill bestowed by the Goddess of Life upon her devotees. Passive converts 1% of damage taken into the caster's health. Passive 30% chance to gain double experience points. Cost, 0 mana. Cooldown, zeros. Yes. This is amazing. Pumping his fist vigorously, Yi jumped up in excitement. He had practically given up hope. After all, this tier was just too unusual. He hadn't had much confidence that he'd be able to bind it, but fate had once again given him a huge surprise. This dungeon is absolutely amazing. The only pity is that it doesn't drop any resources. Now I can finally level up with peace of mind, right? He could almost see the bright path ahead stretching out at his feet. Just as Yi was about to continue hunting monsters to level up, he suddenly remembered that once he reached level 10, he'd be able to unlock the zone chat feature. He immediately looked over at his interface with anticipation. But when he saw the content in the zone chat, his expression instantly darkened. I bet Qinghe and Xuecheng high schools are picking on Lan City Academy again right now. Too bad I'm too far away, otherwise, I'd definitely be there to witness this spectacle. Big Eagle above, I know about Qinghe and Xuecheng. But where the heck is Lan City Academy? Lan City Academy is in the Jiangnan district, just like Qinghe and Xuecheng. It's just a third-tier city. Two first-tier cities teaming up to bully a third-tier city? What kind of heinous crime has Lan City Academy committed? The guy above is out of the loop. It's not just Qinghe and Xuecheng, there's also northern Jiangsu and southern Jiangsu. That's right. At least when it comes to stirring up trouble, I'd call Lan City Academy the strongest in the Great Xia faction. Even Magic City has to settle for second place. Can some expert please explain the history of feuds and rivalries here? Watching the lively chatter in the regional chat, Yi's gaze turned icy. He didn't doubt the claims made in the chat room. After all, the awakening ceremony isn't held once a year everywhere. After all, everyone comes of age at different times. You can't very well make those who come of age in January wait until December, can you? In fact, in major cities, especially those ranked first tier or higher, awakening ceremonies are held every month. Even in a third-tier city like Lan City Academy, they're held once every 6 months. As a result, it's not uncommon in the Dungeon World newbie zone to see players with level differences of over 10 levels between them. Although the Great Xia faction officially prohibits players from killing each other in Dungeon World. In the real world, people deliberately break laws and commit crimes, let alone in Dungeon World, where enforcement is completely uncontrollable. Fortunately, most people still exercise some restraint and don't dare to take things too far. However, in such a chaotic environment, when the powerful bully the weak or big fish suppress small fish, the authorities can only turn a blind eye. As long as things don't get out of hand and don't involve promising, exceptionally talented newcomers, everyone generally pretends nothing happened. As for the feud between cities like Qinghe and Lan City Academy, it's largely a matter of pride and rivalry. In Yi's view, it's nothing but a messy, trivial affair. You provided the great master Diingzies for all, my weapons can grow infinitely. In order to better foster the growth of weapon masters within the Great Xia faction, the Great Xia faction has adopted the practices of Dungeon Gate, implementing regular regional competitions within its borders and offering generous rewards. The entire Great Xia faction is divided into 5 major regions: Northwest, Northeast, Central Plains, Jiangdong, and Jiangnan. Competition for resources between these regions is extremely fierce. This is especially true for the neighboring Jiangdong and Jiangnan regions. Although both are located in the south, the intensity of their rivalry far exceeds that of the other 3 regions. Lan City Academy is situated at the border between Jiangdong and Jiangnan. Long ago, it used to shift back and forth between the administrative boundaries of Jiangdong and Jiangnan. In times of peace, this was merely a matter of administrative division and economic cooperation. However, with the advent of the Dungeon Gate, even the slightest disturbance has become a matter of life and death for countless people. Yet, 50 years ago, the mayor of Lan City Academy for reasons unknown lost his mind and insisted, with all his might, on seceding from Jiangnan to join the ranks of Jiangdong. The uproar was so intense that it nearly sparked a private duel between weapon masters from the Jiangnan and Jiangdong regions. Since then, Lan City Academy, which never got its wish, has been separated from the other cities in Jiangnan by a chasm as deep as an abyss. Although 3 years have passed since he arrived, Yi still finds it hard to comprehend this kind of internal strife. With the blades of alien races from beyond the realm already at everyone's throats, you're still squabbling amongst yourselves here. Yi even seriously suspected that Lan City Academy's former mayor was either a Western dissident or an undercover agent sent by another alien race. Otherwise, how could he have committed such an unwise and foolish act? But those were events of the past. Now, faced with a massive external threat, if everyone is still squabbling like this, that's the fault of the other cities. Of course, most importantly, Yi was on Lan City Academy's side. Frowning as he thought it over, Yi finally sighed and posted a question in the chat section. Does anyone know where the conflict is taking place right now? Oh man, another guy who wants to get up close and personal with the action? As expected, gawking at the spectacle is human nature. There's always someone who can't resist it. As soon as he posted his question, the chat section immediately erupted with non-stop teasing. After waiting a while without getting an answer, he snapped back in exasperation. Bullshit about human nature. I'm from Lan City Academy myself. If you know the location, please let me know. If you don't, please keep quiet for now. Thanks. As soon as Yi's post appeared, the entire chat section fell silent for a moment, then immediately exploded. Whoa, we caught a Lan City Academy local? Bro, take a word of advice from an older brother, focus on leveling up. Both sides are about to clash. Since you're not on the scene, it's best to stay out of the fray. Exactly. Everything else is superficial, only strength is real. They're all from the Great Xiao faction. Are you really going to represent Lan City Academy and go kill them, bro? If my intel is correct, they should be in Wolf Valley right now. Still, bro, you'd better listen to everyone's advice. Don't go walking into a trap. As soon as the location popped up, Yi completely ignored everyone else's opinions. Thanks, brother. Even if 1,000 men stand in my way, I'll charge forward. As a true man, how could I let such a petty situation scare me? What lies ahead? Let me charge in and wipe them out completely. After playfully tossing out a line of opera dialogue that no one understood, Yi closed the chat panel and sprinted toward Wolf Valley. Although Yi didn't even have a friendship with most of his classmates. Over the course of 3 years, he still managed to make a handful of friends. Especially that girl who set aside her reserve around him and consistently treated him with kindness and warmth. Yi simply couldn't bring himself to let it go. Even though he knew that, given her character, the chances of her going out of her way to meddle were practically zero. But what if, just in case? What if? The mere thought that she might be in danger made Yi's heart clench. Even if it was just a remote possibility, he felt an unbearable mix of anxiety and anger. By the time he caught up with the main group from Lan City Academy, he happened to overhear Jiang Wanru's arrogant remarks. Without missing a beat, he snapped back, "Is Dungeon World your family's property? Who do you think you are?" To Yi's surprise, Jiang Wanru, who had previously maintained a cold and haughty demeanor, did not instantly fly into a rage and lose her composure. Even the second-generation youths surrounding her merely glared at Yi with icy expressions, showing no signs of agitation or loss of composure. Who is this? Seeing that Jiang Wanru could still calmly inquire about his identity, Yi let out a sigh. In terms of composure alone, she was more than 8 levels above Feng, who had already shown some growth. Could it be that these days, the heirs raised by major clans are all this formidable? How come none of them are a burden to their parents at all? Sure enough, once the major clans which control the bulk of resources get serious, the elites they produce are absolutely beyond comparison with ordinary people. Having realized this, Yi, feeling a sense of boredom, waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the hypocritical talk. No need to test your petty tricks either. Then he pointed toward the depths of Wolf Valley on the far side of the Dark Mountains. In this world, strength reigns supreme. This ends when the Mountain Wolf King is slain. Whoever does it first calls the shots. So, what do you say? Do you dare take the gamble? Hearing Yi's words, both sides felt as if they'd been turned to stone. They were standing on a hillside in the middle section of Wolf Valley. From there to the deepest part where the Mountain Wolf King resided, the area was densely packed with ordinary and elite-level mountain wolves. At a rough glance, there were at least several hundred of them. And most importantly, mountain wolves were different from other monsters. You couldn't just pick off a few at will. Wolves are pack animals. Once the mountain wolves in Wolf Valley are disturbed, it's likely that all of them except for the Mountain Wolf King and his personal guards would converge on them. This was also why, earlier, when everyone heard Jiang Wanru say she was leaving the eastern part of Wolf Valley for them, no one was the least bit grateful. Because let alone them newbies who just entered Dungeon World, even the veterans who reached the level cap in the beginner zone and were preparing to leave Dungeon World would likely need a joint force of 100 or 2 to take it down. Not to mention, this kind of large-scale monster farming is the riskiest of all. On Blue Star today, aside from the Great Xia Faction's military, there is probably no one else who would undertake such a task. Before Jiang Wanru's group could even speak up, Feng, standing behind Yi, couldn't help but snap at him. Yi, who gave you permission to? You provided the masterwork mysterious shadow. My weapon can grow infinitely. A wave of unease welled up inside him, and Yi turned his head, casting a cold, indifferent glance in Feng's direction. The people I represent do not include you, so if you dare open your mouth again, I'll twist your head off. Although Yi spoke very calmly, without any menacing expression or exaggerated body language. When Feng met Yi's eyes shrouded in killing intent and icy coldness, he couldn't help but shiver. He opened his mouth, his heart brimming with resentment and jealousy. What gives him the right? He has nothing but a good-for-nothing now. How dare he still act so brazenly? Just as Feng was about to snort derisively at Yi and turn on him, his gaze suddenly swept over Jiang Wanru and the others across from him, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. If he could have these people help him eliminate Yi, why bother doing it himself? Xiao Ming, standing nearby, had been staring at Yi with an excited expression ever since he appeared. That fervent gaze, that look of admiration, he seemed just like a fan staring at an idol. Great Yi, rest assured, I'll support you 100%. Do whatever you want. No matter what others think, I've always believed that you're the greatest genius in our school, no, in all of Jiangnan. Ahem. Yi was just figuring out which cut of meat from Feng would be best to take if he were to make his move. Suddenly faced with such blatant flattery from Xiao Ming, he found it difficult to maintain his icy demeanor. He responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. You're far too kind, classmate. We're all classmates here, and doing my part is both my responsibility and my duty. After saying that, facing Xiao Ming's fiery gaze, one that could almost melt a block of iron, Yi shuddered. This guy doesn't have some kind of twisted fetish, does he? Not daring to engage with him any further, Yi turned his head back to Jiang Wanru across from him. Well, beautiful, have you made up your mind yet? If you guys keep dragging your feet like this, I'm going home to feed my baby. She eyed Yi suspiciously but couldn't read anything from his expression. She couldn't figure out if he was genuinely formidable or just crazy, the ignorant or fearless. Jiang Wanru tentatively asked, Excuse me, classmate, which one of us are you planning to choose as your opponent? Unlike Monster and Monster, Weapon Master gave off no discernible information whatsoever. So Jiang Wanru wasn't worried that Yi would be able to figure anything out. Besides, every one of them had been trained with countless resources. The gap between them wasn't actually that great. Jiang Wanru believed that no matter which one of them Yi chose, the final outcome wouldn't be any different. If this bunch from Lan City Academy was planning to pull a fast one again, then she wouldn't mind showing them exactly why the flowers are so red. As for that absurd suggestion of taking down the Mountain Wolf King, she did pretend she hadn't heard it. Such bragging was nothing more than hot air. During the contest, they did see who could kill monsters faster. Their true strength would be crystal clear. But as it turns out, in this world, there are always a few people who can make even those considered geniuses by everyone else seem like ordinary folk. Any of you can come out, even all of you together is fine. Even without knowing the other side's strength, Yi had complete confidence in his own skills. If he couldn't even crush a group of weapon masters, then what hope did he have left in this dungeon world? Just as Yi couldn't gauge the strength of Zhang Wanru and the others, Zhang Wanru couldn't fathom Yi's true power either. But anyone standing in this beginner's zone was undoubtedly a novice no higher than level 15. Seeing the unbridled arrogance lurking beneath the calm expression on Yi's face, Zhang Wanru and the others instantly understood how Feng must have felt earlier. Even though they couldn't carry equipment or skills, they spent over a decade mastering the knowledge of the beginner's zone and the application of those skills. What gave Yi the audacity to look down on them so blatantly? Fine, very fine. Even Feng Wei, the most treacherous of the group, felt an urge to take Yi out, gritting his teeth and letting out a cold laugh. Since he is being so generous, wouldn't it be ungrateful of us not to give him the courtesy of complying with his request? Humph. Ha ha. Although the others felt somewhat disgraced by the act of ganging up on a lone opponent. At that moment, seething with rage at Yi, they couldn't be bothered with any noble decorum. After all, they didn't believe Yi stood a chance of winning. Enough with the nonsense, let us get this started. Ma Long, the most powerful and outspoken among them, urged them on. Good. Now that's the spirit of a genius. Seeing that these guys were finally holding nothing back, Yi's smile grew even brighter. Having never witnessed what true masters were like, Yi, now faced with this group of prodigies from prominent clans, had no intention of letting them off the hook. After all, unless he put his own strength to the test, he'd never feel truly confident in his abilities, right? Once they reached the valley, Yi had no intention of holding back. He raised his staff and swung it at the pack of wolves. Seeing Yi's move, the prodigies from the other cities quickly charged toward the remaining half of the wolf pack. This left the anxious weapon master from Lan City Academy standing in place, helpless with worry. No one believed Yi had a chance of winning. But what unfolded next nearly made everyone watching scream in shock. Within an area of over 200 square meters, countless wind blades materialized out of thin air, then whirled toward the pack of wolves, flashing with a blue, razor-sharp glow. What was most unbelievable was that Yi's skills seemed to consume no mana at all. Wave after wave, like nesting dolls, they all descended upon the wolf pack. 1090. 1090. 1090. 1090. 1090. Thousands of damage points, arranged in neat rows like a cloud of numbers, rose from above the pack of wolves. On the other side, the geniuses who had just dealt 200 or 300 damage points with a single strike turned their heads and witnessed the terrifying scene unfolding on Yi's side. They nearly lost control of their own skills. Fuck, how is this even possible? Am I seeing things? Is this some kind of ghostly phenomenon? Holy shit, is that even human? Holy shit! Words of utter disbelief erupted from the mouths of these prodigies in an instant. Even the few women present couldn't maintain their composure and instantly let loose a string of profanities. You have killed the mountain wolf and gained 70 experience points. You defeated mountain wolf and gained 70 experience points. You defeated mountain wolf and gained 70 experience points. You defeated mountain wolf, triggered the double chance, and gained 140 experience points. Provided by the master mysterious shadow from everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. You have restored 109 health. You have restored 109 health. On the invisible status bar, watching the health numbers keep rising, Yi could only curl his lip in a wry smile, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Sigh. As long as health doesn't decrease, no matter how much it increases, it's just a string of numbers. After all, there is no way to break through the cap, right? If Yi's pretentious thoughts were known to others, the thousands of people on the battlefield would probably all gang up on him for a real-life brawl. Damn it, melee fighters, hold the line against the mobs. Focus. Do you want to die? Distracted by Yi, these geniuses failed to notice that the mountain wolf had charged right up to their side. Jiang Wanru and Wang Yanyu mages and assassins, respectively, immediately let out panicked screams. Alerted by their teammates' cries, Ma Long and Du Haitao, the only two warriors, rushed forward and blocked the mountain wolf with a shield bash. The other mages and assassins frantically cast their skills, taking down the mountain wolf before them. Although the crisis had been averted, their coordination was severely disrupted due to the panic. On one side, Yi advanced alone, unhindered and unstoppable, sweeping through the valley. His unstoppable, invincible speed gave him the momentum of a 1,000-man army all by himself. On the other side, however, more than 10 people were floundering, scrambling to cover every front but failing to do so, in utter disarray. The scenes on both sides formed a stark contrast. If it weren't for Yi's blistering advance, which drew the attention of most of the mountain wolves, the genius squads would likely have been in an even worse predicament. Good grief! Just who is this guy? Lancheng High School probably won't be able to hold them back this year. Weapon masters from Qinghe, Shuecheng, and other high schools gazed in awe at Yi's might, their eyes flashing with envy. Why wasn't he such an extraordinarily gifted prodigy from their own city? Yi is so majestic, he is just too cool. Is that really Yi? Didn't the principal say he only gathered ranked novice staffs? Yeah, could the principal have been wrong? Impossible. How could the spirit jade from the awakening ceremony make a mistake? The weapon masters of Lan City Academy began arguing among themselves, all stunned by the scene before them that defied all logic. Faced with today's events, the knowledge they had acquired left them feeling utterly bewildered. As for Feng, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, he now stared blankly at Yi's heroic figure with lifeless eyes, repeatedly muttering a skeptical question: impossible. How could this be impossible? This is absolutely impossible. Hey, what did you just say? That master actually summoned an E-ranked novice staff? Damn it, are you guys sure you're not joking? Exactly. If a novice staff is this powerful, doesn't that mean my B-rank Frost Longsword is going to skyrocket in value? What about my A-rank Blazing Longbow? Does that mean I have the potential to become a god, but I've just been using it the wrong way? Hearing the commotion from the high school weapon masters from Lan City, the weapon masters from other cities standing nearby suddenly felt as if their very existence was being called into question. A freak like that, and you're telling me the sole weapon he gathered was an E-rank novice staff? Is the novice staff at your Lan City Academy different from those elsewhere? Why wouldn't it be possible? The whole school saw it happen. Exactly, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Did Yi stumble upon some kind of serendipitous encounter? Those who remained firmly skeptical still couldn't believe that Yi, once considered a total loser, had pulled off such a spectacular turnaround, skyrocketing to new heights in an instant and leaving them in a completely different league. What the hell kind of stroke of luck? Do you even know where we are? Exactly. Jealousy is really getting to you, isn't it? There is no such thing as a stroke of luck in the newbie zone. Even weapon masters from other cities looked on with utter contempt at this behavior of questioning one of their own. Others are risking their lives for you up ahead, and yet you're here belittling their efforts? Not to mention, over the past hundreds of years, the skills and gear that could appear in the beginner zone have been thoroughly scoured by previous generations. You could say even the strategies have been analyzed down to the last detail. If there were any serendipitous encounters, why would it be their turn? They've likely been plundered clean by those lucky predecessors centuries ago. In today's beginner zone, aside from periodically respawning monsters and fixed skill rewards, not a single unexpected event will ever happen. But these people could never imagine that there is another kind of person who exists outside the bounds of fate and common sense. They have a collective name: cheaters. 1090. 1090. Skill: Explosive Wind Blade skill upgraded. 1100. 1100. Explosive Wind Blade skill upgraded. 1110. 1110. He had been just tens of thousands of experience points short of leveling up. After you wiped out all the mountain wolves in front of him, a golden light rose from beneath his feet at just the right moment. Congratulations on leveling up. Not far away, the Mountain Wolf King and the elite mountain wolves stood, their bodies tensed as they glared at him. Yi took a moment to glance at his character panel. Name, Yi. Level, LV 12 27,500,000. Health, 23,200. Mana, 1,160. Stamina 232 plus 5, Strength 232 plus 5, Agility 232 plus 4, Precision 232. Skill 1, Fireball Skill plus 11. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 18. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 230 base damage to all targets within a 23-23 area. Passive derivation, the number of targets attacked increases as the character's level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 21-21 area. Skill 3, Ode to Life. All his base stats had risen by 200, and his explosive wind blade skill was on the verge of breaking through level 20. Yi felt this wager had been well worth it. He turned to look behind him. The party of geniuses was still struggling to hold their ground, surrounded by mountain wolves. Yi had absolutely no qualms about stealing the boss and walked straight toward the Mountain Wolf King, who was guarded by dozens of elite mountain wolf guards. Mountain Wolf King. Level, LV 15. Health, 200,000. Elite Mountain Wolf. Level, LV 12. Health, 30,000. A level 15 boss actually has less health than a level 14 lord in the secret realm? The moment he saw the Mountain Wolf King's stats, he became even more convinced that his entry into the secret realm had been nothing short of a stroke of incredible luck. Otherwise, given his current level, entering the secret realm would likely have pitted him against a ghoul lord with nearly 1,000,000 health and drastically altered stats. There was even a high probability that some of the ghoul lord's skills would have been suppressed. After all, Yi was only a measly Earth level 4 when he opened the dungeon back then. Even the dungeon gate probably never imagined there was such an anomaly as Yi in this world, right? Brought to you by the Master Guingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. Yi had already begun preparing to wipe out the final boss, but Jiang Wanru and the others were surrounded by mountain wolves, forced to watch helplessly. This crushing sense of helplessness nearly shattered the resolve of this group of former prodigies. Alright, let us focus on the task at hand. Take out these mountain wolves first. As for, we need to ensure our own safety first. As the sharpest mind in their circle, how could Zhao Munli not understand her companion's thoughts? But as scions raised by prominent clans, they understood the rules of this world far more clearly than the commoners. It was survival of the fittest. Strength determined everything. Pride? That was merely a byproduct of power. Hearing Zhao Manli's words, everyone pushed aside their lingering resentment, mustered their full strength, and began to focus entirely on the battle at hand. As qualified elites, understanding the bigger picture, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, and recognizing the realities of the situation that was the very purpose for which their families had raised them. After decades of hard work and dedication, no family would want the talent they've nurtured to resort to mere reckless bravado. While this group of geniuses was hard at work dealing with the Mountain Wolf Pack, Yi had already launched an attack on the Mountain Wolf King. Having already taken down the Ghoul Lord once, Yi had gained some experience points when it came to fighting bosses with guards. He moved with fluid, agile footwork, wielding his staff to keep both the Mountain Wolf King and the elite mountain wolves constantly within his attack range. 1390. 1390. You have killed an elite mountain wolf and gained 200 experience points. You defeated an elite mountain wolf, triggering a double drop rate, and gained 400 experience points. Once all the elite mountain wolves had fallen, Yi changed his approach and switched skills. A barrage of fireballs, each the size of a brazier, rained down like machine gun fire, burying the lone mountain wolf king beneath them. 896. 896. 1696. 4480. 8960. Under the gaze of over 1,000 pairs of eyes, Just as the genius squad finished off the very last mountain wolf before them, the mountain wolf king crashed down right in front of Yi. You have defeated the mountain wolf king, triggering the double drop rate, and gained 20,000 experience points. As the 8960 notification slowly faded from the sky, the forest fell into complete silence, broken only by the sound of the breeze rustling through the leaves. If earlier, when the explosive wind blade skill dealt damage as fleeting as a passing cloud, everyone could still console themselves by attributing it to the skill itself. Then when he unleashed his fireball skill, a single target attack with Gatling gun-like precision to create an area of effect impact, and that mythical damage output of nearly 10,000 erupted, everyone fell silent. He really is a legend. Xiao Ming, who had already witnessed this once before, was the first to snap out of it. Then the crowd erupted like a boiling pot. Bullshit legend, this is just insane. Did we really enter the same dungeon gate? Is this the dungeon gate's illegitimate child? Is there no way out for us? Then let us just be destroyed. It's fake. It's all fake. Everything is fake. It's over, this kid has gone crazy. Foam, who found it hardest to accept, burst into tears, his expression dazed as he repeatedly denied the reality before him. He was practically on the brink of madness. Glancing at the floating orbs of light, Yi felt little joy at his haul. Double experience points, and yet it's only 20,000? Sure enough, wild monsters still can't compare to the secret realm, can they? What a pity. Casually gathering all the orbs in front of him, Yi's heart was filled with a longing for the secret realm. You have obtained wolf teeth 152. You have obtained wolf hides 120. You have obtained gold coins 200. Everyone, what do you think? Do you consider me the winner? Stepping before Jiang Wanru and the others, Yi's expression remained impassive, showing no trace of arrogance. He had only come to resolve the issue out of consideration for his classmates. He had no grudge against these weapon masters from other cities standing before him. Why would he go out of his way to invite trouble? The group, who had braced themselves for ridicule, were momentarily taken aback by Yi's calm gaze. May I ask if you come from a prominent family? Judging by Yi's demeanor, which showed none of the restraint or restlessness typical of a commoner's household, Zhao Manli couldn't help but ask the probing question directly. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi didn't try to put on airs. He answered honestly. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I've always been on my own. I grew up in an orphanage from a young age. Far from feeling disappointed about his background, Yi actually felt a sense of relief. An orphan, a concubine's son, a bastard, or a scion of a minor family who'd been bullied. These were the standard backstories for people who crossed over, but being an orphan was actually the least troublesome. No ties, no burdens, and no grudges or emotional entanglements. But Yi still underestimated the impact his background would have on the other person. Due to the cruelty of Dungeon World, a background like Yi's had become extremely common in this era. In fact, out of every 10 children, 6 had lost their families prematurely and were now under government care. After all, any journey into Dungeon World could very well be one's last. Although the body is digitized within Dungeon World and the 5 senses are diminished, one still has only one life. Unless one possesses those rare items or skills, no one can live a second life. But such treasures, akin to rare natural wonders, are invariably in the hands of powerful and influential figures. How could such treasures ever reach the ordinary people? Moreover, once the body is digitized, as long as one's spirit holds out, going without food or sleep is a breeze. With no physical consumption, industries related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation no longer enjoy their former prosperity. And for the state, using cheap resources to care for these underage orphans imposes almost no burden beyond labor costs. For someone like Yi, upon completing a basic Dungeon World, all harvested materials would be uniformly purchased by the state as a one-time repayment for the resources spent on his upbringing. For most young adults who had just come of age, the rewards from the basic beginner zone were sufficient to fully repay the state for the resources spent on their upbringing. I really didn't expect that. Rest assured, we will honor our promise and immediately withdraw from the Lon City Academy leveling zone. After receiving this assurance, Yi returned a friendly smile. It was all just a spat of pride in his view. It wasn't a big deal at all. After all, their brief occupation merely delayed the leveling progress of Lon City Academy's weapon masters. It wouldn't have a significant impact on the future. Not everyone cares about falling behind by a little. For most ordinary people, the priority is simply living a stable life, and their level doesn't make much of a difference to them. Ordinary people without combat talent wouldn't be conscripted by the Great Xia faction to participate in the War of the Otherworld unless it came down to the wire. You provided the popular novel My Weapon Can Grow Infinitely by the master author Diingzi. After a moment's hesitation, Yi still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Everyone, may I ask you a question? Hearing Yi's words, the crowd who had already been preparing to turn and leave turned back to look at him. Zhao Manli, with her heroic demeanor, smiled and said directly, "Classmate Yi, you're wondering why we're targeting Lon City Academy so aggressively, aren't you?" Nodding, Yi cut straight to the point and voiced his confusion. "I just can't see what you stand to gain from doing this. If this is about the grudges that politicians stirred up decades ago, you could have simply retaliated directly. After all, Lon City Academy is also part of Jiangnan. If you keep targeting them like this, it definitely doesn't serve the overall interests of the Jiangnan district. So I believe you must have your own motives. Otherwise, putting so much effort into something that brings no reward is completely pointless. After all, you can't just block everyone in the newbie zone and prevent them from leaving, can you?" Hearing Yi's analysis, Zhao Manli smiled approvingly. "As expected, Yi, you're exceptionally gifted. You saw the crux of the matter at a glance. Our takeover of the newbie zone is nothing more than standard procedure." As Yi stared at her in utter bewilderment, Zhao Manli revealed the true reality of Dungeon World. It's not just our Jiangnan district, nor is it limited to just a few cities. Any high school from a first-tier city that enters the beginner zone or any faction led by elites trained by prominent clans will do exactly as we do, directly seize the leveling spots in second and third-tier cities that lack overall strength. On one hand, this ensures resources are funneled toward the naturally gifted. On the other, it serves as a test for everyone. The cruelty of Dungeon World far exceeds our imagination. If we can't make a name for ourselves even in the beginner zone, how can we possibly guarantee our survival in higher level areas? As she spoke these words, Zhao Manli and the others instinctively turned their gaze toward the distant horizon, where continents floated in midair. There, where reality was even more brutal, lay the ancestors of their clans. As long as the struggle against the alien races beyond the realm continues, humanity's fate will never be in its own hands. After all, this is a brutal world where the winner takes all. The weak cannot control their own destinies. Yi could not fathom the complex emotions in their eyes. After all, he lacked their first-hand experience and couldn't feel the high-pressure environment of living in constant fear day and night. But even if he had known, Yi wouldn't have felt anything. After all, in this world of cheaters, there is never any logic to speak of. Thank you all for clearing up my confusion. I hope you'll attain enlightenment and become gods soon." After waving his thanks to the crowd, Yi watched as they quietly departed. "Thank you, great god. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have known when we finally meet the requirements to leave." Once the people from Qinghe and other cities began slowly withdrawing from the valley, Xiaoming rushed over eagerly. That's right. If it weren't for Yi, we'd probably have been stuck in the Dungeon World for months on end. Yeah, Yi, you were so cool just now. Yi didn't pay much attention to everyone's flattery. The main reason he helped them was that it ensured his own safety. He'd simply done them a favor while he was at it. If his life had been in danger or if it had required a sacrifice, Yi might have turned on his heel and run away, keeping his distance. After all, these people weren't his family or anything. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi didn't spot the figure he was looking for in the crowd, so he turned and took his leave. As for Feng, with whom he clashed earlier, Yi didn't even spare him a glance. They were no longer of the same world. In Yi's eyes, bullying such an insignificant nobody was nothing but a waste of time. It served absolutely no purpose. Yi's sights were set on the dark mountains on the other side of the valley. After all, the Silent Plains, a place inhabited by low-level monsters, no longer met his standards. Having experienced a rocket-like leveling speed, Yi could no longer tolerate the slow gains from killing monsters of the same or lower levels. Fighting monsters several levels above his own was his true pursuit. In reality, this continent was no different from the floating continents at the edge of the sky. The only difference was the level cap on the monsters. Since the highest level monsters do not exceed level 20, these areas are referred to as beginner zones or newbie zones. These low-level zones were directly designated as exclusive to the Life Planet when the Dungeon Gate remodeled it. Once a certain tier is reached, it is said that these restrictions are completely lifted. In the high tier above Tier 7 and even in the legendary Divine Realm, that is where the myriad races primarily thrive. Those realms are also the most brutal parts of the entire dungeon world, with no protection and no rules, only endless slaughter and the scramble for resources. He didn't know the origins of the Dungeon Gate, but he couldn't help feeling that the Dungeon Gate in this world was like a massive breeding ground, designed to cultivate the most powerful races. However, all of that was still a long way off for a rookie like him. For now, his top priority was to stay alive and level up quickly so he could enter those vast and brutal realms. He moved cautiously through the mountains and forests, constantly listening to his surroundings. Yi didn't consider himself invincible just because he possessed a golden finger. At times, a single, seemingly insignificant oversight could lead to the downfall of even the most prodigiously talented prodigies. It was a common occurrence. Woohoo woohoo! Just as Yi was wondering how long he'd been walking, he suddenly heard strange, low growls faintly echoing from ahead. He tiptoed over and, peering through a gap in the underbrush, Yi discovered a camp spanning several li in diameter. At the edge of the camp, a group of short yet stocky green-skinned creatures, wielding wooden clubs and crude weapons, were patrolling back and forth. Goblin. Level 16. Health 150,000. Whoa, damn. Just as I expected from these tough, thick-skinned melee monsters, their health pool is almost as high as that of a level 15 mountain wolf boss. Although 150,000 health made his scalp tingle, for Yi, monsters like these were exactly what he loved most. His only concern was whether there might be any spellcasting elites among them. But looking at the goblins, each one like a walking pile of experience points, they constantly tempted Yi. After mulling it over for a while, he gritted his teeth and finally decided to strike. Fortune favors the bold, let us do this. Provided by the great author Diingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. After making his decision, Yi didn't rush out recklessly. Instead, he hid behind a large tree and unleashed an attack with his staff. As a flurry of wind blades struck the goblin horde, waves of damage numbers instantly floated into view. 1,390. 1,390. 1,390. Although he'd seen this countless times, every time the damage numbers floated up like a vast cloud, Yi's heart was still filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ah woo, huff, huff. Ah woo, huff. The goblins, who were on patrol when suddenly attacked, were instantly dumbfounded. Immediately, the entire group fell into chaos, darting around like headless flies, frantically searching in all directions but unable to locate Yi at all. Casting the skill 3 times per second, it took about 15 casts to wipe out a wave of goblins. But that amounted to only 5 seconds. The goblin patrol squad hadn't even managed to run out of the skillless range before they all went down, leaving nothing but a pile of corpses behind. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. You killed a goblin, triggered the double chance effect, and gained 2,000 experience points. Awesome! Just as I thought, leveling up really only works when you take on monsters several levels higher than you. Thinking back to his pitiful 70 experience points and even the measly 1 experience point from a monster below his own level, he still shuddered at the memory. He now needed 500,000 experience points just to reach level 13. At that rate of killing monsters, when on earth would he ever be able to level up enough to leave the beginner zone? After taking out the patrol, Yi didn't leave his hiding spot. He didn't even bother with the glowing orbs that dropped from the goblin patrol. He just stared quietly at the goblin camp. By now, the entire goblin camp was in an uproar. Yi was lucky enough to have ended up right at the camp entrance, where there was a small plaza just inside the gates. It was barely a little larger than Yi's skill range. Until he knew what was going on inside the camp, there was no better spot than this one for Yi to farm monsters. A few breaths later, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a group of goblins wielding clubs emerged from the camp. This time, the dense crowd appeared to number at least several hundred. Without hesitation, as the goblins approached the camp gates, Yi swung his staff. 1390. 1390. Ah! Gore! Ah woo! Suddenly struck by an unknown attack, these goblins reacted no differently from the patrol squad earlier. One by one, they looked around in panic, and their first instinct wasn't even to flee. Such a reaction left Yi speechless. Aside from being thick-headed, he never expected goblins' IQ to be so pitiful. Could it be that the reason these creatures were able to set up camp here was because they outnumbered their opponents, or perhaps because of their formidable offensive power? Though he couldn't figure it out, Yi didn't slow down his attacks in the slightest. That's one of the advantages of spellcasting: as long as a target is within sight, it's practically within range. As wave after wave of goblins fell, the ones behind them were still crowding forward and charging. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. You killed a goblin, triggered the double chance, and gained 2,000 experience points. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. On Yi's interface, his experience points were skyrocketing. In less than a minute, they had already risen to more than half the required amount. The level up was happening right before his eyes, and Yi almost moaned with pleasure. Ah! But just as Yi thought he was about to be bathed in the golden light of a level up, a sudden, thunderous roar rang out. The goblins that had been crowding the square were now swinging their arms, hurling their clubs toward the forest across from the camp. Hearing the whistling sound of the clubs whizzing through the air and seeing the dense swarms so numerous they nearly blocked out the sunlight in the forest, Yi's scalp instantly prickled, and his hair stood on end. He didn't know if he could survive such a terrifying ranged attack even with the Ode to Life skill. His survival was far from certain. A club struck the massive tree in front of Yi, causing it to tremble violently as leaves rained down like a blizzard. It nearly made the arm Yi was using to cast his skill tremble. Wow, so these guys have a trick like this up their sleeves? An unremarkable goblin actually had such a trump card? The scene before him further solidified Yi's cautious and prudent approach. If they could lurk and launch surprise attacks, then they definitely wouldn't engage in a head-on clash. You only live once, you must cherish and be careful with your life. While constantly reminding himself of this, Yi's hands didn't pause for a moment. 1390. You killed a goblin and gained 1,000 experience points. Deprived of their weapons, the goblins had become nothing more than passive targets. They fell one after another, and the small square was soon littered with the goblins' olive-green corpses. Crack! Just as Yi's nerves had begun to settle, fate once again reminded him of its unpredictable nature. A bolt of lightning flashed through the jungle not far from him, nearly scaring the living daylights out of Yi. Gritting his teeth and keeping his skills active, Yi's eyes widened as he scanned the area for enemies. This time, it was finally his turn to hunt down the opponent lurking in the shadows. Crack, crack. Almost every 2 breaths, a bolt of lightning cracked through the air. It nearly set all the surrounding bushes ablaze, yet Yi still couldn't pinpoint the source of the attacks. Just as his heart began racing, he suddenly spotted a figure wielding a weapon among the goblins under attack. Goblin Elder. Level, 18. Health, 280,350,000. Although he couldn't see the opponent's skill panel, its health was a staggering 350,000. Yi was almost certain, based purely on instinct, that this was the one who had unleashed the lightning attack just now. Gritting his teeth, Yi kept the center of his attacks firmly locked onto this creature. Right now, he just wanted to go head to head with it to see whether the enemy would go down first or if he'd be spotted first. He currently had only 2 attack skills, the explosive wind blade and the fireball. But the fireball's bright, visible flight path was practically a direct giveaway of his position to the enemy. In this ambush tactic, you would rather use the explosive wind blade skill to wear the enemy down slowly than risk using the fireball skill, which had greater single target damage. After several hundred years, only that goblin elder remained, gasping for breath on the small square, yet ye still hadn't switched skills. Provided by the mastered mysterious shadow from everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. On one side, thunder clapped intermittently around ye, on the other, wind blades flashed ceaselessly. The two ranged mages were locked in a seesaw battle, one attacking in the open while the other struck from the shadows. You have killed the goblin elder and gained 5,000 experience points. Only after seeing his opponent fall and the experience points notification appear did ye finally begin to breathe heavily. Although he appeared as steady as a mountain, having avoided any direct hits. Who knows when the opponent's lightning strike might strike him down? Even more terrifying was that he had no idea how much damage the opponent's attacks could deal. If he were instantly killed in a single blow, he likely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This kill was truly a close call. After all, even if there were things in this world faster than lightning, his own running speed certainly wasn't one of them. Looking at the white light that was nearly covering the entire square, you didn't rush to claim his reward but remained quietly hidden in the woods behind the trees. Who knows if there was another long-range attacker like that goblin elder in the camp. Time ticked by, and more than 10 minutes later, ye still didn't know what to do. He couldn't just keep crawling like this forever, waiting for any potential enemies to wear themselves out, could he? Frowning, ye thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He raised his staff and began sweeping it across the entire camp. Since his skill didn't consume any mana anyway, scanning the entire camp with it would just take a bit of time. If there really were any hidden enemies, the damage values displayed by the system would definitely alert him. Could there possibly be something he couldn't break through? He swept through the entire goblin camp like a whirlwind, unleashing his explosive wind blade skill. If it weren't for the fact that the skill dealt no damage to inanimate objects, the entire camp would likely have been reduced to ruins by now. Only after finally confirming it was safe did ye cautiously step inside the camp. You obtained wooden sticks 73. You obtained tattered hemp cloth 157. You obtained goblin fangs 105. You obtained cloth boots 34. He casually gathered up the looted items. At a quick glance, he realized there wasn't a single valuable drop among them, leaving he deeply disappointed. He made his way to the very back of the camp, looking around curiously. The only reason he ventured into the camp was sheer curiosity. Logically, in a beginner zone like this, there shouldn't be any ranged spellcasters such as a goblin elder. Yet here one was. Even though it was in an advanced map area like the Dark Mountains, ye couldn't help but feel something was off. Reaching the very back of the camp, he found a tent covered in lush greenery, standing alone. Out of habit, he listened carefully for any signs of danger. Finding nothing amiss, ye stepped inside. The interior was extremely Spartan, with no furnishings whatsoever. A large pile of dry leaves was spread in the corner, and there wasn't even a bed. Yet, within such a humble tent, there stood an altar. Its face was hideous, with curved fangs. One hand clutched a large club, while the other gripped a staff. One glance at its stocky, short frame made it clear this was undoubtedly the god worshipped by the goblin race. And in front of the shrine lay a scroll of cloth. Ha! Feeling quite surprised, he reached out and picked up the scroll. You have obtained the skill Thunderous Might. Do you wish to learn it? A skill? Ye's eyes widened instantly, and he was overjoyed. Just moments ago, he had been disappointed that no skill had dropped. After all, judging by the might displayed by the goblin elder earlier, it was clear this was a powerful skill. However, this method of acquisition struck he as quite unusual. Generally speaking, skills drop directly from monsters, while those obtained from map environments are mostly found within dungeon worlds or secret realms. But now, for this to happen inside a goblin camp, it left he somewhat astonished. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he kept sensing an indescribable presence lingering in the tent, as if someone were spying on them. Learn. Everything else is illusory, only what you've mastered yourself is real. Thunderous Blast. Tier 1. Description: unleashes a thunderous blast, dealing spirit damage equal to 10 times the target's spirit attribute. Active stun: upon being hit, the target is 100% guaranteed to be stunned for at least 1 second. Passive critical hit: 20% chance to instantly deal damage equal to half the target's total health. Passive splash damage: after hitting the target, a 10-10 area centered on the target becomes an effective attack range. Passive instant cast: this skill has no cast animation and fires instantly. Cost: 5000 mana. Cooldown: 1h. Weapon restriction: magic. Whoa, this is practically a god tier skill. After glancing at the skill description, Yi nearly bit his tongue off. Of all the skills he had ever learned, this one offered the most comprehensive offensive capabilities. It was practically designed solely for attacking. 4 additional attributes, 1 active and 3 passive, all designed to boost attack power. First, it immobilizes the opponent, then seizes the opportunity to instantly deal half their health, and as a bonus, takes out any nearby allies. Because it's instant cast, using it for ambushes is exactly what you'd hope for. It never fails. What excited Yi the most was the ability to deal half the opponent's health in one hit, along with its instant cast property. Analyzing this skill in terms of resource cost and cooldown, if paired with certain items that boost luck, it's nothing short of a trump card against powerful enemies. Even for skilled players at the mid-tier level and above, it's essentially a last resort move. Even if the cooldown were reduced further, it would still be based on a 1-hour baseline, far too long. But in the hands of a cheat like Yi, once the mana cost and cooldown are both reduced to 0, that trump card will become a standard weapon. If one were to force a flaw, it would be that the noise this skill makes is a bit too loud. Just as he was overjoyed, he suddenly noticed a line of small print at the very bottom of the skill description on the scroll in his hand. Note: this skill is an advanced version of Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt? An advanced version? Upon reading this description, Yi suddenly recalled that the cooldown for the Goblin Elder's skill hadn't been nearly this long, nor had it had any splash damage. So, why hadn't that Goblin Elder learned it? Or had he already learned it but never had the chance to use it? No matter how he thought about it, the whole situation felt odd to Yi. Suddenly, he had a familiar sensation, the illusion that someone was secretly watching him. Glancing around, Yi ultimately pinned his greatest suspicion on the shrine right in front of him. Huh? Is it just my imagination? Why the hell does this shrine look like it's alive? Brought to you by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Although no monster information prompt appeared before him, Yi couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling. Faced with this situation, Yi always adhered to one principle. If you can take action, don't hesitate. He immediately raised his staff and unleashed his most devastating skill to date, Fireball. To be on the safe side, Yi didn't hold back even a little. Boom! Boom, boom. After a barrage of relentless attacks, there were no unusual signs or prompts. But Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. There was no damage whatsoever, yet that jarring, eerie sensation hadn't diminished in the slightest. Yi, who had never been one to hold back, raised his hand and unleashed the thunderous blow he'd just learned. Crack! 17,500,000. Holy shit, this is fucking percent. When that string of zeros appeared before Yi, he was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Though his heart was about to stop, his hands didn't slow down one bit. Crack! Crack, crack! What would normally be a game-changing move that others would have to wait endlessly for its cooldown to end was being used by Yi as freely as if it were free. Especially since this skill was instant cast, its frequency was practically on par with Yi's own thoughts. Pushing his concentration to the absolute limit, he unleashed the thunderous might at its maximum speed. Then, a massive bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air, descending directly onto the shrine's head. Tens of millions of health. If he had to chip away at that slowly, it would probably wear Yi to death. So at that moment, Yi was taking a gamble, betting on his luck, betting on the probability of a skill-critical hit. The massive pillar of lightning illuminated the entire tent in a blinding white light. 2,320. 2,320. 17,500,000. As it turned out, Yi's luck was absolutely top-notch. With the stun effect ensuring he was safe from attacks, the critical hit notification finally reappeared. Immediately afterward, the kill notification followed. You have killed the avatar of the lower god Amikov, triggering double the normal drop rate, and gained 20 million experience points. Holy grandpa, percent hashtag at percent. Did I save the galaxy in a past life or something? Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, but heedless of his disheveled appearance, he began shouting and screaming with excitement. In fact, however, the System's surprises for him weren't over yet. World announcement: human from Blue Star, Weapon Master Yi, has achieved the magnificent feat of slaying a god in the newbie zone. The entire world celebrates him, and he is hereby awarded plus 10 Blue Star fortune. World announcement: human, Blue Star Weapon Master Yi has achieved the magnificent feat of slaying a god in the newbie zone. The entire world celebrates him, and Blue Star is hereby awarded plus 10 fortune. World announcement: human, Blue Star Weapon Master Yi has achieved the magnificent feat of slaying a god in the newbie zone. The entire world celebrates him, and Blue Star is hereby awarded plus 10 fortune. World announcement: human, Blue Star Weapon Master Yi has achieved the magnificent feat of slaying a god in the newbie zone. The entire world celebrates him, and Blue Star is hereby awarded plus 10 fortune. At that moment, every race across the entire dungeon world fell silent, everyone listening to the system announcement with their jaws dropped. Many thought they were hearing things. Slaying a god in the beginner zone? Are you kidding me? Who is just blowing smoke here? How dare they say something like that? Even if a god were standing there motionless, let alone in the beginner zone, even an 8th tier, tier 9 expert might not be able to break through its defenses. But after 3 consecutive world announcements, the weapon masters of all races had no choice but to accept this reality. Damn you, Yi! Damn you, humans! I'll be back for you. After the world announcement ended, some high-tier weapon masters thought they heard a furious roar as if in disbelief. At first, they hadn't quite processed what had happened, but immediately afterward, a wave of snickering, like whispered gossip, reached their ears. Hee, I was wondering who was so unlucky. Turns out it's that green-skinned Amikov. Ha, he is already so ugly to begin with, and now some noob has taken out his avatar? It's a total disgrace to our god. Ha, of all the followers he could be chosen, he had to pick some brainless goblins. If he is not an embarrassment, who is? Exactly, today's news is really something. It wasn't until quite a while later that those high-tier weapon masters finally recovered, still trembling with fear. Given the situation, it was obvious that the strange disturbance they just experienced was nothing less than a group of gods mocking the god named Amikov through their divine consciousness. And this god, Amikov, was none other than the unlucky soul who'd been taken down by that Yi in the newbie zone. How on earth did that guy manage to take down a god? Exactly. Even if a god were on his last breath, he probably wouldn't be able to deal a single point of damage, right? Did he use some kind of item? Have you gone brain dead from leveling up? Who is going to get their hands on a hammer in the newbie zone? That's really strange. It doesn't make any sense. In any case, Blue Star humans, we better be careful from now on. Exactly. An entity capable of slaughtering a god no matter how he did it has achieved a monumental feat. A plus 10 to national fortune. Blue Star has really hit the jackpot. The elite warriors of other races exchanged bewildered glances, while Blue Star's high-tier weapon masters were celebrating wildly. Slaughtering a god? A plus 10 to national fortune? Are we even living in the same world? Are all the newbies this powerful these days? Do we even have a future? Isn't this something worth celebrating? The more powerful we young people are, the easier our lives will be. You're absolutely right, but when I think about newcomers already starting to slay gods, I suddenly feel like my whole life is a waste. Have some confidence. Stop feeling that way. If we compare ourselves to them, aren't we old-timers just a bunch of good-for-nothings? A 10-point boost to national fortune? Is this supposed to make us die of shame? Speaking of which, with these 10 points of national fortune, Blue Star's total should be over 70 now, right? Does that mean we can all make it into the top 10,000? The top 10,000 for sure, but it's hard to say exactly where. There are just too many hidden talents out there. Sigh, it's been such a rough road for us, we've really had to struggle our way here. Unlike the explosive shockwaves in the high tier zones, the newbie zones were just buzzing with bewilderment. Slaying a god? How did he pull that off? Did this guy just get lucky and run into a god who was about to kick the bucket? Does anyone know how much HP a god has? How many experience points? How many levels will Big Shot Yi level up with that one slash? Which zone is this Yi from? He has got some serious luck, doesn't he? Why can't I run into one too? The master has paved the way for us and set an example. From now on, we must all courageously climb the path of slaying gods and proving our worth. Right, let us all give it our all and take down every god up there. Watching the discussions in the newbie chat channel, some scions of prestigious clans turned pale with rage, nearly spitting blood. You fucking assholes, would it kill you to just shut up? Presented by the legendary Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Ignorance really is bliss. Slaying gods, my ass. Could the entire Blue Star combined even break through a goddess' defenses? Maybe? After all, with a monster like Yi around now, it's really hard to say. The entire dungeon world was in an uproar because of the world announcement triggered by Yi. Those who had guessed his identity were even more shocked. Beneath the Dark Mountains, whether it was the weapon masters from Lon City Academy who had just gained access to the leveling zone, or those from Qinghe, Xueqing, and other regions who had returned to their own territories, they all stared at the world announcement, frozen in place. Although they had no concrete concept of gods and no detailed understanding of god slaying, they did have some understanding of world announcements. At least as far as they knew, in the 300-year history of Blue Star, no one had ever made it onto a world announcement in Dungeon World. Whoa, a true god is a true god, he really does march to the beat of his own drum. Hearing Xiao Ming's unabashed flattery, Feng muttered sourly from the sidelines. You just assume it's Yi, it could just be a coincidence that they share the same name. Pfft, do you really think I don't know? You're just jealous. Ha, the great god is now so far above you that you can't even see his back. Xiao Ming's words were a real blow. The group of classmates, who had been so excited just moments ago, instantly lost all desire to speak. These newbies, who hadn't yet completely given up on the path of the weapon master, still harbored a lingering desire to measure themselves against others. Once they completely lost hope in the future of the weapon master, today's social niceties would likely become the very things they boast about with relish. Unlike these students from ordinary families who hadn't yet seen through the path ahead, Jiang Wanru and her group were far more level-headed. It must be that guy, right? Why do I suddenly feel so hopeless? Fengwei had always considered himself peerlessly cunning, but when faced with someone like Yi, a being whose sheer power shattered all barriers, even he felt utterly helpless. Ma Lon, who had always believed that strength was everything, was actually the one who took it in stride most easily. Shouldn't we have given up hope long ago? What kind of monster is that guy, anyway? We can't even see his back anymore. Oof. You men only know how to fight and kill. If you get the chance, remember to build closer relationships with each other. After all, compared to others, we do have some connection. Women and men sometimes approach issues from completely different perspectives. In Zhao Manli's view, the earlier conflict was clear proof that they had established a connection. Sometimes, when people interact, whether the relationship is good or bad isn't the issue, the real fear is meeting as complete strangers. Meanwhile, in a certain secret realm, she also caught sight of the beautiful silhouette from the world announcement. She stared up blankly at the gray, hazy sky of the secret realm, then her expression hardened with resolve. Yi, I won't let you get too far ahead of me. Wait for me, I'll surprise you big time very soon. Amitabha Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Jesus, God thank you, great deities, for your blessings. Awesome, so Nathan-esque. I really am the coolest kid around. Who else is there? Who else? Invincible, how lonely it is to be invincible. While everyone else was discussing the feat of slaying a god, Yi, who had just snapped out of the euphoria caused by the massive amount of experience points, mistook the system's rewards for another round of madness and once again fell into a frenzy. For completing the feat of slaying a god in the beginner zone, you are hereby granted the following rewards. Reward 1, Unique Tier Skill Invincible Barrier. Reward 2, God Tier Skill Teleportation. Reward 3, Title God Slayer. Reward 4, High Tier Skill Flight. Reward 5, a set of Rainbow Tier Equipment Godslayer Set. Reward 6, S-Rank Soul Weapon Upgrade Scroll. Reward 7, Skill Upgrade Scroll. Reward 8, 1 million gold coins. Invincible Barrier. Tier, Unique. Passive: after taking a powerful, lethal attack, forcibly lock in 10% of your health and teleport out of the current area. Active: when your health drops below 10%, you may choose one of the following options: become invincible for 3 seconds or teleport out of the current area. Cost: active skill requires 5,000 mana. Cooldown, 24h. Teleport. Tier, God Tier. Description: you can mark up to 9 spacetime anchors across all regions. You can instantly teleport between any of these anchors at any time and under any circumstances. Note: you can only change one spacetime anchor per day. Cost: 1,000 mana. Cooldown, zeros. God Slayer. Tier, God Tier Special Title. Active: Divine Might. Against targets below God Tier, unleash an aura of intimidation that reduces all abilities by at least 70% for 600s. Passive: Divine Favor. As one favored by heaven and earth, your fortune is enhanced to a certain degree. Passive: Unparalleled Charm. Greatly increases the favorability of allies or neutral parties toward the Weapon Master. Passive: Godslayer. Against targets of God Tier or higher, you can unleash 10 times the normal damage. Passive: Infinite Growth. For every God avatar slain, the Title S power increases by 50%. For every God slain, the Title S power increases by 100%, with no upper limit. Flight. Tier, 8. Active: consume a certain amount of mana to gain the ability to fly. Passive: increases agility by 200%. Note: the active ability consumes 100 magic points every 1 second. Godslayer Set: crown, robe, boots, belt, bracelets, ring, necklace. Tier, Tier 1 Rainbow. Note: increases base stats by 700%. The set effect increases by 200% for every Tier 1 upgrade. Each time you advance your Weapon Master level, you consume equipment of the same maximum level as the experience points required for advancement. No upper limit. S-Rank Soul Weapon Upgrade Scroll. Upgrades any soul weapon below S rank to S rank. Skill Enhancement Scroll adds 1 trait to any skill of any level. Must be used within 3 hours. Any one of these 8 rewards would be a treasure trove for you right now. Of the 3 skills, only Flight was somewhat ordinary, the other 2 were practically game-breaking. When the 5 traits of the God Slayer title appeared, they nearly blinded ye, especially since this title was actually upgradable. Although the requirements for upgrading were rather demanding. And the God Slayer set completely solved ye's lifelong equipment dilemma. Even the least impressive reward, 1 million gold coins, was enough to make ye an overnight millionaire. Never mind a newbie like him, even some high-tier weapon masters probably don't have $1 million in wealth. Finally, there were 2 scrolls. One instantly upgraded his soul weapon to S rank. It was practically a new lease on life for a weapon master. As for the scroll that added an attribute, although its description was simple, based on ye's own understanding, the added attribute would certainly align with the skill's primary focus. In short, these rewards completely transformed ye and propelled him to new heights. You provided the Master's mysterious shadow for everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely. Next, he had to figure out how to use the scrolls to maximize his benefits. But when he opened his stats panel, the smile on his face froze instantly. He saw that the Thunderous Might skill slot had turned gray. Gray meant it was unusable. But wasn't his soul weapon supposed to reset the cooldown to 0? Ye's eyes widened in shock once again. Thunderous Might. Tier, Divine. Description: unleashes Thunderous Might, dealing spirit damage equal to 10 times the target's spirit attribute. Active stun: after hitting the target, there is a 100% chance to inflict a stun effect lasting at least 1 second. Passive critical hit: a 20% chance to instantly deal damage equal to half the target's total health. Passive splatter. After hitting the target, the area within a 10-10 range centered on the target becomes an effective attack range. Passive instant cast. This skill has no cast animation, it attacks instantly. Cost, 5000 mana. Cooldown, 1h. Weapon restriction, magic. The description hasn't changed at all, only the tier has been upgraded to God tier. What on earth is going on? Yi was completely baffled, having no idea where things had gone wrong. Could it be that this skill's sole purpose is to let him slaughter gods? Recalling the phrase on the scroll, prerequisite, lightning spell. Yi was almost certain that this thunderous might was most likely an advanced version of the Goblin Elder's lightning spell. It was just that he might have intercepted it during the inheritance process. And the origin of this skill was now obvious. Of course, it was bestowed by the god the goblins worship. Is it really okay to use their own skill to kill their own avatar? The only thing Yi was unsure about now was whether the god whose avatar he destroyed had the power to lock this skill away. According to Dungeon World rules, any skill you drop or learn must correspond to your current tier. In other words, a Tier 1 character can only learn Tier 1 skills, and a Tier 9 character can only learn Tier 9 skills. And Divine tier skills are, quite obviously, reserved for gods. In Dungeon World, any weapon master below the Divine tier who possesses a Divine tier skill either has a system-awarded, watered-down version with reduced requirements, or has been specifically granted the right to use it by a so-called god. Thinking about how he'd taken down a goddess avatar in less than half a minute. Then, looking at the Thunderous Might skill, which has a 20% chance to instantly wipe out half of a target's health, he felt a pang of reluctance. For anyone else, a Divine tier skill rewarded by the system, even if usable, would serve only as an occasional trump card to be played as a last resort. But thanks to his monster summoning soul weapon, he could say without hesitation that he could even use forbidden spells as routine magic. After examining the two system-rewarded skills, he felt they were already perfect. He didn't think any new, eye-catching traits could be added. As for the Fireball skill and the Explosive Wind Blade skill, he didn't even give them a second thought. Such precious resources, wasting them on Tier 1 skills? How crazy would he have to be to do that? Gritting his teeth and staring at the gray Thunderous Might, he finally decided to take a gamble. What changes would occur if he used the scroll rewarded by the system to alter the attributes of his divinely bestowed skill? Even if he couldn't learn it now, he could always consider it an investment for the future. But if he missed this opportunity, even he didn't believe he'd ever get another scroll like this. Add a new trait to the Thunderous Might skill. Having made up his mind and not being one to dither, he immediately used the Skill Enhancement Scroll. You have used the Skill Enhancement Scroll. The Thunderous Might skill has gained a new trait. Thunderous Might. Tier, Divine. Passive exemption, removes all usage restrictions on this skill for weapon masters. Yes. I really am the coolest guy around. Pumping his fists fiercely toward the sky, he looked at the skill that had regained its brilliance, and his blood began to boil with excitement. Ah, I knew it. With my incredible luck, how could the goddess of fortune ever abandon me? In truth, Yi had a more concrete theory in mind. The reason everything had gone so smoothly was most likely due to the Favored by Heaven trait in the God Slayer title. Favored by Heaven, one favored by the heavens and earth, granting a certain degree of good fortune. That's exactly at a certain degree of good fortune. It had even reached the point where his every wish came true. After scoring a huge win, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and test the waters a bit further. Use the S-rank Soul Weapon Enhancement Scroll. Although he'd already figured out how to upgrade his soul staff by fusing it with staffs of the same rank to raise its level. Yi's soul staff was simply too low level. Yi didn't know whether the number of weapons required to fuse for each level up was a fixed 10, or if it increased with each tier. But now that he had the chance to take a shortcut, how could you resist the urge to experiment? At worst, he'd just waste an S-rank scroll, and even if he saved it, you didn't know who to give it to anyway. The only young beauty he was somewhat close to, Cherry, already possessed an S-rank soul weapon, and not just any S-rank, but one of the Divinely Chosen tier. The so-called Divinely Chosen also go by another name, reserves for God tier weapons. Any divinely chosen soul weapon is eligible to break through to the God tier, and only divinely chosen soul weapons possess the qualification to upgrade to the God tier. You have used an S-rank soul weapon upgrade scroll. Your soul weapon novice staff has been upgraded to S-rank, chosen of the gods God-slaying staff. The surprise had indeed arrived. Seeing his soul weapon leap directly into the ranks of the chosen of the gods, Yi couldn't help but grumble at the system. So I guess I'm stuck with the Godslayer title forever, huh? Just calling it the Godslayer staff, is that really okay? Couldn't they have put a little more effort into the name? Although he grumbled about the lack of originality in the name, he was actually very satisfied deep down. At least now, all his equipment shared a unified prefix Godslayer. Gazing out at the countless continents on the distant horizon, he felt both anxious and excited. He knew full well that his journey in the beginner S-zone had come to an end, and he was about to enter an entirely new area to embark on a fresh adventure. The only reason he was still in the beginner S-zone was that he hadn't used any skills yet. Or rather, Dungeon World had given him the opportunity to voluntarily advance to a higher level zone. If he hadn't voluntarily moved on to a higher level zone and had instead used his skills in the beginner S-zone, then the moment he made any move, he would be immediately and forcibly kicked out of Dungeon Gate. This was Dungeon Gate's way of protecting newcomers and a rule designed to ensure its long-term sustainability. You provided the game God Slayer by the legendary developer Giingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. After learning all his skills and equipping the God Slayer set, Yi's stats panel was completely transformed. Name, Yi. Title, God Slayer. Level, LV 18 6,840,000 8,400,000. Soul Weapon, chosen by the Gods God Slaying Staff Infinite Growth Limited Edition. Rank, S rank. Trait free cast, select any skill of God tier or lower to use without consumption or cooldown. Trait skill enhancement, every 100 successful hits with a skill grants that skill 1 enhancement. Trait fusion, merge 2 skills of the same type into a brand new skill while retaining all traits. Trait auto-lock, lock onto a fixed target and automatically repeat the selected skill for uninterrupted attacks. Trait debuff removal, when the weapon master is affected by negative spell control, all negative status effects are automatically removed once every 3 seconds. Trait aging marrow purification, automatically gathers mana to purify the weapon master's body through the aging method, enhancing physical constitution. Health, 784,000. Mana, 39,200. Stamina 11,2700%, Strength 11,2700%, Agility 11,2700%, Spirit 11,2700%. Equipment, God Slayer set headgear, robe, boots, belt, bracelets, ring, necklace. Tier 1 Rainbow. Note, increases base stats by 700%. The set effect increases by 200% for every Tier 1 upgrade. Each time you advance your weapon master level, you consume equipment of the same maximum level that requires the same amount of experience points to upgrade, no upper limit. Skill 1, Fireball skill plus 11. Tier 1. Description, releases a fireball, dealing 200 base fire damage to a single target. Passive critical hit, your fireball skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier ranging from 2x to 10x. Attribute bonus, Spirit 3. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 20. Tier 1. Description, releases a number of wind blades. Deals 270 base damage to all targets within a 25-25 area. Passive derivative, the number of targets attacked increases as your level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 23-23 area. Attribute bonus, Spirit 5. Skill 3, Ode to Life. Tier, none. Description, passive converts 1% of damage dealt into the caster's health. Passive 30% chance to gain double experience points. Skill 4, Thunderous Blast. Tier, God tier. Description, unleashes a thunderous blast, dealing damage equal to 10 times the caster's spirit attribute to the target. Active stun, upon hitting the target, there is a 100% chance to inflict a stun effect lasting at least 1 second. Passive critical hit, a 20% chance to instantly deal damage equal to half the target's total health. Passive splash damage, after hitting the target, the area within a 10-10 range centered on the target becomes an effective attack range. Passive instant cast, this skill has no cast animation and fires instantly. Skill 5, Invincible Barrier. Tier, Unique. Passive after taking a critical, powerful attack, forcibly lock in 10% of your health and teleport out of the current area. Active when health drops below 10%, you may choose one of the following options: 3 seconds of invincibility or teleportation out of the current area. Skill 6, Teleport. Tier, God Tier. Description: you may mark up to 9 spacetime anchors in any area. You can instantly teleport between any of these anchors at any time and under any circumstances. Note, you may only change one spacetime anchor per day. Skill 7, Flight. Tier, 8. Active, consume a certain amount of mana to gain the ability to fly. Passive, increases agility by 200%. Looking at the panel, which displayed either top-tier divine level skills or bottom-tier tier 1 skills, he suddenly realized that he was still just a novice. Even though he possessed a trump card that even high-tier players couldn't match. But when it came to skill diversity, he was still a world apart from those veteran high-tier weapon masters. Using his teleportation skill to mark a spatial anchor within the camp, he finally communicated with the system. System, enter the Tier 2 zone. Anticipation, trepidation. Amid Ye's mixed emotions, a flash of white light appeared, and he bid a final farewell to the beginner zone. A +5 bracelet, a +4 spirit ring, both are top-tier tier 3 items. Buying tier 4 monster hides if the quality is good, price is no issue. Let us negotiate if you're interested. Hey, buddy, come sit down for a bit. Even if we don't make a deal, we're still friends. The ladies here are absolutely gorgeous. When he snapped back to reality, he found himself in a vast square spanning several thousand meters in diameter. Countless street stalls lined the square, their vendors hawking their wares to passing weapon masters. But it seemed as though something strange had crept into the hawking cries just now. Yi had heard his teacher describe this very scene in class. Low-level independent professionals, whether due to lack of ability or a desire for freedom. Lacking the backing of powerful organizations, they couldn't afford to rent shops in the main city where real estate was exorbitantly priced, so they had no choice but to conduct business through these street stalls. Amid the bustling atmosphere, Yi sensed the bitterness and hardship of the underclass. But when it came to matters like this, Yi knew there was nothing he could do no matter the circumstances. Wherever sentient beings coexist within a social structure, class divisions are an inevitable outcome. So-called equality and justice are nothing more than illusory pipe dreams. Unless they are mindless, uniform products of an assembly line, all sentient beings possess varying abilities and levels of effort. These differences lead to variations in value and function. Regardless of the benchmark for value, as long as there are differences in effort, conflicts of interest will arise when rewards are distributed. Therefore, the root of class lies in the inherent differences among people. It can be said that no sentient being can escape the emergence of class. Absolute justice and fairness, on the other hand, actually harm the groups that create high value. Social progress is driven precisely by these high-value groups. Take Yi himself, for example. Hey, kid, just out of school, huh? Come check out the gear I've got here. Add an extra layer of protection for yourself. Hey, kid, no gear? How about potions? Mine are 20% cheaper than the shops, and they work just as well. Ignoring the enthusiastic shouts around him, Yi calmly walked out of the square. The items at the street stalls are cheap, but their quality is certainly not as guaranteed as the vendors claim. These low-tier skill users craft these items with the sole intention of making a quick buck. Any items of high quality are sold to shops in exchange for contracts to supply raw materials. Unless they're the kind of life skill practitioners who've completely given up, no one would rely on gathering raw materials on their own to upgrade their support skills. You've provided the masterwork Ghost Shadow S. Everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. In today's fully digitized world, lifespan is no longer a constraint for humanity. Safety and survival are the biggest factors determining whether humans can continue to live. The biggest factor in population decline is the Star Domain tournament, held once every 10 years. When it comes to such a major event involving the very survival of society, no one dares to go against all of humanity. Of course, the biggest reason is that Dungeon World does not allow changing factions otherwise. It's anyone's guess how many humans would remain on Blue Star. In the face of survival, never overestimate the baseness of human nature. Upon exiting the square, the wide streets were lined on both sides with magnificent shops. Due to administrative divisions, Yi was teleported to Jiangnan City by default. There are 6 main cities similar to Jiangnan City within the entire Great Xia faction. Aside from one that is purely a military hub, the others are Jiangnan, Jiangdong, Northwest, Northeast, and Central Plains. In the mid-tier region, one level above, there is only one Great Xia faction city. Once you reach the high-tier region, the entire life planet has only one main city, Blue Star City. The higher the tier, the more vast the landmass, the more diverse the species, and the fiercer the competition. Strictly speaking, the so-called second-tier zone is actually a transition between the beginner zone and the mid-tier zone. Any weapon master entering this area is a low-tier weapon master level 15 or above, but below level 40. The second-tier zone and the beginner zone together are collectively referred to as the low-tier zone. To give newcomers a period to adjust, the Dungeon Gate has designated a specific area within the low-tier zone that functions as a beginner village. He casually opened the zone chat panel. Breaking news, breaking news. Ice Queen is about to duel Fire Lion War God again. This is already their 6th duel this month. Wow, when a woman goes crazy, men don't stand a chance. Fire Lion War God has been so overwhelmed by Ice Queen that he doesn't even have time to level up. Serves him right. Who told that scumbag to abandon his teammates and run off on his own? The guy above hit the nail on the head. Fire Lioness' escape led to Snow Maideness and her teammates' deaths. That's the real reason she's giving him a hard time. There are so many scumbags out there, be careful when grouping up. Guys, soloing is definitely the way to go. The guy above is daydreaming. Some monsters are so tough you can't even break their defense solo. How are you supposed to beat them without a party? Why are you worrying about other people's business? The month isn't even halfway over yet, and I don't even have enough money to buy mana restoration potions. When am I ever going to level up? There's a snob here. Anyone who can level up using potions is rich. We ordinary folks have to use potions to fight bosses. Rich people deserve to die. Watching the constantly scrolling chat log, he suddenly gained a clear understanding of the true value of his soul-bound staff. Thanks to the soul-bound staff's properties, Yi had essentially stopped using mana potions. And with Ode to Life and Invincible Barrier, his need for health potions. These 2 consumables alone had relieved Yi of a major headache and saved him a significant amount of wealth. Especially in high-tier battles, the constraints posed by these 2 factors were the primary reasons why high-tier weapon masters often lost their lives due to a single misstep. Previously, due to his cautious nature, Yi had never even experienced the feeling of using potions in the beginner zone, where potion consumption was already minimal. Feeling fortunate, Yi found a shop called Treasure Pavilion and stepped inside. Aside from those run by masters of S rank or higher, most shops operated as general stores. Otherwise, selling only a single type of item would never be enough to retain customer traffic. Welcome! The moment he stepped into the shop, 2 rows of beautiful, elegant maids bowed in unison to greet him. After a moment's pause, he snapped back to his senses. He wasn't some country bumpkin born and raised here, after all. He'd seen scenes like this before in the entertainment venues of his past life. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Noticing that Yi had merely been momentarily startled before regaining his composure, the maids behind the counter's eyes lit up. The saying that it takes 3 generations to cultivate a noble held some truth. Only those who've been nurtured from childhood can truly internalize certain values to the core, allowing them to manifest in every daily gesture. Yi's demeanor made it easy to mistake him for someone who'd seen the world. May I ask, distinguished guest, how may our shop be of service? Looking at the attendant before him, her face as radiant as a flower, her eyes sparkling, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Her expression made it seem as though she'd stumbled upon a cash cow. Do you have a map of the entire region here? He wouldn't dare claim to know the high-tier regions, but as for the territories within Blue Star's borders, everyone had essentially mapped them out thoroughly. Since others had already blazed the trail, Yi had no interest in exploring on his own. Yes. This way, sir. The maid was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yi to be buying something as obscure as a map. Normally, any major clan would have its own unique versions of such basic materials. After all, the strategies for defeating monsters found in certain maps were resources used to train the clan's next generation, information they would never readily share with outsiders. The maps available on the open market were undoubtedly generic. They were essentially just basic maps. Arriving at a display counter, the saleswoman dutifully began her introduction to Yi. Esteemed guest, our shop carries maps of various levels of detail. We have geographical maps depicting mountains, rivers, and waterways, maps showing monster distributions, and special maps custom drawn to meet specific customer requests. I'll take one of those maps showing monster distribution. The more detailed, the better. Stating his request directly, Yi cut off the saleswoman's endless spiel. If she kept talking, Yi thought he might as well have been attending a science lecture. He never imagined that something as simple as a map could be turned into such elaborate business by these merchants. In Dungeon World, every industry is actually no different from the scientific world of his past life. In the game, you could simply take an enhancement stone to upgrade equipment, use a few herbs to craft potions, or even juggle multiple professions just by wanting to, but in Dungeon World, that was nothing but a pipe dream. Never mind anything else, even a simple longsword couldn't be crafted to a decent standard without a weapon master who studied the relevant life skills. Although knowledge and skills can be acquired through skill books, Dungeon World imposes exceptionally strict restrictions on class barriers. If you want to advance to the master level in a life skill, you'd better stick to diligently studying the specialized knowledge. This is Dungeon World's way of leaving a lifeline for those humans with average talent. You provided the mysterious shadow guide. My weapons can grow infinitely. Honored guest, the monster information map in our shop was painstakingly drawn by Master Himing over the course of several years. It is undoubtedly the most detailed map in the entire second-tier region. Holding a scroll of cloth, the shop assistant gushed to Yi about the merits of their merchandise. Why don't you just tell me the price? Yi remained unfazed by the maid's praise. As a weapon master hailing from a third-tier city, he knew next to nothing about so-called masters. With his life hanging by a thread, he spent his entire childhood learning the basic rules of Dungeon World and how to boost his combat power. Unless they were top-tier figures on the level of national treasures, you didn't even know the names of most master craftsmen, let alone distinguish whose work was superior. Very well, honored guest. The price is 50,000 gold coins. Wow! Although he braced himself for a rip-off, when the maid quoted the price, Yi's heart skipped a beat. 5 million blue star coins. That would buy 10 prime retail spaces right in the heart of Lon City Academy. Although he didn't know what the current state of the capital was like, Yi was absolutely certain that with 5 million blue star coins, buying a large villa within the capital's South 3rd Ring Road would be no problem at all. After the arrival of Dungeon World, the real estate industry had completely fallen into decline, while technology had once again shone with dazzling brilliance. Knowledge is wealth. Never before had he understood the meaning of that phrase more deeply than he did now. I'll take it. Even though the pain made his heart, liver, and lungs convulse. Still, Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. He decisively chose to take the hit and handed over 50,000 gold coins to the seller. Whether in his past life or this one, Yi understood one truth: when it comes to survival, there is no such thing as an expense being too high or too low, only whether it's worth it or not. Just silently recite the command, honored guest, and the map will automatically generate an additional panel on your stats screen, while the information on the scroll will disappear completely. Seeing that Yi didn't even hesitate, let alone haggle, the maid's expression grew even more eager. The customer is king, the customer is God. This is a universal truth that holds true at all times. Only those with a servile mindset would grovel before a brand. Following the maid's instructions, Yi held the map scroll, which had cost him 1/20th of his cash flow, in his hand and silently chanted, "Use." The plain cloth scroll, which had looked unremarkable just moments before, suddenly emitted a flash of white light, which then vanished instantly. He opened the interface, and sure enough, a map icon had appeared next to his stats. Upon opening the map, the entire second-tier region unfolded before Ye's eyes. As soon as she saw Ye's action, the maid knew he had opened the map, so she began offering constant prompts from the side. Esteemed guest, our maps are worth every penny. First, there's a search function. For example, if you wish to find a monster of a certain level or with specific traits, you don't need to unfold the entire map and search bit by bit. Just silently state your request, and the map will highlight the relevant areas with different colors. In addition, there's a zoom function and a 3D rotation function. The zoom function allows you to continuously enlarge the map, up to a 1:1 scale. What's more, our map features a 3D rotation function. Based on your thoughts, you can rotate the map 360 degrees, allowing you to explore it from every angle. Listening to the maid's enthusiastic introduction as she chattered away with her cherry-red lips parted, her face beaming with pride, Yi, who had already experienced all the map's features, couldn't help but feel the urge to tease her. He looked at her with a serious, solemn expression and blurted out his thoughts without hesitation. So, do you have dynamic maps here? Can they sync with reality in real time? Hearing Ye's words, the maid's mouth fell open slightly, and she stared at him in horror with her big, watery eyes. Are you a pervert? You must be a pervert, right? Are you sure what you're talking about is a map? And not real-time surveillance? Watching the maid, whose air of arrogance had vanished in an instant, Yi couldn't help but chuckle. So, as expected, joy really is built on the misery of others. Immediately afterward, adopting a probing tone, he asked the maid. All right, let us not dwell on the map. May I ask how much your shop SA rank 1s go for? The maid, who had been feeling a little down, immediately lit up again upon hearing Ye's question. Esteemed guest, our shop specializes in elite gear. We have absolutely everything you could ask for. A rank 1s generally start at 30 million. Wait. Hurriedly raising his hand to cut off the maid's rambling sales pitch, he tentatively tested the waters. 30 million blue star coins? Esteemed guest. Hearing Ye's words, the maid silently rolled her eyes inwardly. In Dungeon World, there's only one unit of currency, gold coins. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Having heard her reply, Yi immediately turned and walked out the door. His swift and decisive demeanor left the maid no time to react. Watching Yi's rapid yet perfectly composed stride, the maid grimaced at his retreating back, her two fierce yet adorable little fangs practically ready to pounce on him and bite a bloody hole in his flesh. Only after Yi's figure had completely disappeared outside the shop did another salesgirl from a nearby counter hurry over to the young woman and start chattering away. Miss, that cute guy from earlier didn't he look like he had much money? Why were you being so friendly? Did you have a crush on him? He. What nonsense are you talking about? Teased by her own employee, the young woman's fair cheeks flushed slightly, but she immediately adopted a serious tone as she addressed her. Ali, any combat-oriented weapon master is always short on money. All their wealth serves only one purpose, to enhance their own strength and ensure their survival. So sometimes, even an 8th-tier high tier might not have as many gold coins as a 2nd-tier rookie. That's perfectly normal, so we absolutely must not judge customers based on whether they're rich or poor. Understood, my young lady. He never would have imagined that what started as a spur-of-the-moment decision would lead him to encounter a young lady on an incognito visit. But after stepping out of the treasure pavilion, he was left speechless by today's prices. Based on that logic, the price of that S-rank soul weapon enhancement scroll was even higher than he originally imagined. Just imagine at least 10 rank 1s worth over 30 million each. That's over 300 million gold coins. Yi's heart began to tremble. He was both grateful for his earlier good fortune and worried about the future path of his soul weapon's upgrades. How much money would that cost? So he really was just a penniless guy after all. Provided by the great master Mysterious Shadow, in everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Arriving at the outskirts of the city, with not a soul in sight, he opened his map once more and began searching. The map of the entire Level 2 region referred only to the Great Xia faction's sphere of influence. Corresponding to the 5 regions of the Great Xia faction in the real world, 5 main cities had been established on the map. However, unlike in reality where the 5 regions are divided by geographical location, on the map, the 5 main cities are divided based on monster levels. Among them, the monsters near Central Plains City have the lowest levels, ranging from level 15 to level 20, while those around Jiangnan City are levels 20 to 25. Jiangdong City is home to monsters ranging from level 25 to 30, Northwest City to level 30 to 35, and finally, Northeast City houses the highest level monsters in the entire Tier 2 region. While the monsters near the other main cities generally fall within the level range corresponding to their respective cities, monsters of other levels are not entirely absent. However, Northeast City is the sole exception. In the Snowrock Mountains north of this main city, even the lowest level monsters are level 35. And there are even hidden bosses around level 43 lurking there. After getting a rough idea of the monster distribution throughout the entire area, Yi turned his attention to a monster called the Cold Fierce Tiger. The Cold Fierce Tiger is a monster found in the Ice Jade Snow Forest east of Jiangnan City, with standard variants being level 23. This perfectly met Yi's requirement of hunting monsters 5 levels higher than his own. Having grown accustomed to the rapid leveling pace brought by massive amounts of experience points, he found it hard to settle for killing monsters of the same level and relying on time to grind his way up. Moreover, with his skills and equipment now completely transformed and his strength having skyrocketed, he certainly wasn't going to compete with others of the same level for monsters. That would be an insult to his own strength. Once he settled on a location for leveling up, it was time for the main part of Yi's experiment. Yi opened the map and kept zooming in until it reached a 1:1 scale with reality. Yi looked at a secluded boulder in the Ice Jade Snow Forest on the map, then activated the teleport to standard spatial anchor skill. An instant later, Yi sensed 2 intensely flickering points of light within a specific region of his consciousness. As he touched one of the points with his mind, the familiar scene of the Goblin Camp in the Beginner-S Zone instantly appeared in Yi's mind. This was the spatio-temporal anchor Yi had left behind in the Beginner-S Zone. Then Yi shifted his focus to the other point. In Yi's mind a snow-covered landscape unfolded in endless forest that, due to the bitterly cold winter, had become crystal clear, as translucent as ice and as pure as jade. This was the origin of its common name, Ice Jade. At the foot of a small hill in the Ice Jade Snow Forest, a massive boulder several meters tall appeared in Yi's mind with a crystal-clear 360-degree view. It works! His heart began pounding faster and faster, his blood surging and boiling through his veins. Overcome by intense excitement, Yi's face flushed bright red. Teleport! As the thought crossed Yi's mind, his entire body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from outside Jiangnan City. At the same moment, hundreds of li away in the Ice Jade Snow Forest, Yi's figure suddenly materialized atop the massive boulder. Just as I thought, when it comes to cleverness and wit, I, Uncle Yi, am still number 1 under the heavens. Ha ha, ha. Letting out a joyful howl toward the sky, Yi gained a new understanding of the teleportation skill. Inside the shop, he saw the map appear before him as a virtual scene. Especially after the maid explained that the map was a precise 1:1 representation, a thought flashed through Yi's mind. What would happen if he used the scenes on the map as spatio-temporal anchor points for his teleportation skill? It's like wanting to go somewhere you've never been before. You'd simply locate that place on a 3D map and use the map to replace reality as a reference point for teleportation. In fact, this works on the same principle as in the Marvel movies from his past life, where a photograph was used as a reference to activate the Kamar-Taj spark circle. After all, the concept of spacetime, mysterious and abstract as it is not something ordinary people can comprehend in the first place. So no matter how bizarre something might seem, Yi didn't consider it out of the ordinary. The most important thing was to dare to imagine it in the first place. Only then would it be possible to make it a reality. Ah woo ah woo. Yi's excitement hadn't even subsided yet when a series of deep, rumbling roars echoed from beneath the boulder. Turning his head, Yi saw that on one side of the boulder, a pack of massive tigers entirely snow-white, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding snow, and sporting long fangs had formed a fan-shaped formation, glaring at him menacingly. Frigid Fierce Tiger. Level, 23. Health, 2,100,000. Wow, that has 2 million health? No wonder leveling up gets slower the higher you go at this pace. 1T you end up wasting all your time on monsters? After letting out a somewhat sarcastic exclamation, Yi didn't hesitate to wield his earth staff, unleashing the level 20 explosive wind blade skill at the frigid fierce tiger. Although the devastating damage was high enough, its range was nearly half as small. Its most distinctive feature was the critical hit that dealt half the target's health. It was a single target damage skill. For now, when farming groups of monsters, the explosive wind blade skill was still the more cost-effective choice. 39,470. 39,470. 39,470. Nearly 40,000 points of damage instantly formed a cloud of data floating above the pack of tigers. Yi's base stats now exceeded 1,000, the God-slaying set provided a 7-fold boost, and the explosive windblade skill offered a 5-fold stat bonus. As a result, the damage dealt by the explosive windblade skill had soared to over 39,000. As soon as the attack was launched, the immense advantage gained from upgrading his soul staff to S rank became apparent. Apart from initiating the attack, Yi didn't have to worry about anything else. Wave after wave of wind blades automatically locked onto the tiger pack from the staff. At the same time, due to the intense fluctuations in magical energy, Yi could clearly feel a faint current of magic slowly coursing through his body, continuously enhancing his attributes. Yi also noticed that within the spinning attack range of the explosive wind blade skill, countless wind blades as they flashed into existence and vanished constantly struck the cold fierce tigers, instantly dispelling the magical energy that had just begun to rise from their bodies. Monsters with ranged attacks? Observing the cold fierce tiger's movements, Yi suddenly realized he had left the beginner zone behind. Monsters here were now capable of ranged attacks. Just as Yi was observing this scene, the cold fierce tigers, all of which were outside the attack range, began to gather magical power on their bodies one by one. Ice balls the size of wash basins instantly solidified in midair, then rained down on Yi in a relentless barrage. Damn it! You provided the game everyone's. My weapon can grow infinitely, by the master developer Diangzi. 12,000. 12,000. The dense barrage of ice chunks rained down. Although Yi did his utmost to dodge them quickly, he was still hit twice in quick succession, instantly losing 24,000 health. Even compared to his current health of nearly 800,000, this was nothing. However, with the dense crowd of cold fierce tigers beneath the boulder and the snow-white landscape all around, he had no idea how many more monsters were lurking in hiding. He simply dared not gamble his health on the strength of the monsters' attacks. Although he had the life-saving skill Invincible Barrier, he didn't need to worry about his own survival. But if he were teleported out of this area, who knew what godforsaken place he'd end up in? Dungeon World was, after all, a world where gods existed. Yi didn't believe that just because he possessed a few god-tier skills, he could slay gods, slaughter Buddhas, defy the heavens, or destroy the earth. Rising from the boulder, Yi activated his flight skill and immediately broke free from the cold fierce tiger's range of attack. He felt the air grow viscous, as if he were floating in water. Though this was his first time flying, Yi didn't feel the slightest awkwardness. It all seemed to come naturally. Yi marveled once again at the existence of the system. It was simply too miraculous. Hovering in midair, Yi constantly shifted his position, dodging the cold fierce tiger's lock-on. You have absorbed 3,974 health points. You have absorbed 3,974 health points. Almost the moment his health dropped, the skill Ode to Life activated, instantly restoring Yi's health to full. If it weren't for the memory of that pain still fresh in his mind, Yi would have almost thought the fluctuations in his health were merely an illusion. As expected, farming monsters in groups is the best approach for me. Although he was startled, this incident gave Yi a clearer understanding of his skills once again. Even so, Yi, ever cautious, didn't take any risks, instead taking his survival tactics to the extreme. He constantly shifted his position back and forth in the air while using the explosive windblade skill to mow down the cold fierce tigers. You have defeated a cold fierce tiger and gained 70,000 experience points. You have defeated the cold fierce tiger and gained 70,000 experience points. You have defeated the cold fierce tiger, triggering a double XP event, and gained 140,000 experience points. Watching the experience points steadily rise, punctuated by occasional bursts of double rewards. Yi's spirits soared as if he downed a bottle of hard liquor. Based on this rate of experience points, 120 Frost Fierce Tigers would be enough to level him up once. He estimated it wouldn't take more than 2 days for him to reach level 20, after which he could enter the Ascension Tower to undergo the Ascension Trial. No one had ever leveled up as quickly as Yi, not even in the 300 years since Blue Star joined the Dungeon Gate. It's important to note that even among the first batch of weapon masters who, guided by spirit jades during the awakening ceremony, forged their soul weapons, not a single one has surpassed Tier 9 to this day, despite 300 years of honing their skills. In other words, the highest level beings on Blue Star so far have only reached the low 90s. Of course, it's possible this isn't solely due to experience points. According to rumors, one of the requirements for the promotion trial to ascend from Tier 9 to the God tier is the slaughter of a god. Once a player reaches the maximum of 99 experience points, the dungeon world will automatically trigger the promotion trial. This is why the high-tier weapon masters on Blue Star today, once they advance to Tier 9, abandon their pursuit of further leveling. After all, slaying a god, just the thought of it makes one's scalp tingle. Not to mention, in an era of such turmoil among the myriad races, ensuring the survival of the entire living planet is everyone's top priority. However, all of this is still a long way off for Yi. After wiping out the dozens of cold fierce tigers near the boulder, Yi weaved through the towering forest in search of prey. Yi didn't just float in the air just because he could fly. Who knew what unimaginable dangers he might encounter? Better to play it safe. Yi didn't want to be teleported to some place that would drive him to the brink of madness. After a full 2 days of searching, hunting, searching again, and hunting once more, Yi's experience points finally crossed the threshold into level 20. Name, Yi. Title, God Slayer. Level, LV 2050,000 21,500,000. Health, 1,326,500. Mana, 66,325. Stamina 1,895 700%. Strength 1,895 700%. Agility 1,895 700%. Spirit 1,895 700%. At the same time, the attributes of the God Slayer set also changed. Equipment: God Slayer set crown, robe, boots, belt, bracelets, ring, necklace. Tier 1 Rainbow 13,440,000. Not only had his level met the requirements for advancement, but the God Slayer set had also met the requirements for advancement. Looking at the over 10 million experience points displayed, Yi's frown was so deep it could have crushed a mosquito. Thinking about the astronomical amount of experience points needed to advance to Tier 9, Yi felt an overwhelming urge to die. Just as he was wallowing in melancholy, a sudden flash before his eyes caused the scene in front of him to change. Welcome to the Ascension Tower to undergo the Ascension Trial. An inverted, bowl-shaped, multicolored bubble separated him from the surrounding darkness. Although it was his first time entering, he had learned about it in school, so Yi remained relatively unfazed. A total of 853,146,245 weapon masters are participating in this Ascension Trial. After 9 trials, those who pass 5 of them will qualify for advancement. Those who pass more than 5 trials will receive rewards, and those who pass all 9 will receive premium rewards. A record for the best performance is set for each round. Any weapon master who breaks the record will have their rewards doubled. Over 800 million? Hearing the number of weapon masters participating in this promotion trial, Yi was stunned. After crossing the 20-level experience points threshold, he was immediately transferred into the promotion tower with almost no delay. There was absolutely no issue with batch accumulation. In other words, at any given moment, there are at least nearly a billion living beings taking part in the rank-up trials. Although he knew that Dungeon Gate was a battlefield where all races clashed, Yi didn't have a clear understanding of what all races actually meant. But now, upon hearing that number, Yi felt as if sparks were crackling all over his scalp. In such a brutal environment, how long could Blue Star hold out? Would there come a day or even a moment when, while he was resting, eating, or leveling up, he would suddenly be wiped out by the Dungeon Gate due to a failure in the Star Domain tournament? The mere thought that his own life offered absolutely no guarantees that it could be snuffed out at any moment because of someone else's actions instantly weighed heavily on Yi's heart. Why should my life be in someone else's hands? Presented by the legendary author Diingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. The massive influx of players instantly crushed any sense of elation Yi had felt from slaughtering the divine avatar. No matter how powerful you are, if you can't single-handedly change the outcome of a war, then everything is nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. After realizing this truth, Yi's sense of urgency to level up grew even heavier. 10 seconds until the first trial. 10. 9. As the countdown began, the darkness outside the multicolored barrier began to shift, and the scene transformed into a marble plaza. In the center of the plaza, a massive dog-headed man stood silently, clutching the long blade. Lord Dog-Headed Man. Level 20. Health 12 million. 2. 1. As the final countdown ended, the multicolored barrier vanished instantly. At the same moment, the dog-headed man snapped awake. But Yuan Ti about to give him any time to react, his most powerful single-target attack skill, Thunderous Blast, erupted instantly. 132,650. 132,650. 132,650. 6 million. Woo woo. From the moment Yi launched his attack, a paralyzing sensation had gripped the Hound Lord, leaving him unable to move even a single step. He could only stand there, wailing in agony. In less than 3 seconds, as an astronomical damage figure flashed on the screen, the Hound Lord's health bar dropped below half. 132,650. 6 million. Yi's luck was off the charts. At the 5-second mark, another probability of wiping out all health effect triggered, and the dog-headed lord vanished into thin air without even a chance to struggle. Congratulations on passing the first trial. It took you 5.4 seconds, setting a new record for the first stage. You've earned 500,000 experience points. Looking at the message on the screen, Yi's expression remained unchanged. Although breaking the record right off the bat surprised even him, he didn't think there was any way he could fail a trial of this level. 10 minutes later, just as the last weapon master defeated his opponent, a massive shockwave finally arrived, almost driving all the participating weapon masters mad. Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has set a new record for the first stage at 5.4 seconds, breaking the previous record of 46 seconds. This is hereby announced. Yi? Blue Star? Human? That name sounds so familiar. Yi? Is that the legendary figure again? Give the rest of us a chance to survive. Blue Star again? Yi again. Could it be that God Slayer? Just as I thought. Is our hope for survival even for us ordinary folk really that slim? A mere human actually broke the record? That is absolutely impossible. The name Yi sounds so familiar. Could it be that God Slayer from before? But that can't be right, it's only been a few days, and even fresh graduates Yuan Ti have reached level 20 yet. Could it just be a coincidence? If I remember correctly, the previous record was set by a dragon. Could this human named Yi actually be more powerful than a dragon? Damn it, this damn isn't he just a monster in human form? Countless people immediately erupted into a commotion upon hearing the System's announcement, each secretly speculating about this achievement. Although Yi had already triggered a world announcement once before, most people still hadn't made the connection between this Yi and that one. After all, during the previous world announcement, the system explicitly stated that the slaughter of the God South Avatar had taken place in the beginner zone. It had been less than 3 days since the last announcement, and no one believed Yi could have reached level 20 in such a short time. Even as an SS-rank soul weapon, he couldn't possibly achieve that kind of speed. The experience points required to go from level 15 to level 20 were undoubtedly several times greater than those needed to go from level 1 to level 15. On top of that, once the advancement assessment began, the chat panel became unavailable, leaving everyone without a way to communicate. They could only speculate about various possibilities in silence. Countdown to the second trial. The system didn't care what anyone was thinking. As soon as the announcement ended, the second trial began. 10, 9. The square instantly expanded more than tenfold, and two monsters appeared simultaneously before Yi. Lord Centaur Archer. Level, 20. Health, 6 million. Lord Orc. Level, 20. Health, 30 million. Compared to the first round, it wasn't just a matter of increased numbers, it was also a mix of different types. As the name suggests, the Centaur Archer was a ranged attacker. The Orc, on the other hand, was a melee monster and a classic high attack, high HP type at that. Good thing these two are standing right next to each other. Ha, I'm in luck. Although their numbers had increased, seeing the Orc and the Centaur Archer standing side by side, one on the left, one on the right, made Yi breathe a sigh of relief. 2. Almost the very moment the barrier vanished, Yi launched his attack. Crack crack. 132,650. 132,650. 132,650. 15 million. Although the two monsters were several meters apart, they were still within the range of the thunderous, explosive blast. In fact, thanks to the half-orc's staggering 30 million health, when Yi's luck peaked, he dealt a single blow of 15 million damage. This not only halved the half-orc's health but also knocked the Centaur Archer flat on the ground. Then, as the second 150,000,000 appeared on the screen, the system notification popped up instantly. Congratulations on passing the second trial in 4.5 seconds. You've set a new record for level 2 and earned 1,200,000 experience points. Not bad, very good indeed. I've only just passed the second trial, and I've already earned more than 1/10 of the experience points needed to upgrade the God Slayer set. Yi didn't feel particularly excited about breaking the record after all. So far, aside from experience points, there hadn't been any other rewards. On the other hand, he was very pleased with the accumulation of experience points. Given the system's typical behavior, the difficulty should double as he progresses. So, by the time the 9th match ends, the experience points required to upgrade the God Slayer set won't be a problem at all. Having finished early, Yi waited in vain for further prompts from the system and could only stand there bored, waiting. Then, after more than 20 minutes had passed, the announcement finally arrived. Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has broken the Stage 2 record of 58 seconds with a time of 4.5 seconds. This is hereby announced. That's impossible? That's absolutely impossible? Could there be a legacy in Dungeon World even more powerful than that of demons? How can I, a mighty descendant of the sacred dragon, be outmatched by a mere human? Damn it, this guy has to be that God Slayer. It's definitely him. I'm tired. Destroy it all. How come there are more monsters, yet it took less time? What is going on with this guy? Brought to you by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Even though some weapon masters had already vaguely braced themselves for this, when the system announcement went out, the entire Ascension Tower was still thrown into an uproar. Especially those races possessing high-tier bloodlines or who had awakened high-tier legacies, they simply couldn't accept this reality. After all, that is 4.5s. The previous fastest record was 58s, yet the time Yi took was less than a fraction of that. How could anyone accept that? Rage aside, the trials weren't over yet. Countdown for the third trial begins. It was still the same plaza as before, except the number of monsters had changed. Lord Ghoul. Level, 20. Health, 30 million. Lord Twin-Winged Nether Tiger. Level, 20. Health, 6 million. Lord Nature Elf. Level, 20. Health, 12 million. Is this a warrior, mage, and priest combo? Seeing the names of the three enemies, Yi speculated with some confusion. Moreover, looking at the strikingly handsome nature elf, Yi was seeing a normal humanoid opponent for the first time. However, even though this elf's appearance was so stunning it could captivate both men and women alike, Yi still didn't forget that clearing the stage was the most important thing. To Yi's relief, the distance between him and the three enemies remained within 10 units. True to its reputation as a god-tier skill, no matter the opponent, Thunderous Might left them virtually no chance to counterattack. After just a few more breaths, the area in front of you was cleared once again. Congratulations on passing the third trial. Time, 4.6s. You've set a new record for the third stage and earned 7 million experience points. Not bad, not bad. Let us keep going, keep going. The moment he saw that the third stage offered a whopping 7 million experience points, he instantly got excited. He couldn't even wait to move on to the fourth trial. This time, the wait was even longer. It took nearly an hour before the system announcement finally appeared again. Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has broken the second stage's record of 175 seconds with a time of 4.6 seconds. This is hereby announced. He finally gained 0.1 seconds. I haven't cracked yet, I can still hang in there. Oh, it's that Yi again. System, please, give us a break, I'm sick of hearing about him. Yi, always Yi. Is this guy going to sweep the whole thing? A legend. A true legend. I'm going to latch onto this legend's coattails. Looks like I'll have to let the clan chief know when I get back. Blue Star has produced a real force to be reckoned with. Let us hope we don't run into him in the Star Domain tournament later on, otherwise, what are we going to do? When Yi's name rang out once more, everyone seemed so used to the disappointment that few reacted with any real excitement. Countdown to the fourth trial begins. Just as Yi blinked and looked across the arena, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The square had transformed into an endless expanse of rolling hills and plains, and not far away, dozens of lion-like monsters lay sprawled beneath the shade of trees. At the same time, a transparent panel appeared before him, its surface dotted with a dense cluster of flashing red dots. The objective is to eliminate all monsters. To Yi's surprise, just before the countdown began, the system flashed another prompt. After glancing at it, Yi turned his attention back to the lions in the distance. Flame Lion. Level, 20. Health, 5 million. Not a boss, not even an elite, and with such average health? What exactly was this supposed to test? Though puzzled by the system's arrangement, Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. Because these flame lions were scattered far too widely, they were already beyond the range of Thunderous Might. So Yi had no choice but to settle for the next best option, switching to his explosive wind blade skill, which had already been upgraded to level 25. 79,960. 79,960. 79,960. He came within a hair's breadth of dealing 80,000 damage, and in an instant, a sea of numbers formed above the entire herd of flame lions. Once he had initiated the attack, the rest proceeded on autopilot. At a rate of 5 attacks per second, within a dozen or so seconds, not a single flame lion remained in sight before him. This ascension tower is so stingy it won't even drop any materials. Muttering to himself, Yi didn't pause for a moment. Almost as soon as the fire lions were wiped out, he soared into the air and headed toward the nearest red dot. Boss, Skeleton General. Level, 20. Health, 15 million. Unlike the pack-hunting flame lions, the second wave of monsters Yi encountered was a lone undead skeleton general. It was time to solo again. Without hesitation, Yi unleashed Thunderous Might. 7,500,000. 132,650. To Yi's surprise, his very first attack instantly knocked off half of the enemy's health. As expected, 3 seconds later, this boss-level undead creature was reduced to a pile of bone fragments. He took flight once more, searching for the next wave of monsters. This trial was the longest level Yi had ever faced, even though he was only on the 4th stage. When he arrived above a lush green forest, he looked down at the dense, thriving trees with confusion. As far as the eye could see, there were only verdant trees, not a single monster in sight. If it weren't for the red dots on the transparent panel and the system notifications that hadn't yet appeared, Yi would almost have thought he'd already cleared the level. What the hell is going on here? Does clearing a level actually test your scouting skills? Muttering to himself, Yi instinctively cast an explosive wind blade skill downward. Then, hundreds of crimson notifications appeared in his field of vision. Night Elf Archer. Level 20. Health 3 million. An Elf Archer? Although its health was the lowest in this level, a mere 3 million, not even as much as the Flame Lioness. After his initial gasp, Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately activated a skill and soared into the air. But it was clearly too late. After a dense, continuous chorus of bowstrings snapping, countless arrows streaked toward Yi. As a race renowned for long-range combat in Dungeon World, elves of every type are virtually infallible marksmen. The arrows seemed to pierce through space, reaching Yi almost instantly. Unlike others who would instinctively defend first, when Yi realized he couldn't dodge, he didn't even think about blocking. Instead, he immediately unleashed a thunderous offensive skill. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. Plus 13,260. Plus 13,260. Plus 13,260. Plus 15,000. As it turned out, Yi's first instinct was absolutely correct. Just as his health was plummeting rapidly, a flood of green numbers with plus signs once again restored his health to full. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow in everyone's game, my weapon can grow infinitely. What saved Yi from the greatest crisis he faced since entering the dungeon world was the barrage of damage dealt by the Night Elf Archeress Thunderous Might's skill. 132,650. 132,650. 132,650. 1,500,000. This massive burst of damage, combined with the Hymn of Life skill which converts 1% of the damage taken into health, allowed Yi to barely survive his second life or death crisis. Moreover, using Thunderous Might triggered a hidden state change, its active trait Stun. This trait is an area of effect crowd control skill that forces a 1-second stun, reducing the number of enemy attacks. Yi's health of over 1 million may seem high, but in reality, when facing area of effect attacks, he would essentially be taken down in a single wave. Just moments ago, he nearly triggered the life barrier skill's 10% effect, which would have forcibly removed him from the Ascension Tower's trial area. If he were to be eliminated from this trial, he would have to wait until reaching level 30 to re-enter the Ascension Tower. Although his level would increase, none of his attributes would improve. It's as if he has wasted 20 to 30 levels worth of experience points for nothing. This phenomenon has created many so-called elites who appear to be high level but are actually quite ordinary in terms of combat power and rank. His powerful skill attributes also led Yi to make a completely different choice from others when facing danger. If it were anyone else, their first instinct when facing a powerful attack would be to strengthen their defense while healing heavily. But Yi had to do the exact opposite. He had to grit his teeth, step up his offense, and increase his damage output. Even after instantly restoring his health, Yi's heart was still pounding wildly. He sped up his aerial maneuvers, constantly evading the Elf Archeress lock-on. To be on the safe side, Yi didn't even use the explosive Windblade skill, a wide area AoE attack. Instead, he used Thunderous Blast, a skill with a range at least 2/3 smaller, to continuously bombard the forest below. His goal was to exploit the 1-second stun effect triggered when enemies are hit by Thunderous Blast. 132,650. 150,000. 150,000. 3 minutes later, Yi had finally wiped out every single Elf Archer. And on the screen before him, the red flashing dots representing monsters had completely vanished. Congratulations on passing the 4th trial. It took you 15 minutes, setting a new record for level 4. You have earned 65 million experience points as a reward. Whoa, 65 million points? I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm rich. As he stared at the system notification, Yi's whole body began to tremble. Originally, he had estimated that earning 30 million experience points in this stage would be quite good, but he never expected the final result to be more than double what he had anticipated. Now he no longer had to worry about upgrading the God Slayer set at all. The next step was to see how many experience points he could accumulate in his pool by taking advantage of the upgrade trials. A challenge of this difficulty was certainly about more than just advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2 and learning a few extra skills. If we were to count skills, there are at least 800,000 if not a million Tier 1 skills alone in the entire dungeon world. But everyone has their own style and opportunities. Most players, even at lower tiers, may not be able to learn as many as 10 skills in total. After all, leveling up skills isn't exactly a walk in the park. Rather than learning a new skill, it's better to take the opportunity to level up a skill you're already comfortable with. Given the costs of mana and cooldowns, every chance to learn a skill is taken very seriously by a weapon master. After all, the right combination of skills can deal multiplied damage. An ill-suited skill, on the other hand, might not even be able to be chained together to form a skill combo with tight cooldown coordination. Upon entering the academy, every student learns their very first lesson that what suits you best is the most powerful. The defining feature of the challenging rank advancement tower is that it is only after reaching the second rank that all weapon masters are officially considered true weapon masters. This is because once the rank advancement trial is passed, all attribute calculations undergo a massive change. Before level 20, all attribute growth rates increase by 30%, while experience points gained from leveling up increase by 60%. The maximum health is 100 times the stamina value, and mana is 5 times the spirit attribute. However, after advancing to Tier 2, both the experience points gained from leveling up and the attribute growth rates will be standardized to a 50% increase. The maximum health and mana will both be 100 times the stamina and spirit attributes, respectively. In other words, it is only after the weapon master advances to the second tier that their combat power truly begins to skyrocket, and they are finally freed from the constraints of mana. However, for Yi, this latter change was somewhat of a mixed blessing. This is because, among all his stat requirements, his need for mana is the lowest. But when he eventually approaches the threshold of godhood, he will suddenly realize that every attribute outlined by the dungeon gate plays an irreplaceable role. Of course, it's still too early to discuss all this now. Let us return to the scene of the Ascension Tower trials. The fourth trial didn't conclude until 12 hours had passed. The weapon masters, having already expended a significant portion of their stamina, barely had the energy to react to the system announcement that suddenly rang out. Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has broken the record for the fourth trial 5,300s with a time of 900s. This is hereby announced. Alright, system, let us get the fifth trial started already. What's the point of announcing the same person over and over? Some remained indifferent, some grumbled impatiently, and some scoffed repeatedly, but the reactions were nowhere near as intense as before. Everyone had become numb to Yi's record-breaking streak. Even those with solid scores had begun secretly wondering whether Yi would break all the records for the 9 stages. The fifth trial was considered the first hurdle of the promotion trials. Anyone who failed to pass any of the first 5 trials would immediately lose their eligibility to enter the 6th trial. After all, only those who passed all 5 trials were considered to have passed the promotion trials. And if one failed even a single one of the first 5 trials, there was no point in continuing with the remaining 4. In the Ascension Tower, simply killing a monster isn't enough to pass a trial. To fully pass, one must not only kill the monster but also complete the trial in a time shorter than the average completion time. Clearly, the weapon masters participating in this year's Ascension trials are among the unluckiest in history. Because of Yi's presence, the average completion time has been raised by several notches. Countdown to the 5th match has begun. Provided by the great author Diingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. The scene changed once again, and he found himself standing atop a steep mountain peak. Below, monsters covered the mountainside, glaring menacingly at Yi on the summit and poised to attack at any moment. The only consolation was that the mountain had sheer cliffs on 3 sides and only one gentle slope, making it an excellent location that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The longer you hold out against the monster's attacks, the better your score. As soon as he saw this system prompt, Yi instantly understood. Strictly speaking, this level was a test of a weapon master's survival skills. Under the siege of countless monsters covering the entire mountain, one must possess powerful offensive capabilities, a certain degree of field control, tenacious endurance, and solid defense. This was a comprehensive test of wisdom, strategy, and raw power. But for Yi, it was incredibly simple, no need to overthink it, he just had to go all out. Before that, however, Yi had one more thing to do: upgrade the God Slayer set right away. Upgrade the God Slayer set. As soon as Yi issued the command, his experience points, which had originally been over 70 million, instantly dropped to just over 60 million. However, after deducting over 10 million experience points, Yi looked at the God Slayer set as stats and felt it was all worth it. Equipment: God Slayer set crown, robe, boots, belt, bracelets, ring, necklace. Tier 2 rainbow. Note: increases base stats by 900%. The set effect increases by 200% for every tier 1 upgrade. Each time the weapon master level is upgraded, it consumes the same amount of experience points as the maximum level of the upgraded equipment, no upper limit. The boost to base stats instantly jumped from 7 times the original value to 9 times. Meanwhile, the system's countdown was about to end. 3, 2, 1. Since defense wasn't a concern for the moment, and the monster's attack range couldn't be covered by the Thunderous Blast skill, Yi had no choice but to use the Explosive Wind Blade skill. 105,670. 105,670. 105,670. As the staff gradually enhanced Yi's various physical attributes and the God Slayer set was upgraded, the damage output of the Explosive Wind Blade skill, which had originally been over 80,000, had increased to over 105,000. The monsters, including wild wolves, tigers, and orcs that were caught in the skill's range, staggered and swayed as they advanced under the onslaught of the wind blades. From this, Yi also identified one of his weaknesses: the lack of a definitive crowd control skill in his repertoire. The suppression effect provided by the Explosive Wind Blade skill was still somewhat insufficient against monsters with high health pools. In this regard, skills targeting swamp-dwelling or ice-based creatures held an inherent advantage. Unfortunately, skill books as loot are generally a matter of luck. Finding one that perfectly suits your needs is rare. Fortunately, his signature staff now had an auto-target feature, and the skill's cast rate had reached its maximum of 6 times per second. As a result, against monsters with an average health of only a few million, he could take down all targets within a 30-30 range in just 3 or 4 seconds. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Woo-ah-woo. The piercing whistling of wind blades slicing through the air, mixed with the roars and screams of the monsters, blended together at the mountaintop to create a unique spectacle. At first, Yi was still able to hold his ground calmly on the mountainside, mowing down wave after wave of monsters. Whether it was due to the dungeon gate's mechanics or the monster's instinct to attack him, a human, was unclear. More and more monsters crowded onto the mountainside, those in the back shoving those in front, and the larger ones knocking aside the smaller ones. Even the area covered by the Explosive Wind Blade skill had reached its maximum capacity, with monsters packed shoulder to shoulder. All the monsters surged forward, throwing caution to the wind. Looking down from the mountaintop, Yi saw an endless stream of monsters surging from the dark boundary not far from the foot of the mountain, as if they were infinite. The dense horde of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against the magical barrier Yi had erected. Even such a terrifying scene could not dampen the fire burning in Yi's heart. Ever since he killed his first monster, the system's notifications had filled him with an urge to farm monsters until the end of time. You defeated a wild wolf and gained 30,000 experience points. You defeated a black-striped tiger and gained 15,000 experience points. You defeated an orc and gained 30,000 experience points. You defeated an elite ghoul, triggering a double reward, and gained 50,000 experience points. Can you believe it? The system is actually giving out bonus experience points in this stage? Right now, you can't help but wish the monsters in the Ascension Tower could directly push his experience points up to the threshold of Tier 1. Wave after wave of monsters kept surging toward Yi. But the field of wind blades in front of him stood like an impenetrable dam, firmly holding back the monster's onslaught. Moreover, this field, completely saturated with wind elements, continued to expand and grow stronger. Skill: Explosive Wind Blade level +1. You defeated a centaur archer. You gained 120,000 experience points. You defeated a 9-tailed red fox. You gained 20,000 experience points. Skill, Explosive Wind Blade level +1. Skill, Explosive Wind Blade level +1. As time passed, the level of the Explosive Wind Blade skill continued to rise, and its coverage area grew ever wider. Eventually, it completely enveloped the entire area in front of Yi, leaving no gap. The entire southern slope of the mountaintop was filled with the howling sound of wind blades slicing through the air. The monster's severed limbs flew through the air, blood spurted everywhere, and the mountaintop was drenched in a dark red hue. Fortunately, the dungeon world had become a digital realm. Although the sight of the monsters' bodies being torn to pieces was heart-wrenching, after a certain amount of time, everything would be reset to nothing. Even so, as hordes of monsters fell before Yi. Standing atop a massive boulder on the mountaintop, Yi looked as if he were treading upon a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and a field of bleached bones, the very image of a great demon lord of hell. There was no sun within the Ascent Tower's space, and Yi had no idea how long he'd been killing. He only knew that the Explosive Wind Blade skill had been unleashed from his staff time and time again, at least tens of thousands of times. Wave after wave of monsters charged up the mountain, only to fall at Yi's feet, wave after wave. And they kept coming, one after another, with the monsters' levels rising higher and higher. Level 20, 21, 22, 23. They kept rising at a rate of one level every half hour. The rate at which the monster's HP increased was roughly balanced with the increase in the skill's damage. This kept Yi standing firm on the mountaintop the entire time, without resorting to his trump card, the flight skill. Just as he began to feel his whole body stiffening, he suddenly noticed that the monsters at the foot of the mountain were finally starting to thin out, provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow. My weapon can grow infinitely. Seeing that the dark barrier in the distance had finally stopped spewing out monsters, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though his stamina was fine, his spirit, which had been maintained at a high level of concentration the entire time, was already showing signs of numbness. When the last monster was cut down by a wind blade and instantly shattered into pieces, the system notification finally arrived, long overdue. Congratulations on passing the 5th trial. You are the first to clear it, setting a new historical record. You have earned a total of 4,200,000,000 experience points from this trial. We hereby announce that Weapon Master Yi of Blue Star has completely cleared the 5th trial, becoming the first in history to do so. 4.2 billion? Although he knew he'd killed a lot of monsters, he never expected to earn 4.2 billion. This made Yi's blood rush to his head in an instant. He'd heard that the first rank up was essentially a bonus from the dungeon gate, but he hadn't imagined it would be this generous. Ever since entering the rank up tower, the experience points rewards for every monster he'd killed had basically started at a minimum of 10 times the normal amount. After all, on a normal day, killing a level 20 mini-boss and getting 1,000 experience points was enough to make him secretly smile. Otherwise, why would Yi have worked so hard to jump 5 levels just to kill monsters? Is this guy even human? Could he be a dragon infiltrating human society? Cleared the dungeon? Screw that, I must have heard wrong. Even if a monster just stood there letting him hack away, he'd probably wear it to death. This is all fake, absolutely fake. Awesome. Just as you'd expect from our Blue Star's top dog, Yishin has truly made Blue Star famous today. Exactly. Let us see if other races dare to look down on Blue Star from now on. Today, Yi outshone billions of prodigies, spreading Blue Star's fame far and wide among all races, and has already been crowned a god by the human weapon masters. No matter how talented they were, every prodigy from all races who participated in today's promotion trial was left with a deep psychological scar by Yi. By clearing the 5th stage in an unprecedented manner, setting a new record, Yi has secured an unassailable position. After all, even if another prodigy were to suddenly rise today, they couldn't surpass Yi in the number of records broken. Sinking down onto a rock and gasping for breath, Yi felt stars beginning to dance before his eyes. Even though he barely lifted a finger while standing there, his mind had been constantly focused on controlling the situation, which had taken a massive toll on his spirit. Amid the pain, Yi could only console himself by glancing at the absurdly high level of his explosive wind blade skill. Name, Yi. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 143. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 3,670 base damage to all targets within a 148 area. Passive derivation, the number of targets attacked increases as the skill level rises. Active splatter, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 143 area. Attribute bonus, Spirit 20. At level 143, the explosive wind blade skill already boasts a base damage of 3,670. The only thing that left Yi Ling feeling disappointed was how difficult it was to increase the spirit attribute bonus. It only doubled every 10 levels. This rare wave of monsters caused the explosive wind blade skill S level to skyrocket instantly. Perhaps realizing that this trial was truly grueling, the system waited a full half hour before issuing another announcement. Countdown to the start of the 6th trial. 10. He hurriedly stood up, gripping his staff tightly. Although the experience points were coming in at a mind-blowing rate, if the next stage was anything like this one, you wasn't sure he'd be able to keep clearing the levels. Fortunately, the Ascension Tower wasn't as brutal as Yi had imagined. The scene shifted before his eyes, and he instantly found himself inside a gloomy, ancient castle. In the dilapidated garden, there was no trace of greenery, only withered branches and blue leaves, while a winding corridor stretched out beside him. 3 dilapidated 2-story wooden houses flanked a small 3-story stone building in the center. Several intertwining stone paths stretched from between the buildings into the gloomy distance. Find and slay the true form of Count Della, the vampire prince. The dim sky, the desolate scene, and the mention of vampires made Yi's knees go a little weak. Did he just teleport straight into someone's backyard? A scenario-based quest? Role-playing? After reading the prompt, Yi was completely baffled. What kind of nonsense was this Ascension Tower pulling now? 1. As soon as the countdown ended, Yi heard hurried footsteps gradually drawing closer. Help me, help me. No sooner had the voice sounded than a petite yet curvaceous Western-looking woman came stumbling around the corner of the hallway. Behind her, a burly man with brown hair, clad in linen and limping on one leg, was chasing her frantically. Brave warrior, do not be beguiled by this sorceress. She is a servant of the vampires. Honorable warrior, he is the one who serves the vampires. I am a victim who was abducted to be drained of my blood. The two soon reached Yi, each desperately vying for his trust. Yi cast an expressionless glance at them, not even feeling the urge to speak, before swinging his staff. Crack! When dealing with such dark creatures, is there any skill more effective than a thunderous strike? He was practically born to counter them. Ah no! You, how could you? Before they could even finish their sentences, the two turned to ash right before Yi's eyes and scattered into the heavens and earth. Only then did Yi speak to himself, in a calm and unhurried tone. The system said to take out that vampire, but it didn't say I couldn't take out the others at the same time. After saying this, Yi reaffirmed his own reasoning. That's right, that's exactly it. Who cares if that's his true form? I'll wipe them all out, then I'll still clear the stage, 1ti? Although he suspected that the trials for those extraterrestrial races would certainly differ from his own. After all, every race has different tastes and values, so the storylines designed for the Ascension Tower must certainly differ. But a storyline this insulting to his intelligence, he had no idea what the Ascension Tower was thinking. In an environment like this, anyone who manages to live a fulfilling life, could they possibly be a good person? Even if there were innocent people here, wouldn't he taking them out directly count as saving them from a life of misery? Raising his hand to eliminate two beings, whether good or evil, he didn't know Yi let loose with complete abandon. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs, hurling them directly at the wooden huts. Boom crackle, brought to you by the masterful author Diengzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. A deafening roar echoed as the fireballs exploded. Except for the 3-story stone building in the very center, the rest of the ancient castle was engulfed in raging flames. Wow, Yi was incredibly skilled at this whole killing and arson routine. Ah! You damned bastard! Seeing his home about to be torn down, Count Delra, who had been waiting to watch the show, couldn't hold back any longer. He transformed into a bat several meters in size and dove straight down from the 3rd floor toward Yi in the courtyard. He is practically coming right to me. Crack! Crack! Amid the flash of sparks and lightning, a thunderous blast engulfed Count Dela's head. 175,500. 175,500. 6,750,000. Thud. Stunned by the stun effect, Count Dela didn't even realize that half his health had vanished. In an ugly, face-first fall, he slammed into the ground from midair, his head half buried in the dirt. Ah! Before he could even finish a single threat, Count Dela was engulfed by a cascade of lightning. 175,500. 175,500. 175,500. 6,750,000. From the moment he appeared until he was reduced to dust, Count Dela, who had over 13 million health, didn't even get to utter a single line of dialogue. Congratulations on clearing the 6th trial in 16 seconds. You've set a new record for this level and earned 300,000 experience points. The experience points, which had been in the hundreds of millions in the previous level, had plummeted to just 300,000 in an instant. Yi's expression turned blank, and a chill crept into his heart. Although he knew that such a massive haul as in the previous level was by no means the norm, surely it couldn't plummet to this extent so suddenly, could it? After being repeatedly provoked and harassed by the system, all the contestants still remaining in the Ascension Tower had become completely immune to its prompts. Oh! They didn't even feel the urge to react. Everyone just went about their business, acting as if they hadn't heard the prompt at all. After all, in everyone's minds, they no longer regarded Yi as a human being. At this point, no one harbored any doubts about Yi's identity anymore. Apart from that God Slayer, who else could be so monstrous as to force the Ascension Tower to repeatedly post announcements out of sheer helplessness? If he could even take down a goddess avatar, what is so surprising about breaking a record? And to be honest, the weapon masters undergoing the trials, now that their immunity had improved, were clearing the stages a bit faster. Half an hour later, the 6th trial was completely over. Countdown to the 7th trial has begun. Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has broken the record for level 9. This is hereby announced. I wonder if it's because Yi went a bit overboard farming experience points during level 5. Not only were the last 3 levels relatively easy, but the experience points earned per level actually decreased with each subsequent one. It left Yi with the feeling that the run started strong but fizzled out. This advancement trial has come to an end. All weapon masters who have cleared 5 stages will have their level up restrictions lifted and will receive their respective rewards. As soon as the 9th stage concluded, a system notification announcing the rewards appeared. Yi could barely contain his excitement. His 2 rows of pearly white teeth looked unusually goofy in the rainbow-colored glow. Just as Yi was calculating what staggering rewards he would receive for breaking the record of clearing all 9 stages, suddenly, the surrounding scene shifted once more. Beyond the multicolored barrier, 4 figures appeared, radiating supreme majesty and an oppressive aura. That aloof indifference and the faint, simmering anger emanating from them instantly sent a chill down Yi's spine. What on earth was going on? Had the Ascension Tower glitched? Ants! Crack crackle! No sooner had one of the colossal figures let out a thunderous roar than Yi, almost simultaneously, swung his staff, hurling the god-tier skill Thunderous Might straight overhead. 175,500. 175,500. Anyway, I've got my invincible barrier. What's there to be afraid of? The void was instantly filled with blinding lightning, and under the barrage of countless bolts, the 4 colossal figures lost all trace of their former majesty and arrogance. Each of them began to shake violently, as if suffering from Parkinson's disease. How dare you? You insignificant ant! How presumptuous! Even at this moment, the figures didn't forget to maintain their haughty demeanor as they berated Yi. 450 trillion. 760 trillion. 152,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. 980 trillion. 175,500. 175,500. But it wasn't until 4 massive damage numbers floated up above their heads that these 4 figures began to panic. Stop, stop. How dare you? You, blasphemer, die. Damn it, ah. Paralyzed by shock, the figures could barely get their words out. But amidst their stammering, Yi could clearly sense the anger mingled with their panic. What a joke! My title is God Slayer, what is there to be afraid of? 175,500. 450 trillion. 760 trillion. 15200000000000000. 980 trillion. Looking at the string of zeros above his head, Yi's eyes nearly glowed green. Just how much health is that? If only it were all mine. You defeated the projection of the lower god Amikov and gained 140 million experience points. You defeated the projection of the lower god Hamel, the god of greed and wrath, and gained 300 million experience points. You defeated the projection of the lower god Kandaner, the god of shadow stabs, and gained 600 million experience points. You have defeated the projection of Rosquill, the lower god of arrogant decay, and gained 400 million experience points. Glancing around, he found himself back in the pitch-black scene from before. If it weren't for the System S4 consecutive notifications, Yi would have almost thought he was dreaming. If I said my finger slipped, would anyone believe me? The initial attack wasn't his intention at all, it was purely a result of his hands shaking from fear, a pure reflex honed from killing monsters so often. Once the attack began, Yi threw caution to the wind and had no intention of stopping. Otherwise, wouldn't he at least have listened to what the other party had to say? Although, due to this accident, he had once again slaughtered a god's projection. But aside from a slight aftershock, he felt absolutely no regret. They'd come knocking on his door. Was he supposed to greet them with a smile? Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, none of the 4 gods emitted any aura of anger this time. But the dungeon gate seemed to be doing it on purpose, as if specifically to rub salt in the wound. World announcement: Yi, a human from Blue Star, as a Tier 1 weapon master, has single-handedly slain the projections of 4 gods, accomplishing a feat unprecedented since time immemorial. Let the entire world offer its congratulations. This is hereby announced. World announcement: Yi, a human from Blue Star, as a Tier 1 weapon master, has single-handedly slain the projections of 4 gods, accomplishing a feat unprecedented since time immemorial. Let the entire world offer its congratulations. This is hereby announced. World announcement: Yi, a human from Blue Star, as a Tier 1 weapon master, has single-handedly slain 4 god projections, accomplishing a feat unprecedented since time immemorial. Let the whole world offer their congratulations. This is hereby announced. Provided by the great goddess shadowy form, my weapon can grow infinitely. I at percent, hashtag. This is simply outrageous. You've got to be kidding me. Wasn't he God Yi just taking his promotion trial a moment ago? How did he end up fighting gods again? Is God Yi really this busy? His combat power is terrifying. Slaughtered another god? Are gods as common as cabbages these days, so easy to take down? He is practically a professional god slayer. Blue Star has finally turned its fortunes around. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a god fall so easily? Forget it. We're used to it by now anyway. Forget about a goddess projection. Even if you were to take down a goddess true form one day, I'd believe it. Once the world announcement appeared, there was simply no way to keep it a secret anymore. And in the world chat panel, it was like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan. It instantly exploded with chaos. Wow! Is there an addiction to slaying gods or something? Killing one wasn't enough, he actually took out 4 in a row? Especially after hearing the commentary from those weapon masters who had just advanced to Tier 2, and learning that Yi had actually been participating in the promotion trial just moments before, everyone was even more speechless. So, an act as solemn, as grand, and as glorious as slaying a god was something you just squeezed in between other commitments? Blasphemer! Damn you! Ants! Roar! Yi, just you wait, you blasphemer. In the void, several furious roars rang out one after another, echoing in the ears of countless people. Now, no one had any doubts left. It wasn't that they didn't believe the world announcement, it was just that this kind of thing was simply hard to believe. This wasn't something a human being could possibly do. Yi also heard the world announcement and could only roll his eyes in exasperation as a sign of protest. This was practically throwing him onto a barbecue grill. However, after glancing at his stats panel and seeing that the power of the God Slayer title had tripled. Well, that's pretty sweet. Congratulations to Weapon Master Yi on passing the advancement trial. Since you broke the completion records for all stages, all rewards have been multiplied by 9. Your rewards for this advancement trial are as follows. 1. A total of 5,703,760,000 experience points. This includes 4,263,760,000 points for clearing the trial and 1,440,000,000 points for slaying 4 God Slayer projections. After the 9x multiplier, the total experience points reward is 5,133,384,000. Whoa, gulp. After drawing in a sharp breath and swallowing hard, he had to admit he was stunned. Over 500 experience points once he went outside. Wouldn't he be able to directly take the trial to advance from Tier 2 to Tier 3? 2. Reward, Tier 2 skills, Ice Domain skill, Flame Prison skill. 3. Reward, 1 random pet egg. 4. Reward, 1 space ring with a capacity of 1,000 1,000 1,000. 5. Reward, Diamond Grade Support Equipment for Winged Wings. 6. Exemption from the Tier 3 Advancement Trial. System, are you serious? Yi, who had been preparing to grind for more experience points, suddenly heard this strange reward mixed in among the others and couldn't help but gape in shock. Is this really a reward? This is clearly a punishment, right? But the aloof system completely ignored his inner rant and continued announcing the rewards. 7. Reward, 1 Mind Link Ring. 8. Reward, God Tier Skill Archmage's Shield. 9. Reward, Blue Star Fortune plus 5. Perhaps not wanting to give him any chance to complain, the moment all 9 rewards were announced, Yi was instantly teleported out of the Ascension Tower. At the same time, the system also granted him 3 world announcements. Because Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi broke the record by clearing 9 consecutive stages in the 2nd tier Ascension trial, a feat unprecedented in history, he is rewarded with plus 5 Blue Star Fortune and exempted from the 3rd tier Ascension trial. This is hereby announced. Because Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi broke the record by clearing 9 consecutive stages in the 2nd tier advancement trial, a feat unprecedented in history, he is awarded plus 5 Blue Star Fortune and exempted from the 3rd tier advancement trial. This is hereby announced. Because Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi consecutively broke records by clearing 9 stages in the 2nd tier advancement trial, a feat unprecedented in history, Blue Star is rewarded with plus 5 Fortune, and the 3rd tier advancement trial is waived. This is hereby announced. Waived from the 3rd tier advancement trial? Is there even such a reward? Wow, ISNT Weapon Master Yi's fortune just incredibly powerful? Young friend Yi single-handedly added 15 points of fortune to Blue Star. By his own efforts, he has elevated Blue Star's fortune to the excellent tier that is truly remarkable. Is that the ice magic god up there? I bow to you, Great One. I bow to you, Great One. Whoa, the ice magic god who has been in hiding for decades has actually come out of the woodwork. Is Big Brother Yi really that big of a deal? As the chat section buzzed with excitement, Hidamlian, once the top spellcaster, backed by the ice magic god, actually popped up to chat with everyone, leaving everyone in awe. I've always been unsure about advancing to the god tier because Blue Star's fortune is simply too low. I never expected young friend Yi to pull off such a mind-blowing feat today. I plan to ride his coattails and begin my own advancement trials. After explaining why he appeared, Hidamlian thoughtfully shared a screenshot of himself fighting monsters in a secret realm. Clearly, Hidamlian intended to fill up his remaining experience points pool and then charge headlong toward the god tier in one go. This scene instantly set the chat section ablaze. Although Hidamlian wasn't the one with the most explosive combat power, nor did he deal the highest damage. He was the very first person on Blue Star to reach Tier 9. Moreover, he also served as the honorary president of the Imperial Capital Mage Academy. Among the existing Tier 9 spellcasters on Blue Star, at least 60% are considered his disciples. Such a venerable elder, with such prestige, was now actually thanking Yi for granting him the strength needed to break through to the God tier. Only then did the weapon masters on Blue Star gain a tangible sense of Yi's contributions. And right after he Dongliang finished speaking, the chat group erupted into a scene rarely seen in a century. I am Dongli. Today, I too intend to attempt a breakthrough to the divine tier. Thank you, young friend Yi, for your kindness. Thank you, young friend Yi. I am Badil, and today I, too, intend to attempt a breakthrough to the divine tier. One after another, these Tier 9 powerhouses lined up to thank Yi. The entire chat room fell into stunned silence. Among them were players from the West and the East, mages, warriors, archers. But they all shared one common trait: they had been standing at the threshold of the God tier for quite some time. These powerhouses, who had always avoided the God tier promotion trials in the past, had unexpectedly appeared en masse in the chat channel today, collectively declaring their intention to attempt the God tier promotion that very day. This once-in-a-century spectacle instantly drew every weapon master on Blue Star into the chat channel. Presented by the legendary Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. All you younger players may be wondering why we high-tier veterans have all gathered here today, rushing to take the promotion test. Just as Blue Star's weapon masters were flocking to the chat section to watch the big shots, a Western Tier 9 assassin named Jonas, ever the teacher, began to clarify things for everyone. According to past rumors, there is a stage in the Tier 9 to God tier ascension trial where the candidate must face off against a god. Actually, while that's not entirely accurate, it's not exactly a rumor either. Ah. Are we really supposed to go head-to-head with a god? Is there any hope of passing that? Wow, to become a god, you first have to fight one? If you could defeat a god, would there even be a need to advance? I knew it, that's why Blue Star has never had a god tier player. Turns out the advancement process is this difficult. In the bustling chat channel, these little-known secrets had Yi so engrossed that he didn't even bother to check his rewards. He pulled up the chat panel and began devouring the gossip with great interest. After all, he was still a long way from advancing to the God tier, so there was no need to worry about it for now. Everyone, don't get ahead of yourselves. The reason the rumors are inaccurate is that advancing to the God tier doesn't involve directly battling a god, because there'd be absolutely no hope of winning that way. As he said this, Jonas suddenly remembered something and hurriedly corrected himself. Of course, maybe young friend Yi could be an exception. Jonas's statement, driven by an extremely strong desire for survival, made everyone chuckle to themselves. Truly worthy of the great god Yi, even Tier 9 heavyweights treat him with such caution. Although you don't have to fight a god, according to the intelligence we've gathered, in the final stage of the promotion, you must undergo a trial by a goddess projection. Projection? You mean the kind that the great god Yi just slaughtered 4 of like they were nothing? A dim-witted guy named Zhang Dania, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, instantly silenced the entire chat room. As harsh as that sounds, even an old-timer like me is at a loss for words. Even though he was so embarrassed he could built a villa with the toes on his feet, Jonas still answered the question with refreshing candor. Wow, brother Daniu, if you can't speak, just keep talking. For someone who can kill a conversation like that to have grown up unscathed, I have to say, you're pretty lucky. Good thing I didn't call you out. Thank goodness the big shots here are so broad-minded, otherwise, the grass on your grave would be towering by now. Alright, everyone. Even though Young Yi has killed god projections one after another, that doesn't mean god projections are weak. A Tier 9 perfect being, if they're not careful, won't even have a chance to escape when facing a god projection. That's also why everyone has been hesitating. After all, the Star Domain tournament relies on us old-timers to hold it up. Each of us is a pillar of Blue Star. Losing even one puts Blue Star in greater danger. Moreover, not all god projections are the same. They could be lower gods, middle gods, or even higher gods. Exactly which one we'll face depends on the fortune of each life-bearing planet. Young Master Yi first used his entry-level strength to consecutively slay god projections, and then, single-handedly, raised Blue Star's fortune from 73 points in the average qualified range to 88 points in the excellent range. All of this has given us immense encouragement and confidence. Today, we will ride on young Master Yi's momentum to make a push toward the god tier. Everyone, wish us luck. Whether Blue Star soars to new heights or remains in hibernation depends on what happens today. As soon as these words were spoken, the Tier 9 members in the chat room began logging out one after another. Although only Jonathan voiced his thoughts, everyone knew that the Tier 9 heavyweights had reached a tacit understanding. Just as Jonathan had said, riding on Yi's momentum, everyone was prepared to seize the moment and break through the mental barriers that had held them back for years. As the heavyweights left one by one, the chat room slowly returned to its previous tranquility. Today's events had been too overwhelming for everyone. They all needed some time to compose themselves. Especially those big shots who usually lurked in the background today. One after another, they came out of the woodwork, casually revealing just the tip of the iceberg of the hidden world. This allowed the newbies, who hadn't yet realized the cruelty of the world, to catch a glimpse of its true nature. Countless lower-tier juniors were engaged in heated debates, recounting the arduous path of survival for the humans of Blue Star and detailing the immense contributions Yi had made in less than a month. With nothing left to watch, Yi closed the chat panel and immediately logged out of the Ascension Tower. By the time the environment around Yi had stabilized again, he had already arrived within a protected zone of a major city. He scanned his surroundings for a while but found no clues worth analyzing. Unsurprisingly, the map panel had gone dark. Was I forcibly expelled again? Yi, exasperated, opened the zone chat panel. Originally intended merely as a chat panel for weapon masters within the most basic zones, it had also become their best tool for assessing their surroundings. The Dragon Soaring Guild is urgently recruiting new members below level 43. A rank or higher primary classes will receive preferential treatment. The Culinary Association calls on all weapon masters with cooking skills to join us and stick together. Our motto, even life skills aren't the lowest of the low. The Iron Shield Equipment Association is urgently recruiting level 3 or higher socketers. Guaranteed base salary plus commission, 1 month of annual leave, standard 8-hour workdays. Absolutely number 007, absolutely number 996. Seeing those posts one after another in the chat panel, he felt as if he had been transported back to a certain online community from his past life. Among the rewards this time, the one that excited Yi the most was the God-tier skill Magic Shield. This skill would undoubtedly push Yi even further down the path of an unconventional mage. You've provided the legendary mysterious shadow to everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely. The combat style of spellcasting weapon masters is to attack from a safe distance, staying away from danger. They either have a tank block attacks in front of them or employ kiting tactics, circling their prey back and forth. Their fragile nature means that mages of any type simply cannot engage in head-on combat with enemies. However, Yi's arrival completely shattered the traditional combat style of magic-based classes. Thanks to Invincible Barrier and Hymn of Life, Yi's combat style was already quite aggressive. While it wasn't exactly a head-on clash with the enemy, he almost never even considered avoiding combat. Unless faced with a life-threatening, devastating blow, he would almost always absorb the damage head-on, pressing his offensive until the very end. Now, with the arrival of the Magic Shield, Yi has finally seen the possibility of trading blows with his enemies. Archmage's Shield. Tier, Divine. Description: casts a magical shield on the caster with a total damage absorption equal to Spirit 300. Upon being attacked, it inflicts counter damage equal to Strength 50. It also regenerates at a rate of 30% per second. Cost, 100,000 mana. Cooldown, 300s. Whoa, holy cow. This isn't just a magic shield, it's practically a turtle shell. Seeing that the damage absorption cap reached a staggering 300 times his spirit attribute, and that the regeneration rate was so insanely fast, even Yi, who was used to seeing it all, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Not to mention the rare counterattack effect. This god-tier skill alone, coupled with over 50 billion experience points, was more than enough to leave Yi thoroughly satisfied. In his past life, There was a mage faction in a certain American comic that specialized in close quarters combat, the arcane mages of Kamar Taj. Although the concept seemed a bit out of place, their style was undeniably cool. Hitting people on the head with a staff, smacking them on the forehead with a magic shield. Yi, who had once envied them so much, never imagined that one day he, too, would be able to embark on such a bug-filled, eccentric path. Aside from the experience points and the god tier skill, what interested Yi the most were the 2 tier 2 skills and that peculiar ring. Ice domain skill. Tier 2. Description: inflicts 150 base damage on the target within a 10-10 area. Passive freeze, has a 30% chance to encase the target in ice, causing them to take 120 base damage over time. Attribute bonus, Spirit 5. Cost, 200 mana. Cooldown, 10s. Seeing the freeze effect of the ice domain skill, he immediately realized he no longer lacked area of effect crowd control skills. Flame prison skill. Tier 2. Description: casts a 10-10 area cage, dealing 150 base damage to trapped targets. Active burning, continuously consumes mana, dealing 150 damage per second to the trapped target. Active explosion, detonates the cage, dealing 450 base damage to the trapped target. Attribute bonus, Spirit 5. Cost, 200 mana. Cooldown, 10s. With the ice domain skill already secured, he felt much less anxious about this fire-based crowd control and area of effect skill. After all, more skills aren't necessarily better. However, Yi was still very satisfied with the rewards from the Ascension Tower. It immediately provided exactly what he needed. This made Yi wonder once again, was there a hidden luck attribute on the stats panel that couldn't be displayed? If so, Yi was convinced that his luck attribute must be close to maxed out. Just as Yi was thinking that this second-tier flame prison skill was nothing more than a useless addition, a notification suddenly appeared on his interface. Fusion-eligible skills detected. Do you wish to fuse them? Fusion-eligible skills? Clicking on the notification, Yi saw a more detailed description. Fusion-eligible skills detected, Fireball skill and Flame Prison skill. Both are fire element spells. Do you wish to fuse the properties of one skill into the other? Spells of the same element can be fused? At first, Yi was baffled. After all, one was a single target spell and the other an area of effect spell. How could they possibly be fused together? But then he read the rest of the prompt. It actually meant incorporating the characteristics of one skill into another? Yi was stunned. Back when his teacher was lecturing, he had explicitly stated that among all skills, only first and second tier skills possessed attack multipliers and elemental bonuses. Although Yi had proven after entering the dungeon world that god tier and higher skills possessed the same characteristics. But aside from a cheater like Yi, who else could be lucky enough to keep acquiring god tier skills right from the start? After all, Yi had obtained his very first god tier skill purely by chance. He stumbled upon a goblin elder receiving the goddess legacy right in the newbie zone. For anyone else, let alone whether they even encounter such an opportunity, that group of goblins alone would be enough to end any other weapon master's game. Now, seeing that the fusion property of his signature staff could actually extract skill properties, even Yi was taken aback. Fusion. There was absolutely no need to hesitate. Yi immediately clicked agree. Please select the primary skill to retain. 1. Fireball skill. 2. Flame prison skill. Choose 2. Although the fireball skill had served him well in the beginning, upon seeing the god tier skill, Yi realized the path to skill advancement. Only low tier skills are divided into single target and area of effect attacks. At the high tier, especially with god tier skills, all skills are defined solely by their attack range. The difference between single target and area of effect attacks is merely the size of the skill's coverage area. Please select the fireball skill traits to extract. 1. Base damage. 2. Trait critical hit. 3. Elemental bonus. Elemental bonuses are stackable. Choose 2 and 3. Skill fusion complete. A new skill has been generated. Flame prison skill +8. Tier 2. Description: casts a cage covering an 18-18 area and deals 230 base damage to immobilized targets. Passive critical hit. Damage dealt by this skill has a 10% chance to trigger a critical hit, with the multiplier randomly ranging from 5 to 10 times the base damage. Active burning. Continuously consumes mana and deals 150 damage per second to immobilized targets. Active explosion. Detonates the cage, dealing 450 base damage to the trapped target. Attribute bonus, Spirit 7. Cost, 500 mana. Cooldown, 30s. Then you notice that the Fireball skill on his stats panel had been replaced by the new Flame Prison skill. At the same time, the staff hadn't lost any of the Fireball skill's experience points. The new Flame Prison skill was still at level 15. As the legendary player Mysterious Shadow had told everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Having once again experienced the power of his signature staff, he shifted his attention to the ring that had struck him as odd, the one called Mind to Mind. When he opened the ring's stats, he was taken aback. Mind to Mind. Level, Diamond. Description, can replicate any single attribute of a skill or piece of equipment, permanently. Note, you may actively change the replicated attribute once per day. Wow, though it's simple and straightforward, it's not much worse than God tier gear. Although it was a ring, it functioned as a specific trait. For example, if he used this Twin Souls ring to replicate the critical strike trait from Thunderous Might, his chance of dealing half a goddess health in a single strike would instantly rise to 40%. It was practically like getting a glitch level trait for free. For some reason, as he looked at the ring before him and its name, Twin Souls, a sense of loneliness welled up from the depths of his heart, and the image of a beautiful figure suddenly flashed through his mind. After a moment of silence, he let out a sigh and tried activating the ring's function. Copy the Divine Favor trait from the Godslayer title. As soon as he issued the command, the ring's description changed instantly. Mind in Sync. Level, Diamond. Description, can replicate any trait from a skill or piece of equipment, permanently. Current trait, Passive Divine Favor, one favored by heaven and earth, granting a certain degree of luck. Note, the replicated trait can be actively changed once per day. Although it seems like an increase from 20% to 40% might boost the odds of taking down a powerful enemy. Probability is just probability. It merely represents the size of the opportunity, not a 100% guarantee. Forget a 40% chance. Even with a 90% chance, if you're unlucky, you might not trigger it even after 10 consecutive attacks. If your luck is high enough like yes, you might even trigger it on the very first attack. From a rookie whom no one believed in to the Godslayer whom even the gods themselves must now take notice of. Hasn't he relied on that elusive, yet sky-high luck? Otherwise, where would his god tier skills come from? Where would his evolving soul weapon come from? As the one experiencing it firsthand, he knows better than anyone what truly matters most to him. He slipped the ring onto his ring finger with satisfaction. He believed that his future fortune would likely reach astonishing heights. In Dungeon World, there was no such thing as an equipment slot, nor were there strict equipment requirements. Just like in everyday life, if you wanted to, you could wear dozens of rings on both hands. Even 3 rings on a single finger would be perfectly fine. Turning his attention to the next reward, he pulled out the Diamond Tier 4 Winged Wings. 4 Winged Wings. Level, Diamond Tier Support. Description, increases flight speed 10, agility 5. Although the description seems so simple and completely unworthy of its level, there's actually a hidden catch. Flight speed 10? It doesn't grant the ability to fly, it simply multiplies your existing speed by 10. So what happens to someone who can't fly to begin with? Sorry, they only get to enjoy the other stat, agility 5. Can't even fly, yet you expect a bonus? Don't forget that these wings are support gear, not skill gear. Support. 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 That is why, in the game, there are many items like this, even those of extremely high levels, or even god tier items. But for most players, they're completely useless. For those who meet the requirements, however, they're absolutely priceless treasures, and they can fully unleash the powerful traits of these items. But just as Yi had finished reading the item's traits, a prompt popped up again on the stats panel. Detected that the host possesses skills and equipment with similar traits. Do you wish to fuse them? Whoa! Skills and equipment can fuse too? Upon seeing this prompt, Yi was so astonished he let out a startled gasp. This development truly shattered his preconceptions. Not exactly. The fusion ability applies only to properties, regardless of the carrier. To Yi's surprise, sensing his confusion, the panel actually popped up with an explanation. This, in itself, shocked Yi even more than the staff's fusion ability. Can you answer my question? This time, the panel remained completely silent. Hey, can you communicate? Can you sense my confusion? Can you tell me if there are any hidden luck attributes? What's my luck score? Unwilling to give up, he fired off a barrage of questions in his mind. But the only response he received was the attribute panel's unyielding silence. Finally losing heart, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside his doubts and issued a command with a hint of frustration. Fuse. Please select the fusion target. 1. Flight skill 2. Equip the 4 winged wings. Choose 2. Equipment could still be damaged or stolen. But skills were abilities that belonged entirely to him, especially once they were bound to Yi's signature staff. They might as well be synonymous with his innate talent. Please select the traits for secondary fusion. 1. Increase agility by 300%. 2. Increase flight speed by 10-3. Agility 5. Select 1 and 3. Fusion complete. New skill generated. Flight. Tier 9. Active, consume a certain amount of mana to gain the ability to fly. Passive, flight speed 10, agility 8. To Yi's surprise, the flight skill S tier had actually risen another level, reaching tier 9. But upon closer reflection, it wasn't really a surprise after all. Possessing the ability to fly, with a 10-fold increase in speed and an 8-fold boost to agility, certainly warranted a tier 9 rating. Moreover, flight being such a rare skill starts at a very high tier to begin with. To Yi's surprise, the system's surprises for him weren't over yet. Detected that the host possesses space equipment eligible for fusion. Proceed with fusion? Fuse. Yi knew full well that the system was referring to the spatial ring he received as a reward earlier. The other item eligible for fusion was, of course, the backpack space built into the attribute panel itself. In Yi's view, under the radiance of the spirit jade during the awakening ceremony, everyone's awakening of their soul weapon was essentially the digitization and professionalization of their physical form. Once this transformation was complete, a 300-slot backpack would be automatically generated. Moreover, each slot in the backpack could stack items of the same type, with absolutely no upper limit. Provided by the great master Gyingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. For most weapon masters, this 300-slot inventory is more than enough. Take Yi, for example, a leveling fanatic who, even now, hasn't filled even 200 slots with the resources he has gathered so far. However, just because it's sufficient now doesn't mean it will still be enough once he reaches the high tier. High-tier weapon masters mostly acquire precious items, which are often scarce and available in very limited quantities. For example, crafting powerful gear of a certain tier requires at least 80, if not 100, materials. This process often stretches out over a terrifyingly long period of time. For most high-tier weapon masters, a 100-slot backpack can only hold 100 items. Therefore, opportunities to increase backpack slots are often rare and hard to come by. They're priceless. Even high-quality scrolls that expand backpack space can cost more than diamond-tier equipment. Now, however, Yi has discovered a shortcut to expanding his backpack space that's unique to him. It involves finding equipment with the space attribute which can hold items and then continuously using the fusion skill to increase his backpack capacity. This is much easier than trying to buy special items that expand inventory capacity. After all, a 10-10-10 ring costs no more than a few thousand gold coins. Fuse. This time, you didn't even have to make a choice. The space ring before him vanished instantly, and he saw his inventory capacity expand directly to 1,300 slots. It was a massive leap forward. After going through all his skills and equipment, he finally turned his attention to that baffling object. A pet egg. Dungeon World was vastly different from the online games Yi had known in his previous life. Especially when it came to pets, there was no dedicated pet slot, nor was there a mount system. As far as Yi knew, only two classes could form bonds with other creatures. One was the tamer, who specialized in taming animals. To Yi, this class seemed more like a combination of a trainer and a zookeeper from his past life. Apart from being able to tame certain creatures, they possessed no abilities beyond those of ordinary people. They didn't even have the opportunity to lead powerful animals into battle, because no one could be certain whether the creatures might turn on them if a tamer took them into combat. The second is the summoner. Unlike tamers, the combat support creatures summoned by summoners do not exist in the real world at all. Instead, they are summoned from other dimensions and realms to fight alongside the summoner. Once the battle ends, or when the summoned creature sustains fatal damage, it automatically returns to the summoning plane. It never stays by the summoner's side in everyday life. As for the idea of a companion who shares life and death, or the concept of loyalty, it's nothing but a pipe dream. This is precisely why Yi was so baffled when the system rewarded him with a pet egg. Could it be that the concept of pets actually exists in Dungeon World? It's just that humans on Blue Star Haven T discovered it yet? If it can't be a pet, then why give me an egg? There isn't even a description. Am I supposed to roast it and eat it or something? Cupping an egg the size of a wash basin, its shell covered in mysterious patterns in both hands, Yi muttered under his breath to vent his frustration. But just as Yi finished speaking, he suddenly realized with astonishment that the egg in his hands, perhaps sensing his hostility, began to tremble slightly. "You're actually alive?" Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide. Thank goodness this egg couldn't talk, otherwise, he would be already let loose with a tirade. As if that were anything out of the ordinary, what kind of reward pet egg is dead anyway? Can you understand me? What species are you, exactly? Impressive or not? You should know that your master here has even slain a god before. If you turn out to be a total underperformer, you'll be an absolute disgrace to me. Are you an immortal being, or just an ordinary life form? How long will it take for you to grow strong enough to keep up with me? I must be crazy, talking this much to an egg. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi lost interest when he saw the pet egg hadn't even reacted. Still, at least he knew this egg possessed some level of sentience that was good enough. As for whether it could actually help him in this isn't Yi being arrogant, that would likely be very difficult. There were very few in the entire dungeon world who grew as fast as he did. Their rarity was definitely far greater than the number of gods. So even if this pet egg had extraordinary potential, in the end, it might only serve as a pet. After putting the pet egg away, he finally looked up and surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find that the layout of the main city in the Tier 3 region was no different from that of Tier 2. This was precisely the kind of thought that would occur to someone like Yi, who came from a commoner family. Never mind Tier 2 and Tier 3 within the sphere of influence of Blue Star inhabitants, whether among Eastern races or capitalist races, whether in Tier 9 regions or beginner zones, the layout of every main city was built entirely according to the same blueprints. This arrangement was designed so that newcomers, upon entering any main city, could familiarize themselves with everything in the shortest possible time. It's said that this layout helps soothe the negative psychological fluctuations such as restlessness, anxiety, and tension that weapon masters experience upon arriving in a new environment. Since this isn't covered in classroom instruction, no one ever explains it. Yi had no idea that the layout of a main city could involve such intricate considerations. Although he was well aware that this was no longer that second-tier floating continent after all, the map was pitch black. Yi subconsciously followed the paths etched in his memory and found himself on a certain street. Lifting his head to look at the familiar signboard and decor, Yi rubbed his eyes in shock. Only after double-checking did he realize he hadn't taken a wrong turn. Treasure Pavilion. If it weren't for the completely different shops surrounding it, seeing that familiar name would have made Yi suspect he'd been silently transported back to the second-tier region. Perhaps because of his familiarity with the name, or perhaps because of his trust in the quality of the items at Treasure Pavilion, Yi stepped right inside the shop. Welcome! It was still the same familiar scene, the same familiar greeting, and the same stunning beauty, all of which left Yi deeply impressed. Esteemed guest, may I ask who you are? It's you! He had just reached the counter and was casually browsing the equipment, skill books, and rare materials on display when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from beside him. You provided the god of shadowy illusions for everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Turning his head to look at that familiar face, the hairs on the back of Yi's neck nearly stood on end. If he weren't absolutely certain that this was Dungeon World, where Dungeon Gate was the most powerful overlord, to whom even gods and demons bowed in submission. He might even have thought he'd stumbled into a world of ghosts and monsters. What's the matter? Surely you haven't forgotten me, honored guest? Seeing Yi's look of wary surprise, the maid pursed her rosy lips, wrinkled her delicate nose slightly, and shot him a disapproving glare. Although the expression on her face was lively and adorable, and Yi was absolutely certain she was a real person, that eerie feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. What tier is this area? Tier 3. Pouting, the maid looked at Yi as if he were a fool. You're not even sure what tier the place you live in is. Weren't you in the tier 2 area? I'm free to go wherever I please. What's the matter? Are you, my distinguished guest, going to restrict this young lady's advancement? Watching the maid stand with her hands on her slender waist, glaring at him indignantly, Yi finally snapped out of it. He'd completely lost his mind. Sorry about that. I didn't know your staff could advance in rank too. I thought I'd stumbled upon a ghostly incident. You gave me quite a scare. I was just wondering why. Esteemed guest, am I really that scary? Hearing Yi mention ghosts and talk about being startled, the maid's delicate nose began to fume with indignation. It was simply infuriating. Here she was, a young beauty as lovely as a flower, with unmatched charm, more radiant than a celestial maiden. How did she end up being labeled a ghost in this guy's mouth? Sorry, I'm really sorry. Hearing the maid's words, Yi realized his complaint was off the mark and immediately apologized. He even tried to justify himself. Actually, it's not my fault. I mean, your shop's decor and style are all exactly the same. Who could possibly tell them apart? I just advanced to this level, and when I came to your shop, I found that nothing had changed. It was as if I'd never left the second tier area. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you be terrified too? Hearing Yi say this, although the maid's expression remained sour, she didn't hold it against him any longer. She shot him a sidelong glance and said dismissively, "Go ahead, what are you planning to buy at our shop?" Although this was a world of difference from the overly polite attitude she'd shown when they first met, it didn't bother Yi at all. On the contrary, he found it quite pleasant. After all, sometimes being too polite can actually create a distance between people. And while her attitude was a bit brash at the moment, the tone of her voice made her sound like an old acquaintance. A map, of course. What else would I buy here? You can tell just by looking at my outfit that I'm definitely not rich. Although he spoke with self-deprecating humor, Yi's demeanor and tone showed none of the meekness or timidity one would expect from a poor man. On the contrary, when these words came from his mouth, they sounded as natural as chatting with an old acquaintance. The maid didn't show any sign of surprise at Yi's self-deprecating remark. This is the first time I've ever seen a poor person casually toss around tens of thousands of gold coins. If you're poor, does that mean the other 90% who can't afford things aren't even alive? Besides, are you saying the items in our shop are too expensive? Hearing the young woman's relentless teasing, Yi had no choice but to raise both hands in surrender. All right, beautiful lady, please spare me. I'm just a little timid. You wouldn't really leave me with no way out, would you? Humph, I'll give you credit for knowing your place. Seeing Yi back down again, the maid finally let him off the hook. However, she didn't immediately take him to see the map. Instead, she leaned against the counter and tilted her fair, smooth chin. My name is Hishioshio. What should I call you? I can't just keep calling you Hey or Hey forever. My name is Yi, a total rookie who's just starting out. Although Yi had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never lived past 30, so the word maturity was a luxury to him. This also shaped Yi's demeanor, which basically matched his age in this lifetime. With his youthful, innocent face, anyone could tell he was in his early 20s at most. There was certainly nothing wrong with what he said. After all, he hadn't been in Dungeon Gate for very long. But he had forgotten that this life was no longer the ordinary world of his past life. Here, strength reigned supreme, and might made right. Especially the reverence for individual strength that was absolutely incomparable to the mere hero complex of his past life. Hishosho didn't put much stock in Ye's self-deprecating words. You may look young, but there's no need to act like a kid in front of me. Either way, you're already an adult, so I'm definitely not going to give you a discount. Pfft, do I look like the type to look for a free ride? Who knows? These days, there are plenty of guys like you who are decent looking but, to avoid hard work and bloodshed, even go so far as to seek out wealthy women to support them. What is so wrong with looking for a free ride? Hearing Hishosho's words, Yi nearly choked on his own spit. Deep down, he agreed that the kind of life where an auntie or older sister takes you on a wild ride was definitely the ultimate, breathtaking pursuit for any man. But could he really admit that in front of a beautiful woman? As for a woman who wants to keep me as her kept man, I'm afraid no one in the entire dungeon world with the power and wealth to do so has even been born yet. Yi was speaking the truth, but to Hishosho, it came across as the defiant pride of a hot-blooded, headstrong young man. However, the understanding and gentle young lady didn't dwell on this sensitive topic, even though she didn't think he was the type to grovel. By the way, why are you so obsessed with that map? It costs tens of thousands of gold coins, after all. Doesn't that hurt your wallet? Does it hurt? Does it even matter? After all, ever since entering the dungeon world, Yi hadn't spent a single copper coin, let alone gold coins, aside from the map he bought earlier at the treasure pavilion. Since it wasn't essential for survival, why should he care? To Yi, 1 million or even 10 million gold coins weren't nearly as appealing as a tier 1 or second tier rare skill. Of course, in a situation like this, only those with low emotional intelligence would bluntly say they don't care or feel no regret. Those with high emotional intelligence would discuss the necessity of spending money from every angle and craft a persona for themselves as a successful person. Is Yi low in emotional intelligence? Of course not. But clearly, he isn't much higher either. You provided the top player, Mysterious Shadow's public post, my weapon can grow infinitely. For things essential to survival, I'll spend as much as it takes. It's definitely better than indulging in empty talk. Faced with such an unoriginal response, Hishosho could only roll her eyes inwardly and stomp her foot in frustration. Can a simple chat really be this tedious? This guy is just hopeless. Hishosho, grumbling to herself, failed to take a good look at herself. Her own conversational skills weren't much better. The two of them, one was a wealthy young lady who'd been pampered and spoiled since childhood, and the other was a reclusive, self-absorbed otaku. If they could actually have a lively conversation, that would be a real miracle. Alright, even though I don't know why you're so obsessed with maps, I'll stick to the usual price. Pay up, my dear customer. Looking at Hishosho's charming smile, Yi, though not exactly a genius when it came to emotional intelligence, knew she'd definitely given him a huge discount. They were both maps, but just as there is a huge difference between a third-tier weapon and a second-tier one, could a third-tier map really be the same as a second-tier one? However, the training he'd undergone recently had already brought about a complete transformation in Yi's mindset. He didn't let any suspicious thoughts surface regarding this silent act of kindness. He could tell that, just like him, she had simply run into an acquaintance who was on the same wavelength and had exchanged a few extra words. There were no other strange intentions behind it. So, faced with her goodwill, Yi didn't make a big deal out of it. He simply kept this favor in his heart. They'd cross paths again someday. They were bound to meet once more. Given Yi's current momentum, even the greatest debt of gratitude would one day be repaid. Not to mention, he could tell that, in the other person's eyes, the small favor was nothing at all. Since it involved the other person's privacy, Yi didn't ask why they had such extensive privileges. Even in that ordinary world of his past life, it wasn't surprising for the children of wealthy families to assume bizarre identities and play role-playing games. These are gold coins. After pulling out the gold coins for his second purchase in this life, the map on Yi's stats panel lit up once more. Just as Yi was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered something, looked up, and asked Hishosho. By the way, do you know of any spawn points in the tier 3 area where the monsters aren't very powerful but appear in huge numbers? Huge numbers? How many are we talking about? Hearing Yi's strange request, He Xiaoxiu furrowed her brow in confusion. Even if their attack power wasn't too strong, once their numbers reached a certain threshold, they'd be a disaster for anyone. After all, unless one's strength vastly outmatched theirs, the result of quantity turning into quality would undoubtedly be despair-inducing. The more, the better, no upper limit. As soon as he sensed a glimmer of hope in He Xiaoxiu's response, Yi's eyes lit up. No upper limit? He Xiaoxiu instantly realized that Yi must have a secret plan to escape. She didn't pry further into Yi's personal affairs. After thinking it over, she gave him an answer. In the third-tier regions, there is a monster called the wind-white ant. In terms of population size, it ranks among the top even within the dungeon world. You can find their exact location by searching the map. But I suggest you be fully prepared after all, their numbers are truly terrifying. If it weren't for their natural predators and their gathering grounds, the entire Tier 3 region would likely be their domain. Besides the wind-white ants, there is another monster called the fire-feather snake, which also forms massive swarms, but compared to the wind-white ants, the fire-feathered snakes are actually a bit stronger. As soon as he heard He Xiaoxiu's words, Yi's eyes nearly began to radiate a brilliant light. How had he not thought of that? When it came to numbers in nature, what could be more numerous and concentrated than ants, snakes, rats, and other such creatures? It was as if a new door to the world had opened before Yi. With a beaming smile, he waved to He Xiaoxiu and strode briskly out of the treasure pavilion. That guy really is a weirdo. Shaking her head, He Xiaoxiu put the whole thing out of her mind. It was just a peer she met for the second time, someone whose personality seemed to suit her quite well. But He Xiaoxiu had no idea what kind of prodigy her words had shaped in this world. Before entering the Ascension Tower, Yi had never even considered the concept of leveling up skills. After all, it was deeply ingrained in his mindset that all skills existed solely to serve the purpose of defeating monsters. With the goal of defeating monsters to level up, skills would naturally level up along the way. But it wasn't until the monster horde battle in the 5th level of the Ascension Tower that Yi finally came to a complete realization. His skills were completely different from everyone else's. For others, there was simply no way to improve their skills once they reached the high tier, they had to replace them with more powerful ones. But for Yi, aside from divine skills, there was actually little difference between Tier 1 and Tier 9 skills. After all, if he could level up a Tier 1 skill to over 1,000 levels, even a Tier 9 skill would be no match for it. Not to mention that Yi also possessed the ability to fuse skill traits. Yi had now broken through the limitations of skills. All he needed to pursue were their power and traits. As long as he could assemble the perfect combination of traits and add the enhancement traits from his signature staff, all skills in Yi's eyes would be God tier. But are God tier skills really beyond the scope of the staff's enhancement? Or have God tier skills already reached the ceiling of Dungeon World's skill system? Ever since he learned Thunderous Might, he has cast it not just 100 times, but thousands, yet his stats panel shows absolutely no sign of a level increase. This was what puzzled Yi the most. But God tier and such were still a distant concept for Yi at the moment. It was definitely not something he needed to worry about just yet. Level up, and level up again. Whether it was raising his own level or upgrading his skills, both would be Yi's top priorities for a long time to come. But before that, Yi had one very important thing to do. That was to return to Blue Star via the dungeon gate and contribute his beginner's loot to the Great Xia faction. Even setting aside his predecessor's 15 years of life, Yi himself had been completely supported by the Great Xia faction for 3 years. In every aspect, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, even if the standards weren't high, he could never forget the debt of gratitude for saving his life. Not to mention that this also involved the institutional framework for the survival of the human race. Countless orphans have only been able to survive and reach adulthood thanks to Blue Star's system of unconditional support. And it is precisely because countless weapon masters have emerged from the beginner zone and, at extremely favorable prices, have contributed resources back to Blue Star's human society that this system has been able to endure for hundreds of years. Is it finally my turn now? Provided by the great master Giingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. In a daze, it felt as though the awakening ceremony had taken place just yesterday. That magnificent celestial spectacle, that immense contrast, the myriad facets of life, and the shifts in his mindset all were still vivid in his memory. Yet, looking back on it all now, everything flowed past Yi's heart like a stream, leaving no trace behind. Foam, who had once targeted him at every turn, the S-rank soul weapon everyone had been anticipating in the future he once worried about, none of these could move Yi anymore. For he had already stepped into a brand new, vast realm. Especially after undergoing the baptism of the Ascension Tower, what Yi would face in his future life would be those lofty gods and perhaps the uncertain path ahead for the humans of Blue Star. In his stats panel, many of Yi's metrics had reached heights that his peers could only dream of. First, among the traits of the God Slayer title, the duration of his aura of domination had increased to 900 seconds. That was nearly enough to determine the fate of most people. His passive trait God Slayer's burst had already reached 30 times the original damage output. If he were to face the former Goddess projection again, he was certain he could take it down in under 2 seconds. His explosive Wind Blade skill, now at level 143, had become Yi's primary method for clearing large groups of monsters. With an attack range of 148, 1480 base damage, and a 16x spirit attribute bonus, even the health of a mid-tier weapon master would be no match for Yi's attacks. Not to mention the 30% secondary attack within the same range. As his attack power increased, the percentage of health drained by Ode to Life also rose to 2% of the damage dealt. Combined with Yi's now skyrocketing health, it could be said that anyone attacking him would be driven to despair. Looking at the long string of zeros following each stat, Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. Name, Yi. Level, LV 42207 741 00001575 000 Health, 5634000000. Mana, 5634000000. Stamina 626,900%, Strength 626,900%, Agility 626,900%, Spirit 626,900%. Skill 4, Thunderous Blast. Rank, Divine. Description, unleashes a thunderous blast, dealing damage equal to the target's spirit attribute 50. Active stun, upon hitting the target, there is a 100% chance to inflict a stun effect lasting at least 3 seconds. Passive critical hit, there is a 20% chance to instantly deal damage equal to half the target's total health. Passive splash damage, after hitting the target, a 50-50 area centered on the target becomes the effective attack range. Passive instant cast, this skill has no cast animation and is unleashed instantly. Passive exemption, removes all usage restrictions on this skill for weapon masters. Skill 8, Archmage's Shield. Tier, God tier. Description, casts a magical shield on yourself that absorbs damage equal to Spirit 300. Upon being attacked, it inflicts counter damage equal to Strength 50. It also regenerates at a rate of 30% per second. Although the level of Divine tier skills did not increase in the same way as skills below the Divine tier, as Yi's level rose, the stats of his Divine tier skills underwent a massive transformation. Both their power and range changed significantly. However, Yi understood very clearly that this wasn't a change in the skills themselves, but rather the gradual unlocking of their true power. While the Divine tier skills rewarded by the system could break through the restrictions on learning and usage, the effects produced by weapon masters of different levels are constrained by their own level. The same divine skill will yield vastly different results when used by a second-tier weapon master versus a third-tier weapon master. Perhaps only upon reaching the divine tier will one be able to fully unleash the power of a divine skill. Even then, it was only because Yi had the advantage of his own soul weapon that he could use it so frequently, a feat that defied conventional logic. For an ordinary weapon master, casting a single skill would likely drain all their mana. With mixed feelings, Yi activated the mental communication system. Exit Dungeon World. A flash of white light passed, and when Yi reappeared, he was back at Lawn City Academy. Is that Yi? Is Yi really that legendary Yi? I don't know, but judging by how powerful he was back then, it's highly likely. When he came to his senses, he realized he was surrounded by a large group of classmates. Principal Xia was also the first to approach him. Yi, you're the one who earned the title of God Slayer, aren't you? Although he didn't know whether it was because the spirit jade at the awakening ceremony hadn't detected him or because Yi had encountered something new, based on the timing, the location, and the scenes described by the returning students. Xia believed it was highly likely that Yi was the God Slayer. Looking at the excited Xia in front of him and the classmates whispering around him, Yi calmly gave an affirmative answer. If there isn't a second God Slayer, then Principal, the person you're referring to must be me. Excellent. Ha, excellent, absolutely excellent. Hearing Yi's reply, Xia burst into a hearty laugh, looking up at the sky. The fact that the God Slayer currently making the biggest splash on Blue Star was actually a graduate of his own high school was enough to make Xia feel that his life was complete. As an educator, isn't the greatest achievement to cultivate one pillar of strength after another for the people of Blue Star? Moreover, a prodigy like Yi could no longer be described merely as a pillar of strength. He was, quite simply, the guide and guardian who would ensure humanity's survival in the future. Would you mind telling me what level you're at right now? Level 42. Faced with Xia's question, Yi had no intention of holding anything back. Once one becomes a weapon master, there might still be a way to avoid combat within the dungeon world. But on Blue Star itself, there is arguably no existence safer than a weapon master. After all, when facing any danger, as long as it doesn't result in an instant kill, one can instantly activate the dungeon gate to enter the dungeon world. Moreover, any conflict on Blue Star itself is strictly prohibited by official decree. Unless you have no intention of living within Blue Star's territory, the moment you resort to violence, whether on Blue Star itself or in the dungeon world, you'll face a manhunt by every weapon master on Blue Star. After all, no one wants to be ambushed and killed in real life by some weakling one day. So, Yi, how long do you plan to stay out here to rest? Principal, you've misunderstood. I didn't come out this time to rest, but to sell resources for new players. Once I'm done, I'll have to re-enter dungeon world. There is still a lot of unfinished business there. No matter how many reasons he considered, Xia never imagined that this was the reason Yi had stepped out of the dungeon gate. Looking into Yi's honest and sincere eyes, Xia's heart swelled with emotion. You're a good kid. You're the pride of Lan City Academy, and even more so, the pride of the great Xia faction. You've provided the masterful, mysterious shadow. As for all, my weapon can grow infinitely. Although many might not consider this a significant matter, after all, it was merely selling low-tier materials to repay a debt. Yi's actions revealed to Xia a young man of excellent character and a grateful heart. Yi was unlike others. He was a weapon master who had earned the title God Slayer while still a novice. The materials he was able to collect were by no means limited to the low-tier category. On top of that, Yi had contributed nearly 40% of the fortune points to the entire Blue Star through the dungeon gate, giving the top weapon masters of Blue Star a chance to break through the fog of uncertainty surrounding their futures. In the eyes of this elderly man, who had devoted his entire life to Lan City Academy, Yi had become the shining highlight of his teaching career. Well then, go get back to work. But while improving your strength is important, protecting your own safety and ensuring your healthy growth are just as important. After offering a few words of concern, Xia wasn't quite sure how to continue. After all, if he put it too strongly, he wasn't sure if he could bear such a heavy burden. But if he said nothing, he feared Yi might let his guard down and meet an untimely end on the path to growth. Yi was well aware of Xia's conflicting feelings and immediately flashed a bright, confident smile. Rest assured, Principal. As for what I've left behind, not to mention humans, even a god hasn't been born yet. Yi's seemingly arrogant words actually gave Xia a jolt of confidence. That's right, Yi was a prodigy bearing the title of God Slayer, and he'd already slain the projections of more than one god. If even he couldn't guarantee his own safety, then was there anyone in this world who truly was safe? Seeing that Xia's worries had finally subsided, Yi, having already scanned the surroundings, asked Xia a question that was of great concern to him. By the way, Principal, what's the situation with Cherry? Why haven't I seen her in the dungeon world? Hearing Yi's confusion, Xia was taken aback for a moment, then adopted a look of understanding as he explained. Cherry, you see, due to the nature of her soul weapon, she has caught the eye of a good order god and has been admitted into a separate trial realm. But don't worry, no matter the outcome, Cherry's safety is absolutely guaranteed. This god belongs to the good order and has a very close relationship with us. After hearing Xia's explanation, Yi suddenly realized. In the world of the gods, there are 3 order factions: evil, neutral, and good. Of course, in the god's own words, they're evil isn't actually called evil, it's called the Order of Chaos. After all, to a god, a life-bearing planet like Blue Star is nothing more than a small toy. A population of tens of billions is merely an insignificant number. It's important to note that within their divine realms, population counts are generally categorized by race, and the numbers for each race are measured in trillions. Some good gods, however, harbor goodwill toward all life. Especially toward those with unique life characteristics or special talents, they will benevolently bestow legacies to help them grow rapidly. Wars also break out between gods. In fact, wars between gods are even more brutal once unleashed. There are only 2 possible outcomes: either a decisive victory leading to a massive surge in power, or complete annihilation into the chaos. Wars between gods are often waged at the expense of the safety of their own divine realms. The victorious side will absolutely, without hesitation, absorb the essence of the defeated party's divine realm into their own. Now, upon hearing that Cherry actually had the opportunity to inherit a goddess legacy, Yi simply couldn't reconcile the image of that petite, gentle little girl he knew with that of a top-tier assassin who would one day strike without hesitation to eliminate the enemy's leader. If the other students at Lawn City Academy knew what Yi was thinking, they'd probably tease him to death. She's petite, sure, but gentle? Are you serious? Have you heard of her nickname at Lawn City Academy, the Ice Queen? Just ask Foam, the biggest victim. Seriously, who else in the entire school besides you would dare to associate the word gentle with a joke? In any case, after hearing the news about Cherry, you finally let his guard down completely. Well then, Principal, I'm heading to the recovery point right now. Once I'm done, I'll be entering the dungeon world directly, so I won't be stopping by to say goodbye. Yi still held Xia in high regard after all. It wasn't easy to work so hard to maintain a balance between commoners and the children of weapon masters in a school like this. Then be careful. Remember, staying alive is what matters most. At that moment, faced with a promising young talent like Yi, Xia didn't resort to official platitudes but instead offered some very practical advice. For humanity as a whole, anyone below the 8th tier was considered a promising prospect in the Star Domain tournament. They were hardly forced to be reckoned with. Yes, Principal, rest assured, I'll be careful. Goodbye, then. Yes, goodbye. After saying goodbye to Xia, Yi had no desire to linger and chat with his classmates, so he headed straight to the Lawn City Academy collection point. Every city has an official collection platform. Through assembly line production processes, all materials are sorted into more detailed categories and ultimately stockpiled as war reserves for the Star Domain War. Unlike his previous life, where hundreds of nations were in constant turmoil, Blue Star, due to the Dungeon Gate's transformation, had absolutely no other path to take. As a result, all humans on this habitable planet had united to form a single entity. Although, based on customs and traditional culture, the planet was divided into eastern and western regions. Both administrative and military affairs were subject to the supreme command of the Blue Star Alliance. After 300 years of evolution and integration, Blue Star had become a unified entity driven by shared interests. Racial segregation had long been cast aside by the mainstream and was now strictly prohibited. After all, on the starfield battlefields of the Great War of the 10,000 races, no one knew whether the person standing beside them at that moment was Caucasian, Asian, or Black. In a scenario where lives were sacrificed for the offensive and flesh and blood bodies formed the defensive lines, the strength of any individual was negligible. Only through mutual solidarity and trust could ultimate victory be achieved. It was the annual Awakening Day, so there were a great many people coming to sell their items. Yi didn't make a fuss. He naturally took his place at the back of the line and waited quietly. But since he was a prominent figure at Lawn City Academy, he was recognized by his classmates the moment he arrived at the recycling station. Yi? Brought to you by the masterful author Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Looking at the young man who had called out his name, Yi felt a sense of helplessness but didn't overreact. It was only natural for him to be recognized even without the immense fame he gained in Dungeon World. Yi had been considered both a heartthrob and a top student during his time at school. "Hello?" He nodded politely. Although he had no recollection of this person, the only people who could recognize him at a glance were students from Lawn City Academy. "Oh, is that Yi? I used to think God Yi was so aloof, but seeing him today, he is actually really handsome. Oh my gosh, if only you would take a liking to me, I could save myself decades of hard work. Give it a rest." Even Cherry, the school's most beautiful girl, was mercilessly rejected by God Yi. "Who do you think you are? Get lost. I'm happy, what is it to you? Ugly people are just full of nonsense." With Yi's arrival, the once quiet line instantly erupted into a buzz of excitement. "Quiet, everyone. Keep order." Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn chaotic, a staff member hurried over to restore order. After learning the full story with a mix of excitement and reverence, he jogged over to Yi. "Mr. Yi, please use this special passage over here." I'd rather not make an exception. Everyone else is waiting in line. It wouldn't look good for me to cut in front of them." Hearing the staff member's words, Yi hesitated slightly. Although he was now considered a prominent figure throughout Dungeon World, in real life on Blue Star, he still didn't harbor any notions of being above others. "Mr. Yi, this isn't really a special arrangement. After all, if you continue to wait in line, it'll be very difficult to maintain order here, won't it?" Persuaded by the staff member and seeing the chaos beginning to unfold, Yi had no choice but to comply with their instructions. "Mr. Yi, please sort the materials by category and place them in the corresponding areas." Inside the recycling center's warehouse, numerous teleportation arrays engraved with runes were neatly arranged on the floor. As long as the corresponding materials were placed within the magical arrays and the staff activated them, those materials would be automatically teleported to the headquarters warehouse. Yi was, of course, familiar with how the recycling center operated. However, seeing the coverage area of the more than 10 magic arrays in the warehouse, Yi looked somewhat hesitant. "Maybe I'd better place them one by one according to category. I have quite a lot of materials." Hearing Yi's words, the staff on site immediately realized that, as the strongest rookie champion whose fame had shaken the entire Dungeon World, Yi's hall was bound to be larger than anyone else's. He immediately replied with great courtesy, "Then let us do as Mr. Yi suggests." More than 10 staff members quickly took their positions, ready to receive Yi's spoils. "Alright, let us start with the fur materials." Although the staff had mentally prepared themselves, the materials that suddenly appeared before them still left everyone standing there frozen in shock. A mountain of monster hides took up nearly half the warehouse. As for the teleportation runes, not even a trace of them remained. "Holy shit! What the hell kind of god-tier feat is this?" One staff member, spotting the second and third tier hides peeking out from the mountain of fur, blurted out a curse. After all, some of the veteran employees had been working at the recycling center for 20 or 30 years. Yet this was the first time they'd ever seen such high-grade hides. If they knew that this was only because Yi hadn't encountered any 4th tier monsters in the Ascension Tower otherwise, they might have even seen mid-tier hides, they'd be even more astonished. What should we do next?" Seeing the resentful glances from the staff members one by one, Yi knew full well that he'd misunderstood. When they said categorization, they meant sorting by different monsters. But Yi had assumed they were referring to categories like hides, claws, fangs, and so on. Looking at the massive pile of materials before them, the staff were speechless yet also stunned by Yi's prowess. They had never before seen materials sorted by body part, let alone in such vast quantities. In the end, the staff had to turn away the other students waiting in line outside and dedicate all available personnel to processing Yi's loot. Even so, it took them nearly 10 hours to finish inventorying all the items. "Mr. Yi, based on official prices, your total spoils amount to 13.25 million gold coins. I wonder if you'd like to convert everything into gold coins, or take a look at the equipment available for official sale first?" Even though they had personally sorted through every single item, everyone was left speechless when the total value was revealed. Never mind over 10 million, even just the fraction of that, over 3 million, was more wealth than any of them had ever seen in their entire lives. But to everyone's surprise, Yi stretched lazily, as if it weren't over 10 million but merely a dozen or so gold coins. He waved his hand at the staff and gave a casual instruction. "All right, no need to go to all that trouble. Just transfer it directly to Lon City Academy's account. I've been on my own since childhood. It's only thanks to the resources of the Great Xia faction and the support of my alma mater that I've grown to where I am today. Consider this my way of giving back to the Great Xia faction and my alma mater." "Eh? But? All right, that's it." Seeing the staff member's jaw drop in astonishment, unable to say a word for a long moment, he cut off their protests. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Is this what a true legend looks like? I regret it. If only I'd been born a few decades later with a golden crutch like that, I wouldn't have to work so hard. As expected, we simply can't fathom the world of a genius. Look at that's what it means to treat money like trash. That's exactly what it means to treat money like trash. Such a flamboyant display left all the staff utterly speechless with astonishment. One after another, they spoke up, pouring out their shock and envy. All right, enough small talk. Mr. Yi is definitely not just another face in the crowd. He is destined to soar to great heights. Since Mr. Yi has such a broad vision for his country and people, we cannot let someone of such noble character come out short. You're all to spread the word about Mr. Yi's deeds. At the very least, those young upstarts who VE benefited need to know who they should be grateful to. Cutting off his subordinates' idle chatter, the task force leader was deeply impressed by Yi's ideals and magnanimity, and made a decision on the spot. As the staff began their publicity campaign, Yi became a hot topic at Lon City Academy for quite some time afterward. It could be said that, though he was no longer physically present at Lon City Academy, his legend still lingered there. You provided the masterwork Ghost Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. When he reappeared in Dungeon World, Yi had arrived on a remote island. This isolated island was completely covered in pristine white snow, with almost no life to be found. Yet at the island's center stood an active volcano. Rather than spewing scorching heat, the volcano melted the ice and snow surrounding its peak, creating a comfortable cradle for life. Thus, on this isolated island, snow surrounded the fiery hell, and between the two, a ring of spring-like greenery miraculously flourished. The wind-white ants dwell within this ring. Cutting through the blue sky, he left a white trail behind him, with occasional sonic booms echoing all around. From a great distance, the isolated island appeared like a colorful disk. Snow white surrounded the green, while a red glow emanated from the very center. At that moment, the wonders of nature displayed its boundless charm to the world. When he was dozens of meters above the ground, he abruptly halted his dive and hovered upright in midair. Looking down at the green grass, where no white ants were crawling out, he remained skeptical about the number of wind-white ants. After all, how many wind-white ants could a green ring less than 100 meters wide possibly hold? These thumb-sized wind ants would likely have gone unnoticed if not for Yi's keen eyesight. Wind ant. Level, 45. Health, 32 million. Looks like I can harvest another batch of experience points. I just wonder if the numbers will live up to what Xiao said. Now that he found his target, Yi's skill grinding session was about to begin in earnest. Waving his staff, a massive flame prison skill materialized out of thin air above the green vegetation. 39,440,000. 39,440,000. 39,440,000. 197,200,000. 3944000000. Almost instantly, a string of numbers drifted up from within the prison, and what had previously been green vegetation turned into scorched earth. After casting the skill, he did not continue his attack. Instead, he watched the black and red land in silence, his face full of anticipation. And as it turned out, Xiao's intelligence had been spot on. Right beneath the charred corpses of more than 10 wind-white ants, the entire green ring suddenly stirred, as if an earth dragon were turning over. Then, as far as Yi's eyes could see, a teeming mass of wind-white ants so numerous they were almost impossible to count emerged before him, clustering together and rolling. The ants behind trampled on those in front, while those further back climbed over the 2 layers ahead, and those at the very bottom continued crawling forward. Like a human pyramid, in just a few breaths, the scene before Ye's eyes transformed into a surging wave of wind-white ants, constantly churning and surging. After a few breaths, the ants had actually built a white, ring-shaped platform several meters high, and this platform was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The sheer density of the swarm was enough to make anyone with even a slight case of trypophobia feel dizzy. Without further hesitation, Yi swung his staff, unleashing one flame prison spell after another, which descended to envelop the platform below, accompanied by the crackling sound of shattering. Countless damage numbers appeared on the red cages. 39440000, 39440000, 39440000, 197,200,000, 394,400,000. Dozens of seconds later, just as the massive ant swarm showed no signs of abating, Yi received a notification that left him thoroughly satisfied. Flame Prison Skill Level +1. As Yi continued his attacks, the ant swarm not only showed no signs of diminishing but, in fact, grew even more formidable due to the commotion he had stirred up. Several tens of minutes later, by the time the Flame Prison skill had surpassed level 50, the entire mountaintop had been completely engulfed by the ant swarm. Except for the area around the crater, the swarm had already begun to spread toward the snow-covered regions. Wow, did these little ants hollow out the entire isolated island? While delighted by the sheer number of wind-white ants, he also felt immensely fortunate. If it were anyone else, they'd likely have no choice but to turn and run. But for Yi, who possessed countless trump cards, this was practically a natural paradise for leveling up his skills. After all, to ensure one's own safety, one would need at least a flight skill or appropriate gear. Flight has always been the domain of those at the 8th tier and above. But once one reaches the 8th tier, killing wind-white ants yields absolutely no experience points. Others won't be like Yi, able to level up continuously. Although it's unknown just how high these skills can be upgraded, at least for now, Yi sees absolutely no sign of stopping. Skill, Flame Prison Skill Level +1. Skill, Flame Prison Skill Level +1. Skill, Flame Prison Skill Level +1. If he had the ability, Yi would have crafted himself a rocking chair that could float in the air, then reclined on it in bliss, letting his skill levels grow unchecked. In Dungeon World, time and space exist in a state of complete distortion from the laws of nature. During the long wait, Yi had no idea how much time had passed. It wasn't until the Flame Prison skill had reached over 500 levels that the ant swarm finally began to subside. By the time there was no longer any movement on the ground, the Flame Prison skill had already reached level 563. Flame Prison skill plus 563. Tier 2. Description: casts a cage covering an area of 566 and deals 16,930 base damage to trapped targets. Passive critical hit: damage dealt by this skill has a 10% chance to deal a critical hit with a multiplier randomly ranging from 5 to 10 times the base damage. Active burning: continuously consumes mana, dealing 5,660 damage per second to the immobilized target. Active explosion: detonates the cage, dealing 16,890 base damage to the immobilized target. Attribute bonus: Spirit 58. Setting aside the base damage for a moment, based solely on the attribute bonus, the Flame Prison skill can currently deal 326,772,000 damage. Not to mention, this fire-based spell also has a critical strike mechanic. Each attack has a 10% chance to deal 5 to 10 times the base damage as a critical hit. In other words, theoretically, the maximum damage the Flame Prison skill can deal has already reached over 3 billion points. With such immense destructive power, it could instantly kill even a 7th tier weapon master. Seeing that after working hard for most of the day, he had finally reached a level he was satisfied with. Glancing down at the deserted island, now completely still, he shook his head with a sigh. Such a wonderful leveling spot was now completely ruined. Fortunately, Hishosho had told him about 2 other excellent leveling locations. With his heart ablaze with excitement, he activated his flight skill, instantly turning into a white streak as he vanished into the sky. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow from everyone's game, my weapon can grow infinitely. Ever since acquiring the rapid flight skill, he almost always used it to travel unless the matter was particularly urgent. The god tier skill teleportation had been completely relegated to second place in his mind. Especially when he cast a dazzling magical shield over himself and flashed past through the air, it was simply the coolest way to make an entrance. No wonder Superman was so popular in his previous life. Sure enough, flying is the very essence of a man's romance. The best proof of this is that, among superheroes, Superman's popularity completely overshadows that of Doctor Strange, who can open portals. After half an hour of flight, you finally arrived above a rainforest. Unlike the gentle wind termite, which lived alone on a deserted island, the firefeather snake thrived within this rainforest. Together with the forest's other creatures, they form a perfect food chain. Hovering in front of a massive tree with a canopy spanning dozens of meters, you could clearly see countless long snakes, some red, some black, winding and coiling through the tree's branches and leaves. Some were no more than a foot long, while others measured several meters. Some were coiled at the treetop, others hung upside down from horizontal branches. Countless hisses filled the air. This place was truly a world of snakes. Firefeather snake. Tier 48. Health 75 million. As soon as he saw the firefeather snake S tier, he couldn't help but chuckle. The wind white ants he'd encountered earlier had only granted him 200 experience points each. In the end, after he'd wiped out the entire wind white ant nest, he'd gained a mere 1 billion experience points. He began to feel despair. He didn't know if he'd ever be able to reach the god tier by killing monsters in his lifetime. But now, seeing the level 48 fire-feathered snake 6 levels higher than himself, his heart immediately filled with excitement. Killing a monster 5 levels higher than him would net him at least 20,000 experience points. His only concern now was how many fire-feathered snakes were actually in this rainforest. What else was there to say? Let us get right to it. Wielding his staff, he unleashed an explosive wind blade skill. 9,015,800. 9,015,800. 9,015,800. Compared to the flame prison skill, which occasionally produced a critical hit, the damage dealt by the explosive wind blade skill was as steady as a rock. Countless identical data points formed a vast sea of clouds rising from the treetops. If it weren't for the damage numbers appearing above the target's head, they would likely have completely engulfed the treetops. It took nearly 2 seconds before the countless firefeather snakes finally fell from the trees, broken into pieces. You defeated a firefeather snake and gained 24,000 experience points. You have defeated a fire-feathered snake and gained 24,000 experience points. You have defeated a fire-feathered snake and gained 24,000 experience points. Far from worrying about the low damage numbers, he was instead filled with boundless delight. At a rate of 5 explosive wind blade skill casts per second, he'd reach level 1 in 20 seconds and level 3 in just 1 minute. With 2 or 3 hours of actual combat time, the explosive wind blade skill S level could catch up to that of the flame prison skill. Of course, this was nearly the ideal scenario in Yi's imagination. Just as he was daydreaming, a damage value suddenly disappeared from the top of the giant tree. Looking closely, he realized he'd wiped out every fire-feathered snake on this tree. Not even a single newborn snake remained. Sure enough, there are downsides to having high experience points. Running from tree to tree like this is a real stamina drain. Looking at the dense rainforest, with trees standing shoulder to shoulder, you finally realized that farming fire-feathered snakes meant he'd have to kill them one by one himself. It wasn't like with the wind white ants before, where all he had to do was cast a single skill to start the process, and then the only thing he could do was enjoy the breeze while floating in midair for hours. Auto-leveling had turned into semi-auto, and the one doing all the heavy lifting was Yi himself. To become a more well-rounded player and to have more tricks up his sleeve, Yi had no choice but to push through the exhaustion. Just as Yi was dashing from tree to tree, a system notification suddenly popped up, alerting him to a private message. Seeing the notification, Yi froze for a moment. This was the first private message he'd received from anyone since becoming a weapon master. "Hey, Yi, did you do that thing with the white termites? Check the chat channel." "Huh? Hearing Hishosho's familiar voice in the private message, Yi was a bit confused. What does this mean? When he opened the channel chat panel, he suddenly realized that the chat had already erupted into a frenzy. Wow, can you believe it? I was planning to go to White Ant Island to poach some white ants and stock up on poison, but I found out the whole island has been wiped out. I couldn't find a single white ant. The guy above is a bit late to the party. I was passing by Termite Island while doing a quest and noticed this myself. What kind of wild nonsense are you two spouting? The wind termites have gone extinct? Are you two even awake? Do you want me to splash you both with my own yellow urine to wake you up? It seems to be true. I just contacted a friend near the isolated island, and he went over to check it out. There's absolutely no sign of life left on the entire island. That's right. I've received reliable information that the wind termites have gone extinct in the Tier 3 map area. And since these aren't dungeon world monsters, but wild, mass-swarming creatures, we won't be seeing the spectacular ant swarms of the past for quite some time. Hey, you on the 7th floor, are you a devil? What do you mean by spectacle? You actually call that terrifying ant swarm a spectacle? 7th floor, don't derail the thread. Who exactly was the big shot who pulled this off? I spotted it from a distance a few hours ago. It looked like some flying powerhouse did it. They wiped out the entire island in just a few hours. Flying? That would require at least Tier 7, right? But aren't players above Tier 7 supposed to be unable to attack in lower tier maps? I don't think that player is necessarily that high tier. Reading this, you finally realized that his monster killing and leveling activities had sparked a heated debate among the weapon masters in this region. After all, wiping out every single wind white ant on the entire island in just a few hours caused such a sensation that it left every weapon master in Zone 3 speechless. Yeah, it was me. There was really no reason not to admit it, so Yi answered Hishosho's question honestly. Whoa, Yi, I never would have guessed you were such a hidden powerhouse. You aren't that Yi, are you? Suddenly, as if remembering something, he realized he'd forgotten to reveal his identity. Moreover, Yi now had the standing to walk in the sunlight with pride, so he admitted it without hesitation. Yeah, that's right. If you're referring to the sole holder of the God Slayer title. You provided the top tier novel The Shadow of the Great God, My Weapon Can Grow Infinitely. There was no response for quite a while, and just when you thought Hishosho had stopped talking, he received another message from her. Phew, I really never expected to come into such close contact with a God Slayer. It's just unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? You've still got one nose and two eyes, haven't you? Casually casting a skill at a tree covered in flying feather snakes, Yi chatted with Hishosho while multitasking. That's true. Aside from being a bit stronger in combat, you're even younger than me. How about calling me sister? The treasure pavilion belongs to your older sister. We've got everything from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Call me sister, and I'll cover all your map costs from now on, little brother. You're dreaming. Seeing Hishosho's message, Yi was instantly furious. This woman really does have ulterior motives. She's actually trying to tempt me with a few maps. That's just so disrespectful. Shouldn't she at least throw in a few divine artifacts or skills? If you'd thrown my way some level 10 or level 8 divine tier skills, who knows, maybe this young master would have gone along with it. What's wrong with that? Aren't I older than you? Logically speaking, shouldn't you call me sister? But who knows how old you really are? How about I just skip ahead and call you aunt instead? Ah, Yi, you bastard. How dare you #% Whoa, you're already losing your mind? You don't have a shred of mental toughness, yet you still want to take advantage of others. Who's taking advantage of you? You little brat. A certain woman who's quite the sister. While chatting with Hishosho, I kept wandering from one big tree to the next. There wasn't a hint of boredom from the passage of time. So, why hadn't I realized before that there was such a joyful way to level up? Yi knew full well that even though he was having a blast in Dungeon World, he didn't actually feel as heroic or ambitious about this lifestyle as one might imagine. After all, no human facing a world where tomorrow is uncertain can remain completely unmoved. And from the very moment he refused Cherry's invitation to team up and stepped into Dungeon World alone, his solo journey was sealed. He wasn't afraid of others discovering his special destiny. After all, no one could take it away from him. Plus, now that he built up a few trump cards and no longer had to worry about survival, he developed a certain resistance to this monotonous existence. In any profession, after working at it for a long time, people tend to become somewhat numb. This isn't a game, it's the real world. These two starkly different psychological experiences finally made you realize why, even after breaking free from the constraints of lifespan and sleep, some weapon masters still return to Blue Star from time to rest. It was all because their spirit couldn't bear the strain. Perhaps this is what it means to not have reached the level of a god, the inability to escape the limitations of human nature. As he kept dashing back and forth through the rainforest, a blank zone formed wherever he passed. The level of his explosive wind blade skill kept rising. After all, it was just like shooting at a stationary target. Yiling even switched skills from time to time, leveling up his ice domain skill at an astonishing rate. Compared to the immense destructive power of the explosive wind blade skill, the control offered by the ice domain skill was even more convenient. With a single cast, an entire tree was enveloped within a realm of ice and snow. 150. 120. 120. 28,170,000. Compared to the massive attribute bonuses, the ice domain skill's minuscule base damage was completely insignificant. But as he watched both the giant tree and the feathered serpent before him, frozen solid within blocks of crystal and ice, he suddenly realized this was the true essence of control skills. At the same time, he understood the future direction of skill fusion. Previously, when he experimented with skill fusion, he had always pursued massive destructive power and lethality. But now he realized that once a skill becomes powerful, what one should pursue is the power of rules, a realm governed by probability and multipliers. For example, among all his current skills, Thunderous Might deals the most damage. And the reason it's so powerful is precisely that probabilistic effect, which can wipe out half of an enemy's health. In the future, through continuous fusion, all skills will evolve toward this model of directly converting damage based on percentages. And because of skill fusion, it was already a given that Yi's skill bar wouldn't hold too many skills, but they would absolutely cover every aspect, allowing him to adapt to different combat scenarios. By the way, Yi, when are you free? As the blank areas in the rainforest continued to expand and his skill levels kept rising, Yi knew he didn't have much time left to farm skills. What's up? Is there something that requires this master to step in? Aside from his formidable combat prowess, Yi couldn't think of anything else about himself that would make that wealthy young lady take notice. Sure enough. Well, if you have time, I'd like to ask for your help. Let us team up to run a dungeon world. I'm on a quest, but I'm stuck in a dungeon world. The boss there is just too powerful. Even with a party, we can't take it down. I have no choice but to ask you, a true expert, for help. A quest? There is such a thing as a quest? Hearing Hishosho's words, you didn't pay the slightest attention to the boss or anything like that, but the word quest left him utterly astonished. This world wasn't like the online games of his past life. There were no so-called NPCs, so he had never even considered the concept of quests. Moreover, his high school curriculum was entirely focused on helping students navigate the beginner zones, so teachers often glossed over knowledge related to mid-tier and above. Otherwise, in a mere 3 years, it would be impossible to even scratch the surface of Dungeon World. If it weren't for the fact that Blue Star's humans were so weak overall and lacked such a deep foundation, even the highest-ranking members of the Blue Star Alliance would likely want these students to study for another 8 or 10 years to thoroughly understand the dungeon world before awakening their soul weapons. I didn't expect you to be such a newbie? Yi rolled his eyes at this assessment. Never mind him, probably 90% of people are complete newbies when it comes to Dungeon World. After all, gathering any intelligence requires a massive investment of manpower and resources. Aside from scions of major factions like Hishosho, who else has the means to access this kind of information? It's not that people are hoarding this knowledge for themselves, it's just that ordinary folks are too busy leveling up and learning skills to ever have the chance to delve into these matters. For those weapon masters whose lives are largely removed from combat and the Blue Star Alliance, it's actually better not to let them delve into these deeper matters. After all, panic is far too destructive to the overall stability of society. If people feel they have no hope of survival, who knows what shocking things they might do you, provided the God of Illusory Shadows' public announcement, "My weapon can grow infinitely." So-called quests are requests issued by the Blue Star Alliance or God factions aligned with Blue Star. Aside from the newbie zones, all major Blue Star cities have official administrative halls where players can accept or post requests, creating quests. After all, a single person's strength is limited, so sometimes you need help from others to be more efficient. It's as if the officials have created a platform for everyone to exchange resources. Hishosho's explanation instantly made everything clear to Yi. In these turbulent times of existential crisis, the role of the government has begun to shift, evolving more toward a service-oriented function. It no longer occupies the position of leadership, rule, and management as it did in the past. However, where there are people, there is society, and where there is society, there are organizations. Regardless of their functions or roles, these are essential to the existence of sentient beings. So, what do you say, Yi the Great Yi? Are you interested in joining? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, my party is limited to 5 members. Besides me, there are 3 other girls, and they're all absolute stunners. Unable to see Yi's expression, Hishosho was so afraid he wouldn't agree that she even resorted to using the beauty ploy. She had no choice. She had her eye on a piece of gear, but the quest poster wouldn't accept any form of exchange other than the quest item itself. So, even as a wealthy young lady with a fortune to her name, she was forced to go head-to-head with the quest's boss. She'd actually given up hope by then. After all, she'd created several instances of Dungeon World, only to return empty-handed every time. But she never expected to run into Yi, the God Slayer. Now that she saw a glimmer of hope, Hishosho wasn't about to give up so easily. However, since their friendship wasn't particularly deep yet, she could only take a roundabout approach to test the waters. When it came to offensive power, it was likely that no one below the high tier could match Yi. After all, over the past few centuries, Yi was the only one capable of taking down even a god. Although he couldn't see Hishosho's expression, Yi could sense her mix of nervousness and anticipation between the lines. It was just a small favor, anyway, not to mention that Yi was also curious to see what the dungeon world was really like. Ever since leaving the beginner's zone, he'd been tackling one challenge after another, following a path that was anything but a normal one. Getting a taste of how ordinary people lived might actually be a good choice. Alright, for a beauty like you, this great god will do you this favor. But you'll have to wait a few more hours. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done with my business. In the backyard of the treasure pavilion, Hishosho stared at her private message panel, her face etched with anxiety. She hadn't thought about it before, but once she learned Yi's true identity, she couldn't sit still anymore. The hope that had long since faded was reignited, and a sense of nervous excitement filled her heart. After receiving Yi's affirmative reply, Hishosho instantly jumped out of her chair, excitedly pumping her dainty little fist. This is great. Now I'll finally be able to clear the level. No way, I've got to tell Meow and the others right away. But that jerk he's only doing this because I'm a beauty. Don't you think I'm a beauty too? She glanced down but couldn't see her own toes. A haughty yet coy expression spread across Hishosho's stunning face. Whether in terms of figure or looks, she was undoubtedly among the very best in her social circle. And yet this he didn't even recognize a gem when he saw one. While Hishosho was busy having a blast, Yi's leveling run was finally drawing to a close. This type of monster, which relied on sheer numbers, was indeed tailor-made for him to level up his skills. Unfortunately, rodent-type monsters were often scattered and hidden underground, so they never formed large groups. Otherwise, he might have been able to level his skill all the way to the top tier. Looking at his completely revamped stats panel, a tremendous sense of accomplishment welled up within Yi. Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 513. Tier 1. Description: releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 5,180 base damage to all targets within a 518 area. Passive derivation, the number of targets attacked increases as the skill level rises. Active splatter, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly shatter, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 513 area. Attribute bonus, Spirit 60. Ice domain skill plus 490. Tier 2. Description: inflicts 5100 base damage on targets within a 500 area. Passive Ice Bind, has a 30% chance to trap the target in ice, causing them to take 5000 base damage over time. Attribute bonus, Spirit 51. With such powerful attribute bonuses, the base damage became practically useless. Stroking his chin, an idea formed in Yi's mind. If he learned every skill with attributes and multipliers, would he be able to stack those multipliers to an absurdly high level? Recalling the skill fusion process earlier where he had the options to remove or retain skills but no option to fuse skills with the same attributes, he felt a bit uncertain. But there was no harm in giving it a try, it would just be a waste of a little time. Convinced he found a shortcut to boosting his power, he no longer let the frustration caused by that absurdly long experience points bar get to him. After sweeping away a wind-white ant and a feathered snake, 2 entire species, he only gained 3 billion points, not even 1/10 of what he hoped for. Sigh, this almost despair-inducing experience points bar, when will it ever end? If a few more god projections showed up, that would probably be a wonderful thing. If those tier 9 big shots heard Yi say something like that, their tempers would likely have exploded long ago. Wow, everyone else is hiding from the gods and doesn't even dare to advance. But when it comes to you, you're actually hoping for a few gods to show up so you can slaughter them? I guess that really lives up to the title of God Slayer, doesn't it? After taking stock of his loot, Yi already mentally and physically exhausted, couldn't be bothered to enjoy the sensation of flight anymore. He simply activated the teleportation point he set up on the outskirts of the main city. When Yi reappeared, he was already outside the main city. He strode quickly into the city and ran straight toward the treasure pavilion. Yi had never once gone back on a promise he made to others. Of course, he didn't have particularly high expectations for this dungeon world either. After all, while the drop rate in dungeon worlds was high, they basically never dropped the items he actually wanted. At least as far as Yi was concerned, he never heard of a single dungeon world capable of dropping a divine artifact. Such places, designed to boost the survival chances of lower and mid-tier players, had long since faded from Yi's world. You provided the top-tier author Ying's ES for all, my weapon can grow infinitely. What do you think, ladies? Isn't this guy handsome? My name is Yi Ling. Currently single. When he approached Hishosho, he didn't expect that the seemingly gentle and demure Hishosho would, like a street hooligan, raise her eyebrows at the 3 women standing nearby. Come on, handsome, let me introduce you to 3 golden single ladies. This is Cheng Miao, this is Li Miao, and this is Wan Yen. Only then did Ji look at the 3 women. All 3 were top-tier beauties standing alongside Hishosho. They were equally stunning like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own unique charm. The mature, sophisticated beauty was Cheng Miao. She exuded an elegant yet aloof aura. In response to Hishosho's introduction and teasing, she merely pressed her thin lips together and offered a faint smile. The second, a baby-faced beauty who looked like a teenage girl, was Li Miao. She appeared slightly shy and timid when she met Yi's scrutinizing gaze. She looked like a startled rabbit, instantly lowering her head as her cheeks flushed crimson. And the last one, a woman as luscious as a perfectly ripe peach, was Wan Yen. True to her name, she exuded a mature allure that the other 3 beauties lacked. Her voluptuous yet understated figure, with its curvaceous silhouette, perfectly embodied feminine allure. Mature in demeanor and bold and sultry in personality, she showed no sign of shyness when he looked her over. Instead, she tossed him a flirtatious glance full of charm. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, flirting with a blind man. Facing these 4 beauties as radiant as flowers, as graceful as chrysanthemums in autumn and orchids in spring, he nodded briefly before turning to urge Hishosho on. When do you plan to leave? How far is Dungeon World from the main city? When introducing him to the other 3 women, Hishosho hadn't said much, merely describing him as a younger brother with the air of a true master. The moment they laid eyes on Yi, even the three women who had seen countless talented young men had to admit that while Yi's looks might only be considered handsome, his aura, brimming with mystery, completely outshone all the other handsome men. But even if you're not close, acting like such a clueless straight guy is a little heartbreaking, you know. Don't beautiful women deserve some respect? Don't young ladies have the right to a little tantrum? Handsome guy, why the rush? We could have a meal first, rest a bit, then relax. Once we recharged our energy, wouldn't it be great to take down Dungeon World in one go? Unable to resist, Wan Yen took the initiative. Swaying her slender yet supple waist and flaunting her long legs barely concealed beneath her cheongsam, she approached Ji and began to coax him in a soft, flower-like voice. Although the overwhelming allure sweeping over him left even a novice like Yi spellbound, one of the benefits of being data-driven was his ability to maintain perfect self-control. Coupled with his absurdly high spirit attribute, Yi remained utterly composed in the face of it all. Moreover, even though Wan Yen possessed every charm a woman could offer, in Yi's heart, it was still that gentle, soft, and radiantly beautiful figure who was truly worth his glance. The stellar war is set to begin in less than 3 years. Placing my life in someone else's hands would be a disgrace to me. The war of the 10,000 races has ended. If I survive, what kind of wealth and glory will I not be able to enjoy? If I die, then wealth and glory mean absolutely nothing to me. At this point, feeling a touch of dark humor, Yi glanced up and down at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Besides, you're not my type. Ignoring Wan Yen, whose teeth were clenched so tightly they were nearly grinding to dust, Yi turned his head to look at He Xiaoxiao standing nearby. He only returned to the main city out of courtesy to an acquaintance and because of his own intense fascination with Dungeon World. Otherwise, he'd rather have spent that time grinding levels outside the city. As things stood, He Xiaoxiao didn't yet possess the capital or strength to make him waste his time on her. Though Yi said nothing and showed no expression, He Xiaoxiao clearly sensed a certain attitude. It was a sense of responsibility to save countless lives as his personal mission. It was a defiant arrogance of belief that his fate was in his own hands, not in the heavens. And it was a cold detachment, the feeling of being the only one awake while everyone else was drunk. All right, ladies, let us get going. The banter had merely been He Xiaoxiao's attempt to build rapport. Since it hadn't achieved the desired effect, cutting her losses now would be far more effective. So, upon seeing the attitude Yi had displayed, He Xiaoxiao instantly shifted her approach without the slightest hesitation. It suddenly dawned on her that this seemingly innocent young hunk was a ruthless fighter who had even slain a god, definitely not some pampered chick raised in the lap of a wealthy family. Seeing He Xiaoxiao's reaction, the three women who moments ago had exuded such distinct personalities instantly stood up, their expressions turning serious and their faces somber. As sisters who had grown up together and spent many years side by side, they knew He Xiaoxiao's temperament better than anyone. Anyone capable of making He Xiaoxiao treat them with such formality with just a single glance had long since transcended the realm of prodigies and privileged heirs. Dungeon World is over 16,000 kilometers from the main city. We'll need to take a flying ship to get there, which will take a little over a day. Upon hearing that even a flight would take over a day, Yi looked utterly exasperated. He shouldn't have rushed back like this in the first place. He'd been so captivated by the mystery of Dungeon World that it had clouded his judgment. Could you give me the address? Although she wasn't sure exactly what she meant, He Xiaoxiao still told him where Dungeon World was located. It's right at the foot of the Hangduan Mountains, right in the center of that black forest. He tapped the map on the interface and took a look at the so-called Hangduan Mountains and Black Forest. He suddenly noticed that on a plain at the foot of the Hangduan Mountains, there was actually a monster called the Black Magic Bull, with a level as high as 49. They possessed formidable defense and exceptionally high strength and agility stats. Not only could they advance, but they could also spew a jet of flame from between their nostrils to launch ranged attacks. Most importantly, these black magic bulls typically appeared in herds, each herd consisting of at least tens of thousands of heads roaming back and forth across the entire plain. Their incredibly low drop rate has completely excluded them from the realm of leveling. As a result, the vast plain stretching tens of thousands of li in every direction has become a paradise for the black magic bulls. To others, they might be an extremely difficult foe to deal with. But for Yi, this was practically a skill training paradise tailor-made for him. After quickly running the numbers in his head, Yi turned to Yishoshio and said, "Since it's that far away, you guys should head out right away. Just send me a private message when you reach the Black Forest. You've provided the top author Giingzi. Yes everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. It's a bit inconvenient to ride on the same airship as the rest of you, so I'll be heading out first." With that, without even giving Yishoshio a chance to speak, he stepped into a multicolored portal that instantly appeared before him. Staring wide-eyed at the vanishing portal, the outgoing Wan Yen couldn't hold back any longer and immediately turned to Yishoshio with a barrage of questions. "Shoshio, come clean, where did you snag this steel god? And yes, even made of titanium alloy. He didn't even give a second glance to a stunning beauty like me, who was so full of charm. I locked eyes with him and all I saw was a block of ice that barely gave off any energy fluctuations." Ha! Hearing Wan Yen vent her grievances, Yishoshio couldn't help but burst into a girlish laugh. Alright, let us just get going first. We'll talk about everything once we're on the airship." With that, Yishoshio gave a flick of her slender finger, and a wooden pleasure boat over 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide materialized before the four of them. Faced with this bizarre scene, all four wore calm expressions, as if they were used to such things. Once the four had boarded the airship one by one, Yishoshio raised her hand and pressed a white button on a platform by the window. The entire airship vanished from sight in an instant, as if it had been erased from a pencil sketch. Only then did Yishoshio press another green button, and the now invisible vessel rose smoothly and steadily into the sky, reaching a height of several hundred meters. When Yishoshio finally pressed the red button, the vessel accelerated from slow to fast, until eventually, the scenery outside could only be seen as a streak of light rushing by in the distance. "Alright, Boss Shoshio, now can you tell us what this Yi is all about?" Instead of answering Wan Yen's question right away, Yishoshio turned her head to look at Chang Miao on the other side. "Miao, why don't you take a guess?" Hearing Yishoshio's unexpected words, Chang Miao thought about the name Yi for a moment. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and she could no longer maintain her composed expression. With a look of sheer horror, she turned to Yishoshio and blurted out her question. "God Slayer?" Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Chang Miao's answer came out, Yishoshio clapped her fair hands in praise. "As expected of our female Zhuge Liang, you hit the nail on the head with just one guess. God Slayer? That little guy, Yi?" Although Yishoshio had already confirmed it, Wan Yen still found it hard to believe. Thinking of Yi's delicate, almost childlike face, Wan Yen simply couldn't connect him to the God Slayer, the one who had wreaked havoc across the land and slain more than one god. In her mind, the God Slayer was bound to be a burly giant, someone whose fists could lift a man and whose arms were thick enough to carry a horse. Who would Ve thought he'd actually be a delicate-looking, fair-skinned youth? Even the timid and shy Li Miao was now staring at Yishoshio with wide, teary eyes, seeking an explanation. "That's right. Although I couldn't detect his specific details, his name and combat power match perfectly. Let me tell you, last time he asked me where he could find dense clusters of monsters regardless of level. I didn't know why he was asking, but I still told him about the wind-white ants and the fire-feathered snakes. Then, a few hours later, as you all know, the wind-white ants were completely wiped out on that isolated island." Listening to Yishoshio's account, which sounded just like a story, the three women were utterly stunned. Regardless of whether this Yi was the same Yi from before, his terrifying destructive power alone was enough to command respect. No one knew yet what had become of the fire-feathered serpent, but the wind-white ants alone, which had practically hollowed out the isolated island, were not a force to be trifled with. Everyone knew that killing large groups of monsters yielded plenty of experience points, yet 300 years had passed, and the wind-white ants had continued to hold the island as territory, leaving everyone to return empty-handed. This alone showed just how powerful Yi's offensive capabilities were. Not to mention the teleportation gate he casually opened as he left. To accomplish something like that within the low-tier third zone is nothing short of a miracle. With that kind of offensive power alone, he is more than worthy of our respect. Besides, whether or not he is a God Slayer doesn't really matter to us after all, we don't know him well. Even I've only met him twice. Just as the women were discussing Yi's exploits and identity, ye flickered into the vast plain at the foot of the transverse mountains. The spot where ye appeared was right beside a river. Looking at the river, which was dozens of meters wide, ye's eyes lit up. He had been wondering which direction to fly in to find the black magic ox, but unexpectedly, the problem was solved immediately. No matter how powerful a monster is, it can hunt for all sorts of things to eat, but it can never do without water. So, if you want to find a specific creature on the vast, boundless plain, there is nothing simpler than finding a river and lying in wait like a hunter waiting for prey. Of course, he wasn't sure exactly which section of the river these monsters would be in, so he simply leaped into the air, maintaining an altitude of over 10 meters above the river, and flew off in one direction. Instantly accelerating to over 5 times the speed of sound, he left a long trail of sonic booms behind him, carving a wide trench across the river's surface. Looking down from the sky, it looked as if a god had run a finger across the river's surface. Yi was in luck. He'd been flying for less than 10 minutes when he heard a rumbling, chaotic noise coming from ahead. Smoothly slowing his speed, Yi flew toward the source of the sound. When Yi was less than a kilometer from the source, he saw a dense herd of cattle on one side of the river. With their jet black, glossy coats, sharp horns, tall and sturdy frames, and thick limbs, every part of their bodies seemed to declare to their enemies that they were not to be messed with. Black Magic Ox. Level 49. Health 5 billion. Oxen are creatures that seem to defy the natural laws of survival. Not only do they possess immense strength and agility, but crucially they also have excellent endurance. Most enemies share at least one attribute that leaves them completely overwhelmed by these beasts. Coupled with their unparalleled unity and the bond that binds them to advance and retreat as one, they have long roamed this vast plain without any rivals. But in Yi's eyes, all of this was nothing more than piles of skill experience points. Their attacks have weaknesses, their ranged damage is feeble, and with such thick health and high defense, just how many skill hits can they possibly take? Excited, Yi didn't even bother greeting the herd of beasts. He simply raised his hand and unleashed the ice domain skill. 287339100. 287339000. 287339000. 287339100. Brought to you by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow. My weapon can grow infinitely. Moo, moo moo. The black magic bull that took the direct hit was frozen solid in ice, immobilized like an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, those outside the attack range anxiously circled the frozen black magic bull, bellowing back and forth. If it were any other monster, after being attacked by Yi, either all members would charge at him, or they would turn and flee immediately. But the black magic cows, naturally possessing a strong sense of group cohesion, surrounded the small group under attack one by one, hoping to rescue them. One after another, black magic cows were frozen in ice, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye, only to be replaced by the next. Yet the black magic bulls seemed to be coordinating with Yi's attacks. As soon as the ones in front vanished, those behind immediately filled the gap, in an endless, unbroken cycle. Even though the scene was so eerie, the black magic bulls continued to charge forward, one after another, undeterred. Their attitude and behavior left Yi both shocked and saddened. Such unity was astonishing, but coupled with the black magic bull's limited intelligence, it seemed exceptionally tragic. Of course, this was merely Yi's own interpretation. Perhaps, in the minds of the black magic bulls, this was simply a natural part of their existence, something they faced with calm acceptance. It wasn't until the very last black magic bull was slain, and countless shards of ice burst forth, that the world was finally left empty. Watching the countless orbs of light floating beside the riverbank, Yi reached out and beckoned gently. The orbs flew to his side, and immediately, a flood of notifications appeared on his interface. You have obtained 350 pieces of tough black magic ox hide. You have obtained 152 sharp black magic ox horns. You have obtained 187 strands of supple black magic ox tendons. You have obtained the Tier 3 skill book Barbaric Charge. You have obtained the Tier 3 skill book United in Dedication. You have obtained 5,468 gold coins. Loot notifications kept popping up on the interface, but Yi didn't have a moment to look at them. Because not far downstream, another herd of black magic cattle was charging toward the riverbank. Flying swiftly and excitedly to the front of the herd, you cast the Ice Domain skill at them once more. 287339600. 287339500. 287339500. 287339600. You defeated a black magic bull and gained 5 million experience points. You defeated a black magic bull, triggered the double drop chance, and gained 10 million experience points. You defeated a black magic bull, triggered the double drop chance, and gained 10 million experience points. As his experience points, which had remained stagnant for so long, skyrocketed to the maximum, a golden light flashed from beneath Yi's feet. He finally leveled up. Although Yi's primary goal had been to grind skill levels, his desire to level up was just as urgent. It really wasn't easy. But immediately, Yi's brow furrowed so deeply it could almost crush a fly. Upon seeing the experience points required for level 44 on his stats panel, the joy he just felt vanished into thin air. Name, Yi. Level, LV 43 3,500,000 23,700,000,000. Health, 845,100,000. Mana, 845,100,000. Stamina 939,900%, strength 939,900%, agility 939,900%, spirit 939,900%. With such a massive surge in experience points, he couldn't imagine how those tier 9 powerhouses had managed to level up. At least according to Yi's own estimates, even if he consistently maintained the experience multiplier from killing monsters several tiers above his own, reaching God tier before the Star Domain tournament began was nothing short of a pipe dream. But in any case, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Resigned to his fate, Yi could only do his best, hoping that by then, the big shots on Blue Star would recognize his contributions to the planet and allow him to join the top tier. Otherwise, if Blue Star's human elite were to be completely wiped out, he alone wouldn't be of much use. No one knew which opponent Blue Star would be randomly matched against next. For 300 years, the people of Blue Star had lived in constant fear, hoping each time the Star Domain tournament approached that they would be randomly matched against a weaker opponent. Even when Dungeon Gate randomly assigns opponents, it generally adheres to the principle of matching opponents of similar strength. But even within the same tier, there are higher and lower levels otherwise, so many habitable planets wouldn't have been wiped out due to defeat. Faced with such a long and arduous task, Yi could only temporarily compose himself, then soar into the sky to continue his quest to hunt monsters. Fly, search, slay monsters, then fly, search. This repetitive cycle continued until Yi received a private message from Yi. By then, all his skills had been upgraded to around level 700. If he hadn't been balancing all three skills, the level of any single skill alone would likely have reached an astonishing height. Beyond that, what brought Yi the greatest reward was, surprisingly, his experience points level. In just over a day, he had actually reached the threshold of level 47. And this was despite the fact that he had spent most of his time flying around in search of monsters. It must be said that monsters like the Black Magic Bull with high defense and low attack were simply the perfect leveling targets for a weapon master like Yi, whose attack power was off the charts. Unfortunately, by the end, the experience points he gained from a single Black Magic Bull had dropped to a mere 20,000. Fortunately, the gains in skill levels were enough to soothe Yi's frustration. Name, Yi. Level, LV 47 942,120,000,000. Health, 845100000. Mana, 845,100,000. Stamina 4,800,900%, strength 4,800,900%, agility 4,800,900%, spirit 4,800,900%. Skill 1, Flame Prison skill plus 730. Tier 2. Description: casts a spell to form a 736 cage and deals 25,140 base damage to the trapped target. Passive critical hit: damage dealt by this skill has a 10% chance to trigger a critical hit, with a random multiplier ranging from 5x to 10x. Active burning: continuously consumes mana, dealing 7,360 damage per second to immobilized targets. Active explosion: detonates the cage, dealing 25,140 base damage to immobilized targets. Attribute bonus, Spirit 79. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 750. Tier 1. Description, releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 7,550 base damage to all targets within a 755 area. Passive derivation, the number of targets attacked increases as the level rises. Active splash, after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 750 radius. Attribute bonus, Spirit 80. Skill 9, Ice Domain skill plus 720. Tier 2. Description, inflicts 7,500 base damage on targets within a 730 area. Passive Ice Bind, has a 30% chance to trap the target in ice, causing them to take 7,200 base damage over time. Attribute bonus, Spirit 78. You provided the great god Gyingzi to everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. What surprised Yi the most was that even though his skills had already reached over 700 levels, there was still no sign of them stopping. It seemed the road to leveling up was still long and arduous. Hey, Master, we've arrived at the Dark Forest. Where are you? Oh, I'll be right there. After receiving a private message from Ishosho, Yi pulled up the map panel, tapped the location of the Dark Forest, and then vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already floating in the air above the Dark Forest. Whoa, is that the cute guy? He can actually fly? Shosho, are you sure he is a tier 3 player? The three girls on the airship, seeing Yi floating in the air, immediately tugged at Shosho's arms in surprise and started exclaiming. He is definitely a third tier. Don't forget the world announcement back then, it hasn't been that long, so it's unlikely he is due for another rank up trial yet. Besides, given his strength, it would be strange if his rank up trial didn't cause a stir. As for why he can fly? At this point, Shosho felt an urge to roll her eyes. Ladies, I've only met you twice, do you really think I know? You're overestimating me a bit, aren't you? Come on, that S-God Slayer we're talking about. Spotting the airship carrying the girls in the distance, Yi observed its utterly unworldly appearance and wondered what kind of technology powered this pleasure boat-style vessel. But even a fool could tell this was a luxury far beyond the means of ordinary people. To travel 10,000 li in a single day, the fuel consumed certainly couldn't be water. It had to be said, children from wealthy families started from a completely different place. If it weren't for Yi's overwhelming good fortune, he'd likely still be struggling at the bottom of society, let alone have the chance to mingle with these prodigies. While his mind was filled with constant wonder, Yi controlled his flight speed and slowly approached the airship. Excuse me, how much further is it to Dungeon World? Look over there in the center of the Black Forest, among the ruins of that ancient temple. That altar is the entrance. Following the direction of Shosho's finger, Yi looked into the distance and discovered, surrounded by a dense, dark forest, the ruins of an ancient temple spanning dozens of li in circumference. What had once been a majestic, solemn, and resplendent temple was now nothing but ruins and crumbling walls. Yet at the very center of these ruins stood an altar engraved with a magical array, still remarkably well preserved. Black magical lines spread across the altar, which was paved with massive white stones, exuding an air of profound mystery. Looking at the collapsed structures around it, Yi noticed that the exposed stone columns and walls were all carved with distinctly religious motifs. For some reason, Yi couldn't shake a sense of familiarity. Hurry up, form a party, charge. Charge. This time, I'm going to clear this stage. Just as Yi was about to take a closer look, Shosho, unable to contain her excitement, started shouting and cheering. Yi thought it might be her imagination, so after a quick glance, she didn't pay it much mind. After all, religious buildings generally share a similar style. After the five of them formed a party, Shosho, as the party leader, pulled out a few magic stones and placed them in the recesses of the altar, which then activated the magic circle. You have entered the ruins of the orc cult. As the scene shifted, the group found themselves in a desolate, narrow valley. Huge slopes flanked both sides of the valley, and among the thickets on those slopes, stones were faintly visible. Roar, roar, huff, huff. A cool breeze swept over them, carrying low, rumbling growls. The eerie atmosphere created an oppressive feeling. We'll pass through this valley, and then there's a camp. The final boss is inside that camp. The biggest challenge in this dungeon world is that while passing through the valley, we mustn't disturb the orcs on either side of the mountain walls. If we make too much noise, the monsters in the camp further ahead will come running. Once all the monsters converge, forget about the 5 of us. Not even 50 people could make it out alive. The monsters in the valley seem to be restricted to this area and can't leave, so as long as we're careful, our only targets will be the monsters in the camp further ahead. What level are the monsters here? And what level is the final boss? Listening to Hishosho explain the strategy, Yi felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, even when he was leveling up alone, he'd always just plowed right through. There was never any need for a strategy. But Hishosho's extreme caution left him puzzled. Could it be that the monsters here were extremely high level? If he were alone, it wouldn't be a problem after all. With the invincible barrier, there'd be no danger. But now that he had 4 deadweights tagging along, he had no choice but to follow Hishosho's plan and minimize combat as much as possible. After all, he was only here to serve as a trump card, specifically to take down the final boss, not to act as a babysitter. Whatever others chose to do, Yi had absolutely no intention of objecting. But who would have thought that Hishosho's next words would nearly send Yi over the edge? The monsters in the valley are pretty strong. They're already level 53, and the final boss is level 55. The key is that the boss has at least 8 billion HP. Last time, we used up all the health potions and mana potions we brought, and we didn't even manage to chip away at 1/5 of its HP. Hearing Hishosho's serious explanation, Yi almost thought he'd misheard her. Over 8 billion? That's only half as much as the Black Magic Bull. If the final boss is like this, just how many minions are there ahead? Perhaps sensing Yi's doubts, Hishosho gave him a direct answer. The minor monsters ahead also have 3.5 billion HP, and more importantly, we have no idea how many there are. As Hishosho spoke, Yi surveyed their surroundings. The spot where they were standing seemed to be an area in Dungeon World specifically prepared for those entering. Looking back from their position, the slopes on both sides were essentially barren. Not even a single monster lair in sight. However, the slopes ahead of them suddenly became lush and verdant, as if their current position marked the boundary between 2 completely different worlds. You guys, step back a little. Back? Hearing Yi's words, Wanyan almost thought she'd misheard him. She turned her alluring eyes toward him in confusion. The other 3 women also looked utterly perplexed. Without saying much, Yi simply waved his hand at them, signaling for them to comply. Then, before they could even react, he swung the staff in his hand, which looked like a withered twig, and cast a spell toward both sides of the valley ahead. You provided the top author Diings. Yes, everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As a howling wind swept through the air, countless wind blades swirled and whirled violently across an area that nearly engulfed half the valley. Such a reckless move left the 4 women standing nearby completely dumbfounded. Bro, I've been talking for ages. Were you even listening? But Yi had already started his attack, so the 4 women had no choice but to quickly retreat to the open area behind them. After all, to exit Dungeon World, they had to be in a non-combat zone, and none of them possessed Yi's flight ability. The timidly Meow was on the verge of tears. Clutching Hishosho's hand, she looked at her with teary eyes and protested. Sister Shosho, are you sure you hired a master, not a complete idiot? Wow, are all these cute guys this reckless? If Cheng Miao and Li Miao were still being polite, Wanyan was downright scathing. This is the first time I've met someone so eager to get themselves killed. He looks like a decent guy, but why does he have to be so brain dead? As her 3 best friends chattered away, Hishosho's delicate brows furrowed deeply. She didn't really care whether they could defeat the boss or not. At worst, it would just be a waste of a few magic stones. Given her financial resources, that was practically nothing. But if this put everyone else in danger, then that would be her fault. After all, the other 4, including Yi, had all come here for her quest. As for Ye's reckless behavior, he Shosho didn't react quite as strongly. After all, she knew this was Ye's first time venturing into Dungeon World. And deep down, she still had quite a bit of confidence in Yi. After all, to become the first person in 300 years to slay a god, she wouldn't believe it for a second if you didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve. The question now was whether Ye's trump cards were consumable. If they were items or equipment, had Yi already used them all up by the time he faced the god? If not, then it could only mean Yi was confident. As for skills and the like, he Shosho hadn't even considered that possibility. After all, it was common knowledge that high damage skills consumed a lot of mana and had long cooldowns. And now they weren't facing a single god, but countless powerful orcs. No matter how powerful a single target item might be, it would be impossible to handle such a large number of orcs without leaving some unchecked. When you cast her skill, all the orcs were still inside their lair and hadn't emerged at all. So even though the skill's range was vast and it looked impressive, after striking at empty space for so long, it hadn't truly demonstrated its full power. This was also the reason the four women were so worried. Just as the four women were deeply worried, drawn by the commotion of the wind blades, towering orcs began emerging one after another from the lairs on either side of the cliff face. Looking at the orcs with their oily green skin, ferocious features, and clubs in hand, that strange sense of familiarity welled up in Ye's heart once more. However, now was not a good time to dwell on it, so Yi could only put it aside for the moment. Seeing the monsters emerge one by one, Yi naturally didn't want to wait any longer. He swung his staff once more, and countless wind blades suddenly materialized out of thin air. With a piercing whistle, the wind blades charged fiercely toward all the orcs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. As the wind blades struck the orcs, the resulting explosions dealt immense damage. 345-600-7550. 345-600-7550. 345-600-7550. When that string of numbers became so long the four women could barely keep track, they were all stunned. Sisters, what is that? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I think so. My eyes are seeing stars, and everything's blurry. Hell, my great-grandma. He Shosho stared blankly at Ye's back ahead of her, watching the orcs fall one after another under his barrage of wind blades filling the sky. He Shosho felt her worldview being shaken to its core. Is this the true might of a god slayer? Although they didn't know just how powerful a god actually was after all, aside from Yi, no one had ever faced a god head-on. At this very moment, the absurd spectacle of Ye's single skill dealing countless hits of over 30 billion damage each had the four women questioning the very nature of reality. Are we sure we're living in the same world? Chang Miao's gaze was slightly dazed as she stared blankly ahead, looking as though she were questioning the meaning of life. A few minutes later, the entire valley was silent, with nothing left but a floor littered with orc corpses. If it weren't for the countless monster corpses strewn across the path and hanging upside down from the tree branches in the valley before them, the group might have even thought that everything that had just happened was nothing more than a dream. You have killed an orc and gained 1,300,000 experience points. You killed an orc and gained 2,600,000 experience points. You obtained wooden sticks 314. You obtained orc fangs 277. In Dungeon World, whether playing in a party or solo, experience points are distributed based on damage dealt. During this attack, the four girls didn't even lift a finger, so naturally, they didn't receive a single point of experience points. Sighing inwardly at having acquired a pile of worthless junk, Yi turned to look at the four girls behind him. Alright, they're all taken care of. Next, shouldn't we just storm their camp? He'd been too busy dealing with the monster to hear the conversation among the girls. Did they have absolutely no idea how they'd been made fun of? Oh, okay, you're the boss, we'll do whatever you say. Snapping out of her daze, He Shosho hurriedly replied in a flustered rush. Completely bewildered, He Shosho didn't even realize how suggestive her words sounded. Even the other three girls weren't in the mood to tease He Shosho at that moment. On any other day, the girls would never have let an opportunity like this slip by. But with everyone else's minds elsewhere, no one noticed anything unusual about Hishosho's words. "Alright, let us go. The four of you stay a little farther away from me and watch your backs. Otherwise, if we really run into something strange, I won't hesitate to take off running." In a joking tone, he gave the three girls one last reminder before taking the lead and heading out of the valley. The reason he agreed to Hishosho's request this time was to see for himself what Dungeon World was really like. Of course, he wasn't going to sit on the sidelines and let the four girls blaze the trail ahead. Ever since entering Dungeon World, he had made up his mind to handle everything himself, leaving the four girls to play a supporting role. For some reason, ever since entering Dungeon World, his sixth sense had been telling him that there was an aura within this Dungeon World that made him wary. "You provided the masterwork Ghost Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely." After leaving the valley, a chaotic and dilapidated camp came into view for the five of them. Rattling fences, thatched huts, low stone walls. Within the camp, they could faintly make out countless orcs moving back and forth. At the sight of this, Yi couldn't help but think to himself, these are nothing but a bunch of penniless wretches. These shabby-looking monsters, combined with the already rock-bottom drop rate for humanoid monsters. Had Yi mentally prepared for the possibility of coming away empty-handed once again? Without even consulting the four women, he launched a direct assault on the camp. 345-600-7550 345-600-7550 345-600-7550. This was because the explosive wind blade skill possessed the ability to deal a secondary strike. Basically, once the skill was unleashed, any orc caught in its range wouldn't even last a single breath. Even the big boss Hishosho had mentioned with 5 billion HP couldn't last more than a single wave of ES skill. Logically, a situation this straightforward should be a breeze, but the sense of unease he faintly sensed clearly told him that this Dungeon World was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. However, he was prepared for anything with countless trump cards up his sleeve. He wasn't afraid of any unexpected developments. Even with 4 dead weights in tow, as long as he wasn't besieged by a massive horde of gods, he was confident he could lead the 4 girls out of the Dungeon World. Ah woo roar roar. Suddenly and without warning, he launched his attack, instantly throwing the entire orc camp into chaos. One by one, the orcs scattered like dazed flies, running in all directions in search of the enemy that had suddenly appeared. But the range of Yi's skill had already reached an unimaginable extent. With a single cast, nearly a quarter of the camp was engulfed by the slashing wind blades. To the 4 girls, it seemed like Yi had cleared out the entire camp in the blink of an eye. Is that it? Staring wide-eyed at the now deserted camp, Hishosho let out a startled scream in a daze. The other 3 girls were also in a state of utter shock. There was no way Spirit could respond to her cry. Meanwhile, Yi, the very culprit behind all this, wore a grave expression as he suddenly waved his arms frantically at the 4 girls. "Hurry up! If you don't want to die, retreat back to the valley. Quick, quick!" Although their minds were still reeling from the shock, these girls who had fought their way through tough times together still possessed basic combat instincts and vigilance. Almost the moment Yi urged them on, the girls ran back toward the valley behind them without looking back. Just as they reached the valley and turned around, the sky over the entire Dungeon World began to darken. In an instant, thick clouds filled the sky, and lightning accompanied by thunderous roars erupted, casting blinding flashes that flickered back and forth through the clouds. Now free of any burdens, Yi watched the spectacular scene before him with a calm expression. Just by observing the commotion, he knew that what was about to unfold had already far exceeded the original scope of Dungeon World. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yi was absolutely certain in his heart that this spectacle was very likely caused by his arrival. Crack! Rumble! Amid the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, 2 enormous figures with identical faces appeared, one on the left and one on the right, in the gloomy void. Their dark, muscular bodies were clad in leather skirts tied at the waist. They held massive clubs in their hands. Their features were ferocious, with slightly upturned fangs, and their eyes shone like the sun and moon suspended in the sky. Ants, God! Aha! I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the god of the goblins, huh? Oh right, I remember now. You're that lower tier god, Amo something or other, aren't you? Looking up at the two god avatars standing far apart on either side, Yi knew immediately that his opponent had clearly figured out certain characteristics of his Thunderous Might skill. This positioning was clearly designed to guard against his attack range. You damn it! Go to hell! Taking advantage of the moment the opponent spoke, Yi, who had absolutely no sense of martial ethics, immediately unleashed a Thunderous Might attack at the god avatar on the left. Since the two avatars were not within the same attack range, Yi didn't even dare to use his staff's auto-lock feature, opting instead for single-target attack mode. Although the opponent's intentions were sound, they never imagined that Yi's strength would have undergone such a dramatic transformation in such a short time. To say nothing of other factors, the stun duration of Thunderous Might alone had already reached 3 seconds. Even if he couldn't attack both at once, even if he only landed one hit on each, he was completely confident he could beat the crap out of both god clones. The outcome played out exactly as Yi had predicted. 210,000,000,000. As a massive damage number of 2.1 billion flashed on the screen, the god clone on the left was instantly immobilized, completely losing control of its body. 210,000,000,000. Almost the moment the first attack was launched, Yi launched an attack at the god avatar on the right. But even so, the god's immense offensive power struck Yi for the first time, showcasing his unparalleled might to the world. 90 billion. A massive damage figure of 90 billion floated above Yi's head. Yi's health over 800 million, enough to make every human on Blue Star feel ashamed by comparison, was utterly insignificant in the face of such an assault. Plus 420 million. Even as the health restoration from Ode to Life kicked in, it was still no match for God. But Yi's true trump card, the god tier skill Invincible Barrier, once again did not let him down. You have taken a fatal blow. The skill Invincible Barrier has locked in 10% of your health. Please choose between 5 seconds of invincibility or teleporting out of the current map. Invincibility. The moment he made his choice, Yi's health bar instantly returned to full. 5. Once the attack landed on the god demon on the left again, Yi began alternating his strikes between the two. It could be said that once he had survived the first second, as long as no more than 3 god clones arrived, the outcome was already sealed. 300 billion. A damage value of 300 billion, completely different from the previous 2 instances, floated up, and Yi's eyes lit up. He knew that the probabilistic effect to wipe out half of their health had triggered. Repeating this back and forth between the 2 god avatars, as if practicing a skill, Yi attacked them in turn. After a few seconds, the 2 god avatars, filled with resentment and anger, finally scattered throughout the dungeon world like a collapsing sandcastle. You provided the Master's mysterious shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. The 4 girls huddled together limply, clutching each other's arms as they slumped to the ground. If it weren't for their last shred of dignity holding them back, their most pitiful side would likely have been exposed to Yi right then and there. The fact that they didn't lose control was proof enough of their strong will. After all, not everyone has nerves as thick as Yi's. Facing a powerful god with no fear whatsoever, he is as reckless as they come. You have defeated a goddess avatar and gained 120 billion experience points. You have defeated a goddess avatar, triggering the double XP bonus, and gained 240 billion experience points. Just as I thought, these experience point gifts are awesome. It's way faster than fighting monsters. Looking at the 2 notifications that had just granted him a whopping 360 billion experience points, Yi couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Giggle giggle shio sister, is that Sniff, is that God? Li Miao, with her baby-faced appearance, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, asked He Shio, who stood beside her, her face just as pale, in a choked voice. The scene unfolding before them was simply too overwhelming. The damage figures often running into the hundreds of billions and the health bars jumping and flickering almost blinded the 4 women. They had never in their lives witnessed such colossal fluctuations in numbers. Everything that was happening had already surpassed their comprehension. How could a single person possibly withstand nearly 100 billion in damage? Was his body really made of iron? But even if it were made of iron, it couldn't possibly be as tough as he was showing himself to be right now. And that skill of his which practically pinned God's South Avatar in place, forcing him to stand there and take the blows, was completely baffling. With such a rapid frequency and such massive damage, was his mana sufficient? Didn't it have a cooldown? Was this really how battles between gods played out? This was simply too outrageous. It's like a kindergarten child encountering units of measurement in astrophysics completely unable to grasp the underlying principles or common sense. This showdown, which defied all rational understanding, left the four women with countless questions and confusion. World announcement: Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has once again achieved a monumental feat, slaying two god avatars of the lesser god Amakov. Let the whole world rejoice, this is hereby announced. World announcement: Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has once again achieved a magnificent feat, slaughtering two god avatars of the lower god Amakov. Let the whole world rejoice, this is hereby announced. World announcement: Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has once again achieved a magnificent feat, slaughtering two god avatars of the lower god Amakov. Let the whole world rejoice, this is hereby announced. World announcement: Blue Star Human Weapon Master Yi has once again achieved a magnificent feat, slaughtering two god avatars of the lower god Amakov. Let the whole world rejoice, this is hereby announced. Oh, Amakov again. That poor guy. That damn ant again. Blasphemers will eventually face punishment. Yi, damn him. As the world announcement rang out, several voices that pierced deep into everyone's hearts sounded instantly. Some mocked Amakov, some expressed astonishment, but the majority roared with fury. Compared to last time, even more gods joined in the outcry this time. And in contrast to the reserved gods, the weapon masters of the myriad races in the world chat panel were practically exploding with excitement. My great healer has appeared in the mortal realm. To actually witness such a spectacle, is the great god Yi really that powerful? Wow, I'm just blown away. No wonder this Yi from Blue Star is called the God Slayer. He has slaughtered 7 god avatars in such a short time. The god-slaying badass of Dungeon World is either in the midst of slaughtering gods or well on his way to doing so. Just how did this lower god, Amakov, manage to enrage the great god Yi so much that he has targeted him time and time again? Wow, 7 god avatars slaughtered and this lower god named Amakov accounted for 3 of them? Could it be that a new hero, finally capable of shattering the shackles of fate, has finally emerged? I declare Blue Star's weapon Master Yi to be the brightest light among all races. Exactly. He is way stronger than those idiots strutting around on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Everyone knows that the battlefield of the 10,000 races is just an appetizer. The war against the gods is the ultimate test. Thank you, great Yi, for lighting the beacon that guides us forward. We, the tree folk, are willing to become close allies of the humans of Blue Star. Yi of Blue Star, wait for me. We will eventually face off, and we'll see who is truly the strongest. I don't know what stroke of luck he had, it was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After the Multiverse Star Domain Tournament, we giants will definitely make this Yi reveal his true form. We of the Dragon Clan also refuse to accept this. He is nothing more than a goddess avatar, and a lower tier goddess avatar at that. It's no big deal. Within the World Zone, the atmosphere was bustling with commotion. Some viewed Yi as an idol, while others saw him as a rival to be challenged. There were even quite a few arrogant prodigies from the 10,000 races who issued direct threats against Yi and, by extension, showed contempt for God. After all, it's just a chat room. People are just talking big. Is that even against the law? Besides, whether or not they deface Yi in the Star Domain Tournament depended on Dungeon Gate's random assignment, and only one race got the chance every 10 years. So for most people, the odds of actually encountering Yi were incredibly slim. That is precisely why some who considered themselves somewhat powerful came forward to hurl taunts at Yi. After all, Yi isn't exactly going to crawl over through the chat panel to beat them up, is he? But what happened next suddenly silenced the entire chat channel. The Dragon Clan, huh? Amakov, the god, will remember you. Ha, a bunch of crawling vermin actually dare to scorn a god? You're so arrogant, I'll be waiting for you to come over. Tyranny, will show you lizards just how great a god really is. It was as if the Dragon Clan's prodigy had stirred up a hornet's nest or opened Pandora's box. Immediately after he posted his contemptuous remarks toward Yi and God, Amakov was the first to make his stance clear. Immediately following him, gods known for their contempt, arrogance, and tyranny one after another actually spoke up in the world chat to express their stances. Seeing those distinctive messages which were almost indistinguishable from Dungeon Gate's world announcements, the entire world chat channel instantly fell silent, as quiet as a graveyard. Although gods had spoken before, it was mostly in conversations among themselves, or by directly intervening in reality through their divine realms to express their positions. Unless one possessed a certain level of power, it was impossible to detect any anomaly in such manifestations. After all, gods beings of such a high dimension simply do not exist on the same plane as ordinary people in the real world. Therefore, everyone's interaction with the gods was relatively superficial. You provided the game Great God Yingzi is universal, my weapon can grow infinitely. It wasn't just ordinary people who were completely unable to encounter the gods. Even believers in God, provided they aren't fanatics, only occasionally receive vague divine oracles. Some races have been transformed by the Dungeon Gate for thousands of years, yet they've never encountered a scene like today's. Moreover, certain high-tier beings capable of accessing hidden information have even discovered an extremely peculiar pattern among the speaking gods. Namely, all those expressing support for Amakov were gods from the war pantheon under the God of War's command. Has Amakov already switched from the neutral faction to the war faction? With a faint sigh, a certain unidentified god made it instantly clear to all high-tier beings that the balance of power within the divine realm must have undergone some shift. Watching one god after another speak up and issue threats, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan looked at the direct descendant who had caused this trouble and wished he'd strangled him to death as a child. Facing the gaze of his ancestral patriarch, who was practically spitting fire with rage, the Dragon Clan's prodigy felt like crying but had no tears to shed. Were these gods all out of their minds? The one who had provoked them was none other than Yi, the one bearing the title God Slayer. Especially since he'd already slaughtered 7 of their avatars. Yet all he'd done was voice his opinion, and it was as if he'd stirred up a hornet's nest one after another. They'd jumped out to threaten his clan. He hadn't killed a single soul, he was just a bystander who'd spouted a few empty threats, yet now he'd become the scapegoat for their wrath. The Dragon Clan felt as if the sky were falling one by one. They trembled in fear, doing their utmost to conceal their presence. In the entire world chat channel, not a single soul dared to speak. Everyone feared that, at a time like this, their own carelessness might enrage this group of mad gods and bring catastrophic disaster upon their own planet. Even among all the races, the Dragon Clan was usually ranked among the top 3 most powerful factions. Yet in the presence of the gods, they were nothing more than ants that could be crushed with a single flick of the wrist. Not to mention the other weak races that even the Dragon Clan feared. Just as everyone's hearts were pounding with anxiety, wondering which reckless fool would be the first to speak up and stick their neck out. Suddenly, a statement that shook the heavens popped up in the global chat. Why is there no reward this time? Has the value of God's avatars started to decline? This Dungeon Gate sure is stingy. Although the speaker didn't reveal their identity, the content of the message made it clear to the entire world who had spoken. Who else could it be but God Slayer Yi, who had just slaughtered 2 of God's avatars? Yi, who had barely paid any attention to the chat channel, opened the world chat panel and, without even glancing at it, casually muttered a complaint. But what he never expected was that the entire world chat channel would fall silent as a stagnant pool, not a single reply in sight. This instantly made his post the focus of the entire world. Whereas everyone? Could there be some major event going on? If so, could a friend come over? Blue Star Yi? Confused, Yi was just wondering why the chat panel was so empty when, before he even had a chance to look back, he saw someone respond to him. But the tone of the message didn't seem very polite, did it? Although there weren't any offensive words, the vibe it gave off was just plain uncomfortable. He'd taken down 2 god avatars, yet received nothing but experience points as a reward. He was already feeling incredibly frustrated, as if he'd be polite under these circumstances. Who the hell are you? Why are you calling me sir? Yi, you lowly ant, how dare you show disrespect to a god? I am Amakov, you ant, sooner or later I will tear you to pieces. Wait, who did you say you were? Amakov was already seething with rage, and seeing Yi was like finding the very enemy he'd been seeking. Add to that Yi's contemptuous, dismissive attitude, he'd even insulted him by using head as a measure word for a beast. Amakov was on the verge of exploding right then and there. Furious, he unleashed a barrage of threats at Yi. But to his surprise, Yi's reply was simply, "Who are you?" This was the last straw. As a god, how could he be repeatedly ignored like this by a mere ant? Those who blaspheme against God will ultimately become the enemy of all gods. From this day forward, you will not be able to take a single step in this world. Oh, sorry, I really don't remember you. Although some unlucky soul managed to round up 7 god avatars for me, I actually took out 5 of them. Which one are you? Feeling as though he'd stumbled upon a lunatic, someone who hadn't even introduced himself but had been spouting threats the whole time, he genuinely had no idea who Amakov was. After all, none of the statements were signed. But to everyone else, this was nothing short of Yi's utter contempt for Amakov. Wow! Is he that bold? Does this guy not even know the meaning of the word fear? In the past, everyone's impression of Yi had always been limited to the 3 words God Slayer, or the belief that he possessed a powerful trump card. But aside from his classmates, no one knew exactly what kind of person Yi really was. But now it seems Yi isn't just a confident guy, he is also a courageous one. Killing a god's avatar and insulting a god to his face, though both are acts of blasphemy, are worlds apart. Amakov, who had been repeatedly insulted by Yi in front of the entire world, reached the peak of his rage, yet his emotions actually stabilized, and he appeared unusually calm. I am Amakov, god of the beastmen. Upon hearing Amakov's name, Yi's first thought was, "Oh, so it's you? Those 2 projections from earlier were yours? No rewards other than experience points? What a letdown." If it weren't for their intense will to survive, countless people would have already started ranting in the chat section by now. We've seen people fighting for their lives, but we've never seen anyone so desperately and creatively courting death. You're facing a god, you fool. It's like this guy's missing a few marbles. Not only did the members of the 10,000 races think this, but even Shosho and the other 3 women crouched not far from Yi shared the same sentiment. Although their minds hadn't fully recovered from the shock, it didn't stop them from using their screen-peeking abilities to witness Yi's madness. You ain't, just you wait. One day, this god will make you suffer immensely, and I'll drag the entire blue star down with you. When you watch helplessly as your homeworld is reduced to ashes right before your eyes, that agony will surely bring me great joy. Amakov's words sent a chill down the spines of all the races across the world. As a god, it would be no difficult task for Amakov to bring about the very scenario he had described. Presented by the great god Gyingzi to all, my weapon can grow infinitely. It was thought that after such a threat from Amakov, and out of concern for the safety of his homeworld, Yi might back down or even beg for mercy. But Yi's subsequent actions made everyone deeply realize that the reason he became the God Slayer was because only he could be called the God Slayer. And only he was worthy of the title God Slayer. Come on, great God, send me a world map and mark the location of your divine realm. I'll pay you a visit right away, and we'll have a nice little get-together. Facing Amakov's threats, he curled his lip in disdain, paying them no mind whatsoever. Who knows how long it would be before he faced a god? Before that happened, the humans of Blue Star would have to endure countless trials in the wars of the 10,000 races. If Blue Star were to be eliminated and wiped out before ever encountering a god, then what was there to fear? What difference is there between living and being dead? If Blue Star were fortunate enough to make it to the final stage and have the chance to face a god head-on, who knows how far you would have grown by then? By then, who knows who would be hunting whom? In Yi's eyes, Amakov's so-called tough talk was nothing more than empty bluster. It posed absolutely no real threat. Not to mention, Yi, who had just come up empty-handed, was feeling pretty frustrated inside. Now that Amakov had come right to him, it was the perfect opportunity for Yi to vent his frustration. As for other gods or high-tier gods, Yi wasn't sure if he could match them, but when it came to Amakov, a lower-tier god, Yi believed he had absolutely nothing to fear. So, without a care in the world, he issued the challenge. Besides, Would Amakov dare to reveal the location of his divine realm? He certainly wouldn't. The location of any goddess' divine realm is a matter of life and death, a top secret matter. Once other gods learn the location of a divine realm, there is a risk of being besieged. For a god, there is no faster way to boost their power than by devouring the primordial essence of another goddess' divine realm. Good, very good. I will be keeping a close eye on you at all times. If before everyone had been too intimidated by a goddess' majesty to dare speak up, then at this very moment, they were utterly stunned by Yi's sheer audacity. Damn it all, this is a direct challenge to a god, right? Right? What shocked them even more was that Amakov, challenged by Yi, a mere mortal, actually backed down. To actually scare off a god, is that even possible? As everyone suspected, Amakov was truly feeling uneasy inside. When it came to understanding Yi's true strength, no one in this world knew him better than Amakov. After all, he was the only god whose 3 projections had been wiped out by Yi. For a god, casting a single thought creates a clone, splitting off a wisp of divine power creates a projection. But whether it's a clone or a projection, both can synchronize memories with the main body in real time. Yi's slaughter, as effortless as slicing through melons and cucumbers, completely defying all logic, had left Amakov with a deeply ingrained psychological trauma. He couldn't even muster the courage to take a gamble and engage in a head-on battle with Yi, a third-tier mortal. A weak clone was wiped out in 2 seconds. Even a projection many times more powerful met the same fate, wiped out in 2 seconds. Amakov was completely cowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yi, this world-esque glitch, was even more like a god than they were. After all, probability and predictability are unique abilities of gods. Seeing that guy actually dodge, Yi was taken aback for a moment. As a god, can you believe he actually dodged? Yi curled his lip in disdain. If you're scared, just get the hell out of here. What is the point of all that empty talk? I thought I might actually have a chance to slaughter a god, but you're nothing. What a waste of emotion. I'm outta here. As this explosive exchange came to a close, the chat section fell silent once more. Today, both Yi and Blue Star had finally made a name for themselves among the myriad races. Setting aside the question of strength for the moment, the only person in the entire world who dared to go head-to-head with a god and ultimately forced him to back down was none other than Blue Star's human weapon master, Yi. From now on, no one would dare dispute his title of God Slayer. At the very least, when it comes to the courage to fight, not a single person dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Hey, you 4, are you planning to just sit there and hatch an egg or something? After exiting the chat room, Yi saw the 4 girls still huddled together on the ground and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Those 2 projections had disappeared quite a while ago. Even a pot of hot rice would have gone cold by now. But the 4 of you are sitting there on the ground like you're having the time of your lives. Have you gotten addicted to it or something? The 4 girls, still immersed in utter shock, were instantly snapped back to reality by Yi's words. Then, one by one, they looked at Yi with complex expressions. And to think that before entering the dungeon world, they had constantly doubted Yi's strength. It wasn't until they realized Yi had actually begun to look down on gods that they finally saw the truth. They were the ones playing the fool. It wasn't just them, the entire world was beginning to reassess the weight carried by the title God Slayer. Before, they thought it was nothing more than a title one earned by some lucky person who, through some unknown means, had delivered the finishing blow to a goddess avatar. Even later, when Yi achieved the feat of slaughtering 4 god avatars in the Ascension Tower, it still didn't change their deeply ingrained perception. But today, when Yi faced a god, that nonchalant and fearless attitude was absolutely impossible to fake, nor could it be explained by mere luck. Especially when Yi and Amakov stood face to face, the confrontation actually ended with the god retreating. This bizarre occurrence, which defied all rational explanation, dealt a massive blow to their minds. No one dared to speak up in the global chat channel for the time being, but the chat channels on various inhabited planets were bustling with activity. Surely no one is looking down on Yi from Blue Star anymore, right? I don't think a god would ever give up his divine might and dignity just to play along with such a farce. Exactly. The only one who can command a god is always another god. Clearly, Blue Star SE has now earned the status to stand on equal footing with a god in the goddess' eyes. How on earth did that guy grow so strong? He only awakened his soul weapon a short while ago, and yet he has already become a god slayer in the beginner S zone. Are we even living in the same world? Ha, the Dragon Clan, the Giant Clan, and other high-tier races are in deep trouble now. To actually provoke a being on par with a god, I wonder how they plan to clean up this mess? We should build a good relationship with Lan Xing early on. If we ever encounter him on the battlefield of 10,000 races, and if Lan Xing gives us a chance to concede defeat, we can always trade our fate for the punishment of annihilation. It's better than being crippled outright. Exactly. Quick, quick, quick. We should mobilize our connections and find someone who can act as a go-between to establish communication with Blue Star as soon as possible, provided by the great author Giengzi. Everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. While the races of the Outer Realms were all scrambling to find ways to improve their relations with Blue Star, the Blue Star chat channel was also bustling with activity. But unlike the anxious mood of other racial factions, the humans of Blue Star were all fired up, singing praises for Yi in unison. Truly worthy of the title God Yi, what a show of prestige! While everyone else remained silent, God Yi didn't even give God a second thought. Had heaven not brought forth the great God Yi, Blue Star would have remained in eternal darkness. First, he boosted Blue Star's fortune by a quarter. Now he is directly standing up to God all by himself. He has truly Blue Star's natural face. I used to think that boosting Blue Star's fortune was God Yi's greatest contribution, and that it was time for the older generation, those who once challenged the God tier, to step up. But God Yi is God Yi. Once he took center stage, he has never stepped down. Sigh, with a figure as magnificent as God Yi, why isn't he Western? I truly envy the Great Xia faction, but I'm also grateful to be a Blue Star native. Born a member of the Great Xia faction, I've never been this proud. Ha, everyone above is jealous, right? I'm from Jiangnan district, a fellow townsman of God Yi. The weapon master from Lan City Academy walks by silently. Lan City Academy, here I haven't even said a word yet. As a classmate of Yishan, I'm just standing in the corner watching the show-offs above. Let us break the rhythm for a second. Isn't it time for Yishan's girlfriend to make an appearance? Watching the bunch of goofballs in the chat room entertaining themselves, he felt a sense of familiarity. It instantly brought back the thrill of the comment section battles from his past life. On a whim, he added a line right after. Yishan, tears streaming down his face, looked up to the heavens and sighed deeply, lamenting with a heavy heart, being a single dog without a girlfriend is just too painful. Me too. Holy crap. What is going on with the post above? Could it be? No need for could it be given the current situation, it's definitely Yishan himself. I never expected Yishan to have such a down-to-earth side. I absolutely love it. I'm a young lady of 20, talented, wealthy, capable, and beautiful. I hope Yishan will take pity on me. God Yi, look this way, look this way. I'm just 18 this year, beautiful as a flower. God Yi, I like you. Seeing such a lively atmosphere, many daughters of wealthy families or exceptionally talented young prodigies couldn't resist the impulse to let loose a bit, mingling in the crowd to voice their true feelings. Even He Xiaoxiao and the others standing right in front of Yi had slightly flushed cheeks, slightly labored breathing, and evasive gazes, yet they were secretly observing Yi's reaction. This blatant attempt to hide the obvious made it clear that not a single one of the four had escaped this impulsive display of affection. Seeing the chat section instantly transform into a mating ground as if the whole place had gone completely off the rails, Yi felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. Wow, no matter how fierce an online game might be, when it comes to female fans, all you can do is make a hasty retreat. Seeing that the earlier atmosphere had completely dissipated, Yi closed the chat panel and turned his gaze toward the four women. Ladies, now that we've cleared Dungeon World, our collaboration for today must come to an end. Ah, are you leaving already? Hearing Yi hint at leaving, Li Miao, who was the most naive of the group, couldn't help but anxiously blurt out what was on her mind. Looking at that little face, which was almost indistinguishable from that of a child, flushed so red it was about to disappear into the cleavage of her own ample bosom, Yi was at his wit's end. What was this? They agreed beforehand that they were just teaming up to tackle Dungeon World, and now that they cleared it, Was she planning to stick around and leech off him? Yi, a straight-laced guy through 2 lifetimes, didn't he understand the thoughts of young girls at all? He was only wondering if she was planning to exploit him as free labor. What? Aren't you guys going to let me leave yet? Hearing Yi's sharp tone, even the dignified and composed Xiao felt a sharp pain in her chest. A man with zero emotional intelligence like that deserves to be a single dog. We're just a bunch of young ladies, how could we dare to block the great Yi? It's just that Xiao Miao feels a bit taken aback. Oh. Seeing Yi's utterly unemotional response, the frost on the 4 women's faces was so thick it seemed ice shards might fall off. This jerk was truly infuriating. What? Is hanging out with 4 stunning beauties ruining your mood? Any one of these 4 women would be showered with adoration and be the center of attention anywhere else. This was the first time any of them had been so casually ignored by a man, and it was truly hard for them to accept. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, Yi made it clear that leveling up was his top priority right now. Women and all that, they slow him down. Didn't they see that even Cherry, who was practically his childhood friend, was merely asked where she was going before being cast aside and forgotten? Yi believed that once they faced the threat of the dungeon gate, there would be plenty of time for romance. After leaving the dungeon world, watching Yi vanish in an instant, the women's hearts were filled with a sense of desolation. Had they lost all their charm in the eyes of men? That guy is nothing but a freak. Wang Yan's assessment instantly struck a chord with the other 3 women. Exactly, he is a freak. Who has ever heard of someone who has only been awakened for a few months and can already go head-to-head with a god? Extraordinary people must have something special, perhaps that's the very reason he is so different from the rest of us. Ironically, it was Cheng Miao, usually the most reserved of the group, who didn't join her sisters in their criticism. They weren't particularly close to begin with. Expecting him to be head over heels for them on their very first meeting was absolutely unrealistic. Especially when it came to someone as skilled as Yi, the chances were practically non-existent. Yi's current strength was by no means the result of just a few powerful skills or enviable luck. Yi floated above the clouds, drifting effortlessly on the gusts of wind. Now it was finally time to tally his gains. 360 billion experience points allowed him to level up twice in a row, instantly reaching level 49, and his attributes underwent another massive transformation. Name, Yi. Level, LV 496094, 200, 0000 270 billion. Health, 1188, 000, 0000. Mana, 1188, 000, 0000. Stamina 10,800,000 1100%. Strength 10,800,000 1100%. Agility 10,800,000 1100%. Spirit 10,800,000 1100%. Although his health had soared to over 10 billion points, Yi still felt no sense of security. Earlier in Dungeon World, when he fought Amikav's projection, a single attack from his opponent dealt 90 billion points of damage. He wouldn't even last a second against someone like that. Instead of being happy about his latest level up, he felt even more anxious after glimpsing the potential for such immense power. But the problem was, seeing the long string of zeros required for his next level up made Yi's head spin. Now, even someone as slow on the uptake as Yi was beginning to realize that there might be something wrong with his stats panel. You provided the great god's shadow for everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely. Everyone's stats panel is as precious as their very life. No one would ever reveal it to an outsider. So Yi had no idea just how much his data differed from others. But based on the 4 girls' previous damage output and attack frequency, Yi could almost conclude that even before he reached Tier 2, he was far more powerful than the 4 girls were now at Tier 3. Just as everything is relative, great power comes at a great cost. Yi didn't believe that with his Xiao and the others' hit or miss approach, if they were following his experience points requirements, they could have reached Tier 3 by the age of 20. So there was only one possible explanation: the amount of experience points others needed to level up was likely far lower than Yi's. However, these were merely Yi's speculations, and completely meaningless ones at that. Because no matter how unique his stats might be, the path of constant leveling and growing stronger was one he was destined to follow. Sigh, if only all monsters were as massive as the wind-white ants. Or, a few god projections would do just fine. He kept flipping through the Tier 3 map in front of him, hoping to find a suitable spot for rapid leveling, all the while muttering these resentful complaints. As if the heavens had heard his lament, just as he was struggling to find a leveling spot, the world channel, which had fallen silent since the goddess' descent, suddenly came alive again. World announcement: the last living planet, has reached the minimum 100-year period since its transformation into a dungeon world. Dungeon World has now released an update. The update features battlefield simulation. World announcement: the last inhabited planet, has completed the minimum 100-year period of Dungeon World transformation. Dungeon World has now released an update. The update features battlefield simulation. World announcement: the last inhabited planet, has completed the minimum 100-year period of Dungeon World transformation. Dungeon World has now released an update. The update features battlefield simulation. World announcement: the last inhabited planet, has completed the minimum 100-year period of Dungeon World transformation. Dungeon World has now released an update. The update features battlefield simulation. After 3 consecutive announcements, all races across Dungeon World began turning their attention to the newly added battlefield simulation feature. Battlefield simulation reenacts the scenes of the multiracial battlefield to help novice weapon masters adapt to the pace of the Star Domain tournament. Limited to weapon masters below level 140. Note: participating in the offensive and defensive battles of the battlefield simulation will become one of the mandatory requirements for advancing to Tier 3 or higher. Upon seeing Dungeon World's new features and requirements, the entire Dungeon World community was in an uproar. The so-called battlefield simulation is essentially a scaled-down version of the Star Domain tournament, designed to help all lower-tier weapon masters adapt to the pace of war. Most importantly, for any weapon master at Tier 3 or above, participating in the offensive and defensive battles within the battlefield simulation will become a mandatory requirement for each advancement. For example, a weapon master advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 who has never participated in a battlefield simulation will, unfortunately, likely remain stuck at Tier 3 for the rest of their life, unable to make any progress. Although the exact nature of the punishment is unknown, it is highly likely that they will be unable to advance in rank at all. The members of the myriad races, who already found life in Dungeon World extremely oppressive, were instantly thrown into an uproar. Especially those from races that were already weak in combat felt their future grow dark. Under immense pressure, they even forgot their fear of God and began cursing openly in the world chat channel. Is Dungeon Gate really leaving us no way out? Our long-eared rabbit clan is already weak in combat, we barely have enough time to level up non-stop as it is, and now we have to participate in offensive and defensive battles to experience the cruelty of war? Exactly. Is there such a thing as a free war experience? Can it even be called a war unless a bunch of lives are sacrificed? The young ones might not know this, but compared to the Great War of the 10,000 races in the Stellar Domain tournament, this is barely 1/10 as brutal. Even with the difficulty toned down, countless people will likely not survive this offensive-defensive battle experience. Screw that. They call it an experience, but it's really just a test of will, and the best way to temper your will is to face death head-on. Has Dungeon World gone completely mad? First it was those mighty beings, and now this emotionless Dungeon Gate, forcing us weaklings to get caught in the middle of the power struggles between countless bigwigs. It's exhausting. Let it all be destroyed. I hope Dungeon Gate collapses soon. We are the gentle Firefox clan. Is there any powerful race or majestic being willing to offer us protection? We will dedicate our loyalty and faith, unwavering to the end. The long-haired rabbit clan joins this plea. That's all. The lark clan joins this plea. That's all. After the new changes to Dungeon World were announced, countless weak life-bearing planets were filled with wails of despair, even willing to sacrifice the future of their entire race for a chance at survival. In this world ruled by Dungeon Gate, everyone's values have converged toward a highly uniform direction. Love, freedom, and dignity have all become mere afterthoughts. Survival alone is the sole priority everyone pursues. While some were filled with fear, others were filled with joy. Those races with immense potential but limited by time constraints let out exclamations of joy upon witnessing the changes in Dungeon World. Ha, now we mammoths don't have to wait so long to grow, we've finally gotten an early chance to face the strongest. Exactly. Without enduring the flames of hell, how can one forge an invincible body? It's finally time for our stone people to shine. Heh, but a tier 9 race with only entry-level potential dares to come out and boast so brazenly we, the Fire Phoenix clan, are the most powerful beings of all. Fight! 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 The barbarians await all enemies on the battlefield. By the god of war, we will tear every enemy before us to shreds. Aside from certain races that had grown cautious such as the dragons and the giants, most of the powerful races began issuing battle proclamations, eager to strengthen the core strength of their next generation through combat. In an instant, the multitudes roared with excitement, all manner of thoughts erupted in the chat channels, and the world chat once again returned to its former liveliness. But as it turns out, your dad will always be your dad. Seeing so many powerful races chipping in, Yi, who knew little about the great war of all races, was already brimming with excitement at the mere thought of so many formidable opponents, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yet deep in his heart, he harbored a very strong obsession. Tormented by his leveling struggles, Yi, upon seeing such a bustling world chat, instantly felt a glimmer of hope rise in his mind. Hoping for the best, he posted his question. Dungeon Gate. Are you there? Can I ask, is it possible to fight a god on the battlefield? Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! The moment that message appeared, the entire chat channel fell instantly silent. Whether they were the newcomers from various races who had been filled with worry and endless lamentation, or those whose blood was boiling with a desire to fight immediately, they all instantly widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the message that had instantly cleared the chat log. Gee! Great God, in the war of the 10,000 races, gods don't participate. Dungeon Gate wasn't an AI, so it obviously couldn't answer Ye's question. It was a fellow Blue Star citizen who, risking his own safety, provided Yi with an answer. Oh, really? Seeing this response, Yi's tone betrayed a deep sense of disappointment. Then surely Goddess Avatar or projection will be there, right? Refusing to accept defeat, Yi, clinging to his last shred of hope, lowered his expectations once more. No, not even that. Uncertain why their prodigy was so fixated on God insisting on picking a fight with such a dangerous entity, the kind-hearted soul still nervously provided the answer. What? Not even a god-tier being? Doesn't that mean it's just a bunch of noobs pecking at each other? I shouldn't have had any expectations for Dungeon Gate in the first place. What kind of update is this? Nothing at all. Let us go. Let us go. Seeing that the beings he'd been hoping for weren't there, Yi angrily closed the chat panel. Since the biggest guarantee for leveling up wouldn't appear, the outcome of this scenario mode's progression was practically obvious. Most likely, there would just be a slightly higher number of monsters than in the regional maps. But in terms of quality, it probably wouldn't be much better either. Disappointed, Yi's expectations for the battlefield simulation plummeted instantly. Still, he had to go. After all, there were simply too few monsters in the zone map that could help him level up quickly, especially as he neared the rank-up threshold, when leveling became increasingly difficult. By then, his weapon master level would already be close to the highest level of monsters in the zone map. Without the bonus from fighting monsters below his level, he'd have to grind out experience points through sheer time investment. For most players, the time spent on the final few levels of a tier can be several times longer than the time spent on all the previous levels combined. Big Shot? Big Shot, are you still there? Seeing that Yi hadn't spoken for a long time, the Blue Star native who had been helping him out timidly called out, but, as expected, there was no response. Once it was clear that Yi had indeed left, the chat section buzzed with activity once more. Man, by the god of light, I didn't even have the guts to speak when the Big Shot posted. Same here, who didn't? I was on my knees just now, worshipping the Big Shot's majesty. No wonder he is the number one player below God tier. That presence, that grandeur TSK, it's enough to make one feel, oh, no, it's beyond imagination. The guy above just gave himself away. What else do you want to do? Don't you think you're dying fast enough already? Exactly. Not everyone can pull off the big shot-esque kind of grandeur. After all, without the strength to back it up, all that pomp is just empty hype on paper. Illusion? You're overestimating yourself. In the presence of certain beings, your image is your death warrant. Illusion? More like a tombstone. A brutally honest buddy had just ripped away the last shred of decency everyone was clinging to. The world chat channel today was completely different from the days when everyone could do as they pleased. At some point, God had actually started paying attention to this obscure corner of the chat channel out of sheer boredom. The unrestrained freedom of the past was gone forever. Now, within the entire chat channel, the only one who could and dared to say anything was Yi, that one die-hard. Although the old guard of various races still harbor doubts about how his confrontation with God will end. The fact remains, he did it, and God couldn't do a thing about it. However, according to speculation from high-tier members among the races that joined Dungeon World earliest, perhaps Dungeon Gate currently imposes restrictions on God, which is why they've been so lenient toward Yi. Otherwise, given God as power, it would be absolutely impossible for them to concede so easily without regard for their divine authority. It's important to note that, unlike new powers like Blue Star, the races that were forced to join Dungeon World earliest have already endured thousands of years, yet not a single one has advanced to the God tier. Moreover, they all share a major secret: every God tier advancement trial depletes the race's destiny. In other words, regardless of whether your abilities are sufficient to ascend to godhood, and regardless of whether you live or die during the ascension trial, you must pay destiny points to enter. And these points are non-refundable. When a race's destiny points fall below 60, its fortune plummets, and a succession of natural and man-made disasters befalls it. Unless a stroke of luck instantly restores its fortune, extinction is the only possible outcome. Although Blue Star's high-tier members are unaware of this fact, their investigations suggest that ascending to godhood may be linked to destiny points. Coupled with the fact that not a single race has ascended to the god tier in thousands of years, Blue Star's elders have unanimously opted for a conservative approach. This is also the reason, by a twist of fate, Blue Star has managed to survive to this day. However, Yi's consecutive acquisition of 15 destiny points for Blue Star suddenly pushed those veteran masters who had suppressed their ambitions for many years past their breaking point, prompting them to begin their own ascension trials one after another. Furthermore, every trial for ascending to the god tier is conducted in a separate dimension. If those undergoing the trial do not emerge, subsequent candidates will never know what they must face to ascend to the god tier. Consequently, even now, the humans of Blue Star remain unaware that ascending to the god tier requires the expenditure of destiny points. The War of the 10,000 Races is, by its very nature, a life or death struggle. Therefore, no one would ever reveal such a major pitfall to those who come after. As for the gods, even those who are neutral or lean toward good, in order they view this matter as a test for their race. The stronger one is, the more destiny points they must sacrifice. And with so many powerful figures on Blue Star, they're all rushing headlong into the ascension trials. Exactly how many destiny points the humans of Blue Star will have left in the end remains an unknown. It is precisely for this reason that both the gods and the powerful beings among the myriad races are currently adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Who among those who have survived for thousands of years isn't a cunning old fox? Yi's arrogant demeanor and enigmatic strength are certainly one factor, but the fact that he alone was rewarded with 15 destiny points along with the remaining destiny points of the Blue Star humans are crucial considerations for all gods and races. It is foreseeable that the people of Blue Star will soon face a fateful crossroads. Survival or extinction, this is the test. Presented by the great god Giingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. The majestic, rolling mountains stretch like a long dragon, with neither head nor tail in sight, lying across the expanse between the sky and the earth. Amid the overlapping peaks and valleys, countless towering trees stand lush and verdant. In the heart of this mountain range, which stretches almost across the entire land, lies a wide, funnel-shaped canyon that cuts horizontally through the entire range. Within this uniquely shaped canyon, a magnificent, massive city built against the mountainside is nestled. towering city walls, each dozens of zhang high, are stacked one upon another, soaring straight into the clouds. Viewed from above, the entire war fortress resembles a multi-layered cake. Only after dozens of layers does a square spanning dozens of li in diameter come into view. Even this square is used to store war supplies and muster reserve troops. In a war fortress like this, there is no place for leisure or entertainment. If you're tired and want to rest, sorry, the corner of the city wall is your final resting place. For the veterans who had fought on the battlefield of 10,000 races, seeing the canyon's width of nearly tens of kilometers, even the city walls soaring into the clouds behind them offered little sense of security. As the defending side, defensive measures are always scaled up according to the intensity of the attack. So, given such a majestic and imposing fortress, just how terrifying must the intensity of the impending assault be? Unlike the silent, worried veterans, the rookies who had just set foot on the battlefield were all gazing at the novel sights before them, their hearts brimming with heroism and their spirits soaring. Ha, I've finally set foot on the battlefield I've longed for. Starting today, I, Zheng Erniu, will reach a whole new level. It really lives up to its name as Dungeon World. In the real world, it would be impossible to build such a vast and towering fortress. As a direct descendant of the Amos family, I, Crew, will spread the family's glory to every corner. After years of hard study, today is the day I sharpen my sword and show my mettle. We finally followed in the footsteps of our martyrs and begun to carry the banner of humanity's legacy. Looking at these rookies, who actually treat the battlefield as a place to make a name for themselves, they don't have even the slightest sense of the life and death crisis they're facing. The elders don't seem to have the slightest intention of warning or advising them either. Who hasn't been that age? How many young people are willing to listen to others' lectures? Besides, 1,000 words of advice are no match for facing the reality once. Once they witness the brutality of the battlefield, I'm sure these new recruits will mature. These fledglings have good spirit and vigor. I hope they can hold out a little longer later on. Don't go wetting your pants. Seeing such spirited vigor, I never would thought that we mid-tier types have already taken on the appearance of the twilight years. I wonder how those high-tier veterans manage to keep going. Dungeon World has always been a crucible. Only those with unwavering resolve can become the final survivors. It may be a bit cruel, but if it allows these rookies to get an early taste of the battlefield's brutality, it's actually a good thing. After all, the sooner they face reality, the better their chances of survival. Now I just hope more of these little guys can make it out alive. Maturity comes at a price, and on the battlefield, that price is countless lives. Especially in a war on the scale of an entire living planet, human lives are nothing more than numbers. Welcome to the war simulation offensive-defensive battle. The 30-minute countdown begins. Without giving these young recruits much time to adjust, a system notification immediately appeared in the regional chat. Hurry, hurry! All mid-tier weapon masters, take your positions on the first 3 city walls. All low-tier rookies, fall back to the upper sections. Logistics, sort all equipment, weapons, and potions into the city warehouses, and make sure to restock them at all times. All high-tier members, report to headquarters immediately to be assigned to support sectors. As soon as the countdown began, Blue Star Alliance officers from around the globe immediately started issuing orders on the regional chat panel. Why should we have to fall back? We're here to fight in this war and do our part for humanity. That's right, you can't take away our right to contribute strength to humanity. Upon hearing the Blue Star Alliance officers' orders, some newcomers who believed they had deep connections immediately voiced their opposition, standing on the lowest section of the city wall and shouting loudly. Compared to the dangers they would face in battle, they relished the vanity of being the center of attention at that moment. But as it turned out, during wartime, no matter how powerful one's connections or background might be, everything had to take a back seat to the outcome of the war. So faced with these whining rookies who were still trying to flex their muscles, the Blue Star Alliance officer showed them absolutely no leniency. While he didn't go so far as to kill them on the spot, he swung his broad, slender iron swords and spears toward the rookies who were still ranting and raving. Get the hell up there! On the battlefield, orders are the only supreme rule. Forget about some bullshit rights and responsibilities. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed without mercy. Ah, you, how dare you! You bastard, I'm from the OS family. How dare you ignore the laws of the Blue Star Alliance? Beaten with the officers' weapons, they scrambled desperately up the aisle, but these men, unwilling to accept their defeat, continued to shout, hoping to salvage a shred of dignity. As for fighting back? Sorry, but even a third grader knows this: if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer on the battlefield, you'll become the enemy of all humanity, killed on the spot without mercy. That little guy's got some agility. Mike only managed to land 3 hits? That kid from the East isn't bad either, he can really take a beating. Old Lewis already taken several swings at him, and he is still not even flinching. It's been ages since I've seen such a lively scene. Watching these rookies is like seeing ourselves back in the day. You've got some nerve saying that. I remember you, Mary, were crying and calling for your mom back then. Wang Hai, you bastard. Sure, I cried, but it was way better than you rolling off the city wall. That's right, beautiful Mary, give it right back to him. That old Wang doesn't know how to treat a lady with any respect. Just as the enforcement officers were herding all the new recruits off the city walls, the mid-tier veterans stationed on the first 3 walls watched the chaotic scene unfold as if they were taking in the scenery. With their relaxed demeanor and light-hearted banter, the scene looked nothing like a life or death battle was about to unfold. 10 seconds left on the countdown. 9 seconds. Everyone, get ready. 5 seconds. For all of humanity, fight to the death. Never give up. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, in all people, my weapon can grow infinitely. Once the final countdown began, the military commander issued a command in the chat channel, and the mid-tier weapon masters who had been joking and laughing just moments before immediately shed their previous carefree demeanor. Solemn, serious, and resolute expressions instantly took hold of their faces. Everyone turned toward the city walls, gazing out at the endless plain stretching before them. One by one, they held their soul weapons aloft, fully focused on preparing to unleash their skills. The magical spears already positioned in the slots at the battlements, along with the massive magical cannons on the walls, were all primed for fire. Even the rookies, still caught up in the clamor and commotion, instantly sensed a deathly, tragic stillness spreading across the walls, almost visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire fortress. At the same time, both on the ramparts and within the fortress, that declaration to fight to the bitter end rang out in everyone's ears and minds, as if piercing their very souls. Because the entire fortress was built in terrace tiers, rising higher and higher, every weapon master within the fortress could take in the view outside the walls. A long, black line suddenly appeared on the horizon, stretching between heaven and earth, then surged toward the canyon like a surging tide. War was finally coming. And at this most tense moment, on the teleportation array at the very top of the fortress, a flash of light appeared, and Yi materialized at this critical juncture. He had no idea that his outstanding performance had, unwittingly, dug a massive pit for the entire Blue Star. His good fortune had earned him a substantial amount of destiny points, which had caused countless high-tier members of Blue Star to rush into the promotion trials, even leading to a temporary shortage of high-end combat power within the Blue Star Alliance. However, even if he had known, Yi would have been powerless to do anything about it. After all, his strength hadn't yet grown to the point where he could single-handedly determine the future of an entire race. After leaving the chat channel, Yi didn't immediately enter the battlefield simulation. Although he craved the opportunity to grow quickly more than anyone else, intelligence was always the most critical factor when venturing into an unfamiliar environment. So he contacted He Xiuxiu right away. As the young master of the treasure pavilion, she undoubtedly possessed some secret information that others couldn't access. At the very least, they would certainly have a clearer picture of what the battlefield of 10,000 races was really like than anyone else. I wouldn't recommend you join the first wave. Upon learning of Yi's intention, He Xiuxiu surprisingly offered a dissenting opinion. Why? Hearing He Xiuxiu's stance, Yi was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had actually demonstrated a showdown with a goddess projection right in front of her. Could the battlefield of 10,000 races really be so terrifying that even someone of his caliber couldn't survive there? I know you're powerful, but the battlefield of 10,000 races is a peculiar place. There are no set rules governing its battle modes. Sometimes it's a campaign mode challenge, with wave after wave of monsters attacking the city. The defending side faces immense defensive pressure. Other times, it's a direct battle between races. When two races clash, the battle ends with the annihilation of one of them. And then there are the even more brutal multi-race free-for-alls. All races are on a single map, and the entire map keeps shrinking until only one race remains as the victor. Besides war mode, there are also puzzle mode, adventure mode, and quest mode. Although war mode is the primary mode, the other types have a significant chance of appearing as well. No one knows what mode this battlefield simulation will take this time. For safety's sake, I suggest you wait a little longer. It's the safer option. Reading Yi Xiuxiu's message, Yi fell deep in thought. After a long while, he finally made up his mind. Although what you say makes sense, and I appreciate your advice, I've still decided to give it a shot. After all, no one knows for sure if this war mode will follow a fixed pattern. If, by any chance, each batch that enters faces a different type of challenge, then it doesn't matter which batch you're in. It's all just a matter of luck. He Xiuxiu couldn't refute Yi's analysis. After all, the scenario he described was highly likely to occur. Alright then. Since you've already made up your mind, I hope you'll be careful. Remember, in Dungeon World, strengthening your power is never the top priority. Survival is. Thanks. Although Yi didn't agree with Yi Xiuxiu's advice, he was still grateful for it. After all, not everyone could survive into a second life like he had, nor did every weapon master possess as many life-saving tactics as he did. Never mind a battlefield like the battlefield of 10,000 races, where cannon fodder was consumed even when facing a god. Yi believed his chances of survival were 50-50. The reason it was a 50-50 chance was that it depended on whether the opponent possessed a means to counter the invincible barrier skill. Thus, just as the war was about to erupt in full force, Yi arrived at the fortress at just the right moment. Everyone's attention was fixed on the distant horizon, that ever-expanding black line, and with no weapon masters in sight, Yi's arrival went completely unnoticed. Even though Yi's fame had spread throughout the entire dungeon world, almost no one had ever seen his true face. This was why his arrival didn't cause much of a stir. However, after today, it would be hard to say. Arriving at the edge of the plaza on the topmost level and looking down at the layered city walls below, Yi felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were playing a video game. And indeed, the entire world had now been digitized, bearing almost no difference from the online games of his past life. At times, Yi even found himself wondering if he had somehow been transported into one of those online games. Surveying the vast plaza and the city walls beneath his feet, he saw that the weapon masters were packed so densely that their numbers ran into the millions. Such a staggering number made Yi's scalp tingle. He was here to farm experience points, not to see the sights or experience the brutality of war. With so many allies, how many experience points would actually be left for him in the end? For Yi, this was a very serious problem. In such a massive battle, Yi didn't think he'd receive any special privileges. After furrowing his brow and pondering for a long time, he watched as the black tide in the distance had already spread across half the plain. Yi steeled his resolve and finally made a decision. He leaped into the air, and as a massive sonic boom echoed, Yi raced toward the waves spreading in the distance. He was going to take them on alone. You provided the top-tier author Giingzi. Yes, everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. As time passed and the wave rapidly drew near, some weapon masters with special skills could clearly see that the so-called black tide was, in fact, a massive army composed of countless monsters. There were monsters with hideous faces, thick limbs, and sharp claws and fangs. There were orcs with long fangs, burly builds, and clubs in hand. There are skeleton monsters, their bodies shrouded in magic and their bare bones exposed. There are birds of prey spreading their wings and soaring through the air. There are pterosaurs capable of levitating by nature. Monsters of every kind, creatures that would have fought to the death if encountered in the past, have now all become part of this monster tide. Surging across the plains, their footsteps shaking the earth and mountains, they relentlessly close in on the fortress. Just as all the weapon masters were fully focused, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing screech, a figure leaped from the highest point of the fortress, heading alone straight into the onslaught. Am I seeing things? What the hell is that? Damn it! Is he out of his mind? Is that guy trying to get himself killed? Just because he can fly, he thinks he can show off. Doesn't he see there are aerial units on the other side too? Did I just catch a glimpse of a rookie? Can rookies fly these days? Could he be some rich kid? Watching ES' receding figure, the rookie weapon masters who had been seething with rage just moments ago were instantly captivated, staring wide-eyed at this astonishing scene. The Blue Star Alliance's commander-in-chief, stationed in the command center, stared with eyes wide open, nearly jumping out of his skin. Who is that? Who is it? How dare they disregard military orders and disrupt the order of the battlefield? After the war is over, conduct a thorough investigation to find out which region he is from. This general will make sure he rots in prison. Compared to those rookies above, the veteran soldiers in the front ranks standing in tight formation and ready for battle were also surprised, but their composure remained largely unshaken. There's a guy who thinks he has something special. I hope he lives long enough. That'll be tough. The aerial strength on the other side is formidable. Even though he is fast, his maneuvering space is limited. He'll never escape the encirclement. True. If he were over the fortress with ground support, it'd be one thing, but his biggest mistake is being too arrogant, actually trying to face the monster wave all by himself. Unless he is a god. Fuck. What kind of god is this? Just as a veteran player was offering a well-reasoned analysis based on his wealth of battlefield experience points, he suddenly let out a curse, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Feeling the biting wind lashing harshly against his face, he had no intention of casting a magic shield. Even though he dared to take on a god in a one-on-one fight, facing the endless horde of monsters before him as vast as the ocean, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. He hoped the pain the biting wind inflicted on his body would serve as a jolt to his nerves. Reaching his top flying speed, he left countless air currents in his wake. In barely a few breaths, he arrived right in front of the monster horde. Fire Rock Beast. Level 55. Health 60 million. Sub-Dragon Species Pterosaur. Level 62. Health 300 million. Orc. Level 73. Health 180 million. Skeleton Mage. Level 90. Health 540 million. As far as the eye could see, monsters of all types and levels filled the scene, and their information instantly appeared on Yi's interface. He stopped flying and hovered in midair. Yi took a deep breath and gave himself one last pep talk. As the monsters entered his attack range, he cast a magic shield on himself first. An egg-shaped barrier, shimmering with multicolored light, tightly enveloped Yi's body. Immediately afterward, he marked a space-time anchor at that spot and fully unleashed the divine might of the God Slayer title. A mountain-like pressure instantly engulfed nearly half the plane, causing even the charging monster horde to pause. He swung his staff forward. The level 750 skill, Explosive Wind Blade, was activated. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade skill plus 750. Tier 1. Description: releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals 7,550 base damage to all targets within a 755 area. Passive derivative: the number of targets attacked increases as the character's level rises. Active splash: after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 30% chance to instantly explode, dealing secondary damage to targets within a 750 radius. Attribute bonus: Spirit 80. The reason for using the Explosive Wind Blade skill instead of the Flame Prison skill, which has a higher damage multiplier and greater damage output, is that the Explosive Wind Blade skill is an all-around attack. When facing enemies with aerial units, the Flame Prison and Ice Domain skills, which are limited to ground attacks, simply aren't enough. As he swung his staff, a tornado formed from countless sharp wind blades instantly engulfed an area of several thousand square meters in front of him. Any monster caught within its reach was immediately sliced apart by the countless wind blades. In an instant, blood spurted and severed limbs flew in all directions. The tornado, which had been a pale blue just moments before, was instantly stained a heart-chilling blackish red. 950-400-7550. 950-400-7550. 950-400-7550. Damage figures nearing 10 billion surged upward in an instant, forming a sea of data clouds amidst the rapidly spinning whirlwind. Viewed from afar on the city walls, a vast vortex of wind blades before Yi, who was shielded by a magic shield, split the boundless monster horde right down the middle. Even though only a tiny figure floated in midair, any monster horde in front of him, as long as it entered his attack range, couldn't even last a single breath. They all turned into a cloud of blood mist and vanished into thin air in an instant. Especially within the vortex's reach, that sea of data composed of hundreds of billions in damage left every weapon master in the fortress frozen in shock. That sa god, isn't it? The military commander's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the scene in the distance. The fury that had consumed him moments ago had long since vanished. It wasn't just him, the other weapon masters, whether battle-hardened veterans or fresh-faced rookies, all stared in stunned disbelief at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Who was that? At that moment, the same question arose in everyone's mind. The veterans, who had just moments ago been analyzing Yi's tactical decisions and speculating on the dangers he might face, nearly dropped the staffs in their hands. Is that really a human? The crowd was so stunned by the scene that they completely forgotten they were in a battle simulation exclusive to Blue Star Humans, a place where no outside forces could possibly enter. You provided the popular novel My Weapon Can Grow Infinitely, by the masterful author Diingzi. The massive damage output wasn't entirely unacceptable to the other weapon masters. But what the hell is that repeated attack of yours with absolutely no cooldown? No wonder everyone thought a god had descended. After all, it's practically common knowledge that the more powerful a skill is, the longer its cooldown. Yet the spectacle Yi was putting on right before their eyes completely shattered everyone's understanding of common sense. Massive damage output, an unending stream of skill casts, and seemingly endless stamina that didn't consume any mana. Add to that the astonishing area control, where virtually everything within sight falls within his attack range, and any single aspect of this would be enough to leave anyone speechless. Yet now, all these incredible feats are converging in a single person. Forget high tier, even among the very top handful of masters in the entire dungeon world, no one has ever been known to possess such abilities. Ah ha ha. Squeak cackle cackle. Roar 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 roar. Amidst the rising chorus of agonized screams, one monster after another fell. You defeated the pterosaur and gained 3 million experience points. You defeated the skeleton mage, triggering a double reward, and gained 15 million experience points. You defeated the fire rock beast, triggering a double reward, and gained 500,000 experience points. Notifications of experience points instantly flooded the entire interface. And Yi's excitement soared. This is exactly the kind of leveling up scene befitting the great Yi. Amidst his surging emotions, the monsters that had previously looked ferocious now seemed almost friendly to Yi. The waves of monster howls sounded like a soothing symphony. This place was nothing short of paradise. With a piercing whistle that tore through the void, rapidly swirling wind blades mowed down every monster that dared to enter the skillless range. Countless wind blades formed a tornado nearly a kilometer in diameter, taking root right in the middle of the black monster horde. Like a sharp blade slicing through the waves, it swirled before Yi. At first, all the monsters were charging toward the fortress, and Yi, hiding behind the skillless barrier, didn't even take a single hit. But as the monster hordes on both sides filled the entire plain, Yi, who had previously split the horde in two, found himself surrounded. Meanwhile, the weapon master on the fortress began engaging the monster horde in close combat. At first, watching Yi move through the horde as if no one were there, everyone assumed the initial monster horde must be weak. But when the monster horde surged right up to them, they realized that the horde they underestimated span levels from 50 to 100. Ranged units provide rapid ranged support. Don't just focus on the enemies right in front of you, cast all your skills downward. Every monster you kill lightens the load for your teammates. Pay attention to your skill combinations and make full use of each skill's cooldown. The commander kept issuing orders in the chat channel, and for the front few rows of the wall, he even began shouting instructions directly. These weapon masters, locked in close combat with the monsters, no longer had time to check their stats. Wave after wave of monsters relentlessly crashed into the city walls. Even as they unleashed a barrage of skills, the fearless monsters pressed forward, the rear ranks trampling over the front, melee units attempting to scale the walls, and ranged units firing directly at the ramparts. In a situation like this, don't bother aiming or worrying about mana regeneration, just manage your cooldowns, chain your skills together, and unleash them down below. Even in such a critical moment, mid-level military commanders continued to guide the rookies who had just stepped onto the battlefield. Battle simulation. From the very beginning, the Blue Star Alliance had never forgotten the true purpose of this trial. If they didn't train the new recruits, what was the point of bringing them in? If the front lines were just about grinding monsters for experience with the risk of sacrifice, there would be no need to come here at all. Letting the new recruits see combat and adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield was the goal of all races. With commanders constantly shouting orders right beside them, the rookies who had previously been full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit could now only rely on instinct to unleash a rapid-fire barrage of skills. Only when their mana runs dry do they quickly fall back, seamlessly replaced by those in the rear ranks. Of course, as rookies stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, stumbling and fumbling are inevitable. In stark contrast to the rookies' chaotic antics, the veterans on the front lines of the lower tier worked together seamlessly, united in purpose, with everything flowing as smoothly as water. The ranged weapon masters channeled their skills, unleashing them one after another at the spots where the monsters were most concentrated. And in front of every ranged fighter stood a melee warrior, holding the line and coordinating their efforts. After breaking through the barrage of ranged skills, a few monsters managed to scramble up the city walls. The veterans showed no sign of panic, unleashing a steady stream of skills in an orderly fashion. Those melee weapon masters charged forward in droves, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks before the monsters could even gain a foothold. From start to finish, the coordinated teams remained in perfect sync. Their trust in one another and strict adherence to discipline made them function like a precision-engineered machine, working seamlessly together. Even if a few monsters managed to slip through and withstand the attacks of the melee weapon masters, the high-tier weapon masters holding the rear would promptly deliver targeted strikes. Even if a weapon master was occasionally killed in action, the veterans in the rear ranks who had long been on high alert would immediately fill the gap, then resume the same coordinated efforts as their predecessors. Just as the battle on the city walls raged fiercely and danger reached its peak, he found himself surrounded by monsters. Although these monsters, influenced by the dungeon gate, harbored intense hostility toward the fortress, they had not lost their aggressive instincts. Amidst the vast sea of monsters, he stood out like a conspicuous island, firmly planted in the path of their charge. Unable to break through from the front, the monsters flanked him from both sides, then changed direction to attack Yi from the flanks and rear. A pterosaur that had circled around the Windblade's attack zone flapped its massive wings over 10 meters wide and, like a bolt of lightning, swooped down from the sky toward Yi. Yi glanced at its stats, then acted as if he hadn't seen them at all. Sub-Dragon Species Pterosaur. Level, 70. Health, 1,200,000,000. It was merely a level 70 pterosaur with a measly 1.2 billion health. Facing the counterattack of the god of magic shield, which could reach 5 to 6 billion, it was destined to be instantly killed. Skill 8, Archmage's Shield. Tier, Divine. Description: casts a magical shield on the caster that absorbs damage equal to Spirit 300. Upon being attacked, it inflicts counter damage equal to Strength 50. Additionally, it regenerates at a rate of 30% per second. Sure enough, when the pterosaur opened its massive, fang jaws and charged headfirst into the Archmage's shield, the multicolored shield didn't even ripple, while the pterosaur instantly turned to ash and vanished into thin air. You provided the great goddess shadowy form for everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. The pterosaur's attack seemed to trigger a chain reaction. All aerial units such as pterosaurs, mountain eagles, and fire phoenixes along with ground-based ranged attackers like mages and archers, swarmed toward Yi in a frenzy. Though they vanished in the blink of an eye, wave after wave of monsters as if they lost all love for life sacrificed themselves to drain Yi's mana. Although it didn't have much impact on his health, watching these monsters charge at him one after another, fearlessly and without regard for their own lives, Yi was growing increasingly annoyed. It seemed that the strategy of staying rooted in the center of the battlefield was somewhat flawed. Mentalizing the gains and losses in experience points, Yi immediately soared into the air, abandoning his previous stance of holding his ground, and began roaming the battlefield while controlling his skills. Using the whirlwind vortex created by his explosive wind blade skill as a path-clearing weapon, he plowed his way through the wave-like horde of monsters. That unrestrained posture and domineering demeanor had the rookies on the city walls drooling with envy. Stay focused. Concentrate your spirit. How dare you let your attention wander on the battlefield? Do you want to die? Though their eyes were filled with envy and awe, the commanders did not forget their duties, occasionally cracking down on the rookies. Awesome, this is absolutely awesome. With bursts of golden light signaling a level up occasionally emanating from his body, Yi was extremely satisfied with his current situation. This was easily the most experience points he'd ever received, second only to God. Even the 6th level trial in the Ascension Tower felt like small potatoes compared to today's situation. At least in terms of monster levels, the quality in the battlefield simulation was far superior. On Yi's side, it was like a dimensional strike. He moved through the battlefield as if no one were there. However, the fortress was facing its first crisis since the battle began. Even though everyone was united in purpose and their skills were perfectly coordinated, the sheer number of monsters was simply overwhelming. Even with Yi constantly weakening the monster horde's momentum on the Great Plains, the human side wasn't fielding its core strength units, so after holding out for over an hour, the first line of the fortress walls finally fell. Fall back. Begin retreating upward. Upper tier units, step up your support. Ranged units withdraw first. Melee units bring up the rear. Pick up the pace. As the commanding officer shouted himself hoarse, the mid-tier weapon masters, the most powerful combatants, began to gradually contract their defensive line and retreat toward the upper walls. Even though everyone selflessly covered one another, the human strength was utterly helpless against the never-ending tide of monsters. From time to time, a weapon master would get separated from the group while bringing up the rear, only to be instantly swarmed by surrounding monsters, torn to pieces. Not even a whole corpse remained. This was the brutal reality of war. By the time the last wave of weapon masters had fully retreated to the second tier, nearly 1/5 of the weapon masters on the first line of defense had fallen in battle. Although he was running wild amidst the monster horde, Yi's attention remained fixed on the situation at the fortress. These were the backbone of the future resistance against the myriad races. Any loss, no matter how small, was an unbearable burden for humanity. Seeing the first line of walls fall so quickly came as something of a surprise to Yi. In fact, the first line of defense was supposed to be the strongest. The fall of the first wall not only limited their tactical options but, more critically, dealt a severe blow to morale. No matter how dire the situation, as long as the first line held, the rookies behind it would maintain high morale. But once the first line fell, the second and third lines would be far behind. Taking in the situation at the fortress, Yi immediately shifted the direction of his skill and flew back toward it. The weapon master on the fortress was also taken aback by Yi's actions. Has this god-tier player run out of mana? Or is he just tired? If even a god-tier player can't hold out, what are we supposed to do? Can we keep going? What are we going to do? If even a god-tier player, someone that insanely powerful, is starting to retreat, how much longer can we hold out? Why can't we exit this damn simulation? I don't want to stay in this hellhole any longer. Influenced by Yi's actions, countless newbies immediately began panicking and shouting. Seeing the newcomers' morale plummet before their very eyes, the commanding officers who had been rushing back and forth watched with growing anxiety. They immediately resorted to the most direct, blunt language to rouse these rookies. Shut the hell up, all of you. You entered this battlefield simulation to hone your skills and improve your strength, not to watch others put on a show. What? Without someone else's protection, do you think you have no hope of survival? You're all full-fledged weapon masters now, no longer unawakened babies. Yet look at how you're behaving. The moment you face the slightest difficulty, your first thought is to back down. I'm embarrassed for you. Where's your sense of shame? Once you're on the battlefield, there's no turning back. There's only one path before you: stand tall and fight with dignity. All of you, get your spirits up. If anyone dares to undermine morale or spout nonsense that demoralizes the troops, believe me, I'll throw you straight into the middle of a horde of monsters. Perhaps spurred by a sense of dignity, or perhaps driven by fear and the threat to their lives, the rookies who had just shown a hint of disarray regained their previous composure under the commanding officer's urging. In a large-scale battle like this, as long as you could execute your combo skills, you didn't even need to worry about where the attacks landed. After all, as long as they landed outside the city walls, they were bound to hit the monsters. Since retreating was futile, even the most timid weapon masters began to muster every ounce of strength they had, venting their pent-up frustration on the monsters below. Although morale had stabilized, everyone's attention and curiosity toward Yi hadn't waned in the slightest. In fact, whether Yi liked it or not, ever since he had flown out of the fortress as if in a one-on-one duel to face the horde of monsters all by himself, his presence had become a pillar of strength in the minds of all weapon masters. This was also the primary reason why, even after the first line of walls had fallen, those rookies were still able to hold their ground on the ramparts. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he kept pulling back until he retreated deep into the canyon. Only then, to everyone's astonishment, did he reverse his course and once again charge head-on into the wave of monsters. If he had previously been merely a nail driven deep into the heart of the wave, then at this very moment, within the wide canyon, he had become the backbone of the fortress's defense, drawing more than half of the defensive pressure onto himself. You provided the top player. Mysterious Shadow's public announcement, my weapon can grow infinitely. No matter how numerous the monsters were, the number capable of engaging in direct close-quarters combat was limited by the length of the city walls. And the already limited number of monsters has now been directly reduced by a good half thanks to Yi. So the big shot was actually here to help us shoulder the burden. A big shot is a big shot. His strength is simply out of this world. I just wonder what level he is at now. Stop worrying about that, the big shot has even retreated to help us shoulder the burden. Guys, how dare you slack off like this? Give it everything you've got and wipe out these monsters. That's right, step it up. Let the big shot see that we, too, have the blood of heroes running through our veins. So what if we die? What the hell are we afraid of? In 18 years, I'll be back as a hero. Let us do this. Just think of my neighbor Old One. He used to be a school legend. How can I let my former glory fade now? Charge! Spurred on by Yi's actions, the young players' fighting spirit flared up once more. Wielding their weapons, they relentlessly unleashed skills, helping to relieve the pressure on the veterans. Even after entering the canyon, Yi was still several kilometers away from the stronghold. The newbies, lacking the necessary skill, couldn't make out the situation in the distance. But the veterans above mid-tier, as well as the high-tier heavyweights, felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the overwhelming might radiating from Yi's skills. Countless wind blades spun rapidly, like the agitator of a washing machine or more like the blades inside a shredder. Spinning at breakneck speed, they formed a massive force field in the air. Any monster entering this field would be instantly torn to shreds, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. From a distance, it looked like a gigantic blender in the heavens and earth, using the flesh and blood of countless monsters to brew a cup of red soy milk. Is this the Rending Blade Storm skill? No, the Rending Blade Storm skill doesn't have this much power. But if it's not the Rending Blade Storm skill, then why does this skill function so similarly to it? The commanding officer and his deputy stared wide-eyed at the miraculous scene unfolding at the mouth of the canyon. Ever since you returned to reinforce the fortress, the pressure on the entire fortress had instantly been reduced by more than half. After a fierce struggle, the humans had even managed to recapture the first line of the city walls. Swinging his greatsword with all his might, Chun Laosen chopped a snow wolf off the city wall. He was panting heavily, but had no intention of retreating or resting. Glancing up at the horizon, which remained pitch black, Chang Laosen couldn't help but curse in frustration. These bastards, when the hell is this going to end? It's been this long, and the number of monsters hasn't decreased one bit. As he spoke, he cast a look of astonishment toward Yi. Wow, it's been so long, and this big shot is still casting spells over there. How much mana does that take? He has probably got plenty left. After all, his power is like a bottomless abyss. After Yi had single-handedly absorbed a large portion of the attacks, very few ground troops were left capable of scaling the walls. Even the high-tier big shots holding down the fort behind him now served only one purpose: to help clear out the aerial units. They weren't like Yi simply standing there, their shields' counter damage alone would instantly wipe out the monsters. Yi's immense sacrifice caused all weapon masters, young and old alike, to regard him as an object of reverence. After all, even the former Tier 9 powerhouses couldn't have pulled off such a feat. Do you guys think that's Yi the god? Who knows? Anyway, starting today, he is my idol. Hey, what is going on? Why is the front line narrowing? Hurry up and clear the monsters faster, a massive wave is about to reach the city walls. Could it be that even the big shot can't hold out anymore? You bunch of bastards. You still have the nerve to chat here? Hurry up and give it everything you've got, hit them hard. Just as everyone felt the pressure suddenly ease, the surging wave of monsters suddenly grew stronger again. After a frantic, life-or-death battle, the garrison finally cleared out most of the monsters outside the walls, and at that moment, the intensity of the monster attack plummeted once again. What's going on? Seeing the number of monsters at their feet increase once more, the garrison was completely baffled. If he were tired, he could have simply flown back. But if that wasn't the case, then why did the number of monsters keep fluctuating? Alright, everyone, shut up. That's just the rookie helping us grow. Every time the monsters arrived, the number at their feet remained within their control, and there was no need to worry about anyone being idle. Everything was under Yi's complete control. Thanks to the auto-targeting skill on his staff, Yi didn't have to spend a lot of time chasing down monsters. With plenty of time on his hands, Yi took it upon himself to regulate the number of monsters. If he wanted to increase the number of monsters, Yi would simply narrow the width of the skill's coverage area while extending its depth. When the soldiers at the fortress began to show signs of fatigue, Yi would immediately widen the skill's coverage area to limit the number of monsters breaking through. This rhythmic and deliberate strengthening and weakening kept the fortress's defenses under a light load at all times, without causing the soldiers to collapse from exhaustion. After this happened time and time again, not only the veterans but even the newcomers immediately understood Yi's intentions. Is that big shot really the legendary Yi? To go to such lengths to nurture the next generation? He is truly a towering figure. Yeah, someone with such immense personal power who still cares so deeply for the people of Blue Star, it's truly a blessing for humanity. Amid the crowd, a woman with her face veiled in sheer gauze and clad in a pale yellow bodysuit listened with great interest to the various praises. She turned her head to look at the figure floating at the mouth of the canyon. Blinking her captivating eyes, she murmured softly from beneath the gauze. If it were you, that would be absolutely wonderful. Gripping the dark purple dagger in her hand more tightly, she swung her arm in a fluid motion, instantly cleaving a joy crane flying toward her in two. Compared to other melee weapon masters, her movements were skillful and her strikes precise. Nearly every blow hit the monster's vital points, and the area around her was littered with the corpses of monsters. She was the very picture of a heroine who could hold her own against any man. The men who had been preparing to strike up a conversation with her suddenly lost their nerve one by one upon witnessing her ruthless and decisive fighting style. Hey, are you Cherry? Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow in everyone's game, my weapon can grow infinitely. The school beauty. How long had it been since anyone had called her that? Hearing that title, one that existed only in her memories, suddenly, Cherry's spirit was momentarily dazed. Hey, Cherry, it really is you. A round-faced, slightly plump girl, carrying a longbow, ran up to Cherry with a look of astonishment and began exclaiming excitedly. Although Cherry's outfit was a far cry from her usual style, to her classmates who saw her day in and day out, the veil covering her face might as well not have been there at all. Are you Luna? Looking at the spirited girl standing before her, Cherry's eyes nearly popped out of her head. After all, the reason Luna had left such a deep impression on her at school, aside from her unique name, was precisely because of this girl's emotional nature. She'd be sad when it rained, sad when the wind blew, sad when the sun shone, sad when others argued, and even sad when others were happy. If it weren't for the fact that human tears are finite, most students at Lon City Academy would believe that Luna's tears alone could flood the entire Jiangnan district. But after just half a year, that once melancholic girl who used to find sorrow in everything she saw had actually become a fully fledged weapon master? What's the matter, Cherry? Don't you dare deny knowing me now. Ha, I'm so lucky to be the first one to have met both you and Yishin. Now the whole school is going to be green with envy. Who is this god of assassins you're talking about? Having just completed her trial and not even having left the trial grounds yet, Cherry was rushed by her master into a battlefield simulation. In her master's words, how could an assassin who hadn't even experienced a real battlefield ever set foot on the path of the god of assassins? With her god-tier soul weapon potential, simply following the path of a lone wolf assassin would be a disgrace to the reputation of a god-tier master. A true god-tier assassin should charge into the midst of thousands of soldiers, decapitating generals and slaying commanders fearless and capable of anything. Since entering the dungeon world and, by a twist of fate, becoming a disciple of her sect, Cherry was still a complete novice, so she knew absolutely nothing about what was happening at the academy. Thanks to her outstanding academic performance since childhood, she was still familiar with some of the basics of a weapon master's growth. Someone like her, blessed with such a tremendous opportunity, is bound to progress far faster than an ordinary weapon master. After all, to be on the verge of reaching the third-tier threshold in less than half a year even among the myriad races places her among the ranks of prodigies. Hearing the implication in her old classmate's words that there was actually someone who could rival her, especially someone bearing the surname that haunted her dreams, Cherry couldn't help but feel a slight stir in her heart. The reason she pushed herself so hard and craved strength so desperately. Wasn't it precisely to shatter her fate, live the life she wanted, and get a little closer to the person she loved? Even though she firmly believed in Yi's excellence, the appearance of that novice staff during the awakening ceremony was undeniable. Since fate wouldn't give her what she wanted, she didn't mind using her own effort and sweat to fight her way to the future she desired. Oh, you didn't know? I've been in the secret realm the whole time. I just came out today, so I'm not very familiar with what's going on outside yet. Seeing the look on Luna's face as if she were looking at a country bumpkin, Cherry's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly explained. Oh, I knew it. Hearing Cherry's explanation, Luna believed her immediately. After all, if it had been anyone else, it might have sounded like an excuse. But as for Cherry's feelings toward Yi, probably everyone at Lon City Academy could see right through them. After all, not just anyone would be willing to team up with Yi and bring along a deadweight after he'd been classified as a novice staff user. If anyone were to claim that Cherry had no romantic feelings for Yi, they'd never believe it, no matter what. Cherry, you might not know this, but Yi has skyrocketed to fame. He actually took down a goddess avatar right in the beginner zone and earned the title God Slayer on the spot. And he just kept going. He took down 6 more god projections afterward and even secured 15 destiny points for Blue Star. Listening to Luna's chattering, Cherry's big, sparkling eyes widened, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and she looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Even though she believed Yi would never settle for mediocrity and that even with just a novice staff, he'd forge ahead with sheer determination. But she never imagined Yi would cause such an upheaval. Although she still wasn't sure exactly what made the God Slayer title so special. Compared to her past ignorance, after receiving instruction from the God faction, she now had a basic understanding of the deeper workings of the dungeon world. Any title, no matter how minor, required at least a world-class achievement to obtain. Moreover, destiny is a universal panacea for both races and individuals. For instance, Cherry knew all too well that ascending to godhood required spending destiny points. If you died during the attempt, that was one thing, but if you survived, whether you succeeded or failed, the unwritten rule was that you'd have to repay 100-fold what you borrowed. Moreover, this repayment is not subject to personal will. The dungeon gate assumes your consent the moment you attempt to ascend to godhood. If you want to avoid repaying your debt, you'd better be able to outweep the dungeon gate first. Not even a chief god can escape this law of cause and effect, let alone a newly ascended lesser god. Of course, the exception is if you've earned all those destiny points yourself. For example, if Yi receives a reward of 15 destiny points, then once Blue Star's total destiny points drop to 15, everyone except Yi will lose their eligibility to ascend to godhood. Furthermore, as long as no more than 15 destiny points are deducted, you will not owe Blue Star a single point of destiny. This is equivalent to Yi having already purchased his ticket to godhood in advance. Furthermore, aside from advancing to the god tier, destiny points also serve a range of functions beneficial to a weapon master, such as enhancing luck, increasing success rates, and ensuring safety. Destiny points are something even gods covet. 15 points. That's basically equivalent to 1 to 2% of an entire race's total. Is that guy the illegitimate son of the goddess of fortune or something? For a moment, upon hearing of Yi's extraordinary feat, Cherry felt a strange sensation. Although Yi usually carried a certain boyish pride, she could still clearly sense that he liked her. After all, she, Cherry, wasn't he exactly unloved? Why would she pine for someone who didn't have her in his heart? You provided the popular novel by the great author Guiyingzi, My Weapon Can Grow Infinitely. Although the feelings were mutual, under the pressure of the awakening ceremony, the two had simply never taken that final step. Cherry had originally worried that Yi would be crushed by the failure of his novice staff's awakening, but now she realized she'd overthought it. She just didn't know whether that guy's soul weapon was extraordinary to begin with, or if he had a stroke of luck in Dungeon World, just like her. Thinking about how Yi had actually turned down her party invitation before entering the Dungeon World, a surge of anger welled up inside Cherry. That guy's soul weapon definitely isn't as simple as a novice staff, otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected her party invitation without a second thought. Although he is a bit of a chauvinist, he is definitely not the type to prioritize pride over practicality. If he awakened a novice staff and still rejected her party invitation without a second thought, there could only be one explanation. Yi's soul weapon definitely wasn't ordinary. You damn guy, just you wait. And to think she'd been worrying herself sick all this time, only for him to go it alone because of a trust issue? Even though Cherry knew that even if they entered as a party, they'd likely have split up anyway. But because of that lack of trust, Cherry still felt a lingering sense of resentment. As Yi was adjusting his skill range back and forth, a sudden premonition welled up from deep within him. He shuddered unexpectedly, nearly interrupting his skill. Is someone cursing me? Or do they harbor ill will toward me? With a body that has already been digitized, what danger is there of catching a cold? Faced with this sudden occurrence, Yi became even more convinced that his mind had sensed some kind of malevolence and was warning him. Could it be some kind of god? After pondering for a long time, Yi still couldn't figure it out. However, after going through this line of reasoning, he suddenly realized just how many potential enemies and rivals he actually had. People like me, who are wholly devoted to our race. It must be those others who are the problem. Right, it must all be everyone else's fault. How could someone of such good character as myself ever be in the wrong? After spending quite some time trying to salvage his dignity, he finally regained his usual air of righteous dignity. As if. How could he, Yi the Great, possibly be the one at fault? You have slain the Thunder Dragon Beast and gained 6 million experience points. You have defeated the Four-Winged Hummingbird, triggering a double reward. You have gained 23 million experience points. Your explosive wind blade skill has leveled up. 13,200,000,000. 13,200,000,000. 13,200,000,000. Watching the constantly popping up damage numbers, experience points, and level up notifications, Yi instantly pushed this little incident to the back of his mind, shifting his attention back to the monster in front of him. After fighting for most of the day, if it weren't for his need to help the fortress behind him keep the monster horde in check, he would likely have grown numb to it all by now. After all, as the battle dragged on, his skill level kept rising, and his damage output against the monsters kept increasing. If he dared to unleash his skill as full range right now without restraint, fewer than 1 in 10 monsters would likely break through his blockade and reach the fortress behind him. However, what puzzled Yi the most right now was whether the monster horde here would respawn after a day or two, just like in the Ascension Tower. It wasn't that he was being arrogant, but there was virtually no one in the entire dungeon world who could hold out as long as he had. As for the weapon master behind him, even with the fortress's help, facing such a frenzied monster horde, let alone 2 days, he probably wouldn't even last a single day before suffering total annihilation. Yi Yi, who had raised his head to scan the horizon out of habit, suddenly turned his head and stared toward the mountains in utter shock. What's that? Turning his gaze toward the horizon on the right side of the canyon, he actually spotted a canyon entrance similar to that of the Blue Star Fortress. First, he stared at the canyon entrance in disbelief, then, clinging to a sliver of hope, he turned his head to the left. But to his astonishment, on the left on the distant horizon another canyon entrance stood there as well. What was going on? Yi was absolutely certain that when he had previously faced the monster horde alone and charged into the Great Plains, there had been absolutely nothing in any of the other three directions except for the mountain range stretching out in a straight line behind him. But now, as a wave of confusion washed over him, he lost all desire to control the situation and instantly unleashed the full power of his skill. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 999. Tier 1. Description: releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals strength 99 damage to all targets within a 999 square area. Active splash: after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 50% chance to instantly explode, dealing repeated damage to targets within the area. Attribute bonus: Spirit 99. A few hours ago, Yi had already begun using different skills to take down monsters. Whenever the pressure on the stronghold behind him grew intense, he would choose the Explosive Wind Blade skill, which had already been maxed out. If he needed to let a group of monsters go, Yi would alternate between the Flame Prison skill and the Ice Domain skill. By now, his other two skills had also reached levels above 800. However, after reaching level 999, Yi discovered that not only could he no longer level up the Explosive Wind Blade skill, but its properties had also changed. Base damage had completely disappeared, and all damage values were now tied to attribute values. In terms of targets, the damage per target mechanic had also vanished, leaving only area of effect damage. Finally, the probability of damage repetition disappeared, and secondary damage became repeated damage. In other words, after reaching the maximum level, every 2 casts of the Explosive Wind Blade skill would inevitably deal 3 instances of damage. What pleased Yi the most was that the damage area was no longer limited to the previously set 999 grid. Instead, it was calculated based on the total square area Yi selected. In other words, this area could be a square, a circle, or even an arc. As long as the total area remained the same, the selected area could be changed at will according to Yi's preference. Just as Yi unleashed the skill as full power, all the weapon masters standing on the fortress saw a wall of wind blades more than 10 kilometers long suddenly surge from the mouth of the canyon toward the fortress. Wherever this wall passed, every monster was reduced to fragments, vanishing instantly into the heavens and earth. I can't believe it. The great god has this up his sleeve? Oh my god. Is this a miracle? Amid the chorus of gasps, Yi transformed into a streak of light in the air and instantly appeared before the commander-in-chief. General, I must now verify something of great importance, so you'll need to hold the line on your own for a while. You provided the great goddess shadowy form, my weapon can grow infinitely. Looking at Yi's unexpectedly youthful face, Commander Muhan and the other weapon masters standing beside him all wore expressions of shock. After all, this was the first time they'd ever seen Yi's true face. Although they'd speculated before, none of them had imagined Yi would be so young. At the same time, based on Yi's appearance, these weapon masters began to form some theories about his identity. Yi paid no heed to their thoughts. Having made his point, Yi turned around to face the monster horde outside the fortress. Then, the weapon masters on the fortress witnessed a miraculous sight as Yi unleashed his skill to its fullest. As the monster horde surged toward the walls once more, Yi swung the staff in his hand. A wall of wind blades nearly as wide as the canyon and stretching from the earth to the heavens instantly appeared outside the fortress. Then, with the speed of light, this wall surged outward toward the valley. Wherever it passed, every monster struck by it was reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing into the void in an instant. Since this was a battlefield simulation, they could not collect the materials dropped after kills. Otherwise, the white orbs of reward that would have appeared upon each kill would have paved a path right before everyone's eyes. As far as the eye could see, the wall swept aside everything in its path, carving out an endless, empty avenue that split the monster horde right down the middle. This suddenly appearing, empty, open path made the fortress capable of holding tens of millions of weapon masters fall into a deathly silence, as if it were a no man's land, with not a single sound to be heard. Yi, who had created this miraculous scene with a single wave of his hand, suddenly soared upward, tracing a white arc through the air as he continued to rise toward the very highest point of the sky. This time, encased in his Dharma body shield, Yi felt absolutely no impact from the air currents. His gaze swept back and forth across the mountain ranges on either side and the plains ahead. This was the first time he had conducted a comprehensive survey of the battlefield since entering the simulation. At the same time, Yi silently admonished himself, he must remember this lesson while he absolutely must not wait until a crisis arises before such thoughts occur to him. He had completely forgotten the fundamentals of military strategy his ancestors had long taught him, such as know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles, and heavenly timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. As his figure soared higher, the surrounding environment gradually came into view. It wasn't until he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier preventing him from ascending any further that the entire scene of the war simulation came into full view. A circular gray curtain hung inverted between heaven and earth, and right next to it lay a ring-shaped mountain range that joined end to end. Within the ring-shaped mountain range, in countless canyons of similar terrain, massive war fortresses stood tall. Encircled by these fortresses lay a vast plain. At the very center of the plain was a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. From within the abyss, a dense swarm of monsters was crawling out in an unending stream, surging rapidly in all directions. Though his mind was numb with shock, Yi still keenly noticed that the entire expanse of the world seemed to be slowly contracting and shrinking. Even the black hole at the very center from which monsters were ceaselessly surging forth was constantly shrinking. Although he couldn't determine the exact time remaining, based on the rate at which the entire world was contracting, Yi spent half an hour observing and calculating. If the current trend continued without any other changes, in no more than 10 or so hours, that black hole would shrink until it vanished completely. He just didn't know if the black hole would undergo any other changes once the time was up. Moreover, Yi had no idea what changes might befall the other strongholds. After all, he was just a rookie who hadn't even set foot on the battlefield of 10,000 races yet. After giving it some thought, Yi dismissed the idea of flying to the other strongholds to observe the situation and turned back toward Blue Star Stronghold. If the sky were to fall, someone taller would catch it. Wasn't there still an official commander-in-chief at the stronghold? They watched as he first performed a miraculous display, then flew off into the sky without looking back. The weapon masters on the fortress were all baffled by Yi's actions. What did the master mean by that? Could this be a parting gift? Is the big shot getting ready to leave? Are you stupid? This is a battlefield simulation. Unless you log out, where else could you possibly go? Then what's going on? And why is the big shot flying toward the sky? There's nothing up there, is there? Could the big shot be planning to unleash a Earth explosion, Skystar to clear out all the monsters? Watching the curious and lively speculation in the zone chat, the commander-in-chief, who was just as baffled, could only roll his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what she meant, given Yi's previous performance, Muhan absolutely didn't believe he was deserting the battlefield. Most importantly, the monsters in front of them were surging toward them once again. And yet these rookies had actually started gossiping excitedly, completely forgetting where they were? You guys, have you forgotten you're still on the battlefield? If you want to die, jump off this cliff, but don't drag your comrades down with you. Everyone, get your spirits up, damn it. The monsters are right on top of us, what's with all this nonsense? After getting a fierce dressing down from the commander-in-chief, everyone's attention finally returned to the monsters once again filling the canyon. It turned out that this kind of prolonged, repetitive behavior was the greatest enemy of human concentration. To address this situation, the Blue Star Alliance lowered the legal marriage age to the minimum age of adulthood. In other words, as long as you're 18 or older, you're eligible to start a family. It turned out that on the battlefield, only those with something to care about could maintain their focus better. Those without any personal ties, on the other hand, were mostly prone to losing concentration during these prolonged efforts to fend off the monster horde. When the monster horde attacked once again, people had no choice but to set aside their curiosity about Yi's behavior. To their surprise, however, even without Yi's help this time, they managed to barely hold the first line of defense against the monster horde's assault. Although some perceptive individuals noticed this phenomenon, they attributed it partly to Yi having weakened the monster horde's strength earlier, and partly to the fact that all the weapon masters in the fortress had been trained and had improved their skills. After all, given the boundless expanse of the monster horde, no one would have believed this was due to a decrease in their numbers. Fortunately, thanks to Yi's earlier antics, the attention of those battlefield rookies was drawn back somewhat, and their firepower increased significantly. They finally managed to hold the monster horde firmly at bay before the first line of the city walls, preventing them from breaching the defenses again. You provided the great master Giingzies for all the people, my weapon can grow infinitely. Flying back up to the fortress once more, Yi paid no heed to the monster horde and landed directly in front of Muhan. General, may I ask your name? Looking at this commander-in-chief, who was not yet 40, Yi was somewhat curious. After all, in Dungeon World, any new development represents danger. It's a choice that could cost one's life. Generally speaking, those in the first wave to attempt something do so with a degree of recklessness, serving primarily as scouts. From the fortress's command center, he could tell that the commander before him was undoubtedly an exceptional individual. That such an exceptional individual would be among the first to enter struck him as somewhat odd. Take those rookies trailing behind, for example. You would bet there wasn't a single one among them with an A rank or higher soul weapon. On the other hand, the veterans holding the front lines were likely battle-hardened soldiers. After all, gathering comprehensive intelligence without ample experience points was practically an impossible task. Since there was still plenty of time before the incident occurred, Yi didn't mind wasting a little time to satisfy his curiosity. I am General Muhan. Is your surname Yi? Looking at Yi's excessively youthful face, were it not for the faint stubble at the corners of his mouth, Muhan would have assumed he was simply a high-tier player pretending to be younger. After all, following the digitization through the dungeon gate, people's appearances had remained virtually unchanged. Anyone who looked aged was undoubtedly one of the surviving elites from the earliest wave of digitization, all of whom were high-tier beings. This explained why nearly all weapon masters in the dungeon world had youthful appearances. However, a being as powerful as Yi could never have reached this level without 100 or 200 years of growth. With such a youthful face and such formidable strength, he certainly wouldn't be so obscure. After all, everyone needs time to grow. But as for the Yi standing before him, no matter how hard Muhan searched his memory, he couldn't place him. So the answer was already quite obvious. Aside from the God Slayer who had risen to prominence so suddenly over the past half year, Muhan simply couldn't think of anyone else with such incredible strength. Upon hearing Muhan's words, Yi couldn't help but pause in surprise. He was taken aback both by the fact that the other had guessed his identity and by the other's surname. He hadn't expected the other to guess his identity since he lacked a direct understanding of his own reputation, though upon reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising. But it was Muhan's surname that was the main reason for Yi's momentary bewilderment. The surname Mu was practically a household name in the Great Xia faction region. Ever since the Dungeon Gate digitized Blue Star, the Mu family, a military dynasty, had produced world-renowned commanders generation after generation. Any officer hailing from the Mu family was inevitably synonymous with god of war and war god. They either led from the front and fell in battle, or possessed exceptional command skills, earning great merit for Blue Star on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. My name is Yi. It is an honor to meet you, General Mu. I have long heard of the Mu family's illustrious reputation and hold you in the highest esteem. Not at all. Compared to the God Slayer, I'm merely basking in the glory of my ancestors. If he were speaking to anyone else, Muhan might have dared to call himself a prodigy of his generation. But standing before this formidable figure who, in just half a year since his debut, had already slain 7 god projections, Muhan had nothing to boast of personally beyond his family's honor. Whether in terms of individual strength or contributions to humanity, he was simply no match for Yi. It's important to note that it took the entire human population of Blue Star 300 years of hard work just to raise their destiny points to 63. And that was only because they started with a base value of 45 points when they first entered the dungeon world. In other words, the destiny points he had earned single-handedly in half a year were just 3 points less than what all of humanity had accumulated over 300 years. To describe such an achievement as merely phenomenal would be an understatement. It was nothing short of a miracle. To this day, Muhan still can't forget how comically stunned his clan's patriarch looked when he heard the world announcement, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. The fact that even a veteran general who'd seen centuries of battle was so shocked he forgot all decorum speaks volumes about just how mind-blowing his achievement truly was. Alright, since it's General Mu, I'll get straight to the point. I went up to take a look just now and came back with 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which would you like to hear first, General Mu? Meeting Yi's highly amused gaze, Muhan froze for a moment and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. If even the great Yi considers it bad news, it must be no small matter. So I'd better hear the good news first. Ha! Yi, who had suddenly spun around so sharply he nearly strained his back, was instantly at a loss for words. He never expected that this iron-blooded general, who was usually as cold as ice on the battlefield and spoke in a rough, earthy manner, would actually have such a humorous side. However, he also felt great admiration for Muhan's composure. Yi's composure stemmed from his underlying strength, whereas Muhan's was purely a result of his mental fortitude. The good news is that the monster horde is gradually weakening. I estimate this will be over by today. Hearing Yi's words, Muhan nodded, then glanced down at the monster horde still surging forward in wave after wave. Though it's a bit unexpected, it's clear that compared to the beginning, the monster horde's offensive has noticeably weakened. Well, while this good news is still keeping me calm, Grandmaster Yi, why don't you tell me the bad news? Could it be that we're facing a second wave of enemies? Hearing Muhan's speculation, Yi couldn't help but blink. Could he say that, true to his military family background, the strategic judgment of the bigger picture had truly made him look at him with new respect? The entire mountain range forms a ring, with the source of the monster horde at its very center, and countless strongholds like ours surrounding it. Both this area and the source of the monster horde are constantly shrinking. I estimate that the monster horde will end when our strongholds collide. I just don't know what the dungeon gate has planned next. After hearing Yi's words, Muhan's earlier sense of ease had vanished. Another one of those breed the enemy tactics? I just don't know if this time it'll be a numbers game or a race against time. General Mu, have you encountered this kind of situation before? Could you briefly explain it? Hearing Muhan's words, Yi couldn't help but pause for a moment. The reason he had explicitly shared this information with Muhan was simply to encourage him to analyze the situation. After all, the official knowledge held by the authorities was certainly far beyond what the academy could provide. Moreover, there were certain behind-the-scenes details that young people absolutely shouldn't be exposed to too early. He hadn't expected Muhan to actually know some of the inside information you provided. The top author Diingzi's my weapon can grow infinitely. A trace of lingering apprehension flashed in his eyes as Muhan finally began to speak slowly. This type of dual trial format has appeared before on the former battlefield of 10,000 races. It's usually a free-for-all. As for the upcoming interracial battles, they'll either be a free-for-all until the number of participants reaches the minimum threshold required by the dungeon gate, at which point everything will come to a halt, or they'll be competitive matches ranked based on the final points earned. Both approaches have their pros and cons. The advantage of the first is that as long as you defeat your opponents, whether in one wave or several, you'll know your fate the moment you win. But the second approach leaves no room to catch your breath, because you have no idea where you stand in the rankings. Under that pressure, the second type of battle can sometimes turn out to be the most brutal. After all, in a ranking battle, there is nothing safer than being the sole survivor. Listening to Muhan's leisurely account of these inner workings, he felt an indescribable sadness welling up inside him. He couldn't help but wonder how the humans of Blue Star had managed to navigate one perilous obstacle after another all these years. After all, compared to the other races among the 10,000 races, Blue Star was essentially one of the last to join the world of Dungeon Gate. Don't be fooled by Yi's current success and fame, which has spread throughout the entire dungeon world. But from the perspective of the entire race, other races might not place much importance on him. After all, in the midst of competition or all-out warfare, Blue Star could be eliminated very easily. And if the entire race were wiped out, then you would become utterly insignificant. Unless, of course, he possessed an item capable of preventing such annihilation. But without a high-tier being from his race, he poses absolutely no threat. He doesn't even have the qualifications to attempt a god-tier ascension. After all, to advance to the god tier, a race's destiny must first reach 60 or higher. And for an individual's destiny points to reach 60 or higher? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. This dungeon world is truly insane. I don't know which bastard created this dungeon gate, but it's absolutely despicable. A total psychopath. Holy shit? Bro, are you that bold? Have you forgotten that this is a world where gods exist? Watching Yi curse so freely, Muhan twitched the corner of his mouth but ultimately remained silent. After all, the words were already out. What else could he do? Besides, it seemed, or at least, perhaps, that the existence of a god wasn't a big deal to the guy standing right in front of him. He didn't know if a real god would be any different, but last time in the world chat, he'd even shut a god right down. However, it was now a well-known fact that a goddess projection posed absolutely no threat to Yi. This wasn't just acknowledged by the world of 10,000 races. Even God himself had tacitly accepted it. According to rumors, quite a few lower-tier gods had already urgently recalled their projections from the dungeon world and secret realms, for fear of running into Yi, that god-slaying maniac. After all, every divine fragment and projection consumes divine consciousness. In his 60-plus years of life, Muhan had encountered all manner of people, but this was truly the first time he met someone as arrogant as Yi. Yet he had to admit that Yi had every right to be so arrogant. After all, Yi was the only being in the entire dungeon world who dared to stand up to a god and still live to tell the tale. Yi had the credentials to back it up, but Muhan could not simply stand by and watch, much less go along with it. After all, who knows if those gods aren't already keeping a close eye on this godslayer in real time? Yi had the strength to stand up to a god, but he did not. Yi stood alone, while he had his entire clan behind him. With someone like Yi, it was best to keep contact to a minimum outside of official business. After all, choosing friends requires assessing whether they have the strength to be considered as such. With that in mind, Muhan could only change the subject with a sigh. Great God Yi, do you have any thoughts? Ah, don't call me Great God Yi, just call me Yi. As for thoughts? I do have some. Ha! Great God, what are your thoughts? Hearing Yi's words, Muhan's eyes lit up instantly. As for Yi's humble remark, he chose to ignore it. Sometimes, showing respect isn't just about being polite, it also means keeping a certain distance. Whether Yi could sense it or not, Muhan, who felt they weren't on the same wavelength, had to act this way. Unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in Muhan's mind, Yi went on to explain the plan he had in mind. What do you think would happen if I went straight over to help the monsters right at the very end of the monster horde's attack? Upon hearing Yi's words, Muhan immediately lowered his head in deep thought, beginning to analyze the plan's chances of success. As for whether this course of action was morally justifiable, neither of them even brought it up. Come on the battlefield of 10,000 races, a fight to the death was the norm, and was actually surprising when people were friendly toward one another. In Dungeon World, aside from gods, no one had the right to choose a faction or adopt a stance toward others. If the Federation government from the three-body problem universe or people like Cheng Xian were placed in today's Dungeon World, they probably wouldn't even survive the first Great War of the 10,000 races. Morality? Mercy? Those are qualities reserved for gods alone. So when faced with Yi's sudden move to undermine a rival faction, Muhan's first consideration was the balance of gains and losses. As for whether it's the right thing to do? I'm sorry, but in a situation like this, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let even one slip through. That is the true nature of the war of the 10,000 races. After pondering for a while, Muhan finally looked up and asked Yi with a determined expression. Regardless of whether you, Great Yi, can breach the enemy's defenses and crush them outright, you absolutely must not draw their attention to us and expose our position. Furthermore, if we can't defeat them, we absolutely must not provoke a third-party faction. Facing off against a single faction is the absolute limit for us on Blue Star right now. Hearing Muhan's words, Yi showed no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, he was very understanding. Whether or not to go was his own decision regardless of his motives. It wouldn't change the nature of the situation. How far he could go was a matter of his own ability and had nothing to do with the collective will of the humans on Blue Star. If he could help Blue Star eliminate one opponent, he would be a hero to Blue Star. That is the ultimate outcome. However, this does not alter the fault of his reckless actions. After all, if he were unable to bear the consequences of the trouble he caused, it would be the entire human population of Blue Star that would have to suffer the repercussions. Although he is currently consulting with Muhan, which counts as a semi-official formality without authorization from the highest authority of the Blue Star Alliance, it remains legally invalid. Other matters might be easier to handle, but when it comes to issues concerning the survival of the species, Yi has never dared to be careless. You provided the popular novel by the master author Gyingzi. My weapon can grow infinitely. So, could the other party find out which faction I belong to? Hearing Muhan speak so gravely, Yi was also at a loss. If it were just him, there would be no problem, but when the fate of an entire race was at stake, he had serious reservations. Generally speaking, if you don't reveal your identity, the other party won't be able to probe your information. After all, we're all weapon masters. But if they have the skills or tools to probe, then it's hard to say. After listening to Muhan ramble on about all sorts of things, Yi could only give him a resentful look. You've covered every possible angle. What's the difference between saying all that and saying nothing at all? Facing Yi's disdainful gaze, Muhan, driven by a strong desire to survive, began to explain. I was talking about the general case. Don't think that detection skills and items are easy to come by. They're absolutely 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? Yi pondered Muhan's words thoughtfully, then looked up and scanned the weapon masters battling on the fortress walls before him. So, statistically speaking, out of the nearly 10 million people here, there might be at least 1,000 or 800 who can see my message? Faced with Yi's direct retort, Muhan had no choice but to chuckle awkwardly. After all, he himself possessed an item capable of seeing through Yi's information. He simply hadn't used it out of fear of causing misunderstandings. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, one develops an acute sensitivity to acts of surveillance. As the official commander-in-chief of the fortress, Muhan didn't want his actions to trigger any unpleasant incidents. After all, he was representing the Blue Star Alliance at that moment. At that moment, Yi also realized he had no way to conceal his own information. Moreover, he never heard of any skill that could hide one's information. Shaking his head, Yi stopped dwelling on the issue. Once his strength was sufficient, everything else was secondary. Even if others could see his information, so what? Alright, I'm going to go test the waters first and see if I can get a leg up. But you'd better hold down our stronghold. Otherwise, if I go out to attack the enemy only to have our base raided while I'm away, that would be a real disgrace. Don't worry, I've got that much confidence. Hearing Muhan's assurance, Yi said no more. Turning to glance at the still solid defensive line below, Yi didn't intervene further but instead soared straight into the sky, vanishing from everyone's sight. He wasn't the nanny for all of humanity. As long as there was no threat to survival, he would absolutely not interfere with trials that humans were meant to face on their own. Hovering 100 meters above the right flank of the stronghold, Yi looked down at the scene below. The layout was no different from that of the Blue Star Fortress. The only distinction was that all the weapon masters defending this fortress had the heads of dogs and the bodies of humans. Tactically, they followed the standard formation of melee fighters in the front and ranged fighters in the rear, and the battle was raging fiercely. In terms of overall combat strength, they were actually a cut above the humans of Blue Star. At least, their first line of defense remained exceptionally solid so far. Watching the battlefield below, Yi even wondered for a moment if this was a monster faction in the midst of an internal conflict. What kind of race are these hideous creatures? Dog-headed humans? Yi realized that he not only needed the ability to conceal his own identity but also the ability to identify other weapon masters. Just as Yi was pondering how to proceed, a sudden commotion erupted from below. What's that? A monster? No, monsters don't have magic shields. Could it be a master from another race? That can't be. This area isn't restricted to high-tier weapon masters, and this guy can even fly while wielding a magic shield. He is definitely no rookie. That guy's name is Yi? Could he be that god slayer from Blue Star? It was only a matter of time before he was discovered, and Yi was fully prepared for that. But to have his name shouted out before he even made a move, that was something he simply couldn't accept. Just as I thought, that guy surnamed Mu was completely unreliable. Since he could no longer hide, Yi hesitated no longer. He swung his staff downward, unleashing a skill that engulfed the first few defensive lines of the fortress below. 267937560000 267937560000 267937560000. As the devastating damage numbers appeared, a vast swath of the ogre's defensive line was instantly wiped clean. And the mindless monsters, seeing this, didn't care who was responsible. They simply surged through the gap in the defenses and swarmed toward the fortress. Damn it, what is that bastard doing? How dare you? You despicable creature, are you trying to start a war with the Wolf Clan? Ah, he actually dared to kill our kin. Let us all attack and kill him. Ignoring the uproar below, Yi cast his skills, sweeping upward along the fortress's ramparts as if he were clearing a path for the monsters. With Yi's assistance, the Wolf Clan's defenses were instantly thrown into disarray, and their formation collapsed in an instant. Even the commander, witnessing this, had no idea what to do. In the panic, some chose to temporarily halt the monster horde's advance, while others directed their attacks at Yi, determined to eliminate this menace once and for all. In an instant, countless magic spells, arrows, and crossbow bolts rained down on Yi. In the blink of an eye, a massive wave of attacks crashed down upon him. However, aside from a slight ripple on the god of magic's shield, it had absolutely no effect. On the contrary, every weapon master of the Wolf Clan who had just attacked Yi saw damage numbers in the hundreds of billions appear above their heads. A flash of white light swept through, and countless weapon masters vanished from the Wolf Clan's formation. Seeing this outcome, even the Wolf Clan's commander was left speechless. How were they supposed to fight like this? When attacking monsters, they couldn't withstand Yi's path-clearing skills. When attacking Yi, this demon, he didn't even move. The counterattack alone was enough to wipe out the attackers. This isn't fair. Why does the dungeon gate allow such a powerful being to enter the beginner's battlefield? Damn it, I curse you, I curse all of you Blue Star humans to never. A flame prison skill slammed down, and he instantly obliterated the commander in a sea of fire. Since they were all mortal enemies fighting to the death, what the hell was the point of fairness? For Yi, the only truly fair outcome was the extinction of all other races, with only the Blue Star humans surviving. Please, spare us. Spare our lives, and we'll obey the Blue Star humans' commands. We're willing to sign a racial vassalage contract, please, my lord, have mercy on us. Suddenly, a term unfamiliar to Yi was uttered. Just as he was about to ask about it, he realized the man had already been reduced to ashes by the skill he cast, presented by the legendary author Diingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. Seeing the man who had just shouted turn to ashes in an instant under his skill, Yi was filled with deep regret. However, his gaze immediately fell on the weapon master of the Wolf Clan, who still had more than half his health remaining. Yi halted his skill, his figure plummeting rapidly before he instantly hovered atop the fortress's highest level, shielded by his archmage shield. Does anyone know what that racial affiliation contract the guy just mentioned actually is? Since he was able to shout it out at the most critical moment of his life, it must have been something that, in his mind, could save his life. Yi had always been very curious about such strange things. Looking at the sea of terrified, hairy faces before him, Yi waited a long time but didn't get the answer he needed. Could it be that these guys didn't know? This is your last chance to live. If no one knows. My lord, wait. I know. Just as Yi raised his staff, preparing to wipe them all out, a shout suddenly rang out from the city walls below. Then a particularly burly member of the wolf tribe came running over, panting heavily as he begged Yi for mercy. My lord, spare our people. We are willing to worship you as the god of the wolf tribe, become your vassal race, and in the future, we will be your most loyal followers. Followers? Hearing that word, Yi immediately thought of the novels he'd read online in his previous life. Any god would possess their own divine realm and followers. He wondered if this world was the same. Narrowing his eyes as he looked at the wolf tribesman bowing before him, Yi waved his staff toward the base of the fortress. A wall of wind blades then flashed across the entire canyon, leaving a trail of severed limbs in its wake. This scene, which could only be described as a divine miracle, caused most of the Wolf Clan's weapon masters to immediately drop to their knees and bow deeply before Yi. Alright, now that those nuisances are out of the way, you should explain what you mean by a vassal race. If you fail to satisfy me, then I won't hesitate to wipe all of you from the face of this world. After all, strictly speaking, aren't we mortal enemies? Although Yi's face was radiant with a smile and his tone was gentle and calm, every member of the Wolf Clan who heard these words felt a chill rise from the depths of their souls. Although they had lost some of their numbers while fighting the monster horde, there were still millions of them remaining at this very moment. Yet this man before them, bearing the title of God Slayer, was actually threatening to wipe them out entirely at the drop of a hat. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as a butcher who dared to strike even at the gods. My lord, I am a brew. I will tell you everything without holding anything back. I humbly report, Your Excellency, that so-called vassal races are those who, under the verification of the dungeon gate, swear allegiance to one party with their very lives and become vassals. If the accepting party were to become a god in the future, then all vassal races would become believers within the divine realm of that deity. My lord, ascending to godhood isn't simply a matter of reaching a high enough level. During the ascension trial, one must fuse health and mana into divine power and reach the minimum threshold for divine power before successfully ascending to godhood. What did you say? Hearing this, wolf tribesman named Abreu reveal the inner workings of ascending to godhood, Yi's eyes lit up. Wow, the secrets of ascending to the divine rank, not to mention him, but I suspect even all of Blue Star's humanity only has a superficial understanding of it. How do you know the secrets of ascending to the divine rank? He fixed his gaze intently on the other man, trying to determine whether this fellow named Abreu was telling the truth or not. My lord, our wolf clan was not originally skilled in combat, we simply possess a unique talent for alchemy. Since joining the dungeon world 2000 years ago, we've forged alliances with many high-ranking factions thanks to our achievements in alchemy. We were lucky back then. The Star Domain tournament was held once every 100 years, and using our alchemical resources, we happened to trade with the nature elves for a pass. What is a pass? Hearing yet another term he didn't recognize, Yi couldn't help but interrupt and ask. He then sensed that the wolf clan was looking at him with somewhat strange expressions. Without saying a word, Yi watched as the monster horde below surged toward the fortress once more, and with a single sweep, unleashed a wall of explosive windblade skills. Instantly, all those strange glances turned to fear and admiration. My lord, the so-called exemption token grants an exemption from participating in the Star Domain tournament once. Seeing Yi's actions, Abreu hurriedly explained the exemption token in the briefest terms possible. He was afraid that if he spoke even a moment too slowly, that wall of light would strike his own clan members. Continue. Although he was inwardly astonished that such a peculiar item existed within Dungeon Gate, Yi's expression remained impassive as he gestured to Abreu to continue. Once our clan learned of the existence of the exemption token, we mobilized the entire clan's resources to vigorously train high-level alchemists, and then continuously traded for exemption tokens from other races. So, even though the Wolf Clan has been part of the Dungeon Gate for over 2,000 years, we've actually never participated in a single Star Domain tournament. If it weren't for the Dungeon Gate specifically stating that this was a trial for newcomers, and if our clan hadn't entered merely to test the waters, I'm afraid. Hearing this answer, Yi was taken aback for a moment. So, the fact that he'd run into the Wolf Clan was most likely due to his own good luck and their bad luck, right? Tell me about becoming a god. Regardless of whether what the other party was saying was true or false, Yi hadn't forgotten that gathering intelligence was his top priority. My lord, according to what we've gathered from other races, to advance to god, one must fuse all their health and mana into divine power. If the resulting divine power meets the minimum advancement requirements, one will be promoted to God; if not, the advancement will fail. As for the consequences of failure, they range from demotion to annihilation. The severity of the punishment depends on the gap in divine power. As for the specific process and details of the ascension, these are closely guarded secrets of each race, so we can't obtain any more concrete information. Hearing Abreu's words, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Then do you know how the conversion rate for divine power is calculated, and what the minimum requirement for ascending to God is? Presented by the great god Giengzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. Hearing Yi's question, Abreu didn't hesitate and shared what he knew. Regarding the conversion of divine power, after experience points and health are fused, 100 million points will be converted into a wisp of divine power. And the minimum requirement for ascending to the God tier is a wisp of divine power. The glow of the law goddess shield shone on Yi's face, making the strange expression there seem less conspicuous. His voice rang out softly from above the crowd. Then could you tell me where the greatest difficulty lies in ascending to the rank of God? My lord, according to Dungeon World's leveling rules, although different classes have different focuses, their basic attributes are generally similar. Tier 1 grants 20 attribute points per level, Tier 2 40, Tier 3 80, and so on, up to Tier 9 the pinnacle at level 200, where even the most common classes max out at just over 80 million points. Even if there are occasional hidden classes, they may not necessarily be able to allocate points to spirit and stamina. So, all things considered, 90 million points is a barrier as insurmountable as a chasm. So, just in terms of converting divine power alone, this has already blocked the path for everyone. Those high-tier races that have been in the dungeon world the longest, though they have high total health and high mana caps, their leveling process is simply far too slow. For example, I know of an elder from a dragon clan who, over the course of 100 years, has gained less than 10% of the experience required for a single level, of veritable disaster. As a result, those who level up easily cannot reach the requirements for godhood, while those who meet the requirements are held back by the slow leveling process and cannot reach the promotion threshold. This is why, even though the Dungeon Gate has existed for thousands of years, not a single race has produced a god. Well, of course, there's also a rumor. As if something had just occurred to him, Abreu's face suddenly turned pale with fear, and he began to stammer. What kind of rumor is it? What are you so afraid of? Hearing Yi's stern voice, Abreu suddenly realized that speaking up might invite disaster, but if he remained silent, he might never see the sunrise back home again. Without further hesitation, he revealed the secret he knew. Rumor has it that outstanding geniuses have appeared during this period, but they were all wiped out by certain entities before they could prepare for the advancement trials. What did you say? Hearing Abreu's words, Yi's eyes widened instantly. Those goddamn gods? This time, it was Abreu's turn to widen his eyes, staring at Yi in horror. He hadn't even dared to use that title, yet the man standing before him had just referred to the gods as goddamn? Was a god slayer really this brazen? This wasn't some big shot, he was more like a plague god. And a plague god capable of hunting down even gods. Completely stunned by Yi's words, Abreu could only nod blankly, too afraid to say a word. Oof. With a dismissive snort, Yi offered his assessment without a care in the world. It must be the work of some shady characters. Some gods, though not particularly powerful, still have some sense of dignity. They wouldn't do something so shameless. After listening to all these secrets for so long, Yi hadn't only failed to understand the inner workings of the Dungeon Gate, he'd actually become even more confused. After all, he was currently only at Tier 3, level 55. He hadn't even set foot in the mid-tier yet. Yet his stats had already far surpassed the threshold for ascending to God tier that Abreu had mentioned by who knows how many levels. Level, LV 55200715000002569300000000. Health, 1353220000000. Mana, 135,322,000,000. Stamina 123,020,000 1100% strength 123,020,000 1100% agility 123,020,000 1100% spirit 123,020,000 1100%. Even without the boost from the God Slayer title, his current health and mana had both reached over 10 billion points. Could it be that he had entered a fake dungeon world? What level are you now? Pretending to be nonchalant, Yi asked a very personal question. After all, in the dungeon world, discussing levels and stats is an absolute taboo. They concern one's very life and the foundation of survival. Not only would outsiders never be told, but even close relatives rarely reveal such information. However, with his life in someone else's hands, Abreu's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not refuse. I am currently at Tier 6, level 137. Then tell me your stamina and spirit attributes, how many points each? Paying no heed to Abreu's expression, you went straight to asking for his most closely guarded statistics. Glancing at his clan members around him, who were pretending to look down, Abreu relented with a resigned expression and revealed his 2 stats. My stamina is slightly lower at 47,320 points, and my spirit is 53,450 points. That low. Although he knew the other person's stats would certainly be lower than his own, upon hearing the numbers Abreu reported, he blurted out his surprised objection. Immediately, he saw a look of defeat spread across Abreu's face. He awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose, realizing his behavior had been a bit out of line. However, he couldn't quite bring himself to apologize, so he quickly changed the subject and began asking questions. By the way, you still haven't told me how you found out about this Dacian secret. I can't believe that something involving a god has become common knowledge among your people. My lord, my grandfather Amoku is the Grand Elder of the Wolf Clan. I am the eldest grandson of our family and the current deputy commander of the fortress, so... Upon hearing Abreu's words, Yi nodded in immediate understanding. A high-ranking official? A second-generation heir? No wonder he values his life so much. So tell me, how does one sign a vassal race contract? I don't have anything like that. Although he had already gathered a great deal of the information he needed, it was clear that for someone of such high standing, he was far more valuable alive than dead. Moreover, Yi was extremely curious about that vassal race contract. I happen to have a contract scroll here. Signing the contract is very simple. As long as you, my lord, bind the scroll to yourself, we will sign our true names on it. Then, under the witness of the dungeon gate, our lives will be entirely under your control. Hearing that Yi had finally broached the most critical issue, Abreu hurriedly pulled out a scroll, cradling it in both hands as he handed it to Yi. Confident in his skills, Yi wasn't afraid of any tricks the other might pull, so he simply took the scroll. Even regarding the information the other had mentioned, Yi remained somewhat skeptical. The moment Yi Lin picked up the scroll, its details instantly appeared before him. Follower scroll. Provided by Dashing Yingzi's everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. Follower scroll. Type, contract. Status, ownerless. Description: after sealing the bond with a drop of blood and under the witness of Dungeon Gate, anyone who inscribes their true name on this scroll will become a subordinate race of the scroll's master, and everything will be under the master's control. This simple yet blunt description instantly made the scroll's powerful capabilities crystal clear. Having roamed the dungeon world for half a year, Yi had gained some understanding of everyday knowledge, even though he rarely interacted with the outside world. The more unique an item or piece of equipment is, the more concise and straightforward its description tends to be. Conversely, it's the lower-tier items that list a long series of restrictions in great detail. The same applies to skills. The fewer the restrictions, the higher the growth potential. Those with many restrictions, on the other hand, have little room for improvement. Upon seeing this scroll named Favors, Yi didn't hesitate. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Under the gaze of millions, the scroll emitted a dazzling golden purple glow, then slowly floated into the air, gradually unfurling to reveal the intricate magical patterns within. The reason no specific tier is mentioned is that the scroll's tier is entirely determined by the strength of the one who claims it. If a Tier 1 individual claims it, the scroll's binding power will be extremely weak, and it can be easily broken using certain methods. If a Tier 9 powerhouse claims it, it would take at least a god to nullify the contract's binding power. Of course, every action comes at a cost. After all, this is a contract witnessed by the Dungeon Gate. But no matter how great the cost, what is it compared to one's life and freedom? Not to mention that the ones about to sign the contract with ye will be millions of the younger generation of the Wolf Clan. The reason Abreu didn't explain this back then was to leave a way out for himself and his fellow clan members. But the moment he saw the light emanating from the scroll, his face instantly turned ashen, and his vitality and spirit withered away. According to what he knew, the 4 types of binding light, white, red, gold, and purple, corresponded to low tier, mid tier, high tier, and God, respectively. And now, during Ye's binding process, the light emanating from the scroll was actually gold purple. How could this be? Could it be that this god slayer before him had already reached the level of a demigod? Although no one knew Ye's exact background, given that he had still been hanging around the newbie zone just a few months ago, and that his second god-slaying feat occurred during the Tier 2 advancement trial, it was a fact universally acknowledged throughout Dungeon World that Ye's current strength did not exceed Tier 4. But were there even any Tier 4 gods in this world? For a split second, Abreu had the illusion that his entire worldview was crumbling. Could there be secrets within the dungeon world that even his wolf clan had never encountered? Now, that was the only explanation left in Abreu's mind. After all, in his understanding, the scrolls produced by the dungeon world were absolutely infallible. So the only thing that could possibly be wrong was the knowledge they possessed. Alright, now it's your turn. Looking at Abreu, whose face was darkened by despair, he assumed he was simply fearful of the fate that lay ahead and didn't give it a second thought. Feeling that all paths forward were cut off, Abreu no longer had any desire to struggle. He immediately posted a message in the zone chat panel, then began communicating with the scroll floating in the air through his consciousness. Seeing Abreu's actions, nearly 8 million Wolf Clan members throughout the fortress began to mentally touch the scroll. Congratulations on acquiring affiliated race number 7,963,412. Congratulations on becoming the first weapon master in Dungeon World to possess an affiliated race. Rewards will be distributed after the first battlefield simulation concludes. Looking at the message on the panel, he began to question the meaning of life. He was the first weapon master to possess a subordinate race? Abreu, has no one ever possessed a subordinate race before? Hearing Ye's question, a wry smile flashed across Abreu's face. Honored Master, a single vassal scroll costs as much as 10 pieces of S-rank equipment. If it's just to accept a small number of subordinate races, it's simply not worth the cost. But if the numbers were large, aside from my lord, I truly cannot think of anyone else with the strength and fortune to make millions of members of a race willingly submit. Moreover, if only a portion of a race were to pledge allegiance, the remaining majority would become the Lord's worst nightmare. Abreu simply couldn't imagine anyone other than ye daring to face the relentless pursuit of an entire race alone. Understanding the implication behind Abreu's words, ye immediately replied with a chuckle. So, in your opinion, do you think I wouldn't fear your race's all-out pursuit? After a moment's thought, Abreu didn't answer this trap question but instead asked ye in return. So, my lord, would you be afraid? He hadn't expected that after Abreu had become one of their own, his boldness would actually grow considerably. Hearing Abreu's counter question, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, never mind your wolf clan. Even if every race in the entire dungeon world were to unite against me, what would I have to fear? Although these words were so arrogant they practically begged to be punched, when combined with the miracles ye had performed in the past and the godlike power he had previously demonstrated. Neither Abreu nor the other members of the Wolf Clan uttered a word. They simply tacitly accepted ye as showboating. What could they do? After all, this guy's power was just that insanely strong. I'm sure my grandfather, were he here, would make the same choice as I have. Our experiences in Dungeon World have taught us one truth: survival is the only pursuit in this world. Hearing words that echoed his own feelings, ye no longer found Abreu's choice so hard to understand. Drifting over to Abreu's side and patting him on the shoulder, ye suddenly felt that these dog-headed people weren't so ugly after all. At the very least, even though these guys were a bit timid, their words were pleasant to hear. Don't dwell too much on today's choice, because in the near future, you'll feel infinite pride in the decision you made today. You, the Wolf Clan, will take pride in being the first to rally under my banner. When I've fully risen to power in the future, those races who wish to follow me won't be accepted so easily. Although he had become the master of his own future, for some reason, Abreu couldn't help but feel that his master's words were a bit infuriating. Alright, I'm done with you guys. Next, I've got to head over to the other side. Can't be helped, it's your fault for splitting Blue Star Fortress into left and right. You've provided the masterpiece mysterious shadow by the great god, my weapon can grow infinitely. Watching Yi slice through the sky and vanish, Abreu's eyes flickered, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He didn't know whether the choice he made today was right or wrong. Who knows? Perhaps one day in the future, just as Yi had said, the Wolf Clan would take pride in being the first to become his followers. After all, among all the races, this was the only being to hold the title of God Slayer. Passing by the Blue Star Fortress, Yi saw that the defenses remained solid, so he didn't linger. Instead, he flew directly across the canyon toward the other side. He had no intention of clearing out the entire canyon. Relying on a single individual for a race's strength was certainly not a sustainable path. Without enduring hardships and trials, the younger generation simply cannot grow. Moreover, no one knows what tricks the dungeon gate will pull once the monster horde is over. If another trial were to arise, wouldn't all the enmity he stirred up have been for nothing? Not every race is as pragmatic as the Wolf Clan. Yi soon got a first-hand look at what it means to be stubborn. Watching the races on the left side of the fortress battling the monsters, Yi was left speechless. Earlier, he encountered a group of dog-headed people, but this was even stranger. They didn't even have human forms anymore, they were literally just a bunch of tree stumps. These stump-like creatures ranged from 3 zhang to 3 meters in size. Those in melee combat extended long branches to strangle the monsters, while those in ranged combat fired countless tree seeds glowing with a faint light, which took root directly in the monsters' bodies and instantly grew into saplings. The parasitized monsters were instantly transformed into nutrients and vanished into thin air. Fortunately, each stump-like creature could only emit a limited number of these seeds, no more than 10 at most. Otherwise, a single one standing in the canyon would create an invincible, impregnable barrier that no force could breach. Armed with the experience points from his previous encounter, Yi didn't waste any words this time. He first used a skill to clear out all the monsters in the canyon, then slowly floated down in front of the fortress. Facing the faces growing from the tree stumps, Yi cut straight to the chase and stated his intentions. My name is Yi, from Blue Star, and my title is Godslayer. Now, I hope you will submit to my command and become my vassal race. What do you say? Even though Yi had encountered countless species and monsters, facing these faces growing out of tree stumps still gave him the creeps. Especially those pitch-black eyes, staring intently at Yi's face for a moment, he even wondered if his attire was inappropriate. God Slayer? We've heard of you. The tallest and thickest tree stump suddenly spoke, addressing Yi. Having found the one in charge, Yi was overjoyed and immediately flew slowly toward him. May I ask your name, sir? And what race are you? Since they were all going to be on the same side in the future, Yi didn't mind showing a bit of courtesy and friendliness. We are the primordial treefolk. I am Elder Harry Moo. Oh, Elder Harry Moo, I'm sure you've seen my strength by now. So, what do you think? Although I don't know what the next stage of the battlefield simulation will entail, I can guarantee that if you become my vassal race, you'll pass the test 100%. This was Yi's first encounter with a plant-based race, and he found it quite intriguing. Even if, by Yi's standards, they were admittedly a bit ugly. But where was this, anyway? Dungeon World, a place where strength is the only criterion for survival. You despicable creatures. To dare enslave us, the primordial treants, this is unforgivable. Just as Yi was reveling in his thoughts and feeling elated, a treant standing almost as tall as Harry M. at his side let out a shrill, piercing roar. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yi's expression turned serious. Although he had developed a keen interest in subordinate races because of the Wolf Clan, he mustn't forget what his original objective was: to eliminate all races in the vicinity that posed a threat to the humans of Blue Star. So, is this Elder Harry Moo's intention? Ignoring the tree man who stood at the ready, brimming with righteous indignation, Yi turned his gaze toward Harry Moo. The fact that he was the first to speak to Yi meant he must hold a pivotal position within his race. Yi held great respect for the right to exist of all races. The culture he inherited from his past life as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor had instilled a deep-seated belief within him. That belief was that once someone became one of his own, regardless of their race, they should be treated fairly and justly. Unfortunately, Yi had forgotten that there was a prerequisite for this. That prerequisite was that everyone must belong to the same species and share the same values regarding survival. God Slayer, you'd better step aside. We, the primordial treefolk, have been members of Dungeon World since its very inception. The power of high-tier races is something you latecomers could never possibly comprehend. Ha ha. Hearing the other S words, Yi laughed. So, after all this time, he finally encountered a race of pioneers. Yi knew right away that this encounter might not end well. To have weathered the storms of Dungeon World for thousands of years, their will to survive was certainly not something a mere God Slayer title could shake. So far, the other party hadn't directly attacked him. He assumed it was because he was the first to earn the title of God Slayer. Yi smacked his lips, feeling a bit disappointed. So, in the end, it really had to come down to brute force? After all that talk, it boils down to might makes right, doesn't it? He stopped holding back his emotions, his face once again taking on his usual brazen, unrestrained expression. But it was the other side that struck first. The treant standing beside Harry M instantly extended long branches from its two arms. With a piercing whistle that tore through the air, they lashed out toward Yi. Bang! After the loud crack of the impact, the multicolored archmage shield didn't even flinch. Instead, a massive damage number instantly appeared above the treant's head. 405966000000. A damage value exceeding 400 billion appeared before all the primordial treants. Immediately, without Yi even lifting a finger, the treant that had attacked disintegrated into a cloud of dust, scattering into the wind. No. Lime, no. No. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Harry Moo opened his wide mouth and let out a low, piercing roar. Even from his pitch-black eyes, two streams of green liquid flowed down. You provided the great goddess mysterious shadowess for all the people. My weapon can grow infinitely. You're doomed. You must die and the blue star will cease to exist. Gazing in agony at the now empty space beside him, Harry Moo spun around abruptly and roared at Yi. Dozens of seeds glowing with white light emerged from Harry Moo's body and drifted toward Yi. At the same time, countless treants all around him either lashed out at Yi with slender branches or released seeds that hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Observing their movements, Yi simply watched with curiosity, making no immediate move. He was still very curious about the treant's miraculous techniques. As for whether he might get hurt, that was completely out of the question. If he had to play his life-saving trump card on this battlefield full of newbies, he might as well just call it a night early, forget about any of that bullshit god nonsense. It was clear that this group of ugly-looking creatures had been enraged by the treant's death. That guy must have had some kind of remarkable status, right? He pondered this uncertainly for a moment, then cast the speculation aside and focused his attention on the tree seeds falling toward him. Countless tree seeds, each emitting a faint glow, flew toward Yi like raindrops floating in the heavens, defying the laws of gravity. When you expect nothing to go wrong, that's usually when something does. But this time, nothing quite went as expected. Countless tree seeds, seemingly slow but actually incredibly swift, landed on the Archmage's shield, each erupting in a dazzling burst of sparks before vanishing into thin air in an instant. What surprised Yi, however, was that the treants who had fired the seeds didn't suffer even the slightest damage in return. What was going on? Faced with this bizarre scene, Yi was utterly astonished. Could it be that the attack failed to trigger any backlash? Just then, countless branches lashed against the magical shield. Crack, 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 crack. A dense barrage of cracking sounds suddenly rang out, striking the Archmage's shield like a raging storm. 405966000000. 405966000000. 405966000000. This time, there were no surprises. Every branch that touched the magic goddess shield instantly turned to ash, and all the Traiants that had launched the attack vanished into thin air as massive damage numbers flashed one after another. Whoa, this attack is pretty interesting. Yi had immense confidence in his god-tier mage shield. But today, he had actually encountered an attack capable of evading the shield's counterattack effect, and a deep curiosity welled up within him. But that was all there was to it. Looking down at the monster horde, whose ranks had thinned considerably, Yi no longer harbored any hope of continuing negotiations with them. With a swing of his staff, a vast and imposing cage composed of thick pillars of fire descended directly upon the Traiants. Boom! The moment it landed, Yi triggered the explosive effect of the flame prison skill. The countless Traiants that had been holding off the monster horde on the city walls just moments ago were instantly obliterated. Looking at the city walls, now completely cleared of enemies within the attack's range, Yi felt a twinge of regret. He still hadn't discovered any skills with splash damage properties. While the power was growing stronger, once the range was fixed, the damage output was inevitably somewhat limited. It seemed the path to improving his strength was long and arduous. While constantly reflecting on his gains and losses in future direction, Yi's hands didn't pause for a moment. Since there was no longer any possibility of negotiation, he had no choice but to wipe them out completely. Starting from the lowest level of the city walls, Yi carried out a full-scale bombardment, clearing one section after another. No! You damn bug, we, the primordial treefolk, will never. Boom! With a casual cast of the flame prison skill, he instantly eliminated Harry Moo, who had been screaming incessantly. Finally, some peace and quiet. Fully satisfied, Yi then continued his sweeping campaign. Ah damn God Slayer, the elders of our primordial treefolk clan will surely avenge us. Fellow treefolk, kill him. We must kill this butcher. Death is merely a new cycle of reincarnation. We will be reborn on our ancestral lands of the primordial, but the demon must never be forgiven. Kill him. Kill him. Right, even if we all die here today, we'll drag him down with us. Together? Yi smirked dismissively. You guys are just dreaming. Faced with the dying fury of a horde of treefolk, Yi felt not a flicker of emotion. Back in the Ascension Tower, he'd spent 2 whole days grinding monsters. He'd already gotten it all out of his system. Although there had been blood and gore flying everywhere seen straight out of hell the moment he saw the stats panel, he felt as if he'd stepped out of the scene. This sensation of being halfway real and halfway in a game had left Yi somewhat numb to the cycle of life and death. Back when he was on Blue Star, he still had a sense of the real world. But ever since awakening his soul weapon and stepping into the dungeon world, he'd always had a feeling of unreality. It was as if the dungeon gate were a massive game launcher. And entering the dungeon world was nothing more than an immersive role-playing experience. In Yi's eyes, the existence of life was nothing more than piles of data. I'm straying further and further down the path of depravity. While lamenting his own cold-hearted mindset, the skills in his hands continued to be unleashed without mercy. Now Yi could understand why so many people, even after becoming much stronger, still tended to avoid dungeon world and would spend a great deal of time returning to Blue Star every so often to recuperate. Similarly, there were many who disregarded the laws of the Blue Star Alliance and used soul weapons in the real world. The result, of course, was being eliminated on the spot by the authorities. All of this stems from a failure to reshape one's worldview and inability to distinguish between reality and illusion, which leads to these dire consequences. If one overcomes that psychological hurdle, they will grow into a high-tier being. If, however, they fail to surmount that psychological barrier, they will likely be stuck wandering in the mid-tier for the rest of their lives. It's not that they're unable to level up, but rather that they develop a sense of aversion toward the dungeon world. Such individuals subconsciously resist entering the dungeon world and resist killing in severe cases. They even develop a misanthropic mindset. Wandering all day in a hell of blood and gore, how could you not go mad? After half a day, once the monster horde had finally come to a halt, he had finally wiped out every primordial Traiant. Half a day's hard work had paid off handsomely. He had crossed the threshold into level 56, and in terms of skills, both the Flame Prison skill and the Ice Domain skill had reached the level 999 cap, following in the footsteps of the Explosive Windblade skill. Name, Yi. Title, God Slayer. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. With a calm expression, he opened his stats panel. Looking at his skills which had reached their maximum level, he suddenly felt it was time to acquire a few new ones. Name, Yi. Title, God Slayer. Level, LV 56 135,385,390,000,000. Soul Weapon, chosen by the gods, God Slaying Staff Infinite Growth Limited Edition. Health, 20298300000. Mana, 20,298,300,000. Stamina 18,453,001,100%. Strength 18,453,001,100%. Agility 18,453,001,100%. Spirit 18,453,001,100%. Skill 1, Flame Prison Skill plus 999. Tier 2. Description: casts a spell to form a cage with a 999 square range, dealing initial damage equal to strength 99 to the immobilized target. Passive critical hit: damage dealt by this skill has a 10% chance to trigger a critical hit, with a random multiplier ranging from 5x to 10x. Active Burning continuously consumes mana, dealing spirit 99 damage per second to trapped targets. Active Explosion detonates the cage, dealing 9 times the attribute bonus damage to trapped targets. Attribute bonus, Spirit 99. Skill 2, Explosive Wind Blade Skill plus 999. Tier 1. Description: releases a certain number of wind blades. Deals strength 99 damage to all targets within a 999 square area. Active Splash: after hitting a target, the wind blades have a 50% chance to instantly explode, dealing repeated damage to selected targets within the area. Attribute bonus, Spirit 99. Skill 3, Hymn of Life. Skill 9, Ice Domain Skill plus 999. Tier 2. Description: inflicts initial damage equal to strength 99 on targets within a 999 square area. Passive Frostbound has a 30% chance to trap the target in ice, causing them to take continuous damage equal to Spirit 99. Attribute bonus, Spirit 99. Glancing at the now deserted fortress, he leapt into the air and raced toward the Blue Star Fortress on the opposite side. Although the system alert hadn't sounded yet, he estimated that before the second wave arrived, the time allotted for each race to rest would definitely not be very long, but it wouldn't be too short either. After all, this scenario was designed to train new players, not to force them to die. Whoosh! Leaving a trail of sonic booms and rings of water vapor in the air, he suddenly appeared right in front of the Blue Star Fortress. He slowly descended toward Muhan. Alright, one from each side. I directly recruited the Wolf Clan member as a vassal race, and as for that so-called primordial treefolk, I took him out right away. What? Muhan, who had been envying Yi's ability to fly just moments ago, heard this and felt his legs go weak. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What are you doing? No need to bow down, you don't have to pay me such deep respects. Seeing Muhan's reaction, he gained a new perspective on these two races. Although, in his own view, there wasn't really much difference between them. What did you just say? Seeing Muhan's wide-eyed stare, he finally took the matter seriously. Could it be that these two races were actually something extraordinary? Oh, one was from the Wolf Clan, dog-headed people, and the other was a primordial treant, which is basically just a wooden stump. Hearing Yi's spot-on yet incredibly crude description, Muhan nearly spat blood. He looked at Yi with a slightly dazed expression. Such a powerful expert was indeed useful. Any problem in his hands could be solved. But at the same time, when it came to causing trouble, he was absolutely ruthless. He'd offend anyone. The Wolf Clan is one of the races with the widest network of connections and the most extensive trade routes among all races. Their potions are sold across nearly half of Dungeon World. Even for our Blue Star's mid and high-tier potions, at least 80% are supplied by them. As for the primordial treants, they're a subspecies of the elven treants. They're named primordial treants because they named their ancestral homeland primordial. Their most powerful ability is life cultivation, which allows them to conjure saplings that automatically attack enemies. What's particularly dangerous is that once these saplings detach, they become independent entities. As long as the target doesn't quickly escape their sensory range, they'll pursue it almost indefinitely. Even more terrifying is that when a sapling comes into contact with an object, it instantly grows into a small sapling and immediately drains all the essence from the host. It can be said that the Taichu tree people are one of the few purely offensive races within the plant element. Man, the enemy's blue star is facing this time are more powerful than anything we've ever encountered. Faced with this undeniable reality, Muhan didn't blame anyone or shift the blame. He simply analyzed the situation for Yi before letting out a series of deep sighs. Even so, Muhan was stunned by Yi's immense power. Once the battle began, the number of participants would certainly be substantial. Just look at Blue Star as a reference. Yet, in such a short time, Yi had wiped out 2 entire races. He was practically a watered-down version of a god. Even if the Wolf clan wasn't particularly skilled in combat, the primordial tree people were undeniably a race of true powerhouses. As soon as he saw Muhan's expression, Yi knew the guy had been so terrified by the names of the 2 races that he hadn't even heard what he said. Have you ever heard of vassal races? Vassal races? What's that? Prisoners? Not knowing why Yi had suddenly brought up such an unfamiliar term, Muhan froze for a moment, but he didn't have time to dwell on his frustration. According to the Wolf clan, a so-called vassal race is a race that has pledged allegiance to a specific individual. Oh, you probably didn't hear me clearly just now. I wiped out every last one of the primordial Treants, but millions of the Wolf clan survived at the cost of becoming my vassal race and signing a vassal contract. What? Is that even a thing? Hearing Yi's explanation, Muhan felt he'd been shocked more today than in his entire life. You really haven't heard of this? Yi looked at Muhan in puzzlement. After all, the Mu family was a traditional military clan within the Great Xia faction. Surely they'd have access to some inside information unknown to others? One glance at Yi's expression was enough to understand what he was thinking. Muhan sighed, his expression one of utter helplessness, and began to explain to Yi. Don't assume that just because Blue Star has been part of the Dungeon Gate for 3,000 years, we possess any real strength. In fact, to those powerful races that joined the Dungeon Gate thousands of years ago, we on Blue Star are nothing more than infants who haven't even learned to walk yet. Forget about secrets, we don't even have access to basic knowledge about the higher tiers right now. And after a moment's hesitation, Muhan glanced at Yi, his expression instantly hardening once more. And Blue Star itself isn't as wonderful as the outside world makes it out to be. In fact, the conflict between the East and West has never stopped. Are you sure you know what you're talking about? You provided the top author Yingzi's for all, my weapon can grow infinitely. Are you sure you know what you're saying? Yi looked at Muhan with a mix of surprise and shock, his expression one of utter astonishment. Man, what the hell is all this nonsense? I've even traveled through time, and I still can't escape these annoying problems? In response to Yi's shock, Muhan simply spread his arms in a gesture of resignation. I admit, there are some high-tier beings for whom the safety of Blue Star is their top priority. And most of these people are the veterans who became weapon masters back when the Dungeon Gate first transformed Blue Star. During Blue Star's most dangerous era, they were the ones who felt the crisis facing humanity most deeply. Most of them are devoted to Blue Star, whether from the East or the West. Unfortunately, once Blue Star had weathered its most perilous period, some of them grew restless. Especially certain populists, they actually conspired to launch some divine revelation plan, intending to give the West complete control over the Blue Star Alliance. Originally, with those high-tier beings keeping things in check, the situation was relatively stable. But the destiny points you obtained completely shifted that balance. Those old veterans were all busy striving to reach the god tier, and then the era of when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king set in. Haven't you noticed that after the Blue Star Alliance confirmed me as the sole commander-in-chief this time, there are hardly any Westerners among the new weapon masters who joined? Muhan's words finally brought this to Yi's attention. Had he not mentioned it, Yi wouldn't have really noticed, but now, among the nearly 10 million people in the fortress, a staggering 99% were Easterners. What infuriated Yi the most was that the destiny points he'd worked so hard to earn for Blue Star had actually become the spark that disrupted the internal balance. Are you blaming me for this? Seeing Yi's expression darken, Muhan knew he'd said the wrong thing and immediately rushed to make amends. It's not a matter of blaming you at all, I'm just helping you analyze the situation. Even without you, it wouldn't have taken long for this situation to arise once the destiny points rose. The root cause lies simply in differences in culture and beliefs. Although Muhan tried to smooth things over, Yi's mood didn't improve. To be honest, even after being transported to this world for over 3 years, he still couldn't find a sense of belonging here. The same skin color, the same eyes, the same language. Yet Yi couldn't find a single familiar feeling. Without a sense of belonging, Yi naturally spoke without holding back. Just as you said, Blue Star doesn't even understand certain high-tier concepts. So what gives you the confidence to claim Blue Star is temporarily safe? What do you mean by having weathered the most dangerous era? Is Blue Star safe now? Let me tell you, according to the intelligence I've received, the danger has only just begun throughout the entire dungeon world. What kind of danger is this in a world where even God hasn't made an appearance yet? Moreover, anyone attempting to break through to the God tier must expend destiny points. Especially those who failed but survived, they've essentially wasted their destiny points for nothing. Hearing such shocking news so suddenly, Muhan stood there frozen in place for a moment, completely at a loss for words. This news was simply too astonishing. After all, so many people had rushed headlong into the God tier trial grounds without even knowing they'd have to expend destiny points, which is why they'd all charged in with such ferocity back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a gaping void of top-tier strength among the Blue Star Alliance's high-ranking officials. However, Yi, whose heart was now ablaze with rage, had absolutely no interest in dealing with the Blue Star Alliance's internal squabbles. Please go tell the high-ranking officials of the Blue Star Alliance, whether they're from the West or the East. Make those bigwigs understand one fact: Blue Star needs me, not the other way around. I have fully repaid Blue Star for its nurturing grace and then some. So if those good-for-nothings dare to provoke me again, forget about the dungeon world. Even right here on Blue Star itself, I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if even one of them dared to confront a god head-on. Congratulations to all races that have held the fortress. You will now face the second trial. Next, the various races will face off against one another. The winning side will have their rewards doubled, while the losing side will have their rewards from the first stage revoked. Nature Elves vs. Nine-tailed Black Foxes. Dragons vs. Fire Rock Giants. Blue Star Humans vs. Primordial Treants. Wolves vs. Giant Lynxes. The duels will begin in half an hour. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew tense, a system notification suddenly appeared. Seeing that, as expected, Dungeon Gate had begun pitting the victors against one another, Yi shrugged indifferently. Alright, I've wiped out all the Primordial Treants. Blue Star is safe for now, so I'm off to check on my subordinate races. After speaking, Yi didn't even give Muhan a chance to respond. He soared into the air and flew upward. Looking at the layer upon layer of city walls and the countless faces upon them, Yi suddenly felt a sense of boredom wash over him. Just as he turned around, preparing to head straight for the Wolf Clan's fortress, he suddenly spun back to look at the crowd on the topmost level. That was... Unable to believe his eyes, Yi blinked and took another look to confirm. That slender figure, which stood out strikingly even amidst the crowd, was incredibly familiar to Yi. Even though she was shrouded in a white veil, Yi recognized her instantly. That overwhelming sense of familiarity left him absolutely certain of her identity. The former campus queen of Lon City Academy, the only classmate Yi had ever really gotten along with. Cherry. As Yi's figure drifted slowly toward them, radiating an intense aura of menace, everyone instinctively stepped back. In an instant, Cherry, who had been standing motionless, was revealed. A long, pale yellow dress perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. A white veil added a touch of mystery to her fair, delicate features. The exquisite dagger gripped in her right hand, its blade glinting subtly, unconsciously signaling her immense power to onlookers. Long time no see, old classmate. You felt a deep sense of poignancy welling up inside him. He never imagined their reunion would take place on a battlefield. Long time no see. She never imagined that the powerful figure who had previously captivated everyone's attention and radiated such dazzling brilliance was none other than Yi, the one she'd been thinking of all along. A charming smile flitted across Cherry's cheeks, and her large, joyful eyes instantly narrowed into two heart-fluttering crescents. You provided the top-tier author, mysterious shadow. As for all, my weapon can grow infinitely. Old man Xia told me you went on a trial. Looks like you've achieved remarkable results. Taking her in, you sensed the sharp edge she inadvertently revealed and felt genuinely happy for Cherry. It seemed she'd gained a great deal from this trial. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Watch out, I might go tattle on you to Principal Xia. Ha! As if I'm scared or something. Don't think I don't know. Old man Xia probably found out ages ago. Besides, he has no match for me now. This young master isn't the least bit afraid of him. Seeing an old acquaintance, especially one with whom there was still a hint of ambiguity, he finally let his guard down. In full view of everyone, he began catching up with Cherry as if no one else were there. But while Yi was shamelessly unconcerned, Cherry, a young lady, could hardly stand being the center of so much attention. Feeling the gossiping stares around her, and though she felt a faint pang of reluctance, she still asked him with a hint. You just now, did you have something urgent to take care of? Just a minor matter. It's not urgent, so delaying it for a little while is no big deal. After all, there was still half an hour before the duel began, so you wasn't in a rush. Not to mention that, relatively speaking, reuniting with Cherry was far more important than anything involving the Wolf Clan. Just as expected, he was still the same clueless oaf as ever. Cherry was so embarrassed and annoyed she was about to stomp her foot. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Yi and couldn't just ignore the stares from those around them. Add me as a friend first. Once you're done with what you're doing, we'll catch up later. We've got plenty of time ahead of us anyway. With no other choice, and realizing her hints weren't working, Cherry decided to just come out and say it. You're right. Clearly, Cherry had overestimated Yi. As a two-lifetime virgin, he had absolutely no experience points when it came to matters of the heart. But what does add as a friend mean? How do I do it? You don't know? Hearing Yi's question, Cherry couldn't help but ask for clarification. Only after confirming that Yi wasn't joking did she have to accept the reality that Yi was actually a complete novice. Taken aback by Cherry's question, Yi's eyes widened, and he felt a bit at a loss. Well, am I supposed to know how to do this? Flashing her long lashes, Cherry's slightly chubby cheeks were filled with astonishment. A row of black lines instantly appeared above her head. If she didn't know Yi's true nature, she would thought this guy was playing dumb to hit on her. Haven't you added any friends since you entered Dungeon World? Don't you ever contact anyone? Hearing Cherry's question, even if he were as clueless as they come, he realized he'd inadvertently revealed some rookie-level behavior, but at that moment, all he could do was scratch his head awkwardly. Isn't chatting with others supposed to be through private messages? Besides, I'm too busy leveling up. Who has time to chat? As soon as she heard Yi's words, as if something had just clicked, Cherry immediately broke into a sweet smile, instantly brightening the whole room. Okay, I won't make it hard for you. In the top right corner of the chat panel, click there, and you'll see the Add Friend option. Then just open the settings. No wonder she'd never been able to contact him before. It turned out he hadn't even enabled the friend feature. Although Yi's behavior was a bit clueless, Cherry felt a sweet warmth in her heart. After all, she was the very first friend Yi had ever added. Along with that sweetness, she also felt a slight pang of sadness. She knew that when Yi first awakened, his primary weapon was a novice staff. No matter what incredible opportunities he encountered later on or how he grew into the god slayer he is today, Cherry believed the hardships and difficulties he faced were far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Success never comes easily. Dungeon World has digitized reality, giving everyone an opportunity, but it has also made it harder to stand out. After all, when everyone can do the same thing, you have to put in more effort than others to stay ahead of the pack. Thinking of this, Cherry looked at Yi with a gaze filled with infinite heartache. It must be really tough and monotonous in Dungeon World day in and day out, right? Yi, who was in the process of adding her as a friend, heard these words and suddenly felt as if something soft yet resilient were constantly wrapping around and enveloping her heart. She forced herself to calm her racing heartbeat, put on a nonchalant expression, and looked up with a radiant smile. It's not too bad, just a little boring sometimes. A man would never show a vulnerable side, not even in front of the woman he fancied. He knew the experience was far from what the word boring could describe after all. The impressive skills he had displayed earlier were certainly not something one could acquire by just lying around. He silently added Cherry's name to his friends list, and Cherry across from him did the same. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a silent smile. Oh, right. Suddenly, Yi's expression shifted. He slipped the ring named Twin Hearts off his finger, then removed the divine favorite trait and copied the passive skill Invincible Barrier onto it before handing it to Cherry. Here's a piece of gear for you. As she looked at the ring he handed her, Cherry's cheeks instantly flushed pink, and she felt a wave of heat wash over her. But even though she felt infinitely shy, she didn't hesitate for a moment. She raised her hand with perfect grace and accepted the ring. Twin Souls. Level, Diamond. Description: allows you to replicate any single trait from a skill or item, permanently. Current trait, Passive Barrier, after taking a powerful, lethal attack, forcibly locks in 10% of your health and teleports you out of the current area. Note: you can actively change the replicated trait once per day. When Cherry first saw the ring's name, she felt her cheeks grow so hot they were practically on fire. When she saw that the ring's quality was diamond, Cherry was slightly startled. But when she read the description, all that remained in Cherry's heart was boundless shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How could there be such a powerful skill in Dungeon World? Cherry would never overlook what the ring's description stated: it could replicate any single trait from a skill or piece of equipment. That meant the trait listed below must have been replicated. Since it was replicated, there had to be an original. And it went without saying where that original came from. Having witnessed God-tier skills before, Cherry was absolutely certain that the trait before her was undoubtedly from some God-tier skill or piece of equipment. The ability to teleport out of the current map was surprising enough, but what shocked Cherry the most was the ability to forcibly lock 10% of health. Is this the power of divine-level rules? You provide the great goddess mysterious shadow to everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely. She is no longer the novice she once was. Her grasp of the secrets surrounding God places her among the very few in the world who truly understand them. It was precisely because she understood that she was all the more shocked. This ability to forcibly lock onto a specific percentage of health, regardless of attack strength or the attacker's level, undoubtedly belongs to the strength of the rules. And the strength of the rules is the most powerful force in this world. Furthermore, even within the strength of the rules, there is a hierarchical order. Clearly, the replicating property on the ring Yi had given her ranked among the very top in the hierarchy of the rules. Cherry, who had instantly grasped the full implications of this, wore a hint of bitterness on her lips, mixed with joy for Yi. I never imagined that you, who once marched shoulder to shoulder with me, would have left me so far behind. Hearing Cherry's wistful sigh, he watched as she didn't hesitate to accept the ring, taking it with a matter-of-fact air. For some reason, even though he'd given away a semi-divine artifact, Yi felt incredibly happy inside. Not at all, not at all. For someone as outstanding as me, isn't being formidable only to be expected? Such arrogant words coming from Yi's mouth, yet to the onlookers gathered far away, they seemed perfectly natural. The reason successful people can say whatever they want and still sound reasonable isn't because their words are inherently sound, but because they have the strength to back them up. Cherry shot Yi a playful, scolding glance. The icy aura she decultivated during the trial had completely vanished. All that remained now was boundless, youthful sweetness. Oof. I just paid you a little compliment out of politeness, and you're already getting a big head. By the way, are you leveling up in that map right now? Hearing Cherry's question, Yi immediately understood what she meant and could only give a wry smile as he answered. I was in Tier 3 earlier, but once I get out, I have no idea. He was now level 56 and planned to use this battlefield simulation as an opportunity to leap directly into Tier 4. According to ES estimation, the trials of the Ascension Tower and access to the new map would likely follow one after another. So he wasn't sure how long he'd be able to stay in the 3rd tier map, and it was highly unlikely he'd ever return. Hearing ES' boastful remarks, Cherry, feeling dejected, once again bared her sharp little fangs, almost ready to take a vicious bite out of this shameless guy. To think that she, a proud heir to the god lineage, was currently only level 38, and even so, her progression was among the fastest in the entire dungeon world. Yet the guy standing right in front of her was already approaching 60. That must have been really tough. Although she was a bit annoyed that Yi had pulled so far ahead of her, Cherry's first thought was for the hardships he must have endured. Hearing the beautiful woman's concern, Yi felt a warm glow in his heart and was very happy, but his inflated sense of male pride wouldn't allow him to show any weakness. Actually, it wasn't that hard. Just take down a few gods, and you've got everything. You jerk. Can't you just stop showing off? Cherry, furious enough to spit blood, instantly regretted her earlier concern. This ungrateful jerk deserved to wallow in his misery all by himself. Oh, right, there's another classmate of ours here. Snapped back to her senses by Yi's clueless, straight guy remark, Cherry suddenly remembered there was someone else here they both knew. You, come over here. Why are you hiding so far away? Yi isn't going to eat you. Hearing Cherry's wild, predatory words, Yi's eyes widened in shock. What did she mean by can't eat you? Wasn't she clearly belittling his dignity as a man? Just wait until the great Yi. Turns out he really can't eat her. In these uncertain times, the concept of one life, one partner had long since been obsolete. Even marriage, for most people, was merely a habit carried on out of habit. The government didn't even issue marriage certificates anymore. After all, in the face of such a massive catastrophe, population was the most critical strategic asset. If people clung to the notions of the peaceful era, the population would likely decline. As for those brainwashed do-gooders, they'd all been wiped out during the first few star domain tournaments after entering the dungeon world. After all, people with such flawed thinking have no place to survive in an era of war. Yi, hello, grade 1. Looking at the girl before him, her face a mix of determination and a smile, Yi almost thought he was seeing a ghost. Your little crybaby? You jerk, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Seeing Luna looking aggrieved yet too afraid to speak up, her lips slightly pouting, Cherry raised her arm and pinched Yi's arm. A barely perceptible sting caused Yi's whole body to shudder involuntarily. This tactic, arguably a man's natural nemesis, was simply too powerful. Under duress, Yi had no choice but to force a smile and apologize immediately. Sorry, my apologies, old classmate. It just slipped out, I called you the wrong name. And don't go calling me Master Yi either. Just use my name. Otherwise, what's the point of having that name, right? Watching the two of them play off each other so smoothly, Luna knew they were working together to spare her feelings. Cherry was definitely doing this on purpose, while Luna guessed Yi was most likely just taking it in stride. After all, back in school, this guy was an ice-cold, straight-talking guy who didn't care about anything and could cut you off mid-sentence with a single remark. Now that he has become a household name in Dungeon World, there is no way that personality could have completely vanished. It seems Cherry really does carry a lot of weight. Or perhaps the magic of love is truly wondrous. There's no need to apologize. I know I used to cry a bit, but I've changed now. That's good. You actually look more like a tomboy now. Ah. Hearing Yi's comment, Luna didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past, because of her outgoing personality, she developed a bit of a friendship with Cherry, but she had absolutely no interaction with Yi. After all, given Yi's personality, he certainly didn't want anything to do with a female student who was always ready to drown him in tears. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Cherry's big, watery eyes, and Yi instantly retreated, waving his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. I'll be more careful from now on. Perhaps acting coy is a natural talent for girls. Even though she and Yi hadn't quite crossed that line yet, Cherry had already begun to occasionally display a bit of a girlish demeanor. I never expected Luna to change so much. It seems Dungeon World really is a melting pot. That S for the best, it increases your chances of survival. After the joke was over, Yi offered a positive assessment of Luna's transformation and gave her some encouragement. You've provided the masterful, mysterious shadow for everyone. My weapon can grow infinitely. Although his path of growth was a bit unique, it likely wasn't all that different from everyone else's experiences. It all boiled down to fighting monsters to level up, and guarding against being dragged down by those with ulterior motives. It's all for survival. With Yi's approval and encouragement, the young girl immediately broke into a happy smile. Joking aside, Yi was no longer the rookie who used to study and live alongside them. In the eyes of Dungeon World's younger generation, he was now an idol to look up to and a goal to strive for. After checking the time, Yi bid farewell to the two flower-like smiling faces before him. All right, I've got some business to attend to now. You two stay here for now. As long as you don't leave the fortress, there's absolutely no need to worry about safety. I'll be back in a bit. Nodding once more at the two girls, Yi whipped up a gale and soared straight up into the sky, vanishing over the horizon in an instant. That's so impressive. He really is a legend. Congratulations, Cherry, you've finally made it. Looking into Luna's clear eyes and sensing her sincerity, Cherry felt incredibly happy. In a world where life and death can change in the blink of an eye, being able to meet such a pure-hearted friend was definitely a cause for joy. What do you mean, reached a happy ending? With that blockhead, I bet the real headaches are yet to come. When it came to matters of the heart, Cherry was open and uninhibited, showing no signs of shyness. Back when their relationship was still in its infancy, she dared to invite Yi to join her team right in front of the entire school. Now that their relationship had taken a step further, she certainly didn't care what others thought. Although some members of her family were jumping up and down, clamoring for her to enter into a political marriage, and the candidate was even a foreigner, Cherry herself had never paid any attention to those fools. What really gives her a headache, though, is that her mother seems to be on the same page, nagging her about it all day long. If it weren't for her father's support, she wouldn't have traveled all the way from the imperial capital to this remote corner of the world known as Lawn City Academy. Still, thank goodness she came to Lawn City Academy back then. Cherry's rosy cherry lips curved into a graceful smile, and her eyes sparkled with a bright, dazzling light. Even Luna, who was considered a beauty in her own right, was so mesmerized that she couldn't tear her eyes away. Perhaps it was the joy of the moment lifting his spirits when he appeared before Abreu once more. A gentle smile still graced his face. This left Abreu, who had been trembling with fear just moments before, feeling somewhat baffled. Abreu, do you know the primordial tree focus place in the dungeon world? He looked up at Yi in confusion. Thanks to the system's prompt moments ago, he knew that Blue Star's opponent in this round was the primordial tree ant. But did Yi mean the same thing he did? My lord, this is our first time experiencing a battlefield simulation like this, so we're not very familiar with the environment here yet. Yi waved his hand, cutting off Abreu's explanation. I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about the dungeon world out there. I just paid a visit to the primordial tree ant's stronghold, but unfortunately, they weren't willing to become my vassal race. Left with no other choice, I had no choice but to let them leave the trial early. Yi's gentle words nearly sent Abreu crashing to the ground. What the hell do you mean, leave the trial early? If you're going to wipe them out, just say so, why beat around the bush? Abreu was so terrified his legs were going weak. Meanwhile, the Wolf Clan members around him were now looking at Abreu with grateful eyes. If it hadn't been for Abreu strongly advocating for surrender and throwing in the vassal scroll as a bonus, they probably would have exited early too, right? After all, since the primordial tree ants were stronger than the Wolf Clan, the number of them who entered might have been smaller. But even if it was smaller, it would still be in the millions. Yet now, they vanished into thin air. Truly, he lived up to the title of God Slayer. He was a butcher in every sense of the word. Lifting his hand to quickly wipe the sweat from his forehead, Abreu's voice began to tremble. My lord, the primordial tree ants are a subspecies of the tree ant clan. They depend on tree ants for survival and serve them. Plus, since they're plant-based lifeforms, they're essentially cut off from the outside world. We of the wolf clan really have no connection with them at all. Information about their hidden settlement is something outsiders would find very hard to uncover. Forget it. Having received no answer, Yi let out a sigh of regret. I was originally planning to go there directly and nip the danger in the bud, but now I can only wait for them to come to us. If it weren't for the fact that their bodies had already been digitized, the wolf clan members surrounding him would likely have fainted by now. Good grief, they de-slaughtered the other side's stronghold, and now they were worried about retaliation, so they planned to wipe out the entire clan? How on earth did they end up encountering such ruthless people? It was truly a calamity sent from the heavens. Just as the entire wolf clan was trembling in fear, Yi's next words instantly lifted them back to heaven. The second round of the duel is about to begin, isn't it? I happen to have nothing else to do right now. I'm afraid you might not be a match for that giant lynx, so I've come to lend you a hand. Thank you, Your Excellency. Long live the Lord. This is absolutely fantastic. May our Lord ascend to the divine throne soon, and may the way of the gods flourish forever. Namco will be our Lord's most loyal follower. Hearing Yi's words, the entire wolf clan erupted with excitement, shouting in unison and bowing deeply in reverence to Yi. Originally, they had been beaten to a pulp by Yi and were fretting over how to get through the second stage. After all, although they weren't very familiar with the giant lynx clan, they had heard of them. Rumors claimed they possessed an innate affinity for the water element and were exceptionally formidable in battle. In Dungeon World, aside from rare elements like lightning, light, and darkness, only the water element has a natural advantage over most monsters in Dungeon World. This is the very foundation of the giant lynx clan's formidable strength. Even with equal numbers, they wouldn't stand a chance against the giant lynx clan, let alone now that their numbers had dwindled by nearly a quarter. But what they never could have imagined was that Yi, their master, would actually come in person to protect them. In the world of the gods, there was simply no precedent for a god to intervene on behalf of a subordinate race. A goddess' only opponent can ever be another god. In the eyes of a god, intervening on behalf of an ordinary race is nothing short of demeaning, an act that invites the scorn of other gods. This is also the primary reason why ordinary, weak races are able to struggle to survive in the dungeon world. Otherwise, if any god were to go on a rampage, the races of the dungeon world would likely be reduced by nearly half. After receiving Yi's assurance, their previous fear vanished instantly. What is this about the primordial treefolk? What the hell does that have to do with them? Dare to provoke the wrath of our Lord, and your entire race deserves to be wiped out. You provide the great goddess shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. As always, the top priority for every race in Dungeon World is survival. The wolf tribe, who had previously sympathized with the primordial treefolk, quickly relegated them to the deserves it category. Simply because Yi had spoken up to protect them. This instantaneous about-face was entirely due to the threat to their own survival. Not a single wolf even harbored a single inner condemnation of Yi's cruelty and ruthlessness. Because at this very moment, Yi was one of their own, inextricably linked to their safety. Watching the jubilant wolf tribe, the frustration Yi had felt earlier in Muhan's presence vanished in an instant. This feeling of controlling others' fates and becoming their master was simply incredible. No wonder those gods always loved to take on races that worshipped them. This sense of being high and mighty, commanding them at will, and being wildly adored just for the occasional act of kindness was utterly mesmerizing. Countdown to the second round, 10 seconds. 9. 8. 1. Just as Yi was wondering what form this second stage duel would take, a massive beam of light engulfed the entire fortress. The scene shifted instantly. When he looked around, he realized that he and all the Wolf Clan members had been teleported to a vast grassland. Directly across from them, thousands of meters away, a horde of lynxes with black backs, white bellies, sharp claws, fangs, long snouts, and short tails, yet walking upright, spread across the other half of the grassland. Standing upright, these lynxes reached heights of 2 meters. No wonder they were called giant lynxes. Numbering in the tens of thousands and stretching as far as the eye could see, the nearly 10 million giant lynxes stood in formation, obscuring nearly half the grassland opposite them until not a speck of green remained. In contrast, on the Wolf Clan's side, at least half the area outside their ranks appeared unusually sparse. This disparity in numbers nearly made the giant lynx leading the opposing side burst out laughing with a pig-like squeal. Oh ha ha ha, I never expected to get such a windfall today. The Wolf Clan. They're great at making potions, but unfortunately, they're total trash in battle, ha ha ha. That booming voice was so loud that even a brew, thousands of meters away, could hear it clearly. What's up with that guy? Just as Abreu's face turned purple with rage and frustration, the tallest of the group suddenly noticed Yi's presence and was instantly struck with astonishment. This can't be? Absolutely impossible? This is the racial battlefield, how can you even call an outside help? Has Dungeon Gate malfunctioned? It wasn't Yi that they had seen through Yi's true strength, rather, Yi's appearance was nothing short of a glitch. Yi wasn't Yi the key, his appearance was. Because if the Wolf Clan could summon Yi today, then in the future, other races could summon dragons. This clearly violated the rules of the Dungeon Gate. Thump, thump, thump. The 2.5-meter tall lynx leader strode forward until he was 100 meters away from Yi and his group. Only then did he narrow his shiny black eyes, his furry face edged with astonishment. You scum of the Wolf Clan, tell Grandpa Cock, how did this creature end up here? Is it your pet by any chance? Hearing such insulting words directed at Yi, the entire Wolf Clan instantly erupted in fury. You damned lynx, you're nothing but trash in the water, maggots in the mud, how dare you insult our lord? You scum who only know how to wallow in muddy water, I'll tear you to pieces. You dog-like creature, who gave you the audacity to insult his lordship? It was as if he stirred up a hornet's nest. He hadn't expected that a single remark would provoke such righteous indignation from these normally timid members of the Wolf Clan, to the point where they were now shouting threats of violence against him. Clearly, Yi, this unique being, was by no means merely a pet. Judging by the situation, he held a very high status. Since kind words had failed to elicit a response, Cock didn't mind resorting to violence. After all, a fight was bound to happen anyway, wasn't it? He raised his burly arm, its long, sharp claws glowing with a chilling light in the air. Since they won, take the friendly offer, then, brothers, kill him. Watching the swarming giant lynxes charge toward him like a tidal wave, Yi patted Abreu on the shoulder. Form a defensive formation. From here on out, protect yourselves. Yes, sir. Watching Yi soar into the air, Abreu turned and raised his arm high toward the Wolf Clan members behind him, tracing a circle in the air while issuing orders via the chat panel. Form a defensive formation. As Abreu's command was issued, a massive magical shield firmly enveloped the entire Wolf Clan. The very moment the gigantic magical shield was erected, Yi, soaring through the air, waved his staff before Cock's astonished eyes. Instantly, a wind blade thousands of meters long shot up between the two sides. What kind of skill is that? Water wall. Activate. Stunned, Cock, playing it safe, led his clan members to instantly erect a series of wide water walls, firmly blocking the path ahead of them. But Yi paid no heed to their defenses. The long curtain of wind blades, like a moving wall, instantly swept toward the giant lynx's camp. And that was it. Wherever it passed, neither the water walls nor the giant lynx's prized magical resistance from their fur had the slightest effect. Countless severed limbs and shreds of flesh mixed with blood spurted out. Behind that wall of wind blades, a blood-red, white path composed of countless fragments of flesh and bone was laid bare before the heavens and earth. Cock, who had been bellowing just moments ago, didn't even last a single round before vanishing completely into thin air. The Wolf Clan members hiding within the protective circle witnessed this miraculous scene once again. Gone was their earlier fear and trepidation. Instead, a sense of security welled up from the depths of their hearts. This time, Yi's attack did not dissipate as it had before, fading away as it reached its end. Instead, it kept weaving back and forth through the giant lynx's ranks. 401900000000 401900000000 401900000000. No, go away, you monster. Spare me, don't kill me, have mercy. Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to die. Help! Someone save me, ah! The curtain of wind blades roamed ceaselessly across the grasslands, resembling both a giant snake game and an eraser. One by one, the weapon masters of the giant lynx clan vanished from the grasslands. The giant lynx clan was gripped by terror, running and howling frantically. But the wolf clan, tightly entrenched in defense, watched the slaughter unfolding before them with looks of exhilaration. You provided the masterwork, mysterious shadow. My weapon can grow infinitely. Even though the wolf clan isn't known for its combat prowess, every member who has successfully advanced through the ranks has blood on their hands. Faced with the brutal, bloody scene before them, they felt no fear or dread. Instead, their eyes were filled with reverence and fervor for Yi. Truly worthy of our Lord at only tier 3, he is already as powerful as a god. What is a god anyway? Have you forgotten our Lord's title? He is the God Slayer. Right, a title certified by Dungeon Gate that means, in Dungeon Gate's eyes, our Lord has the power to slay gods. Ha, look at those giant lynxes, what a pathetic sight. Just a moment ago they were spouting nonsense at our Lord, and now they're wailing like babies. These guys who don't know how to show reverence to our Lord deserve a good thrashing. They got it coming. Although the wolf clan members were afraid of disturbing Yi, they were all whispering among themselves. But with millions of people hiding within the magical array and whispering, it created a constant hum. It was only because the giant lynx's wailing was so loud that it completely drowned out their murmurs. Otherwise, you would have heard every word clearly. Just as reluctant as these creatures had been when they were first taken in as a vassal race, that's exactly how obsequious they were now. Sure enough, when it comes to survival, things like principles are nothing more than trash to be tossed aside without a second thought. Shut up, all of you. You're making too much noise. Be careful not to disturb the Lord's battle. Seeing the situation getting out of hand with some wolf clan members even raising their voices in argument, a brew immediately roared into the chat channel. Although the weapon masters of the wolf clan were somewhat displeased that they could no longer enthusiastically discuss Yi's heroic deeds, they had no choice but to obey a brew, their commander and Yi's chief retainer, so they reluctantly stopped their gossiping. Looking down from above, it resembled a giant green screen upon which a massive snake game was endlessly devouring the countless black dots on the ground. Fortunately, thanks to the Dungeon Gate's respawn mechanism, every hour, all the severed limbs and body parts on the battlefield would be completely cleared away. Otherwise, the accumulated scent of blood alone would be enough to make anyone's head spin. This time, Yi did not wipe them out completely, as the primordial Trance had done. When the giant lynx forces were down to 200,000 or 300,000, Yi halted his attack. Then, under a brew's puzzled gaze, he landed beside him. Now there are only a few 100,000 giant lynxes left on the other side, and their morale has already collapsed. I deliberately left them here for you to practice on. How did you handle such large-scale battles before? Yi's words caught a brew off guard. My lord, in battles of this scale, all races fight much the same way. Powerful, close combat weapon masters with strong defenses lead the front lines, while ranged fighters support from the rear. It comes down to a clash of offensive power. Whichever side is stronger ultimately wins. Hearing a brew's words, Yi felt at a loss for words. Just as he expected. Although all professionals had become easier to train after the system was digitized, their pursuit of technical skill had fallen far behind. Wielding her staff, she drew an arrow-shaped formation on the ground. Yi Lin began instructing a brew. Look at this formation, I call it the arrow formation. With highly defensive melee classes serving as the arrowhead and flanks, we force our way into the enemy's lines, then protect the ranged weapon masters in the center while striking the enemy. The advantage of this is that while we disrupt the enemy's coordination, our side can attack indiscriminately. Meanwhile, the enemy will be somewhat hesitant to use ranged attacks due to close quarters combat. Even if the enemy is ruthless enough to launch a blanket attack without distinguishing friend from foe, the enemies in direct contact with us will collapse instantly, giving us the opportunity to advance further. By dispersing our forces into individual arrow formations, we only need to deal with the enemies right in front of us. Those enemies too far away to engage will, in effect, lose their opportunity to attack. Moreover, this approach eliminates the numerical disparity between our forces and the enemy's, allowing us to maximize our local numerical advantage. Yi didn't try to cover too much ground, he simply explained the ingenious uses of the arrow formation to a brew. Then he had him lead the Wolf Clan's weapon masters onto the battlefield to finish the job. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Among the countless artistic warfare techniques of ancient China, if the Wolf Clan could master even 1 or 2 10,000ths of them and apply them flexibly, they would be able to provide you with immense assistance in the future. Hovering in the air, he watched as the Wolf Clan, with a massive 10-to-1 advantage, used the remaining giant lynxes as practice targets. Only when the Wolf Clan showed signs of faltering would Yi cast a skill to help them stabilize the situation on the battlefield. Most of the time, Yi communicated with a brew through the chat channel, guiding them on where they needed improvement. Tens of thousands of wolf warriors, shields raised, focused all their energy on defense as they advanced toward the scattered giant lynxes on the battlefield. Whenever the frontline warriors made contact with the enemy, the wolf-ranged weapon masters, hidden behind their shields, would unleash their skills in rapid succession, unleashing indiscriminate barrages of attacks on the giant lynxes ahead. After all, once an enemy crossed the shield formation, they were all considered enemies. Moreover, because they were engaged in close-quarters combat, the required skill range was effectively much shorter. With lower range requirements, these weapon masters could devote significantly more effort and choose a wider variety of techniques in terms of power and attack area. This effectively boosted the Wolf Clan's offensive power considerably. At first, some Wolf Clan warriors were a bit nervous, and their coordination was a little awkward. After all, in the past, they only had to stand quietly and raise their shields, but now, in addition to defending, they had to constantly shift their formation. However, after a period of confusion, as their coordination became more and more polished, their efficiency and firepower rapidly improved. Our Lord is simply godlike. I never expected his ability to command a battle to be so exceptional. That's right. This coordination is incredibly efficient. In just a few minutes, I've already taken out several of those giant lynx fools. How many did you get? I just cast a 5th tier spell, and at least a dozen giant lynxes turned to ash. Come on, let us keep going. Cast your skills. Seeing the once powerful giant lynxes completely helpless against their attacks, every member of the Wolf Clan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With their spirits lifted, their confidence soared, and they fought with even greater composure. The coordination of their formations became even smoother. Several hours later, every last member of the giant lynx clan on the battlefield had been completely wiped out by the Wolf Clan's weapon masters. You provided the top-tier novel Guiyingzi. My weapon can grow infinitely. On the silent grasslands, after the respawn mechanism had swept through the area, the battlefield, which had previously resembled a scene from hell, was instantly cleared, restoring the lush green landscape once more. Running over, panting heavily, a brew stood before Yi and looked at him with admiration. My lord, I have completely wiped out the giant lynx clan and secured the final victory. Nodding at a brew, Yi's expression remained unchanged. What he had taught the Wolf Clan earlier was merely the simplest battle formation. It didn't even have any variations. They were still a long way from being able to apply them flexibly. There was absolutely nothing to be proud of. Congratulations to the Wolf Clan on securing the final victory. You have cleared the second stage. As the system prompt appeared, a massive pillar of light flashed once more, enveloping all the members of the Wolf Clan and instantly teleporting them back to the fortress. The second stage is not yet completely over. The victors must continue to wait. Hearing the system's prompt, the Wolf Clan's already excited mood grew even more frenzied. Everyone looked excitedly at the godlike man at the command console. At that moment, not a single trace of the resentment they felt earlier upon being taken as vassals remained among the Wolf Clan members present. Even with their fighting spirit weakened, the giant lynx clan's innate combat prowess was simply on a different level, something the Wolf Clan could never match. Forget 10 against 1. Even in a 100-to-1 battle, the Wolf Clan's weapon masters would have little will to fight. Yet, after receiving ES guidance, they were actually able to effortlessly wipe out hundreds of thousands of giant lynxes. Although they paid the price of tens of thousands of casualties, compared to their combat prowess in the past, this represented a truly earth-shattering transformation. And all of this was brought about by the man capable of slaying a god. Yi paid little heed to the Wolf Clan members' adoring gazes. Having grown up in the spotlight, he'd seen such looks countless times and had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention. If there's a third trial, I'll assess the situation then. If not, you may return to your wolf clan's homeworld for now. Tell your clan leader that if he is unhappy about the kinship contract you've signed with me, he can come find me anytime. But as for you all, I won't give up on you. My lord, I will do my utmost to persuade the clan leader and strive to bring the entire clan under your banner. Generally speaking, Lord is used to address God, while the Lord of the Covenant is addressed as Your Excellency. But in the minds of all the Wolf clan members present, the likelihood of ye becoming a god was practically a foregone conclusion. Although ye didn't place much importance on Abreu's promise, this sentiment still prompted him to nod. From now on, he was a man of power at the very least. He couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of his followers. It'd be best if you can convince them, but if they refuse, don't get too hung up on it. Once I have my own divine realm, I'll take you all with me. In my divine realm, you might even establish a new wolf clan. And before I ascend to the divine tier, I want you to do your utmost to learn, grow, and become stronger. I certainly don't want my first chosen clan after I become a god to be a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Do you understand? While encouragement was necessary, he absolutely couldn't hold back when it came to reprimanding them. Especially since, in Ye's eyes, the wolf clan seemed somewhat timid. Even if they weren't intended to be the main combat force in his future plans, such a lack of backbone was simply a disgrace to him. As you command, my lord. We will swear to carry out your orders to the death. Hearing Ye's demands, the wolf clan leadership, led by Abreu, immediately knelt and pledged their loyalty. They certainly didn't want to secure the position of first-tier followers only to be overtaken by latecomers once they reached the divine realm. Whether in the dungeon world or in the realm of God, weakness is not the criterion for elimination, it is worthlessness that makes one most vulnerable to being cast aside. Very well. Remember your promise. I will come for you once I become a god. I promise it won't be long. With that, Yi soared into the sky. Farewell, my lord. Watching Yi slice through the sky, the wolf clan members, led by Abreu, knelt in unison to bid him farewell, their reluctant gazes brimming with fervent adoration. He swiftly returned to the skies above the Blue Star Fortress. Seeing the fortress intact and the Blue Star humans still bustling about on its surface, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although, according to his estimates, Blue Star would likely be the first race to claim victory. After all, by the time he had wiped out the primordial treefolk, the monster horde had already ended. Since the primordial treefolk weren't considered a race eliminated by the monster horde, they had been assigned as the Blue Star humans' opponents. For the Blue Star humans, whose opponents had already been wiped out, this was likely just a matter of making a brief appearance on the battlefield. But since it was his homeworld, Yi couldn't help but worry until he saw that everyone was safe and sound. Ironically, Cherry, whom he had just reunited with, was actually the safest person in the entire fortress. After all, thanks to the Invincible Barrier's invincibility trait, even if she suffered a fatal blow during a battlefield simulation, she would be instantly teleported back to the dungeon world. You're back? Watching Yi descend slowly, Cherry first greeted him cheerfully, then her cheeks flushed. After all, what she just said was far too suggestive. It sounded just like a wife welcoming her husband home from a trip. Yi, on the other hand, being the straight guy he was, didn't pick up on the implication. He smiled at Cherry and asked the question on his mind. So, did you guys get teleported back right after entering the competition arena? Yeah, after the scene changed, we even had a chance to take in our surroundings when the system announced we D1, and then we were all back. What are your plans now? Although he was a bit of a straight guy, Yi still knew how to show concern for others. Feeling Yi's concern, Cherry's smile grew even brighter. Her bright, crescent-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and a happy smile played at the corners of her mouth. Of course, I'm going to do my best to level up. If I don't work hard now, I'm afraid I won't see you again until we're in the high-tier maps. Hearing Cherry's words, a wry smile tugged at the corners of Yi's mouth. If Cherry was planning to catch up to him in leveling speed, it would likely be quite a challenge. Glancing at his experience points bar, which was already at the level 59 cap, Yi knew he'd probably have to switch maps immediately after leaving the battlefield. You provided the top-tier author Diings. Yes everyone, my weapon can grow infinitely. That's probably going to be pretty tough. Although it might dampen her enthusiasm, Yi had no choice but to be honest. Otherwise, once Cherry reached the third-tier map and couldn't find him, she'd likely get even more upset. Ha! Widening her eyes in confusion, Cherry looked at him, then suddenly realized what was happening and covered her mouth in surprise. No way, you're planning to enter the fourth tier? Nodding, Yi told her the truth. Right. Once I head out, I'll probably have to face the Tier 4 advancement trial. And after a moment's hesitation, Yi decided to lay all his cards on the table with Cherry and explain everything. And I'll still be giving it my all to level up, aiming to complete the path to Tier 9 perfection in the shortest time possible. Why are you in such a hurry? Although she knew Yi must have his own reasons for making this choice, Cherry still felt a pang of sadness. Looking at the girl in front of him pouting, clearly distressed, yet not actively trying to stop him, Yi silently breathed a sigh of relief. They'd finally taken that first step toward each other, only to be told that they likely wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time unless Cherry could reach Tier 7 or higher before Yi became a god. Otherwise, due to the tier restrictions in mid-tier and lower-tier maps, the two would have absolutely no chance of meeting. Of course, unless there was another large-scale event like the battle simulation. You know, in 3 years' time, the Star Domain tournament will be upon us. Until the Star Domain tournament begins, the rules of the competition remain a mystery. It might be a knockout system, or it might be a ranking system. But the danger of Blue Star being wiped out is ever present. I don't want my fate to be in someone else's hands, and I certainly don't want to be powerless to choose when faced with the whims of fate. That's why, the moment I entered the dungeon world, I set a goal for myself. Gazing out at the vast plains surrounded by circular mountain ranges, he could almost still smell the faint, lingering scent of blood. A resolve as heavy as a mountain flashed in Yi's eyes. Before the Star Domain tournament begins, I'll do my utmost to set foot on the path to godhood, or at the very least, become a powerful Tier 9 being. Hearing Yi's goal and meeting his resolute gaze, Cherry stood there silently, stunned into silence. I never expected your goal to be so lofty. But is that even possible? Although Yi had reached the threshold of Tier 4 in just half a year. The difficulty of leveling up increases almost exponentially as one progresses through the tiers. In fact, the total experience points required for the entire Tier 9 far exceed the combined total for Tiers 1 through 8. If he could reach Tier 8 within 2 years, he wouldn't even make it past halfway through Tier 9 in his final year. So what if it's difficult? I've always believed that where there's a will, there's a way. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a mountain 10,000 ren high begins with a single shovelful of earth. As long as I try, there's hope for success. If I shy away from the challenge from the start, there won't be the slightest chance of success. Listening to Yi's resolute words, Cherry looked at him with a complex expression. Even back in school, she could sense that Yi was completely different from her classmates. He possessed a unique aura that drew her in. Even those privileged second-generation elites with deep-rooted backgrounds paled in comparison to the aura Yi occasionally exuded. But Cherry could never have imagined that Yi's goal would be so ambitious, so hard to believe. Become a god in 3 years? If anyone else heard that, they'd probably dismiss it as a joke. Even though Yi had earned the Soul God Slayer title in Dungeon World. In the entire human world of Blue Star, everyone still viewed him as a rookie at best, a rookie with limitless potential. Forget the next Star Domain tournament, even for the one after that, it's unlikely anyone would count Yi among the main contenders. After all, just accumulating the experience points required to reach Tier 9 would likely take at least 10 to 20 years. Even on Blue Star itself, many organizations were already speculating behind the scenes about when Yi might reach Tier 9. But without a doubt, not a single estimate put the timeframe at less than 10 years. Even those who were most optimistic about him likely believed he'd be able to make it in time for the next Tier 1 Star Domain tournament and shine as a dazzling newcomer. As for being a core member? That was pure wishful thinking. That group of veterans, who'd been around for over 200 years, were still going strong. Even Cherry, who had immense faith in Yi, was a bit taken aback upon hearing his words. As a smart girl, Cherry would never dampen a man's ambition, even though she was highly skeptical that Ye's dream could ever come true. Do you know what it takes to walk the path of God? Taking steps that are too big is a surefire way to get yourself into trouble. Although Cherry might not have heard that saying before, she understood the principle perfectly well. However, to save Ye's face, she phrased her advice very tactfully. She didn't say how unrealistic or unattainable Ye's dream was. Instead, she laid out the practical difficulties directly, allowing Yi to see the biggest hurdle. You're talking about the attribute conversion issue, right? At Cherry's question, Yi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately remembered that as soon as she entered the dungeon world, she had gone to join a god faction to receive their legacy. So it was no surprise that she knew the secrets of advancing to godhood. You actually know? Hearing Ye's words, Cherry's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Only now was she truly, genuinely startled. After all, this was the greatest hurdle for all gods seeking advancement and the greatest secret determining the level of a goddess' power after ascension. According to her teacher, given Blue Star's current level of development, no one should possibly know about it. But she never expected that the very first person she spoke to would mention it so casually. Had the secret to becoming a god become common knowledge these days? Seeing Cherry's astonishment, Yi shrugged and casually explained the reason. I just took in millions of vassal races with a 2,000-year legacy. One of them held a relatively high status, so. What did you say? Hearing such shocking news out of the blue, Cherry began to stutter. Vassal race? Are you serious? Faced with Cherry's skepticism, Yi pouted unhappily and muttered under his breath. Why would I lie about this? They're just not very powerful. They're part of the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan? The one that sells potions to half of Dungeon World? If there isn't a second one, then it's probably them. You've provided the masterwork Ghost Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Cherry now felt an urge to stop talking to Yi altogether. In her view, Yi's greatest purpose in this world was to beat up other people. Although the whole thing sounded like a tall tale to her, she knew Yi wasn't the type to blow his own horn. It was now a certainty, Yi had indeed gained a subordinate race. How did you manage that? Cherry didn't press Yi further on how he knew the secret to becoming a god. For the Wolf Clan, whose legacy spanned 2,000 years and whose business reached across half of Dungeon World, knowing a few secrets wasn't exactly a challenge. Compared to the secret of becoming a god, Cherry was far more interested in how Yi had managed to gather a subordinate race. Because, according to what she knew, subjugating a subordinate race was something only a god could accomplish. And yet, Yi hadn't even reached the 4th tier yet. Huh? Hearing Cherry's question, Yi scratched his head. He didn't even fully understand it himself. I just wiped out a bunch of them, and then one scared to death guy pulled out a vassal scroll. He brought along millions of survivors and firmly sealed a contract with me. As Cherry looked on with an expression as if she were listening to a story, Yi continued to boast in a rather arrogant manner. I'll tell you what, acquiring vassals really comes down to luck. Take that primordial Treant, not a single one surrendered. I wiped out millions of them, and not a single one agreed to join me. In response to Yi Lin's words, Cherry shot him a seductive eye roll. Do you have to show off so much? The situation with the primordial tree folk is actually the norm, you know? You have to understand recruiting followers is a goddess ability. And even for a god, you either start small and grow by breeding them in full force, or gradually refine an entire race through divine might. Otherwise, their faith is extremely unstable. The chances of betrayal are very high. Also, Dungeon World might impose very strict restrictions on gods, preventing them from directly recruiting followers. Otherwise, among the myriad races, there would surely be plenty willing to submit to a god. Cherry's understanding of the inner workings was certainly far more detailed than Yi's, so she immediately began filling him in on some basics. Moreover, the follower scrolls you mentioned are a scarce strategic resource throughout the entire Dungeon World. Generally speaking, they're only used when one race surrenders to another. And using follower scrolls on a small number of people won't make much of a difference. They will actually end up holding the group back. Yi had heard similar remarks from a brew before, but none had been as detailed as Cherry's explanation. Moreover, having both the scrolls and a suitable target for submission is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those races that are completely worthless are of no use even if you absorb them, while the valuable ones are simply impossible to absorb. The biggest reason is that if you don't become a god, absorbing followers is completely useless. Looking at Cherry in astonishment, you realized only then that the god faction she inherited held Cherry in very high regard. Otherwise, they would never have let her know such a secret. Impressive. Looks like you've got some pretty powerful connections too. Of course. Don't you see just how talented this lady is? Cherry accepted Yi's praise without hesitation, tilting her palm-sized face upward, narrowing her crescent-shaped eyes, and wearing an exceptionally smug expression. So frustrating. Watching Cherry's smug expression, you felt a nagging irritation. He worked so hard tackling challenges and clashing with gods only to have someone else have their livelihood handed to them on a silver platter. We're all human, how could there be such a huge gap between us? He wanted to have powerful connections to lean on, too. He wanted to live off others' coattails. Unfortunately, no god had the foresight to recognize his true potential. Although my primary talent is only S rank, 2 ranks below the highest SS rank, it's a chosen by the gods type, and my class is the rare assassin type. Taken together, that puts me at a level seen only once in 1,000 years. Otherwise, why do you think my master chose to take me on as a disciple? Cherry seemed just like a kid who'd just gotten a piece of candy, proudly showing off in front of his family with no ill will whatsoever. Yi's attention was also drawn to this topic. Is your master a god? Cherry, who had been bragging nonstop just a moment ago, was immediately stumped by Yi's question. She shot Yi a scornful glance and immediately fired back. Do you think God is as common as cabbage, something anyone can just stumble upon? My teacher may not be God, but he is a demigod. His attributes already meet the requirements, he just hasn't undergone the trials for ascension to godhood yet. Not to mention, my teacher belongs to the night elf race, a race favored by the elven goddess. As she said this, she suddenly remembered that the guy standing before her was also a glitch who belonged to a favored race, so she hurried to elaborate further. The elven goddess is a high god level being, you know. The currently known hierarchy of gods, from highest to lowest, is supreme gods, high gods, middle gods, and low gods. And the elven goddess Cherry mentioned is a good and orderly high god, serving under the moon goddess, a supreme god who is also good and orderly. Upon learning about Cherry's legacy, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Good and orderly was fine, she wouldn't cause him trouble or come into conflict with him. Otherwise, if one day he suddenly slaughtered another goddess avatar only to discover it was connected to Cherry's legacy, that would truly be a situation where he'd want to cry but couldn't. Legacies in Dungeon World aren't like the teacher-student relationships in school. They come with the effect of a shared destiny. Once the lineage is passed down, one is automatically incorporated into the other's faction and upholds their values. Unless betrayal occurs, one absolutely cannot act in a way that contradicts the values of one's faction. Of course, betrayal comes at a huge cost. Unless aided by a god of the same rank, one's abilities would essentially be completely rendered useless. Seeing the look of relief on Yi's face, Cherry suddenly realized that the guy standing before her was the very same powerhouse who had slaughtered a goddess projection. With that thought, Cherry suddenly felt that her own god system inheritance wasn't quite as appealing anymore. Sure enough, this guy existed solely to crush others. Watching Cherry's expression darken, Yi was completely baffled. Do women's moods really change that quickly? He immediately changed the subject and tried to comfort her. Don't worry about me. Since I've dared to set this goal, it means I'm confident I can achieve it. Just wait and hear the good news from me. Provided by the great author Guiyingzi, my weapon can grow infinitely. Knowing full well that Yi's resolve would never waver, Cherry had no choice but to accept this reality with resignation. It's a shame my wish to team up with you for leveling will probably remain unfulfilled for a long time. As she said this, Cherry's gaze toward Yi was filled with resentment. This time, Yi was remarkably perceptive and immediately realized that Cherry was resentful of how he publicly rejected her party invitation back then just to save face and assert his masculinity. Although he felt somewhat wronged after all, even if Cherry had teamed up with him, they likely wouldn't have been able to level up together once they entered Dungeon World, given her opportunity to receive the legacy. Still, trying to reason with a woman is the most foolish thing one can do. Yi could only hold his nose and put on a pleading expression. "Alright, it's all my fault. Please, beautiful Miss Sue, forgive me." "Humph." With a satisfied snort and a reluctant expression, Cherry spoke words that belied her true feelings. "Fine, since your apology is so sincere, I'll forgive you. Thank you for your magnanimity, the lovely Miss Sue." Feeling more exhausted than he had after facing off against the primordial tree spirit, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Wow, just dealing with a lady like this was such a challenge. He couldn't even imagine how those fickle guys managed to navigate a sea of flowers without a single petal sticking to them. First battlefield simulation complete. All weapon masters will exit the battlefield and receive their rewards in 10 seconds. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. As soon as she saw the 10-second countdown, Cherry immediately grew anxious. After all, she'd only just met Yi. They'd barely spent a few hours together and now they were about to part ways. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Oh no, time's almost up. How did it go by so fast? Seeing Cherry so distraught she was on the verge of tears, Yi felt both heartbroken and deeply moved. The girl standing before him was strong-willed, cheerful, and unhesitating in her affections and resentments. She had stood up for him many times during their school days. Now that the two of them had just begun to develop a romantic connection, they were about to go their separate ways in the blink of an eye. Although he knew this was everyone's fate, that until they became powerful enough, they had no choice but to be at the mercy of reality, he still couldn't suppress the faint sadness welling up inside him. However, as a man determined to become a god, he certainly didn't want the girl to leave in this state. He immediately smiled and comforted her. "It's okay, don't worry. This temporary separation is for the sake of a future, long-awaited charge. Come on, to cheer Cherry up, I'll make a sacrifice and give you a warm hug." As he stood there with his arms wide open and a bright, sunny smile on his face. Cherry was taken aback at first, but then, forgetting her sadness, she threw herself into Yi's arms with a delighted smile. This blockhead actually had such a thoughtful and considerate side. If she didn't seize this opportunity right away, who knew when the next chance would come? Feeling the impact and softness as Cherry threw herself into his arms, even Yi with his resolute mindset couldn't help but feel a momentary daze. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance wafting from the young girl, Yi's heart instantly softened. With one arm wrapped around her supple, slender waist and the other gently patting her smooth back, he began to reassure her repeatedly. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll stay true to my resolve, remain faithful to you, and absolutely won't give any other woman a chance." Ha ha. Hearing Yi's playful reassurance, even the heartbroken Cherry couldn't help but burst into laughter. She pressed her little face against Yi's chest, greedily inhaling his scent, then lifted her head, her face flushed with a pink blush, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with reserved shyness. "Silly boy, close your eyes, I'm going to give you a present." "What kind of gift is it that I have to close my eyes for?" Yi was endlessly curious about what kind of gift Cherry might be giving him at a moment like this. "Stop asking so many questions. Just close your eyes, hurry up." Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Seeing the girl's temper flaring up again, Yi quickly closed his eyes in submission, begging for mercy. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt her soft cherry lips press against his own. But before he had a chance to savor the moment, he felt a sudden emptiness in his arms. Yi immediately opened his eyes, only to discover he was no longer in the battlefield space but had arrived at an unfamiliar square. Before him stood a towering spire that reached straight into the clouds. Countless white light gates encircled the tower, and countless weapon masters were entering them. Just as Yi was feeling baffled, a system notification suddenly popped up before him. "Welcome to the Ascension Tower. Please enter the tower to undergo the trial." This damn system, it didn't even settle my rewards before just dumping me in here. Upon seeing the prompt, Yi immediately understood the system had thrown him straight into the Ascension Tower to undergo the Ascension trial. It had even postponed the rewards from the battlefield simulation. Circumstances were beyond his control. Since he had no means to resist, he had no choice but to accept it. The only regret was that the little girl had finally treated him to something nice, but before he'd even had a chance to savor it, he'd been dumped here. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but curse indignantly once more. Damn system, you're no good. All you do is hold me back day in and day out. Muttering to himself, Yi took a step back into the line and walked through the white teleportation gate. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials has a total of 999 floors. To advance to Tier 4, you must clear 100 floors to advance to Tier 5, 200 floors to advance to Tier 6, 400 floors to advance to Tier 7, 600 floors to advance to Tier 8, 800 floors and to advance to Tier 9, 950 floors. In the midst of a hazy, gray space, Yi stood in the center, reading the prompt that popped up from the system. Countdown to the challenge has begun. If I clear this in one go, will the subsequent rank-ups be exempt from trials? Seeing that the Tower of Trials had even announced the Tier 9 rank-up trial, Yi couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that all future trials would take place right here? Surprised, he muttered the question aloud, though he hadn't really expected the dungeon gate system to respond. After all, judging by its previous responses regarding experience points, the system seemed a bit dim and likely lacked any real intelligence. But to his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, the system actually responded. Weapon Master is absolutely correct. All advancement trials from Tier 4 to Tier 9 take place within the Tower of Trials. You can complete them all at once or in batches. Provided by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Wow, why does this system seem way more responsive than before? Staring in astonishment at the system's reply, if it hadn't gone silent again, Yi would have thought the system had actually developed sentient intelligence. Let us get this started. Bring it on, I'm going to clear this in one go. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his soul-bound staff materialized, floating before Yi. He let out a mighty, defiant howl, signaling the system to begin. The first floor challenge has begun. Please prepare, Weapon Master. As the prompt appeared, countless 3-meter-tall giant wolves began to materialize, their shadowy forms emerging from the surrounding darkness. Frostland Snow Wolves. Level 70. Health 130 million. He was completely surrounded by shadowy snow wolves. This was the first time Yi had ever found himself in such a desperate, besieged situation. Previously, he would either occupy advantageous terrain or simply float in midair. But now, looking up at the equally gray and murky sky above him, Yi felt uneasy. As the snow wolves began to open their bloodthirsty jaws, ready to pounce. A sudden thought struck Yi, and he traced a circle with his staff. Then, a massive tornado formed from wind blades enveloped Yi securely at its center. 678218310000 1356436620000 1356436620000. As the tornado roared to life, it completely swept away the surrounding snow wolves. They didn't even last a split second. The second stage has begun. Weapon Master, please prepare. With its massive limbs, a height of 5 meters, and those 2 long fangs, he found the tiger-like creature before him somewhat familiar. Prehistoric giant saber-toothed tiger. Level 70. Health 200 million. The level remained unchanged. The monster's quality had improved slightly, but their number had surged to 200. Could it be that 100 are added with each level? No sooner had this question crossed his mind than he pushed it to the back of his head. For now, the number didn't make much of a difference to him. 678218310000 1356436620000 1356436620000. He activated the explosive wind blade skill once more. Same timing, same result. Excluding the waiting time, it took Yi less than 2 minutes to pass the 4th tier advancement trial. Weapon Master has cleared level 100. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Feeling a bit bored just standing there, Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to continue. As soon as Yi made his choice, the surrounding scene shifted, and he found himself in a jungle. Hiss, hiss. Having once cleared an entire forest of feathered snakes, Yi immediately realized upon hearing this sound that the monsters in this level were snakes. A flame prison skill, formed by massive pillars of fire, securely encased Yi in its center. 3391091550000 6782183100000. After being attacked, the Monster S information appeared before Yi. Fire Spirit Anaconda. Level 90. Health 2 billion. Looking at the massive trees surrounding him that completely blocked out the sky, Yi couldn't be bothered to search around, so he simply stood there quietly, waiting for the monster to come to him. When a rustling sound came from nearby, a massive inferno of flames suddenly descended, instantly killing the monster. By the time the system notification appeared again, 5 minutes had passed, making this the longest level Yi had spent on since entering the Tower of Trials. Level 102 begins. Weapon Master, please prepare. The surrounding scenery shifted once more, instantly transforming into an ocean. With half a leg already submerged, Yi hurriedly leaped into the air. Almost the moment he took flight, an ice domain skill struck the ocean surface beneath his feet. A massive block of ice, resembling a solitary island, instantly solidified on the ocean's surface. But that wasn't all. Yi cast another Archmage shield around himself before feeling secure enough to survey his surroundings. As it turned out, beyond the endless ocean, he found nothing. This lesson served as a wake-up call for Yi. Perhaps the monsters in this level couldn't harm him, but the system's sudden scene changes could catch him off guard. This lesson also taught Yi an important truth: no matter what, ensuring his own safety must always come first. Just as Yi was reflecting on the lessons learned from his experience points, countless dark shadows suddenly appeared beneath the surface of the sea, a dense swarm that nearly filled the water beneath the iceberg. When Yi saw this scene, he didn't feel particularly curious. Instead, he grew even more cautious and raised his flying altitude once more. Then, even from dozens of meters up in the air, Yi heard a sound coming from beneath the iceberg like silkworms munching on mulberry leaves. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Immediately afterward, Yi noticed that the dark shadows that had been beneath the iceberg had actually burrowed into it, darting back and forth. Only then did he realize that the faint, rapid sounds he heard earlier were actually the monster gnawing on the iceberg. Out on the open sea like this, the power of fire magic was significantly reduced, while ice magic's damage dealt was somewhat slow. The explosive wind blade skill gathered power once more over the ocean. It was only then that Yi could clearly see the monster's true form. Man-eating sea fish. Level 95. Health 5 billion. Wow, it was only 5 levels higher than the giant python from earlier, yet its health had more than doubled. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The moment the massive tornado coalesced atop the iceberg. Crack, 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 crack. A violent cracking sound immediately rang out, and then the wind blade spun, slicing the entire iceberg to pieces. With the iceberg gone, the hurricane driven by countless wind blades swept all the man-eating fish from the sea into the air. And wherever the wind blades passed, the man-eating fish were instantly reduced to pulverized fragments. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, the tornado had even whipped up the seawater, forming a massive vortex on the ocean's surface. Not a single piranha survived. Even a single round blood and severed limbs stained the surrounding waters red. He finally realized that if this were anyone else, ice magic would likely be their most relied upon resource. By using ice magic to carve out a foothold, continuously reinforcing the ice beneath his feet, and simultaneously eliminating the piranhas beneath the water, one could achieve the goal of clearing the level. Level 103 begins. Weapon Master, please prepare. As the scene shifted once more, he found himself in a swamp. Thanks to the Archmage's shield, he simply hovered less than half a meter above the swamp's surface, quietly waiting for the monster to appear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rapid succession of whistling sounds suddenly echoed from the swamp's mud, followed by long tongues lashing out toward Yi, brought to you by the legendary player Mysterious Shadow. My weapon can grow infinitely. Swamp Giant Frog. Level 95. Health 3 billion. As countless giant frogs, each over 1 meter in size, emerged from the swamp, Yi realized that although their health was still lower than that of piranhas, the saliva dripping from their long tongues actually caused corrosive green smoke to rise from the muddy swamp water. Yi knew right away that this level would feature toxin-based attacks. Unfortunately, the thin layer of the Archmage's shield acted like an impassable barrier, blocking all attacks. Moreover, any giant frog that managed to strike Yi would almost instantly explode under the massive counterattack damage. 342534500000 342534500000 342534500000. Countless counterattack damage numbers floated up, and the giant frogs rapidly dwindled at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the damage these giant frogs inflicted on the Archmage's shield wasn't even keeping up with its auto-regeneration rate. 10 seconds later, the entire swamp fell silent, and all the giant frogs were wiped out amidst the frustrating counterattack damage. Level 104 begins. Please prepare, Weapon Master. Weapon Master has cleared level 200. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Weapon Master has cleared level 300. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue. Weapon Master has cleared level 950. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue. He had lost track of how much time had passed or how many monsters he had defeated. Ever since level 200, humanoid monsters with special abilities had begun appearing in droves, but to Yi, it was nothing more than a different way to pass the time. Even levels 800 through 950, which were extremely challenging even for tier 9 beings, were swept away in a single wave by Yi's overwhelming firepower. But just after clearing the 950th floor, the system's notification sound unexpectedly rang out again, causing Yi to freeze in surprise. System, didn't you say that tier 9 players only needed to clear the 950th floor? Why can I keep going? Also, what's the point of the floors above the 950th in the Tower of Trials? From his earlier inquiries upon entering the Tower of Trials, Yi knew that the system would occasionally respond to questions depending on its mood. With a touch of caution, Yi asked his question. Sure enough, as Yi waited, the system's reply arrived as expected. All 999 floors of the Tower of Trials can be cleared. Starting from the 950th floor, for every additional floor cleared, the final reward will increase cumulatively based on the floor number. For example, clearing one floor doubles the reward, the second floor triples it, the third floor quadruples it, and the 49th floor multiplies it by 50, for a total of 1,200 times. Wow, clearing all 999 floors would mean a 1,200-fold increase in rewards. So, what's the current highest record? To date, the highest record for the Tower of Trials is 963 floors. 963 floors? Upon hearing this number, Yi was taken aback and froze for a moment. It wasn't that the number was too high. Yi, whose goal was to become a god within 3 years, had always dared to do what others couldn't. How could he possibly be shocked by a mere 963 floors? On the contrary, in Yi's view, that number was far too low. For thousands of years, not a single one of these guys has even cleared the tower? That's pretty pathetic, isn't it? Esteemed God Slayer, clearing the Tower of Trials in a single attempt will bring you a tremendous surprise. Hearing this surprisingly human-like prompt out of the blue, Yi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance, and asked the system again. Could you tell me what kind of surprise it is? Damn it, playing dead right when it counts. You're something else, system. After muttering his dissatisfaction, Yi received no response, but his suspicion only grew stronger. This system was definitely not, as he had previously assumed, a mindless, programmatic QA machine. It was highly likely that it possessed its own intelligence. For now, however, Yi couldn't be entirely certain whether it was a benevolent or malevolent entity. But Yi believed that the moment he became powerful enough, all the mysteries would automatically unravel before him. And that day wouldn't be too far off. Faced with a 1/200x reward, Yi simply couldn't refuse. Although he didn't know exactly how high his level would rise after such a massive boost, the dream of skyrocketing to the top in one fell swoop wasn't necessarily out of reach. After all, the current level cap in Dungeon World was only 200. Even if his stats panel differed from others, such a massive boost would be more than enough to propel him to the very top. Let's go! Level 951 challenge begins. Please prepare, Weapon Master. As soon as Yi made his decision, the surrounding scenery shifted instantly. This time, he found himself in a forest where the trees were so thick that it took more than 10 people to encircle them, and they soared dozens of meters into the sky. Yi soared rapidly toward the heavens. As his field of vision continued to expand, he gradually realized he was atop a towering mountain range. Starting from the base of the mountain, the trees grew increasingly thicker and taller the higher he climbed. At the very summit, a colossal tree with a diameter so staggering it nearly surpassed the 100-meter mark and a canopy that touched the clouds stood proudly atop the mountain peak. Upon seeing this sight, and based on the experience points he'd earned from previous challenges, Yi immediately realized that his target for this trial was most likely that awe-inspiring giant tree. He slowly flew toward it. Just as Yi was about a kilometer away from the tree, the lush, exceptionally dense tree suddenly began to tremble. Then, an aged face emerged from the trunk. You lowly little insect, yet another greedy challenger? Ancient War Tree. Level 230. Health 9000000E. Ha! Whoa! Oh my god! Upon hearing the creature's words, Yi was momentarily stunned. Then, when he saw its health a staggering 900 billion, he instantly gasped in shock. Even without the thunderous blow skill, at his current maximum damage output less than 7 trillion with his flame prison skill, it would likely take at least 5 minutes to take the opponent down. And that is assuming the opponent had no healing skills and that flame prison landed a 10-fold critical hit every single time. In fact, if the two were to actually face off, Yi estimated it would take him more than 10 minutes to defeat his opponent. And if the first level was already like this, what would the rest be like? What astonished Yi even more was that his opponent actually knew he was a challenger. This was completely different from the previous levels. How did you know I'm a challenger? Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, Yi immediately spoke up. Whoosh! But the only response he received was a thick branch lashing out at him with great force. You provided the top-tier novel Ghost Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. He had to dart through the air for dozens of meters before barely dodging the swinging branch. This utterly disrespectful behavior caused Yi's anger to rise steadily. All I wanted was to get some information out of you, but you didn't give me the slightest bit of face. Looks like you're refusing the kind offer and asking for the punishment instead. Since the other party wasn't holding back, Yi certainly wasn't going to hold back either. Upon entering the Tower of Trials, he unleashed his secret weapon for the first time, Thunderous Might. 342534500000. A bolt of lightning flashed from the void and struck the ancient war tree with tremendous force. The ancient war tree, which had been ferocious just moments ago, immediately began shivering as if struck by a chill. It stood there stiff as a board, completely unable to launch any further attacks. The damage itself wasn't high, just over 300 billion, which was practically negligible compared to the opponent's tens of trillions of health. But that 100% stun for 3 seconds turned the mighty ancient war tree into a completely defenseless, trembling lamb waiting to be slaughtered. 342534500000. 45000000E. 342534500000. 45000000E. Yi's luck was off the charts today. In just 5 attacks, he landed 2 critical hits. The ancient war tree, which had seemed so towering and formidable just moments ago, was instantly reduced to a cloud of ash and crashed down onto the mountaintop with a thunderous roar. Faced with this awe-inspiring spectacle, Yi's heart remained completely unmoved. The moment he unleashed the Thunderous Might skill, the opponent's fate had already been sealed. What caught Yi's attention was that the opponent actually recognized the term challenger. This surely indicated that some unknown secret lay hidden within. Could it be that these high-level gatekeepers are able to communicate with one another? He couldn't help but feel that as his strength grew and the world he encountered expanded, the number of unsolved mysteries didn't decrease at all. If anything, they only multiplied. Weapon Master has cleared level 951. Do you wish to continue the challenge? System, don't bother asking. Just keep me going until I clear level 999. Hearing the system's routine prompt, Yi rolled his eyes without hesitation. You already know I know you're intelligent, yet you still put on this act. Is that supposed to be funny? This is probably what they call openly pulling the wool over one's own eyes. Level 952 begins. Please prepare, Weapon Master. Ignoring Yi's sarcasm, the system continued to prompt him in its mechanical voice. If it weren't for the two ancient war trees standing atop the mountain peak, Yi would have even thought the scene hadn't changed at all. The environment was almost identical to the previous level. The only difference was that the single ancient war tree had become two. Wow, is this a test of the attacker's limits? Since he already figured out the pattern and he wasn't a masochist, he certainly wasn't going to give the other side the chance to strike first. He unleashed a thunderous attack at one of the ancient war trees on the mountaintop. Crack! After a thunderous roar, one of the ancient war trees instantly began to tremble violently. Before the other tree could even comprehend why he possessed such overwhelming offensive power, another thunderous blow struck from the void, and it immediately met the same fate. In fact, there wasn't even a 1/100th of a second between the two attacks. Because the thunderous blow had no wind-up and could be cast instantly, the attack was as fast as Yi's thoughts, completely unconstrained by the inherent rules of skills. The attacks on both trees were practically simultaneous. 342534500000. 342534500000. Two massive damage numbers flashed across the screen, signifying that within 3 seconds, these two ancient war trees would pose absolutely no threat to Yi. However, as a self-proclaimed champion of justice, Yi would never repeat the villainous mistake of dragging his feet. 342534500000. 342534500000. 45000000E. This time, Yi's luck wasn't quite as extraordinary. It wasn't until the fifth attack landed that the critical hit effect finally triggered. In the end, each of the two ancient trees of war took 7 or 8 hits before they were successively reduced to ashes, drifting away into the heavens and earth. Looking at this utterly unoriginal scene before him, Yi felt like making a sarcastic remark. Any creature of flesh and blood, upon death, would inevitably leave behind no intact corpse, only a body torn to pieces. And any plant-type monster would simply turn to ash and drift away into the heavens and earth. Such a completely unchanging scene always made you feel as if he'd been pulled out of the story. More than once, the monster's final moments had made you feel as though he'd been transported into a poorly made video game, perhaps even a browser-based one. Otherwise, there's no way monsters would die in such a monotonous manner. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yi had already been mentally ranting about it to his heart's content. Just as the two ancient war trees finally fell, the system prompt arrived promptly. Level 953 has begun. Please prepare, Weapon Master. Although it hadn't answered Yi's questions before, this time the system didn't even ask, it simply issued the prompt to start the next level. Level 963 featured the same scene, but the number of ancient war trees had increased to 3. The increased number of ancient war trees had absolutely no effect in slowing him down under Yi's swift and fierce attacks. He repeated the tedious cycle of casting skills until he had taken down 9 of them, at which point the boss guarding the level finally changed. Level 960 has begun. Please prepare, Weapon Master. Although this level was still set in a forest, Yi noticed the difference immediately. Unlike the rugged, towering trees in the levels guarded by the ancient war trees, the forest in this level was composed of lush, verdant trees standing 20 to 30 meters tall. As far as the eye could see, the tree canopies merged into a continuous green carpet so dense that one could almost roll around on top of them. Just as Yi was floating in midair, taking in his surroundings, a figure suddenly soared out from among the treetops. Her fair features were exquisitely sculpted, bordering on artistry. She had flowing golden hair and a slender yet curvaceous figure that exuded a seductive allure beneath her innocent appearance. Especially as her hair fluttered, revealing the slender tips of her ears, Yi instantly realized the identity of this peerless beauty before him. Nature elf? In Dungeon World, elves are divided into two categories. One is the fair-skinned nature elves like the one before Yi. They cherish nature and trees, shun the mundane world, and are the chosen race of the elf goddess. The other is the faction inherited by Cherry, the pale blue-skinned night elves. Although they are also elves, their devotion to their own goddess is lukewarm. Instead, they have gone so far as to worship the supreme goddess, the moon goddess, with fanatical fervor, even transcending their own tier. You provided the great goddess, mysterious shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Normally, a race showing only lukewarm devotion to its own patron goddess should be subject to divine punishment. However, if these rebels are actually worshipping their own supreme deity, it puts the goddess in a somewhat awkward position. If it weren't for the close relationship between the moon goddess and the elven goddess, both belonging to the good and orderly alignment, the two goddesses would likely have fallen out solely because of the night elves' faith. Don't assume that high-tier gods have absolute control over lower-tier gods. When it comes to matters of faith, forget about rank differences. Sometimes even gods who are brothers can end up at each other's throats. At that very moment, Yi hadn't expected to encounter a nature elf. This came as something of a surprise to him. More than anything, it left him feeling somewhat torn. Since nature elves belong to the Good Order faction, they maintain good relations with many races. In fact, some of the skills used by Blue Star humans in the Archer and Mage classes actually originate from gifts bestowed by the nature elves. But he had no choice but to proceed through the checkpoint, and Yi hesitated. "Ha? Are you a Blue Star human?" The beautiful, delicate nature spirit flew up to Yi and recognized his identity at first glance. Seeing that the other party hadn't attacked immediately and sensing there was room for discussion, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Greetings, Your Grace. I am a Blue Star human challenger. May I ask how I should proceed with the trial?" Knowing the nature spirit's reserved nature, Yi skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. As for fighting her, that was truly a last resort. Although he craved the reward, if he had a choice, he didn't want his actions to turn the elven race and Blue Star into sworn enemies. Compared to the elves' powerful network of alliances, Blue Star had absolutely no room to resist. Unless it completely sided with evil, once it fell out with the elven race, there would be no place for Blue Star to survive, not even within the neutral factions. Not to mention, the elven race and Blue Star shared very close ties, the most striking example being Cherry herself. The Night Elves, out of a desire to nurture talent, had recognized Cherry's potential and, without hesitation, granted her the opportunity to receive the legacy. Hearing Yi's polite inquiry, a dazzling, mesmerizing smile appeared at the corner of the elf's lips. "You actually chose not to strike immediately? That comes as quite a surprise to me." Weapon masters who manage to reach this stage are, for the most part, individuals of unwavering resolve and ruthless methods. Not a single one of them would show mercy simply because of factional ties. Therefore, Yi's choice truly surprised and impressed the elf. As is well known, although they also oppose the forces of evil, it is in the nature of elves to abhor bloodshed in war. Even the night elves, natural-born assassins, are no exception. "You jest, my lady. Setting aside the fact that the elven race and we of Blue Star both belong to the Good Order, the elven race's support for Blue Star and our close ties are more than enough to ensure I hold you in the highest regard." Seeing that she spoke to her with clear eyes and polite manners completely devoid of the malicious thoughts typical of most people, the elf's opinion of Yi instantly rose another notch. Due to the elves' beautiful and alluring appearance, 80% of all races find it difficult to suppress their impure thoughts. Even certain races belonging to the good alignment cannot control the greed and desire that arise within them upon seeing an elf. This is a matter of nature and self-cultivation. It has nothing to do with alignment. Clearly, in the elf's eyes, Yi was a being of pure nature and exceptional self-cultivation. If he knew what she was thinking, Yi would likely be willing to die for her. Having watched countless action movies in his past life, been influenced by various artistic mentors, and been immersed in both the 2D and 3D worlds, Yi was actually less passionate about romantic matters than the people of this world. After crossing over, survival was Yi's greatest priority. Even with Cherry, who ranked among the most stunning human beauties, it took several years of persistent courtship before Yi finally let down his guard. As for an elf he'd just met, there was absolutely no way Yi would let lust cloud his judgment and endanger his own safety. Not to mention, since the dungeon gate had been digitized, people's desires had, to a certain extent, become much more subdued. "You can call me Aaron, no need to be so formal." Looking at the beaming Aaron, Yi was a bit baffled. Even if the two races were close, it wasn't as if they could become friends the moment they met, was it? However, since she was being so accommodating, Yi wasn't about to be ungracious, especially since he had a trump card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid that this Aaron might suddenly snap and do something reckless. "Hello, Aaron. My name is Yi." "What? Yi? You're that god slayer?" To his surprise, after Yi said his name, Aaron let out a startled gasp, her face frozen in shock. Unless there's a second god slayer, I suppose the person you're referring to is me." Unprepared for such a strong reaction from the elf across from him, Yi scratched his nose sheepishly, looking a bit bashful as he acknowledged his title. Although the natural environment in this alternate space remains unchanged and there is no threat of annihilation, it's still not the elven forest, and guarding this pass all by myself is just too lonely. Thousands of years have passed, and now I finally see hope for liberation. God Slayer, welcome. Although it was only a few sentences, the information Aaron revealed was so overwhelming that Yi's head felt like it was about to explode. Assignment? Thousands of years? Liberation? God Slayer? After muttering a few key words to himself, he looked up at Aaron and pressed her for answers to the questions swirling in his mind. "Aaron, can you tell me the secrets behind all this? Weren't you created by the dungeon gate? Do you know your duties? What exactly does God Slayer mean?" Hearing Yi's questions, a radiant smile lit up Aaron's face. "As expected of a God Slayer, I was only slightly off guard, and you already caught on. Unfortunately, and I'm very sorry, the dungeon gate won't allow me to tell you anymore. You'll have to uncover everything for yourself." "All right." At that, Aileen waved her hand to cut off Yi's attempt to press further. She clasped her hands behind her back, and her expression grew serious. "Enough with the small talk. It's time for me to fulfill my duties as the gatekeeper. God Slayer, as is customary for challengers, you must defeat the spirit guardians I summon. Of course, unlike other levels, here, if you manage to defeat all 9 spirit guardians, you'll gain direct access to level 970. Provided by the legendary player, Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely." Aaron's resolute attitude made you realize he likely wouldn't have the chance to seek further answers. However, Aaron's words raised another question in his mind. "Aaron, are you guarding all 9 stages by yourself?" "Yes. Originally, according to the Dungeon Gate's plan, I was supposed to appear 9 times, and all I had to do was increase the number of spirit guardians sequentially. But after seeing you, a God Slayer, I decided not to go through all that trouble. I'll just have you face the challenge right here. I'm confident that someone with the title of God Slayer doesn't need such a complicated process." As she explained this, Aaron also began to warn Yi. "However, I'll give you one piece of advice: don't underestimate your opponent. Bring your true strength to the table. You must know that over the past several thousand years, I've witnessed countless prodigies among the myriad races: giant dragons, stone giants, elves, and the Treant clan. But without exception, even the most formidable among them managed to clear only 4 stages guarded by the elven guardians." Far from frightening Yi, Aileen's warning instead ignited boundless fighting spirit within him. Casually casting the Archmage's shield upon himself, Yi flew backward several dozen meters, instantly radiating an unrivaled aura. "Well then, Aaron, bring it on. Let me see just how powerful these elven guardians are, the ones that have made the prodigies of all races bow their heads in defeat." Aaron, who had previously been somewhat skeptical of Yi's strength, watched as the magical shield suddenly appeared around him and the powerful mana it inadvertently radiated. Her expression immediately turned serious. Truly worthy of the title God Slayer, even a single magical shield possesses such overwhelming might. Then let me see if the God Slayer truly possesses the unrivaled strength described in legend. Without even using her staff, Aaron simply pointed to the side. As she did so, a ball of green light materialized out of thin air. Then, as if acting as a gravitational source, the green light began to draw on leaves from the forest below. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid creature made entirely of leaves appeared before Yi. Yeah. To Yi's amazement, this creature had fully formed facial features and even shook its head from side to side, emitting a clear, crisp sound directed at Aaron. What baffled Yi even more was that, even though the simple sound merely varied slightly in rhythm, Aaron seemed to understand it perfectly. She smiled encouragingly at this elven guardian. Fight him. If you win, you'll gain your own life. Hearing this blatantly violent encouragement, Yi was at a loss for words. Was this really a peace-loving elf? Seriously, is it even okay to encourage someone to go to their death like that? Yi was certain that Eileen knew this spirit guardian was no match for her. Perhaps sensing Yi's confusion, Eileen turned her head and explained with a smile. It doesn't qualify for life yet, it's just a cluster of sentient mana. Of course, if it manages to defeat you, it'll not only gain life and sentience but also a chance to escape the Tower of Trials. Hearing Aaron's explanation, the last bit of hesitation Yi had completely vanished. Thinking it could climb the ranks by stepping on him? Think again. Yeah. Just as Yi had assumed a fighting stance and was fully prepared, he never expected that the seemingly cute elf guardian to let out a shriek and charge straight at him. Holy shit! As he cried out inwardly, Yi immediately leaped into the air, hoping to dodge the attack. Boom! But to Yi's horror, the spirit guardian composed entirely of green leaves seemed to materialize right beside him. He hadn't even noticed its trajectory. The spirit guardian swung a fist made of countless tiny leaves, slamming it down toward the archmage's shield. Unexpectedly, although the shield withstood the attack, ripples spread across its surface. This was a sign that the damage had reached a certain threshold. Yi narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the elves are famous for their ranged attacks, yet the spirit guardian they summoned is a melee unit? This is completely out of line. Without even giving Yi time to react, the spirit guardian seemed to multiply into countless forms, relentlessly pounding the archmage's shield from all directions. Thud, 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 thud. That dense barrage of blows, like rain pounding on banana leaves. If it were anyone other than Yi, they'd likely have been beaten to a pulp by now. The crux of the matter was the magic god shield's counterattack. This guy seemed completely oblivious to it, showing almost no signs of being hit. Although he didn't know why, passively taking a beating like this was completely out of character for Yi. Since he couldn't catch a glimpse of his opponent, surely this guy had to be attacking him, right? If he couldn't hit the opponent, surely he could hit himself? Without a second thought, Yi unleashed a thunderous skill right above his own head. Then, Aaron, standing beside him, gaped in shock as a purplish-red bolt of lightning tore through the void and struck the archmage's shield directly. Of course, a skill cast on oneself does no harm to oneself. Yi was unharmed, but the spirit guardian, who had been excitedly attacking Yi right beside him, took the brunt of it. Although the counter damage had no effect on it, the stun effect instantly robbed the spirit guardian of its ability to move, leaving it trembling beside Yi. Having finally caught his opponent, Yi certainly wasn't going to hold back. Several bolts of lightning struck the spirit guardian almost simultaneously. Then, the spirit guardian, which had moments ago stood as solid as a rock, instantly disintegrated into countless leaves, drifting away into the forest. A proportional damage skill? How is that possible? The moment thunderous might appeared, Aaron, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but cry out in shock. All skills exist to increase or decrease health. Skill levels are determined by the amount of health gained or lost. However, there is another type of skill where the increase or decrease in health is determined directly by a percentage. For example, increasing or decreasing health by a certain percentage. And when it comes to percentage-based skills, without exception, they are all god tier. Yet Yi, standing right before her, had clearly not even reached the 4th tier. In Dungeon World, the rule that one learns skills corresponding to their tier is as ironclad as a law. How could she possibly master a god tier skill? If Aaron were to find out that she not only possessed a god tier skill but actually had more than one, who knows if she'd have a breakdown. You provided the popular novel My Weapon Can Grow Infinitely. By the master author Diingzi. How do you have a god-tier skill? Widening her beautiful eyes, Erin's delicate face was filled with disbelief. Yi had long been mentally prepared for his skills to be exposed, and he now had the confidence to face it without fear. He shrugged his shoulders, spread his arms wide, and adopted a very relaxed expression. It's just a god-tier skill, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Seeing Yi's utterly unconcerned expression, Erin, who had lived a long life, instantly understood a great deal. She looked at Yi with a complex gaze, sighing inwardly that people truly are all different. You have no idea, among all the races, those possessing god-tier skills can be counted on one hand. The key point is, even if they possess a god-tier skill, these races lack the ability to learn and use it, so it just gathers dust at the bottom of a chest. In Dungeon World, you're the only one capable of using a god-tier skill. Even for races like us, who are favored by the gods, the most powerful skills we can use are merely versions weakened by God from the original god-tier skills otherwise. Seeing Yi acting as if he were sitting on a mountain of treasure yet completely unaware of his good fortune, even with Erin's strong will, a sense of envy and jealousy welled up within her. How on earth did you learn a divine tier skill? Divine tier isn't simply a matter of going from tier 9 to divine, it's far more than that. Proportional damage absolutely requires massive amounts of mana or even divine power to sustain. It's no longer a matter of quantity, but a difference in quality. Excited, Erin gestured wildly as she spoke at length, but when she saw Yi still looked as if he only half understood, she waved her hand in disappointment and wearily stopped explaining. Never mind. What's the point of saying more? People's joys and sorrows are simply incomprehensible to one another. Although she didn't know exactly how Yi was able to wield divine skills, that was his secret, and Erin wasn't so inconsiderate as to pry into it. Everyone has hidden trump cards that others will never know about, secrets that shouldn't even be casually shared with family. Among peers of the same rank, the more trump cards you have, the safer you are. Even a god is no exception. Especially when your hidden cards are so baffling that others can't fathom them, the safer you are. Alright, next I'm going to summon 2 spirit guardians. Having lost interest in continuing the conversation, Erin prepared to press on through the level. As for Yi, there were only 2 kinds of monsters in this world, those he hadn't encountered yet, and those he had already defeated. So far, there hasn't been a single creature that Yi, once he understood it, couldn't defeat. So when the 2 spirit guardians appeared, they were struck by a barrage of attacks as soon as they reached Yi's side, vanishing into thin air. When even the 9 spirit guardians proved unable to withstand Yi's attacks, the 9 stages Erin had been guarding were all cleared by Yi. Seeing Yi still looking calm and composed, as if nothing had happened, every trace of the elven pride in Erin's heart vanished. The word fairness is, in itself, the greatest lie in the world. There has never been such a thing as fairness in this world. Some are born billionaires, while others spend their entire lives begging. Some are born rulers, while others are enslaved for life. Some are born powerful, while others die in the womb. Compared to humans, even the weakest elf could be considered a being of extraordinary natural talent. After all, their affinity for magic and their keen visual perception make them naturally gifted mages and hunters. Even when it came to Yi, the god slayer, Erin still harbored a hint of pride in her heart. After all, given Yi's age, no matter how high his potential, he hadn't yet fully matured. In this dungeon world where strength reigns supreme, as long as potential remains untapped, the reality that the powerful always hold the upper hand will never change. But what Eileen never could have imagined was that Yi's strength lay not only in his potential, but in his actual power as well. Setting aside the fact that Yi could learn and use god-tier skills, his ability to cast spells instantly and without any cooldown whatsoever was enough to make even a god envious. Don't think that just because someone is a god, they're all powerful. Otherwise, why would there be distinctions between lower tier and higher tier gods? Clearly, even among gods, there are strong and weak ones. But regardless of strength, even among the supreme gods, Erin had never heard of a single god capable of casting skills instantly, one after another. It could be said that Yi had completely shattered the arrogance Erin had cultivated over thousands of years. Alright, congratulations, God Slayer. You've cleared all the stages I'm guarding here. I hope you'll be able to breeze through the next ones as well. Being an immortal after all, even though her spirit had been shaken, Eileen quickly regained her composure and, with a smile on her face, congratulated Yi. Yi had no idea about the complex thoughts swirling in Eileen's mind. All he knew was that she had been a great help to him throughout the trial and had revealed many secrets to him, all of which were favors he owed her. Thank you, Eileen, for your help, and even more for telling me so many secrets. I'll keep this favor in mind for now, and I'm confident that one day in the future, I'll have the ability to repay you. Not everyone is in a position to owe a favor, let alone repay one. If one has strength isn't on the same level, there might not even be an opportunity to repay the favor. Yi, you're being too polite. It was just a small gesture, there's no need to talk about favors. Hearing Yi's polite words, Eileen felt even happier inside. She herself might not care about such favors, but if the other party didn't mention it at all, Erin's mood certainly wouldn't be very pleasant. Coming across someone as tactful and considerate as Yi was exactly what most people would hope for. Weapon Master has cleared level 969. Level 970 has begun. Please prepare, Weapon Master. Before Yi could exchange any more pleasantries with Erin, the system notification popped up. In that case, thank you once again, Lady Erin. I hope we'll meet again someday. Goodbye, and I wish you the best of luck in clearing the level. No sooner had the two exchanged these polite words than the environment around Yi began to shift once more. He was perched atop a mountain range, and a sheer cliff loomed before him. His eyes instinctively scanned the area, but he didn't immediately spot any danger. Yi then fixed his gaze on the panel in front of him to double-check. That's right, the system notification confirmed that he had cleared the 969th level. If he wasn't mistaken, he should have cleared 9 levels with Erin earlier. But why did the system notify him that he cleared 10 levels? Brought to you by the Master, Mysterious Shadow, my weapon can grow infinitely. Yi had clearly cleared 9 levels, yet the system's notification showed 10? There was only one answer: Erin had gone easy on him. Only Erin, as the gatekeeper, would have the power to let him skip a level. Whether that level was guarded by 10 spirits or by Erin herself? Even if he didn't care. But this act left Yi with no choice but to owe her a favor. Just as Yi was pondering the details behind it all, the scene around him underwent another drastic change. What had just moments ago been a lush, sun-drenched mountain forest instantly transformed into an ancient castle shrouded in chilling, eerie winds. Beneath a gloomy sky, the crumbling ruins of the ancient castle lay sprawled across the ground. A cold, biting wind swept through green moss, crept up the surrounding walls, and cobwebs and dust covered every corner. Standing atop the castle walls and looking out at the gloomy visibility barely 10 zhang beyond the ramparts, you realized that the location of this stage was right here within this dilapidated, dark castle. Moreover, unlike the benevolent elf from the previous stage, the guardian of this stage was most likely no good. Hee cackle, cackle. Just as Yi was surveying his surroundings, a sharp, piercing sound echoed through the ancient castle.